Chapter 1. The Shambodi Archipelago. Island number 3. This is a notorious lawless territory where various factions engage in the dark trades of human trafficking and slave auctions. However, amidst the shadowy underground dealings, one particular enterprise on Island number 3 stands out prominently. It is a realm suffused with flowers, cheers, and blood. The Shambodi Coliseum. Nobles and wealthy patrons send their slaves into the arena, pitting them against one another in brutal combat. The victors bask in applause and gold, perhaps even earning their freedom. Conversely, the vanquished are heartlessly discarded, and those who survive by chance are relegated to the lowest tier of gladiators, enduring a wretched existence for the remainder of their days. The spectacle of slaves engaging in bloody battles is a favored pastime among many nobles at times. It also captures the attention of the aristocratic celestial dragons among the elite. Within the arena, amidst the floral decor and deafening cheers, a man strides confidently onto the platform clad in a golden suit and holding a megaphone. He proclaims loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your old friend, the finest host of the gladiatorial arena, Spink." Oh! The audience erupts in applause, welcoming Spink with fervor. Esteemed nobles from all corners of the globe, I believe you have but one purpose for being here today. What could it be? What could it be? What could it be? Spink leans forward, then suddenly raises his head and bellows, "Why, it is of course for the duel. Duel! Duel! Duel!" The enthusiasm of the nobles engulfs the entire Colosseum, and Spink fans the flames further. And we have just received word that today's contest will be graced by the presence of a celestial dragon. Do you know what this signifies? Yes. Today, our legendary gladiator, a champion of the celestial dragons, the man of the undefeated saga, shall take the stage. Let us raise our voices in acclaim for his name. At this very moment, in the Colosseum's lounge, the celestial dragon, Yalma's saint, adorned with a bubble-like crown, gazes intently at a dark-haired man. Though still youthful, he possesses a robust and well-proportioned physique. What is most astonishing, however, is that within the same room stands a celestial dragon. Yet this man has his back turned, indulging in a meal of bone meat. Meanwhile, servants continuously bring forth an array of delicacies from around the world, laying them before the man, observing him devour plate after plate. Yalma's saint does not express anger. Instead, he chuckles. "So, how does it taste?" The man shakes his head. "Disgustingly foul. Your stench has wafted over." This audacious remark leaves the surrounding servants trembling in fear. What manner of individual dares to speak thus to a celestial dragon? A feat even the Navy would not attempt. "Ha ha ha. You may speak with such bravado now, and I shall not take offense," Yalma said, stroking his beard, a chilling smile gradually settling upon his face. "However, should you lose even a single duel, you shall experience agony beyond human comprehension." "Me? Lose? Has that bubble clouded your judgment?" The man finished the last morsel of fish, then rose, wrapping bandages around his hands. As he made his way toward the door, his fists collided with a resounding thud. "It is time to make my entrance." He stepped from the shadowy lounge into the welcoming light outside. Cheers echoed in his ears. Spink proclaimed, "Let us welcome the mightiest warrior, the undefeated legend of the arena, known as Boss Lynn Barek." "Oh ho ho ho! Boss Lynn! Boss Lynn!" Amidst the jubilant cheers and cascading flowers, Lynn strode into the arena. He opened his arms wide, embracing the adoration of the audience. Unlike the imposing gladiators surrounding him, this man was not particularly tall, standing at a modest height of around 170 or 180, with a physique that was unremarkable, yet the robust muscles and myriad scars adorning his body were strikingly apparent. Lynn's gaze swept past the nobles, lifting his eyes to the sky above. Having been here for several years, he had gradually acclimated to the fervor of this world. Lynn Barek, originally named Lynn, was a traveler from another world. On the day of his arrival, he was apprehended by slavers and shackled with a deadly collar. When he first heard the title of Celestial Dragon, he finally comprehended that he was in the world of One Piece. Unfortunately, after weeks of waiting, it was not until Lynn was purchased as the lowest tier slave by a celestial dragon that his fortune failed to manifest. Only when the celestial dragon sought to acquire another gladiator did they use him as a test subject, feeding him a devil fruit, the hero fruit. Full name: Human Fruit. Mythical Zoan. Hero form before him appeared a familiar interface. Name: Lynn. Level 1. Energy points 1010. Hero form: none. After an arduous 6 months, drawing upon the memories of Admiral Sengoku's development of the Buddha form of a similar devil fruit, Lynn finally grasped his fruit's capabilities. In essence, the consumer of the hero fruit could enhance their body with their own energy, thereby acquiring corresponding powers. This enhancement was what Lynn termed the hero form. Of course, The transformation into hero form required a substantial amount of energy from a user. With the more extravagant the abilities, the greater the energy required. The most common method for replenishing energy points was through consumption, for instance. Lynn could elevate himself to the status of a deity in this world, yet the energy needed for such a feat would be astronomical, perhaps consuming all the food in existence would not suffice, and Lynn's body could not possibly withstand such a burden. Conversely, the more realistic the ability, the lesser the energy required. Beyond the constraints of energy, the hero fruit is fundamentally an animal-type fruit, capable only of transforming Lynn himself and unable to conjure physical entities from thin air. For instance, if Lynn aspires to embody a hero wielding a battle axe, he must indeed possess a battle axe. To begin with, considering these two factors, Lynn swiftly identified his inaugural hero form, Set. The development and utilization of the fruit's abilities are intricately linked to the user's imagination. Rather than fabricating a new hero form, it is far more prudent to utilize one that he is most familiar with. Moreover, Set, as a hero, possesses abilities that lean towards physical strength, devoid of weapon constraints, unlike the demigods and super beings within the League of Legends universe. Most importantly, both Set and Lynn share the identity of gladiators. Though their standings may differ, they can at least be regarded as colleagues in the same field. Consequently, after accumulating energy over a period, Lynn achieved his first victory in the arena, harnessing his hero form. Set from that moment forth, spanning over 4 years, Lynn amassed a staggering 3,999 victories, becoming an undefeated legend in the arena and earning the title of boss. Such an impressive record bestowed considerable prestige upon his nominal master, Saint Yarmas, among the celestial dragons, thus allowing Yarmas to tolerate Lynn's audacity to a certain extent. Today marks Lynn's 4,000th duel. Name, Lynn. Level, 15. Energy points, 15001,500. Hero form, Set. With the relentless succession of battles, Lynn's physical prowess and combat experience gradually enhanced, elevating his level to 15, while the maximum energy he could store within him reached 1,500 points. The energy within an ordinary human typically amounts to 10 points. Therefore, strictly speaking, Lynn currently harbors an astonishing accumulation of energy equivalent to that of 150 individuals. It is fortunate that St. Yarmas has prepared an abundance of exquisite cuisine for Lynn. Otherwise, replenishing such a vast quantity of energy in the harsh arena would be nearly insurmountable. Lynn inhaled deeply, gazing at the drifting clouds above. It is nearly time. Having lingered in this arena for long enough, Lynn resolved to embrace his circumstances in this world, refraining from dwelling on the past. Now he yearns to explore the world outside the vast ocean. Boundless adventures await. At the foundation of it all is freedom. Lynn stretched his neck, adorned with a specially designed explosive collar. Due to the need to utilize the powers of the devil fruit during duels, the collar was not crafted from seastone. Typically, an admiral-level combatant would not linger in the Sabati archipelago. Once I rid myself of this explosive collar, no one shall impede my path. As Lynn absorbed the cheers of the audience, he quietly contemplated his next move. The only question that lingers is, what is the current time? Are we in the Roger era? Have the Straw Hats set sail? Or have they already visited the Sabati archipelago? Lynn's years as a gladiator severely constrained his sources of information, and Yalma's saint would never permit him to inquire about the outside world. Before making an escape, it is prudent to have a familiar face to reference the timeline. As Lynn contemplated this, he heard Spink on the podium exclaim, "Now, let us behold the formidable opponent of Boss Lynn. He hails from the depths of the ocean, possessing physical prowess tenfold that of a human. Today, he shall embody the Grim Reaper, bringing an end to Lynn's 4,000 consecutive victories. He is the Fisher Tiger." Upon hearing that familiar name, Lynn couldn't help but be taken aback. The legendary fishman, who transformed from an explorer to a slave, ultimately wreaking havoc in Mary Geoise and liberating the enslaved to become a pirate Fisher Tiger, the leader of Fishman Island. He was still alive, and the Mary Geoise incident had yet to transpire. In the center of the Colosseum stood a fishman with crimson skin, thick curly hair, and a towering physique. Emblazoned on his chest was a red mark composed of a circle and 4 triangles, resembling the imprint of a dragon's claw. That was the mark of the celestial dragons, slave the hoof of the celestial dragon. Indeed, it was Fisher Tiger. Lynn gazed upon this legendary fishman, destined to incite the Mary Geoise incident in the near future, and felt an indescribable emotion well up within him. At last, he encountered a familiar Facino, a familiar fishman. If Tiger is here, then we are at least 13 years away from the Marineford War. Lynn silently calculated the timeline. At present, Luffy should still be a mere child, and the foundational dynamics of the 4 emperors and 7 warlords have yet to materialize. Many significant events that will shape the future have not yet occurred. What a splendid era. Everything is just right. Taking a deep breath, Lynn's gaze sharpened. Once more, it is said that fishmen possess physical abilities 10 times greater than ordinary humans, and the individual before him was a formidable member of the fishman race. He would, in the future, ascend Mary Geoise unarmed, liberating countless slaves. A legendary figure. In this moment, even the renowned Jinbei would not be a match for him. In other words, Fisher Tiger possessed combat prowess that approached or even rivaled that of the 7 warlords. Lynn yearned to ascertain the extent of his own capabilities in comparison to the world's strongmen. Clenching his fists, he stepped forward with his left foot, lowering his left hand while keeping his right arm pressed tightly against his ribs. Heroic form. SETI. Activating energy level 14,991. 500. The energy he had previously accumulated through copious consumption began to wane, and Lynn's aura gradually intensified. Tiger regarded the battle-ready man before him with a hint of curiosity. How old could he be? 16? 17? At most, no more than 20 years old. Despite being merely a child, he has become a slave to the celestial dragons. How can one endure such a tragic fate, yet maintain such an indomitable spirit? Tiger rubbed his weary eyes and murmured, "Enough. I do not wish to fight you, I concede." However, before Tiger could utter the final syllable of "I concede," Lynn suddenly lunged forward, delivering a left jab aimed at Tiger. Tiger sidestepped, instinctively grasping Lynn's massive arm, only to be taken aback by the astonishing strength of the man before him, resulting in a stalemate. The host, Spink, exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, it has begun. Champion versus Fishman. Everyone, feel free to place your bets at the counter in support of your favorite contestant. Fishman, eliminate him. Lynn, teach that filthy Fishman a lesson with your fists." Tiger disregarded Spink's words and the cheers of the audience. He leaned closer to Lynn and whispered, "Enough. Do you truly relish the life of a slave?" Lynn tensed his muscles, breaking free from Tiger's grip. Exhaling gently, he replied, "Come again, you madman." Tiger could not comprehend the actions of the man before him, attributing them solely to the sadistic enjoyment of brutal combat. Such individuals were reminiscent of the ruffians from Fishman Street, prompting Tiger to employ his own strategies against them. "Let us speak with our fists." Tiger inhaled deeply, the veins on his crimson skin becoming pronounced upon witnessing this. Lynn raised an eyebrow. "Fishman karate." Yet, Tiger shook his head. "It appears you are well acquainted with fishmen, but my punches are far more complex than mere karate." Suddenly, whoosh, Tiger advanced, unleashing a flurry of left and right hooks towards Lynn. Caught off guard, Lynn could only brace himself with his forearms, absorbing the force of the blows. In that instant, Lynn realized the true meaning behind Tiger's assertion that his fists were more than mere karate. The strength was astonishing. If an ordinary fishman's physical prowess is tenfold that of a human, then Tiger possessed at least 50, if not 100 times that strength. No wonder he could vanquish Jinbei with a punch and overpower Arlong single-handedly, a legendary figure capable of subduing the Fishman Street. Lynn felt his arms ache and swell, as if they had been struck repeatedly with iron rods. Before he could catch his breath, Tiger's fists were upon him once more. Lynn quickly leaped backward, simultaneously expending his internal energy to heal the wounds on his arms. One of the passive skills of the renowned Sot, battlefield valor. The more damage one sustains, the faster one's health regenerates. Under the influence of his fruit's abilities, Lynn could consume stored energy to mend his injuries. The more severe the wounds, the quicker the energy expenditure, and, concurrently, the more effective the healing. In just a few breaths, the swelling on Lynn's arms had diminished significantly. "Behold, the astonishing regenerative capacity of the boss," Spink excitedly exclaimed. "Do you recall that battle against the giants?" Lynn was nearly on the brink of collapse, yet he achieved a stunning turnaround. "This is Lynn Barrick." Tiger's piercing gaze fixated on Lynn. "Young man, while your physical prowess is commendable, your technique is lacking. Spend a few more years honing your skills." Bang! Tiger's foot struck the ground with a resounding thud. In the next moment, a powerful punch was unleashed. Boom! A dull thud reverberated throughout the arena. Lynn's left fist met Tiger's heat in a clash. Tiger felt his arm tingle from the impact and intended to withdraw and recalibrate, when suddenly, a surge of peril washed over him. Lynn's right fist was already in motion, and it was faster, more ferocious, heroic skill. Diminishing one's might, Lynn unleashed 2 successive heavy punches, with a second, right hook arriving with even greater speed and force. With a resounding thud, Tiger clenched his teeth and retaliated with a fist of his own, successfully intercepting the blow. A smile graced Lynn's face. "Come, let us brawl." leader of the fishmen. Tiger's expression twisted with rage as he let out a furious roar. The fists of both man and fishman clashed together. Thud, 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 thud. Their blows landed upon each other's bodies, leaving both the bare-handed man and the fishman drenched in blood. With great effort, they each unleashed a punch, striking simultaneously at one another's faces. Bang! Both staggered back half a step, only to advance again in unison, throwing their fist once more. Bang! On the third exchange, they retreated slightly, gathering strength before lunging forward to strike. Bang! One punch after another, relentless in their assault. The dull thuds echoed throughout the arena, and not a soul dared to make a sound, for such a heart-pounding spectacle was a rarity to behold. Ha! Lynn wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, lifted his gaze towards Tiger, and couldn't help but express heartfelt admiration. Impressive. Tiger, his face contorted with rage, growled. You madman who revels in the life of a slave. Revel in the life of a slave? How did you come to that conclusion? Lynn retorted. As a gladiatorial slave. Do you truly know the tragic fate that awaits the opponents you have vanquished? Tiger gritted his teeth and replied. They will become the lowest of gladiators. Deprived of sustenance and medical care, left to languish in a dark, desolate cell until death claims them. Lynn pondered for a moment and suddenly inquired. Did you witness it with your own eyes? Tiger was taken aback. What do you mean? Lynn continued. The fate of those I vanquished. Did you behold their tragic ends with your own gaze? Lynn abruptly retracted his assertive demeanor and gazed quietly at Tiger. Tiger fixated on Lynn, yet ultimately shook his head. No, I heard about it. Lynn chuckled. I have heard that the fish people are a savage race. Is that true? Tiger gritted his teeth and replied. That is a falsehood. Lynn nodded, inquiring how my conjecture differed from humanity's biases against the fish people. Tiger fell silent, and after a moment, he suddenly nodded, expressing his apologies. Are you curious about the fate of the gladiators I have vanquished? Lynn clenched his right fist and, with a broad smile, declared. For the past 4 years, I have been acutely aware of their whereabouts, using my modest privileges to gather them all together, all for this very day. Tiger furrowed his brow, perplexed by Lynn's meaning. Yet the audience began to stir with excitement. The boss's counterattack is underway. Lynn's retaliation has commenced. Lynn bent down, clenching his fist in preparation, his aura suddenly surging. Even Tiger sensed a hint of imminent danger. Heroic skill, intentional impact. This technique accumulates the damage he has sustained and then delivers a powerful punch in a chosen direction. The greater the damage previously endured, the more formidable the blow. Energy rapidly depletes. 1400, 1300, 1200, 1000. Intentional impact. A tremendous force surged forward, accompanied by a fierce wind, sweeping in a singular direction. The audience eagerly anticipated Lynn sending Tiger flying with a single blow, securing his 4,000th victory. However, the Tiger, positioned directly opposite Lynn, remained immobile. He realized that Lynn's target was not him. Instead, it was to his left, the prison of the Colosseum. There resided the vanquished, those whom Lynn had previously defeated. Boom. Debris flew, dust billowed. Lynn's sudden punch wreaked havoc in the Colosseum, creating chaos. Observing Tiger's bewildered expression, Lynn cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp pops. Tiger. My friend, brace yourself. The time for escape has come. Lynn's punch came so unexpectedly that even Tiger, who was closest to him, was momentarily taken aback. The entire arena fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of stones hitting the ground. After a few breaths, a rustling noise began to emerge. The unmistakable clatter of armor and weaponry colliding. Lynn forcefully breached the cell of the defeated gladiators, creating a significant opening. Through this gap, the once vanquished warriors emerged, enveloped in rising dust. Among them were humans, fishmen, long-handed folk, and even a giant. There were many, certainly over 100, clad in armor and wielding sharp blades. They bore no signs of fatigue. Tiger immediately discerned their true state. Rather than mere captives awaiting death, they resembled a cohort of long-prepared warriors. Tiger's gaze shifted towards Lynn. Did you assist them? It was for my own sake, Lynn replied, flexing his wrist. After all, escaping alone would be exceedingly difficult. Tiger frowned. But you seem to have forgotten this. He gestured to his neck, where a specially crafted explosive collar designed for the arena rested. Although it lacked the C-prism stone that inhibits abilities, its most troublesome feature was the remote detonation capability. Unless this critical issue was resolved, no number of individuals could escape the arena. Simultaneously, the arena's officials began to react. It is a rebellion. A rebellion, exclaimed the announcer, Spink. Lynn has broken this cell. Is he attempting to incite a revolt? The observing nobles echoed his alarm. To them, the notion that any slave would dare instigate an uprising in the Sabati archipelago was unfathomable. Meanwhile, the arena's guards sprang into action, simultaneously calming the panicking nobles and surrounding the gladiators. The number of guards was modest, merely matching that of the gladiators, yet their faces betrayed no hint of anxiety. The captain of the guards extracted a remote control from his pocket, his expression icy. Lynn Barrack, Fisher Tiger, and the other gladiators, if you abandon this rebellion now, you may still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, I will have the authority to execute you on the spot. Undoubtedly, that remote was the switch controlling the explosive collars of the gladiators. The arrow was drawn. It had to be released. Tiger's demeanor darkened as he whispered to Lynn, Cover me. I will seize the remote. Not yet, Lynn replied. Lynn reached out to halt Tiger and then shouted to the group of gladiators he had released. Isn't it rather inconvenient to fight while wearing those collars? Indeed, you are right, Boss Lynn. The gladiators responded in unison, to the astonishment of the guards. They effortlessly removed their explosive collars. What has transpired? The captain of the guards turned his gaze towards Lynn, his brow furrowed. Was it you who orchestrated this? When did it occur? Do you think my 4 years in the arena were spent in vain? Lynn shrugged, suddenly realizing that Tiger was also attempting to remove his explosive collar, sending a shiver down his spine. Hold on, your collar hasn't been swapped yet. Any reckless movement could trigger an explosion. Tiger replied, I wish you had mentioned that sooner. However, it soon became evident to Tiger that Lynn had not removed his own collar either. Why? Because only my key can unlock Lynn's explosive collar. A harsh, discordant voice pierced the air, one that Lynn was all too familiar with. It belonged to St. Yarmus, a tall, slender celestial dragon sporting a gaunt goatee. St. Yarmus approached, retrieving another specialized remote control from his pocket. I knew you would instigate a rebellion, Lynn. Yet, I have been curious to see just how much amusement a pest like you could bring me. It seems, however, the answer is rather minimal. Lynn chuckled lightly and shrugged, saying, to be honest, I've harbored my disdain for you for quite some time. You exploit the power of the celestial dragons to orchestrate the gladiators' battles at your whim, forcing two combatants to fight each other relentlessly, even when they are battered and bruised, devoid of any semblance of entertainment. Is this your idea of amusement? Yarmus nodded with a smile, replying, Indeed, I take great pleasure in witnessing the struggle of these insignificant creatures. With that, Yarmus raised the specially designed remote control in his hand. Lynn, and you as well, Merman, with a mere press of my finger, the collars around your neck shall detonate, sealing your fates. However, I, Lord Yarmus, am quite merciful. If you two can determine a victor here and now, the winner shall not only earn my forgiveness, but may also regain their freedom. Of course, the sole condition for victory is the death of the other. Yarmus gazed with satisfaction at Lynn and Tiger, convinced that individuals like them would inevitably choose one path, to sacrifice for one another. They would tear off the explosive collars around their own necks, exchanging their lives and freedom for the other's. This was the only choice for these self-proclaimed virtuous and just little creatures. Despite having witnessed this Clich D scenario countless times, Yarmus never grew weary of it. Yet, Lynn's actions suddenly caused him to furrow his brow. Lynn stepped forward abruptly and grasped the explosive collar around Tiger's neck. What was he up to? Yarmus was taken aback. Could it be that he truly intended to kill Tiger? But then, Lynn's next move was even more astonishing. His other hand simultaneously seized his own collar. Was he attempting to take his own life? Yarmus was left dumbfounded by the scene before him. Tiger, equally bewildered, wondered what Lynn was trying to achieve. Lynn replied, Alma Saint, the sole error you have made lies in your failure to bind me with sea prison stone. Since this collar now possesses only the function of detonation, I shall simply remove it with utmost haste before it detonates. A glimmer of dark golden light flashed in Lynn's eyes as he tightened his grip on the collar around his and Tiger's necks, the veins in his arms bulging ominously. Alma Saint's pupils constricted, a sense of foreboding surging within him. In a moment of panic, he hastily pressed the remote control in his hand. Detonate them. Obliterate them. In that instant, the energy within Lynn surged wildly, and the heroic transformation erupted once more. Skull Splitter. Originally, this technique was designed to seize two enemies with immense wrist strength and collide them together, typically employed by Lynn to confront hordes of adversaries. It was the epitome of swiftness and ferocity. However, At this moment, Lynn redirected the focus of this attack towards the explosive collars encircling his and Tiger's necks. Crack! The metal collar was contorted by Lynn's hands. Then whoosh! Just as Almas Saint pressed the remote, Lynn preemptively crushed the explosive collar and forcefully tore it away. Boom! The collar detonated in Lynn's grasp. Flames and smoke instantly engulfed the surroundings. As the haze dissipated, Lynn's hands hung limply, marred by burns from the explosion. Yet, those who witnessed this scene comprehended the gravity of the situation. Lynn has succeeded. In the very moment of the collar's detonation, he resolutely tore it off with both hands, paying a heavy price. The explosion upon the neck and that upon the hands are entirely different concepts. Lynn and Tiger possess exceptional physical prowess. As long as they are not subjected to a point-blank explosion targeting vital areas, they are unlikely to suffer any serious or fatal injuries. In comparison to their lives, what significance do mere hands hold? Moreover, those familiar with Lynn are well aware that the undefeated champion of the arena, Boss Lynn Balek, possesses an inexplicable ability to heal. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, Lynn is always able to restore himself to full strength before the next battle. Indeed, this is the truth. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lynn silently expends his internal energy, and the burns on his hands are visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Before long, Lynn's hands are restored once more. Energy points, 800 out of 1500, leaving only 800 energy points remaining. Lynn clenched his fist, directing his gaze towards Almas Saint, who had long since turned pale, trembling as he retreated. While he backed away, he shouted instructions to the guards of the arena, urging them, "Hurry, protect me, protect me." Yet, despite his pleas, none of the guards dared to advance. Almas Saint bellowed, "What are you afraid of? There are only two of them." "Hey, we cannot simply ignore that." A deep voice resonated. It belonged to a giant among the gladiators, clad in armor and wielding an iron staff as he approached. Casting a disdainful glance at the guards, his exposed torso was a testament to explosive musculature, remarkably robust even among his kind. As he let the iron staff fall to the ground, a subtle tremor reverberated through the arena. Upon witnessing Lynn dismantle the explosive collars from himself and Tiger, the other gladiators seized their weapons, gradually closing in on the guards. The giant gladiator hoisted the iron staff onto his shoulder and reiterated with a booming voice, "Do you wish to test the strength of a gladiator?" Tiger observed the unfolding scene with a mix of bewilderment and confusion. He had witnessed Lynn break free from his cell and liberate the gladiators, and had personally experienced the madness of Lynn tearing off the explosive collar with his bare hands. Now, he was witnessing the fighters of the arena advancing step by step towards the once mighty celestial dragon, led by the very human who had been able to engage him in direct combat, Lynn Barrick. During the years Tiger spent in bondage, he witnessed the grotesque facets of humanity, harboring a torrent of suppressed rage yearning for release. Yet, despite his meticulous planning, he could conceive only a tenuous escape strategy, relying solely on his innate advantages as a merman rather than any extraordinary abilities. Confronted with the intricately secured measures of slave oversight, Tiger could scarcely fathom how an ordinary human could successfully flee, let alone liberate the gladiators confined within the cell alongside him. However, upon reflection, could one truly regard as ordinary a human capable of engaging him in a direct confrontation and forcefully tearing off an explosive collar? The entire arena descended into chaos. With the explosive collars rendered inoperative, the gladiators transformed into a pack of untamed beasts, unrestrained and free. The nobles present, gripped by fear of the gladiators' vengeance, abandoned their former elegance and fled desperately from the arena. Lynn Barrick gazed intently at the figure of Saint Almas before him. This once mighty celestial dragon now bore a pallid complexion, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Spare me. I shall grant you freedom," Saint Almas implored, his gaze shifting to the gladiators. "And you as well. I will bestow upon you all the liberty you desire, provided you do not harm me." Lynn strode forward, gradually approaching Saint Almas, and then extended a hand to adjust the collar of Saint Almas's garment. "You are mistaken, Almas." Lynn smiled, for individuals are inherently free, requiring no external bestowal. Subsequently, Lynn gazed at the towering walls encircling the arena. "Our lack of freedom is solely due to those imposing barriers. Therefore, it is only fitting to shatter them." Lynn's hands gently rested upon the shoulders of Almas Saint. "Do you remember my technique?" Almas Saint appeared to recall something, his countenance suddenly shifting dramatically. "No, you must not do this." To assault a celestial dragon is a grave sin. Your wanted notice will spread across the globe, and you will be pursued to the ends of the earth. Lynn gazed calmly at Yarmouth's saint. I have consumed the fruit of all, the mythical beast lineage, and assumed the form of a hero. I am a hero. In an instant, a dark golden light flickered deep within Lynn's eyes as his internal energy surged wildly, and every muscle in his body tensed dramatically. Heroic form, the armored titan, Zefa. Ultimate skill, awe-inspiring. This technique has been employed by Lynn a mere 3 times during his 4-year career as a gladiator. Yet, it is precisely these 3 instances that earned him the title of boss. The gladiators and spectators who beheld this move unanimously expressed a shared sentiment, an overwhelming urge to flee. The sensation was akin to the deafening roar of a cannon fired within a confined space. Given the sheer power of this technique, the arena felt woefully inadequate. Lynn extended her right hand and seized the neck of Yarmouth's saint. Immediately thereafter, a resounding boom echoed. Lynn stepped forward, bending down to forcefully slam Yarmouth's saint into the ground. The bubbles atop Yarmouth's head burst instantaneously, and his body created a substantial crater upon impact with the arena floor, which now displayed a web-like pattern of cracks. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Immediately after, Lynn emitted a low growl, lifting Yarmouth's saint from the ground with one hand and hoisting him onto his shoulder. His gaze shifted towards the cluster of guards, then beyond them, fixing upon the outer walls of the arena. At this moment, the exit of the arena was undoubtedly congested with numerous guards, making it exceedingly difficult for the gladiators to break free. Moreover, the narrowness of the exits hindered any advantage in numbers, rendering the escape even more challenging. Thus, Lynn devised a plan. If there was no path in this world, he would create one. Energy value, 500-1500. Instantly, 300 points of energy were expended within him. Boom. Lynn bore the weight of the Yarmouth saint, striding forward with unwavering determination. With each step he took upon the ground, a web of cracks unfurled beneath him. In that moment, Lynn resembled an indomitable mountain, advancing steadily within the arena. Boom, boom, boom. Lynn's footsteps quickened as the guards hastily retreated to the sides, none daring to stand in the path of his advance. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. He carried his adversary forward for a considerable distance before ruthlessly slamming them to the ground. Yet this time, Lynn's target was not the earth beneath, but rather the very walls of the arena. Yarmouth, this is the farewell gift I bestow upon you. Lynn bellowed as he leapt forward, his form akin to a speeding train, colliding with the arena's wall alongside Yarmouth's. A thunderous crash resonated, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. As the haze began to settle, Lynn gradually rose to his feet. At his feet, Yarmouth lay unconscious, his eyes rolled back in a state of oblivion. Behind Lynn, a series of soap bubbles emerged, a remarkable spectacle native to the islands of Shambadi. Previously, these bubbles had been kept outside the arena to avoid disturbing the spectators, but their sudden appearance now signified but one thing. Lynn has forcefully shattered the walls of the arena. Now, there exists no barrier between the gladiators and the outside world. Freedom is tantalizingly close. Before them lies an expanse of nothingness. Charge. It is uncertain who first cried out, but the hundreds of gladiators present raised their voices in unison, rushing toward the exit of the arena. Long live Boss Lynn. We are free. Charge forth. The roar of the gladiators reverberated through the arena, their voices imbued with excitement and tears. They have awaited this day, having endured for far too long. Lynn approached Tiger, a broad smile gracing his lips, and inquired, the leader of Fishman Street, do you not wish to return home for a visit? This statement ignited a spark within Tiger. He had embarked on his adventures from Fishman Island, only to be captured and enslaved shortly thereafter. Years had since elapsed. Aware that he now stood in the Chambord archipelago, Tiger recognized that Fishman Island lay beneath the waters at his feet. The sunlight streaming from outside the arena warmed his form. This towering fishman felt a sudden moisture at the corners of his eyes, longing for his homeland, the cherished Fishman Island. Yet, Lynn's words interrupted his reverie. If there were sentiments to be stirred, they could wait for another moment. Lynn's expression suddenly turned grave. The true escape had only just begun. Tiger was taken aback. Moments later, a gladiator who had dashed out of the arena returned. The news he brought provided Tiger with an answer. Boss Lynn. No, this is Dyer. The Navy. Reinforcements from the Navy have arrived. The most formidable official force of violence upon these seas had finally made its presence known to Lynn. After Lynn developed the heroic fruit, his combat style became firmly established, characterized by an unrelenting pursuit of ferocity and violence. However, this does not imply that Lynn is merely a brawny brute. In order to successfully escape from the gladiatorial arena, Lynn devoted nearly 4 years to meticulously orchestrating today's insurrection. His plan encompassed not only the gladiators and guards, but also the celestial dragons. In Lynn's scheme, breaching the arena's confines was an inevitability. Yet, beyond that lay an insurmountable obstacle, the most formidable official enforcement agency of the seas, the Navy. Among the gladiators were numerous high-profile fugitives sought by the world government. Once news of the rebellion within the arena spread, the world government would undoubtedly dispatch the Navy to quell the uprising, prioritizing the safety of the celestial dragons and the nobility. Given the gravity of the situation concerning the celestial dragon's security, it is highly probable that the Navy would deploy admiral-level combat forces. Admirals represent the pinnacle of frontline strength across these waters. Lynn was acutely aware that he was not yet capable of confronting an admiral of the Navy. His only recourse was to disrupt the situation in the Shambodi archipelago before the Navy's main forces arrived, seizing the opportunity to commandeer a ship and set sail. Thus, for the current rebels, every fleeting moment was of utmost importance. Lynn patted Tiger on the shoulder, the leader of the fishmen, urging him to break through with them and return home. Tiger paused for a moment, then clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging as he growled, "Yes, home." One man and one fishman, they surged forward alongside the gladiators, bursting through the crumbling walls. Outside, chaos reigned in the Shambodi Islands, a consequence of the rebellion ignited by the arena. This was the scenario that Lynn and the gladiators had meticulously orchestrated, with the intent to create as much disruption as possible along their path. While avoiding harm to civilians, the aim was to incite turmoil throughout the entirety of Shambodi Island, ultimately facilitating their escape. Although the gladiators yearned to accompany Lynn, the enormity of their collective presence posed a significant risk, making them susceptible to concentrated retaliation and potential annihilation. Lynn, accompanied by Tiger, headed directly south, aiming for the harbor located to the south of Island Number 3 in the Shambodi archipelago. Two Marines positioned themselves ahead on the road, raising their weapons in a commanding manner. "Halt! Do not move!" Bang! Bang! Lynn and Tiger swiftly dispatched the two Marines obstructing their path before continuing their frenzied dash forward. In the distance, a cacophony of explosions echoed. A colossal gladiator of the giant race seized a crate of cannonballs and hurled them toward the nobles seeking refuge, unleashing a series of thunderous detonations that sent the vicinity of Island Number 4 into chaos. Simultaneously, disturbances rippled across Island Number 3, where the arena was located. The Navy soldiers, tasked with safeguarding the nobles while also pursuing the fleeing gladiators, found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Everything unfolded according to Lynn's meticulous plan. Once the gladiators melded with the crowd, their absence of explosive collars rendered them indistinguishable from ordinary citizens, making it impossible for the Navy soldiers to apprehend them. As for the most conspicuous giant gladiator, he had commandeered a large vessel and, seizing the opportunity while the Navy soldiers were preoccupied, was the first to flee to the sea, remain calm, organized the evacuation of the populace, commanded a naval brigadier general through a communication device, serving as the highest temporary commander of the Shambodi archipelago until the arrival of the admiral, prioritized the evacuation of civilians, regardless of their status as nobles or commoners, from Island Number 3. Just as the brigadier general exerted his utmost effort to direct operations, the clinking sound of chains interrupted him. An elderly celestial dragon, adorned with a bubble atop his head and mounted on his slave, approached the brigadier general, flanked by guards. He looked down imperiously upon the naval officer. "Where are the criminals?" "Not yet apprehended," the brigadier general replied, his brow furrowed. "Our station forces are insufficient, and the rebels are mingling within the crowd. For the safety of the public, we must delay the capture until the admiral arrives. However, we will..." Bang! The elderly celestial dragon struck the brigadier general across the face with his cane, interrupting him. "I demand to know where the criminals who harmed my nephew, Yalma Saint, are?" Gritting his teeth, the brigadier general answered, "They are still scattered throughout Island Number 3, and capturing them will require more time. Blow them to bits." The elderly celestial dragon declared flatly. "What?" The brigadier general was taken aback. "Blow them to bits," the elderly celestial dragon bellowed. "Are they not still on this island? Then annihilate them with the cannons from the fleet." The brigadier general bowed his head, gritting his teeth. But the island still housed numerous civilians who had not yet managed to evacuate. Bang! Another strike from the cane landed on the Brigadier General's head. The lives of those worthless scum cannot compare to my nephews, nor to the honor of a celestial dragon. They must pay for their crimes. The elderly celestial dragon roared. I command you to obliterate them with cannons. The Brigadier General stood there, pressing his hat brim down, refusing to voice another word. Must I personally handle every matter? What purpose do I serve in nurturing you? The elderly celestial dragon gestured, and a nearby guard abruptly seized the telephone snail from the hands of the naval rear admiral, presenting it to the venerable celestial dragon. He activated the device and issued commands to all Navy personnel stationed on Island 3. I am St. Chimus, and I hereby command you, in the name of the celestial dragons, to commence bombardment on the various ports of Island 3, so that those vile sinners who dared to harm my nephew may comprehend the gravity of their transgressions. I wish for them to regret their very existence in this world. Simultaneously, the Navy personnel stationed on Island 3, along with the surrounding naval vessels, received this order. As members of the Navy, it was their duty to obey commands, particularly one emanating from the commanding telephone snail, issued by a celestial dragon. Thus, despite the doubts harbored by many regarding the order, they began to load ammunition and aim their cannons at the various ports of Island 3. With the telephone snail in hand, Chimus bellowed, fire! Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the numerous ports surrounding Island 3 were subjected to a relentless barrage from the Navy's artillery. Explosions, flames, and billowing smoke engulfed the ports of Island 3, overwhelming the panicked crowds seeking refuge. The terrified cries of the populace echoed throughout the island. Boom! A cannonball descended, and the smoke from the explosion wafted through the streets. Lynn and Tiger burst forth from the billowing smoke, racing fervently toward the southern port. Tiger growled, has the Navy gone mad? There are still civilians in this vicinity. How dare they conduct indiscriminate bombings? Lynn similarly furrowed his brow. It is virtually inconceivable for the Navy to issue such an order. The only entity with the potential and authority to command the Navy to execute indiscriminate bombardments would be the Celestial Dragons. Lynn had originally believed that after incapacitating the Saint of Yalmas, no Celestial Dragon would be able to command the Navy on Island 3 for the time being. However, he had clearly miscalculated. After all, who could have anticipated that the Saint of Cain would fortuitously visit the arena today to see his nephew? Yet, it was too late to lament his oversight. Several cannonballs detonated along the streets, the force of the explosions obliterating a building and, in the process, toppling a 5- or 6-year-old child to the ground. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain and terror, the child was unable to rise, instead lying there and wailing. Simultaneously, another cannonball descended upon the scene. Upon witnessing the scene, Lynn exerted immense force through his legs, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Boom! The explosion reverberated through the air. Amidst the smoke and dust, Lynn swiftly seized the weeping child, guiding him to safety. Hurry, move away from the port. The naval bombardment targeted the harbor, thus the further one strayed from it, the safer they would be. After the child had fled to a safe distance, Lynn and Tiger continued their frantic dash forward. We're almost there, Tiger exclaimed, glancing ahead where the port began to come into view. There, a naval warship lay anchored. Tiger clenched his fists, convinced that with Lynn's combat prowess, they could easily commandeer a naval vessel and set sail. However, Lynn suddenly raised a hand to halt Tiger. The warship was ominously silent. There were no sounds of cannon fire, nor any sight of the Navy. Something was amiss. Just as Lynn and Tiger remained on high alert, a figure leapt from the deck of the warship, crashing down towards the ground. Boom! The earth cracked, and dust billowed into the air. The imposing figure slowly emerged from the haze, sporting a head of neat purple hair and draped in a cloak of justice. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling a ring of smoke. Originally tasked with conducting patrol exercises around the vicinity with the training ship, he had unexpectedly received news of an attack on the Celestial Dragons. How troublesome, although he was now a commander. He still held the rank of a general and had responsibilities to fulfill. Hey, you over there, kid and fishman, you wouldn't happen to be the culprits, would you? The admiral of the Navy had arrived on the Sabaody archipelago. Lynn quietly scrutinized the naval officer who had suddenly appeared before her. His purple hair, the cloak of righteousness, and the rank of general, coupled with his robust and imposing physique, unmistakably revealed his identity. Once a fleet admiral, he had now retreated to a secondary role as an instructor, yet he still retained the title of general, This was the man known as Black Arm Zefa. Lynn held a profound impression of the man before him. In his youth, Zefa, along with Sengoku, Garp, and Crane, rose through the ranks of the Navy simultaneously. By the age of 34, he had mastered the advanced application of armament hockey, earning the moniker Black Arm. At 38, he ascended to the rank of admiral and married that same year. However, at 42, tragedy struck as his family fell victim to pirate violence, igniting a deep-seated hatred for pirates within this admiral, known for his vow against taking lives. To suppress his inner turmoil, he voluntarily stepped back from frontline duty, becoming a mentor to new recruits while retaining his admiral title. Since then, an abundance of exceptional naval officers has emerged from his tutelage. The future admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, were all his students, alongside renowned vice-admirals such as Gecko Moria, Fire Mountain, and the Mole, who all regard him as their teacher. Fast forward to the present. At this moment, Zefa's arms remained intact, indicating he had yet to endure the impending tragedy. In the future, the ship he commanded during a training mission would fall prey to a pirate attack, resulting in the near-total annihilation of his students, with only 2 survivors. And Zefa would forever lose an arm. Navy scientists would fit him with a special sea stone mechanical arm designed to combat devil fruit users, leading him to establish a specialized unit aimed at eradicating pirate threats. However, shortly thereafter, he would discover that the pirate responsible for the deaths of his students had been recruited by the world government, becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Disillusioned with the Navy, Zefa departed, adopting the name Z and founding the Neo Navy, a force dedicated to the extermination of all pirates. He would later seize the explosive rock and plan to detonate 3 endpoints, intending to trigger a cataclysmic underwater volcanic eruption that would obliterate the New World and bring an end to the era of great pirates. Ultimately, the Straw Hat crew would valiantly thwart Zefa's plans, and he would sacrifice himself during a fierce battle with the Navy to ensure their escape, finding rest beneath Akiji's care. But all of this lay far in the future, approximately 13 years before the War of the Best. At this time, Zefa was around 60 years old. Although wrinkles marked his face, he bore no signs of frailty, his arms remained robust, and he was free from the ailments that had plagued him during his confrontations with Luffy and Kizaru, no longer relying on medication to sustain his vigor. A remarkably strong elder, his hearty laughter left a lasting impression on Lynn. Observing the cracked ground beneath Zefa's feet, Lynn quickly formed a secondary impression. He likely possessed formidable combat prowess. Meanwhile, Tiger, unaware of Zefa's true identity, felt an innate sense of caution, characteristic of fishmen, warning him of the man before him. This purple-haired figure was undeniably powerful. "Be cautious, he is Admiral Zefa, the Black Arm," Lynn cautioned. In an instant, Tiger's alertness surged to its peak. The fearsome reputation of an admiral was something he had heard countless times since his days as an explorer. Zefa was somewhat taken aback by Lynn's words. Having long since stepped back from the forefront, it had been many years since the new generation of pirates had recognized him. He was surprised to be acknowledged by a mere child. Given Zefa's age, it was not surprising for him to refer to Lynn as a child. "Now, let us return to our previous conversation," he said, directing his gaze toward Lynn and Tiger. "Are you the pirates who attacked the celestial dragons?" Lynn felt an unparalleled sense of oppression from Zefa's gaze. Although he was already aware that attacking the celestial dragons would attract the attention of a marine admiral, he never anticipated that it would be this legendary figure who would arrive. He could only take one step at a time. After a moment of reflection, Lynn abruptly shook his head, realizing that his statement was only partially correct. Zefa, taken aback, grinned and inquired, "What is incorrect about that?" "We did indeed assault the celestial dragons, but we are not pirates," Lynn replied. "Then who are you?" Zefa pressed. "He is Fisher Tiger, a fishman adventurer." Lynn indicated towards Tiger beside him, then pointed to himself, "And I am Lynn Barrick, the hero who has consumed the hero fruit." "A hero?" Zefa found this young lad particularly amusing, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. "In that case, why not join the Marines?" Because of this, Lynn rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a scarlet brand upon his shoulder. It bore the shape of a circle accompanied by 4 triangles, reminiscent of a dragon's claw mark. This was the mark of slavery, the hoofprint of the celestial dragon. Zefa gazed at the brand, his eyes momentarily glazing over, before he let out a soft sigh. The old man understood. Merely by observing this mark, Zefa had already deduced the grim events unfolding in the Sabaody archipelago: slaves, gladiators, celestial dragons, and nobles. A cliché narrative that unfolds ceaselessly in this world. Lynn gazed at Zefa and calmly requested, "Please allow a passage, Zefa-sensei." Taken aback, Zefa responded, "You call me teacher?" With earnestness, Lynn replied, "In the realm of becoming a hero, you are my mentor." As one who has consumed the hero fruit, Lynn held a profound respect for the man before him. Zefa, having harbored a heroic dream since childhood, adopted the code names after his defection from the Navy, steadfastly clinging to this aspiration until his last breath. Such a man, worthy of the title hero, compelled Lynn to willingly address him as teacher. After a moment of contemplation, Zefa shook his head. "I regret to inform you that it is my duty as an admiral of the Navy to bring you to justice. Then I shall let my fists do the talking." Lynn rubbed her neck, quietly assessing the energy levels within her body. Energy level 4001, 500. Still capable of battle. Lynn stood sideways, slightly leaning forward. With her left hand extended downward in front and her right hand pressed against her ribcage, both fists tightly clenched. Her legs were relaxed, bouncing rhythmically back and forth. Zefa observed Lynn's stance and grinned, remarking, "Boxing, huh? It's been quite some time since I've encountered someone practicing such a martial art. This is a skill of real combat." A glimmer of dark golden light flickered deep within Lynn's pupils as he stepped forward, launching two piercing punches. Bang! Bang! Zefa raised his right arm to block these blows, yet Lynn skillfully retreated, evading the counterattack. His speed and technique were commendable. Years of experience as an instructor had endowed Zefa with the ability to discern talent, and he found himself increasingly admiring the young man before him. Alas, his gaze fell upon the heavenly soaring dragon's hoof emblazoned on Lynn's arm, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. However, this sentiment had barely lingered for half a second when Lynn once again unleashed two heavy punches. Heroic skill, diminishing foe's might. Bang! Bang! The fist struck Zefa's arm. Yet he only staggered back a mere half-step. Zefa exhaled softly, lamenting the lack of sufficient power. Beside them, Tage's eyes widened in astonishment. He had first-hand experience of Lynn's punches, which far exceeded the strength of an ordinary human and would leave him injured if taken directly. In fact, the bruises from their previous skirmish in the arena still throbbed painfully. Yet, the man before him, once the Navy's Admiral Blackarm Zefa, effortlessly absorbed Lynn's heavy blows, even deeming them insufficient in strength. The prowess of the former admiral was nearly despairing. Lynn was undoubtedly embroiled in a fierce struggle. Tiger wished to assist. Yet before he could make a move, Lynn began to sway his feet, executing a light and graceful butterfly step as he surged once more towards Zefa. A left jab, a right hook, a retreat, a left straight, a forward lean, a right swing. His fists flew with remarkable speed, while his entire being moved with such swiftness that he appeared almost as a blur. Any seasoned spectator of the arena would instantly recognize this ethereal, butterfly-like movement as Lynn's signature technique. The relentless barrage of punches rained upon Zefa, who merely engaged in passive defense. Had he been subdued? Tiger furrowed his brow, quickly dismissing that notion. After all, apart from Lynn's initial two heavy strikes that had forced Zefa back a half-step, the latter had not budged an inch in the face of Lynn's furious onslaught. Lynn was unable to penetrate Zefa's defenses. Suddenly, Zefa lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch, prompting Lynn to hastily retreat and narrowly evade the blow. Lynn maintained a rhythmic butterfly step, exclaiming, "Truly, Master Zefa is remarkable." However, Zefa's fists were taut with visible veins, and he gritted his teeth, growling in anger. "You brat, are you underestimating me? Why not unleash your full strength?" The mention of holding back startled Tiger, who stood nearby. How could Lynn still have the capacity to restrain himself in the presence of a former admiral? Yet, what followed from Lynn's lips left Tiger even more astounded. Isn't Master Zefa doing the same? Lynn suddenly clenched his fists, rage replacing the tranquility on his face. He roared, "Blackarm Zefa, do you truly believe you can apprehend me, Boss Lynn Barrack, without even utilizing hockey?" Lynn unleashed the fury that had been simmering within him. He was Lynn Barrack, the undefeated champion of the Chambord Coliseum, boasting an astounding 4,000 victories over 4 years, with an average of 3 high-intensity battles each day. Lynn had long since integrated his pride into each confrontation. Every battle demanded his utmost effort. It was his way of honoring his opponents. Yet now, Zefa was approaching their duel with an attitude of appreciation and mentorship, a notion that Lynn found utterly intolerable. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Zefa was suddenly struck with realization. This clash was not one of teacher and student, but rather of navy and criminal. In other words, any semblance of leniency would be a profound insult to the other. Indeed, I have learned a lesson from you, Zefa mused. He removed the mantle of justice from his back and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his powerful arms. Almost immediately, a black hue of armament haki, gleaming with metallic luster, enveloped his limbs. With the emergence of this haki, Zefa's aura transformed dramatically. It was as if an ordinary goldfish had morphed into a colossal sea king. The Zefa now before Lynn was no longer the gentle rookie instructor, but the formidable admiral known as Blackleg Zefa, who had crushed countless pirates with his fists. I am coming for you, Zefa declared, exhaling lightly as he stepped forward with determination. Lynn felt the ground tremble beneath her, and when she lifted her gaze, Zefa's obsidian fist was already before her. How swift! Lynn's pupils constricted as he leaned back, narrowly evading the incoming punch. However, just as he readied himself to withdraw and adjust his footing, Zefa's left hand unexpectedly seized Lynn's head. Almost instantly, Zefa's right fist coiled with power, releasing a heated breath. Do not perish on me, hero. With a right hook enveloped in armed haki, it struck Lynn squarely in the chest. The black arm shattered. Boom. In that fleeting moment, Lynn felt as though his chest had collided with a colossal mountain, his insides tossed into chaos, and even the rhythm of his heart ceased for several seconds. Lynn let out a spurt of fresh blood, yet his face bore no trace of fear. Instead, it was illuminated by a profound excitement. Of course, I shall not perish. Huh. Lynn exhaled deeply. Thank you, Master Zefa. That was indeed a formidable punch. Energy level, 350, 300, 200, 100. Heroic skill, intentional strike. It consumes a substantial amount of energy, accumulating the damage sustained, and then delivering a powerful punch in a chosen direction. The greater the damage endured in a short period, the mightier the impact of this blow. Lynn roared, his voice mingling with blood, echoing in Zefa's ears. The latter's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of peril surging within him. This is bad. Zefa hastily released Lynn, attempting to retreat, but Lynn's deliberate, thunderous punch struck his abdomen first. Boom. A resonant sound akin to a drum reverberated. The force of the blow penetrated Zefa's body, tearing his shirt apart. Clenching his teeth, Zefa nonetheless felt a few drops of blood seep from between them. Sighing, he thought, I truly am getting old. Gazing at Lynn, Zefa sought to steady his breath. Is this the power of a fruit ability? Lynn gasped for breath, nodding slightly. Zefa spoke earnestly. Transforming the injuries one has sustained into a counterattack is indeed a perilous maneuver. Young one, do not become overly reliant on the powers of the fruit. How strict you are, Master Zefa. Lynn let out a bitter laugh and readied himself once more. Do you wish to continue? Zefa inquired, somewhat astonished. Although their previous exchange appeared evenly matched, Zefa was acutely aware of his overwhelming advantage, and he believed Lynn understood this as well. Do not continue. You will perish. Zefa said slowly, gazing at the severely injured Lynn. The outcome has been determined. This is not merely about victory or defeat, Zefa. Lynn's right arm was now drenched in blood from the recent assault, with several ribs fractured. He gasped for breath, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Yet his body strained to remain upright. The sole reason I continued to strike was simply that I was still standing here. Lynn forcefully raised his arms, subsequently clenching his fists, assuming a stance ready for battle. I exist, therefore I fight. Lynn bellowed, casting a fierce glare at Zefa, his resolve unyielding. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a furious strike. Zefa observed Lynn, witnessing him swing his fist against his armament haki. The impact echoed like a blow against a sturdy shield. That's enough, kid. Zefa spoke slowly. Surrender, and I will endeavor to ensure you receive a fair trial. As he uttered these words, a hint of unease flickered within him, for he recognized the true identity of the youth before him, a slave of the celestial dragons. It was impossible for one burdened by the weight of the celestial dragon's foot to receive justice in the eyes of the world government. To them, a slave was not considered a human being. Yet, Lynn merely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gradually regulating his breath. He still had one final move. Ultimate skill of hero form, awe-inspiring. This technique, consuming a vast amount of energy, relied on his monstrous strength to carry the enemy a distance before forcefully slamming them to the ground. However, the adversary Lynn faced was none other than the former Marine Admiral, Blackarm Zefa. Lynn harbored no certainty that awe-inspiring could disrupt Zefa's armament haki. In fact, deep within, he felt a profound sense of doubt regarding his ability to do so. Yet, he knew he had to make the attempt. Positioning himself, Lynn prepared to exhaust every ounce of energy within him to unleash that final awe-inspiring move. This was his last glimmer of hope. He did not need to defeat Zefa. He merely required a brief pause to allow himself and Tiger the time to board that warship, granting them a chance to escape the harbor. Zefa discerned Lynn's intent and sighed softly, ready to fulfill his duties as a former admiral. However, just as Lynn was poised to strike, Tiger suddenly lunged towards him. Candidly, Lynn was taken aback. After all, a red-faced fishman leaping toward him was quite the startling sight. "Be careful," Tiger dove to pull Lynn aside. And then came a thunderous boom. A cannonball struck the spot where Lynn had just been standing, erupting with a deafening roar. Immersed in his confrontation with the admiral, Lynn finally realized that they still had a significant predicament to resolve. The indiscriminate bombardment of the ports by the celestial dragons continued unabated. Boss, Lynn. Opponent, Black Arm Zefa. Duration, less than 3 minutes. Final outcome, Lynn lay gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death, while Zefa sustained lighter wounds. However, the outcome remained undetermined. This fierce confrontation was ultimately interrupted by the explosive chaos of cannon fire. By the decree of the celestial dragon, St. Camus, the Navy was executing indiscriminate bombardments on the various ports of Island Number 3 in the Sabaody Archipelago. It is crucial to note that the Sabaody Archipelago serves not only as a refuge for pirates, but also as a renowned tourist destination. Although Islands 1 through 29 are notorious for their lawlessness, Island Number 3 possesses a unique distinction. Thanks to the existence of the Sabaody Coliseum, this island has cultivated a thriving tourism industry, attracting visitors from around the globe to its bustling ports. Yet now, due to the indiscriminate shelling ordered by the Celestial Dragon, these once vibrant commercial harbors have been reduced to a blazing inferno. The remnants of shattered walls and debris litter the landscape, while flames leap high into the air. Accompanied by the anguished cries of the afflicted, the command to annihilate all ports and prevent any trader from setting sail was resolutely declared. "I shall punish them severely." Dragging them to the gallows. The mere thought of his nephew, St. Yalmas, in such a wretched state contorted Camus's face with rage. With his cane, he struck the slave beneath him, bellowing in fury, "Fire! Fire!" Meanwhile, Lynn, Zefa, and Tiger found themselves in the southern Grand Port, which was subjected to relentless bombardment. Many residents, unable to evacuate in time, sought refuge in the corners of their rooms, fervently praying that the shells would not strike their homes. Yet, in the face of such intensive carpet bombing, the complete annihilation of the port was merely a matter of time. Zefa, having recently arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago and drawn attention from Lynn, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and was consumed with rage at the Navy's actions. The indiscriminate shelling of civilians? What did those scoundrels think of their own garments? "Enough, young one. The duel is over. I have far more pressing matters to attend to." With a dark expression, Zefa retrieved a communication snail from his pocket. "As the former Admiral Zefa, I command you to cease fire immediately." His fury was palpable, and he bellowed, "You are bringing disgrace upon the Navy." Admiral Zefa, the Navy's rear admiral on the other end of the communication snail, finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Unable to bear witness to the shells falling upon the very civilians he had sworn to protect, he hastily gestured to the artillerymen. "Cease fire. Do not stop." Came another voice, that of the celestial dragon, Cain Mas Saint. "Dare you defy the orders of a celestial dragon?" Cain Mas Saint coldly addressed Zefa through the communication snail. "You are a former admiral? If so, why do you not apprehend the traitors who harmed my nephew? The Navy will handle the capture, so you, an impudent wretch, should cease to insult the Navy." Gazing at the bombarded port, Zefa commanded, "All Navy personnel, your primary task is to assist the civilians. Your primary task is to uphold the dignity of the celestial dragons." Cain Mas Saint roared into the communication snail. "The admirals are direct subordinates of the celestial dragons and must obey their commands." Zefa, incensed, felt the veins on his forehead throb, ultimately bursting into a bitter laugh. No wonder Garp is reluctant to be promoted to admiral. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Indeed, the admirals were subordinates of the celestial dragons, and even Zefa found himself unable to defy their orders. The Navy personnel on the island could only grit their teeth and persist with the absurd bombardment, their hearts bleeding. Whoosh! Boom! The shells landed dangerously close to the trio at the port, demolishing a significant portion of a nearby building. In the corner of that structure, a mother and daughter huddled together, trembling against the wall. They were thankful that the shells had not struck them. Yet the so-called carpet bombing left no room for any semblance of luck. Whoosh! Another shell soared through the air, its trajectory slightly adjusted, poised to land where the mother and daughter were situated. In that fleeting moment, the three individuals present reacted. However, Lynn, gravely injured, was unable to move. Zefa, hindered by his position, was a beat too slow to provide timely assistance. Only Tiger, closest to the pair, sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. This towering crimson merman dashed forward and leaped, positioning himself protectively in front of the mother and daughter. With a force far exceeding that of a human, his powerful fist collided with the shell. Boom! The shell detonated, inflicting minor injuries upon Tiger. He turned to face the mother and daughter, relieved to see they were unharmed. Yet, when the mother beheld that their savior was a merman with sharp fangs, particularly the emblem of the celestial dragon on his chest, her expression shifted dramatically. As Tiger extended his hand to assist them, the mother instinctively screamed, "No. Please, do not harm us." Tiger's hand froze midair. Just as he was about to turn away in sorrow, the little girl in her arms grasped his finger. "Thank you, Uncle," she said. Tiger looked at the 4- or 5-year-old child, bewildered. "Aren't you afraid of me?" The little girl shook her head. "Uncle saved me and Mommy. Uncle is a good person." At this moment, the mother regained her composure, gazing at Tiger as she stammered, "I'm sorry. I apologize. Thank you." "No need for thanks." Tiger replied with a broad smile, gently ruffling the girl's hair. "It's very dangerous here. You should run inland, as far from the port as possible." "Thank you." The mother lifted her daughter and bowed deeply to Tiger. He watched as they fled the bombardment zone before returning to Lynn, offering his support once more. "I do not understand," Tiger pondered aloud. "Why do you engage in such self-destructive conflict? Are you not all human? Such is the nature of life. There are the strong and the weak, the malevolent and the benevolent." Lynn pressed his hand against his chest and remarked, "Such is humanity, such are the fishmen. And so it is with all things in this world." Zefa chuckled softly, yet it was evident that his spirits were quite low. "Well done, fishman. Now, I too shall go teach that scoundrel, who has repeatedly insulted the Navy, a lesson." As he prepared to depart, Lynn reached out to halt him. "Teacher Zefa, are you intending to confront the celestial dragons?" Zefa nodded in affirmation. "Unless I capture him, he will not cease his bombardment," Lynn replied calmly. Zefa clenched his fists and grinned. "In that case, let's ensure he cannot issue commands, even temporarily." What Zefa referred to was the physical inability to give orders. "Attacking the celestial dragons is a grave offense," Lynn cautioned. "For me, however, the true transgression lies in the insult to this Navy uniform," Zefa retorted. Lynn pondered for a moment and suddenly remarked, "Teacher Zefa, may I borrow your telephone insect for a moment?" Zefa, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless retrieved the device and handed it to Lynn. Lynn activated the phone worm and cleared his throat. "Hello? Can you hear me?" After a brief pause, Cain Moss Saint responded from the other end. "Is that the former general? Your voice is unfamiliar. Who are you?" "Me?" Lynn chuckled. "I am the one who inflicted injury upon Yal Moss Saint, and I have just seized this phone worm." "It's you," Cain Moss Saint exclaimed, his fury surging. "I shall confine you to the deepest abyss of the oceanic prison, forcing you to lament your very existence in this world." Lynn grinned and said, "Is that so? Then let us put it to the test." Cain Mason's voice turned icy as he replied, "Do you comprehend the implications of your words?" "I am well aware," came the confident response. Lynn took a deep breath, disregarding the injuries to his body, and roared into the phone, "I am Boss Lynn Barrick." Lynn's voice resonated throughout the entirety of Chambord Island No. 3, transmitted by the telephone bug. "Here I stand, declaring war upon the celestial dragons. I am the boss, Lynn Barrick. I hereby challenge the celestial dragons. I am at the southern port. Come and seize me if you dare, you wretched creatures." Click. The telephone bug ceased its function. Silence enveloped the island, plunging it into an eerie stillness, leaving even Cain Moss Saint momentarily stunned. Did that young man named Lynn comprehend the gravity of his words? Declaring war on the celestial dragons? A mere slave, daring to challenge the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons represent the world government. Lynn Barrick has declared war on the world government. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Cain Moss's face flushed with rage as he scolded the nearby Navy personnel. "What are you doing? Hurry and capture him. Seize him." "Yes, sir." The Naval Rear Admiral, quick-witted, realized that with a clear perpetrator identified, there was no need for further indiscriminate bombardment. Moreover, It was an order personally issued by that insufferable celestial dragon to apprehend the individual. All hands, heed my command. The rear admiral seized a transponder snail and called out to the surrounding naval officers, all Navy personnel on island number 3. Proceed immediately to the southern port to apprehend the fugitive. A somewhat dim-witted recruit suddenly inquired, Sir, shouldn't someone remain to guard the cannons? The rear admiral sharply slapped the recruit on the head. Obey the orders. Yes, sir. Under the rear admiral's directive, all naval forces on island number 3 ceased their bombardment, arming themselves and rushing towards the southern port. Prompted by Kane Moss's incessant urging, the rear admiral too took up arms and headed towards the southern port, silently expressing gratitude towards the man named Lynn. It was his declaration of war that provoked the celestial dragons, leading to the issuance of a capture order, thereby indirectly bringing an end to the indiscriminate shelling. Whether intentional or not, thank you for halting that absurd bombardment. It truly is a relief. On the other side, the southern port awaited. After Lynn declared war against the celestial dragons, he swiftly crushed the receiver of the transponder snail. The receiver, affixed to the body of the transponder snail, could be shattered without causing harm to the creature itself, effectively dismantling its communication capabilities. Consequently, we found ourselves temporarily cut off from contact. Suddenly, Lynn felt a sweetness in his mouth and coughed up a copious amount of blood. Cough, cough. How long will it take for the Navy on the island to arrive? Approximately 5 minutes. Zefa fiddled with the small transponder snail, reflecting, Lynn, had I encountered you sooner, you would undoubtedly have become an exceptional member of the Navy. Teacher Zefa, Lynn replied, there are no ifs in this world. My past does not dictate my future. Lynn was consuming energy points, and the injuries within his body gradually began to heal. Energy points, 100-1500. As the energy points dwindled to a mere 100, Lynn ceased his self-treatment. After all, he and Tiger were soon to set sail and needed to reserve some energy for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the most crucial factor was that before them loomed an insurmountable mountain, Zefa, the Black Wrist. Yet, before Lynn could utter a word, Zefa suddenly clutched his wounded abdomen, a look of agony etched upon his face. Alas, what a heavy blow. He had underestimated it. A classic display of dramatic reading. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a smile, Teacher Zefa, the Navy does not offer performance classes. This is a token of gratitude for you, little one. Zefa replied earnestly, as a member of the Navy, certain lines, once crossed, can never be uncrossed. For instance, that absurd, indiscriminate bombardment earlier. It was you who halted that barrage, thus saving my students. I am grateful to you. Zefa slightly bowed his head in appreciation toward Lynn. He then gestured to the warship behind him, stating, this vessel is a training ship for new recruits. It is currently unoccupied. Once you set sail, maintain a low profile, and you shall remain unnoticed throughout your journey. Lynn was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a broad smile. Zefa-sensei, take care of your health. Humph, I don't need a mere child to worry about me. Zefa waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly recalled something and warned, by the way, young hero, if you ever become a pirate in the future, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. Of course, for I am a hero. Lynn coughed lightly, then erupted into a fit of coughs. Well then, let me present you with your reward ahead of schedule. Zefa retrieved a key from his pocket and tossed it to Lynn. Go and check my captain's quarters. There lies my favorite drink. It is the most formidable liquor in these waters, meant to bid you farewell, young hero. Thank you very much, Zefa-sensei. With the support of Tiger, Lynn turned around and took careful steps towards the warship. The sunlight bathed both Lynn and Tiger, creating a pleasant warmth, while the sea breeze offered a refreshing touch. It was indeed an auspicious day for a voyage. Tiger assisted Lynn aboard the warship, ensuring he settled comfortably on the deck. Meanwhile, he summoned his unique strength to hoist the anchor and unfurl the sails, skillfully maneuvering the ship away from the harbor. Moments later, the Navy arrived at the port, led by a rear admiral, but all they found was Zefa seated calmly and the warship gradually departing into the distance. With no fast boats in sight, pursuing the warship was an impossibility. The rear admiral approached Zefa and rendered a salute. Master Zefa, what transpired? Zefa looked at the rear admiral and sheepishly scratched his head. Just a moment ago, 2 young men, one in his teens and the other in his 30s, attempted to ambush me. I must admit, I have grown rather ineffectual. I let my guard down, and they managed to steal away my only warship. He sighed. The youth of today truly need to be more cautious. The Rear Admiral, also a student of Zefa, understood the underlying sentiment and could only manage a wry smile. Master Zefa, could this excuse be deemed a tad superficial? Acknowledging the Rear Admiral's point, Zefa nodded. You need not worry about the report concerning the celestial dragons. I shall see to it. Understood. The Rear Admiral replied with a nod. Zefa gazed at the receding warship, letting out a resigned sigh. While he was not as oblivious as Karp regarding reports, the implications of this incident involving the celestial dragons were significant, and his temperament was ill-suited for direct involvement. It seemed he would have to trouble little Crane once more. Aboard the warship, Tiger rummaged through the captain's quarters and discovered a cache of medical supplies and bandages, tending to Lynn's injuries. After the wounds were dressed, Lynn requested Tiger to search the ship's food storage for provisions. The hero fruit bestowed upon Lynn remarkable regenerative abilities, allowing him to recover from even the gravest of injuries, provided his energy reserves were sufficient. The optimal way to replenish this energy was through sustenance. The more exquisite the ingredients, the greater the replenishment. Fortuitously, this warship was originally intended to embark on a training exercise with nearly 200 servings of provisions prepared for the new recruits. After accounting for what needed to be processed, approximately 100 servings remained. Thus, after witnessing the aftermath of the celestial dragon's assault, Tiger was once again treated to an unforgettable spectacle. A mountain of food was vanishing before Lynn at an astonishing pace. Layer after layer, it quickly disappeared, and soon Lynn had cleared the entirety of the feast before him. Unable to suppress a satisfied belch, he marveled, "Wow, the Navy's rations are truly exceptional." In response, Tiger could only widen his eyes in astonishment. That was 100 servings of food. Lynn was examining his own body. Energy level, 700-1500. 3 ribs were fractured. Both hands and wrists exhibited mild inflammation, and there were multiple instances of internal and subcutaneous hemorrhaging. Such injuries, a chaotic amalgamation of old and new, numbered in the hundreds. Given the severity of his condition, even with the assistance of the hero fruit's abilities, a considerable amount of time would be required for complete recovery. Yet, at this moment, Lynn found himself in possession of an abundance of time. Taking a deep breath, he leaned against the mast, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. The warship had sailed far from the Sabaody archipelago. Having confirmed their course, Tej approached Lynn. I discovered this while searching for medicine in the captain's quarters, Tej said, handing over a bottle of deep green liquor, its label adorned with 5 letters, Herace. Tej scratched his head. I don't quite understand human beverages. This is the most formidable liquor on the seas, Tej. Lynn's gaze turned towards the sea, Herace, and sherry wine. Lynn uncorked the bottle of sherry with a soft pop. Tiger retrieved 2 glasses and placed them neatly before himself and Lynn as they sat cross-legged on the deck. In the distance, the Sabaody archipelago gradually diminished to a mere speck. The tranquil sea stretched endlessly, devoid of pursuing warships. This signified that Lynn and Tiger were, for the moment, safe. Lynn filled the goblets before her and Tiger to the brim, the aroma of grape spirits wafting across the deck. Where are you headed next? Lynn inquired. Tiger pondered for a moment before replying, home. He had been away from Fishman Island for far too long and truly missed those rascally boys from Fisherman Street, uncertain of how they had fared in his absence. However, Lynn chuckled and shook her head, the leader of Fisherman Street. Like Zefa, you never lie. Taken aback, Tiger covered his face and let out a wry smile. I almost forgot that you single-handedly orchestrated the riot at the Colosseum of Sabaody. How could you not see through it? Lynn listened intently, awaiting Tiger's continuation. Taking a deep breath, Tiger slowly began. Upon returning home, I aspire to liberate the enslaved. Where to? Lynn inquired. To Mary Geoise. Tiger's fist struck the deck with determination, his gaze unwavering as it met Lynn's. I can no longer endure this. Those slaves exist in a hellish nightmare. They have never been regarded as human beings, and nothing has changed. Lynn, there is no need for persuasion. For my resolve is unshakable. I shall assault that so-called holy land, Mary Geoise. Tiger's voice echoed with fury across the deck. Such declarations had the potential to astound the world. However, Lynn's expression remained stoic. After all, in terms of shocking revelations, his own recent declaration of war against the celestial dragons was of equal magnitude. The sea breeze swept across the deck, where a human and a fishman stood. The former had just declared war against the celestial dragons, while the latter had resolutely decided to challenge the world government. Tiger, do you remember what I once said? Lynn gazed towards the distant horizon. This ocean is a realm of freedom. It will not hinder anyone's journey. So, act upon your conviction, Fisher Tiger. Lynn was acutely aware that years of enslavement had fostered an immense reservoir of fury within Tiger's heart. This fury was an indomitable force, impossible to suppress. Lynn leaned against the mast, bursting into a hearty laugh. As the echoes of his mirth gradually subsided, he unexpectedly shifted his tone and continued, "However, I hope you remember this day." Tiger, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "What does that mean?" Lynn remained silent for a moment before continuing to speak to herself. "I vividly recall that at the harbor, you boldly intervened to rescue a human mother and her daughter, who were on the verge of being struck by artillery fire from fellow humans. In the days that followed, when recounting this day to others, I shall declare that I have witnessed the noblest of mermen and the most despicable of humans." Her tranquil words were whisked away by the sea breeze. Tiger stood in silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After an indeterminate period, he nodded slightly. "Thank you, Lynn. You are most welcome." Leader of the mermen. Lynn raised his glass in a toast to the vast ocean. Tiger similarly lifted his glass, honoring the boundless sea. At this moment, Lynn regained her former demeanor and cheerfully remarked, "It has indeed been a long time since I've indulged in wine." Tiger, intrigued, inquired whether the gladiatorial arena permitted its warriors to partake in alcohol. Lynn shook his head. In truth, the provisions prepared for him by St. Yarmas included an abundance of fine wine. I vaguely recalled having tasted it once long ago, yet thereafter, my companions in the arena consistently cautioned me against indulging in alcohol, but the reasons eluded me. Tig pondered for a moment, suggesting that they were likely concerned about the potential for intoxication to disrupt their plans, which were undeniably perilous. Lynn found Tiger's words to be quite reasonable and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Then let us indulge today." The two raised their glasses. Clink. The glasses met, producing a crisp sound. Tiger downed a shot of liquor, warmth surged through his throat, bringing an indescribable sense of exhilaration. He gazed at Lynn, who was also savoring his drink, and couldn't help but erupt into laughter. "Lynn Barrek, a human and my friend." Lynn did not respond. "Lynn, are you listening?" Suddenly, Tiger sensed that something was amiss. He observed that Lynn had only consumed half of his drink, yet his face was rapidly flushing, his eyelids drooping, and he swayed unsteadily. Tiger shook his head with a wry smile. "Lynn, please don't jest. Surely no one can become inebriated after merely half a cup of wine." Lynn lowered her gaze, fixating on Tiger for quite some time. "Oh, Tiger, when did you consume the clone fruit? How did you transform into four?" Tiger replied, "Well, I got drunk. The kind of intoxication that leaves one utterly senseless." It was only now that Tiger comprehended why that group in the Colosseum had sought to prevent Lynn from drinking. Lynn Barak, a formidable eater, possesses a rather feeble tolerance for alcohol, becoming inebriated after merely half a glass. "Oh dear." Lynn suddenly rose to her feet, swaying unsteadily as she meandered to the side. "Hey, Lynn, that's the ocean over there. Please don't leap. Ugh, don't vomit on the deck." Directed towards the sea. Before Tiger could finish his admonition, Lynn sidestepped with agility, evading Tiger's grasp, and leapt over the railing of the deck. Splash! With a resounding thud, she plunged into the water. Lynn fell into the water. "Tiger, gather the clothes. Tiger is preparing to plunge into the sea to rescue her." The year is 1508. October 16th at 3:16 in the afternoon. Tiger is preoccupied with the troublesome situation involving the intoxicated Lynn. Meanwhile, the riots occurring on Shambodi Island have been reported by various journalists, spreading across the globe. Equally renowned is the name of the man who has declared war against the celestial dragons. Lynn Barrick, St. Mary Geoise. A photograph of Lynn adorns the table of the five elders. A fruit of heroism, perhaps? Such an intriguing ability. How shall we handle him? It matters not. I shall leave it to others, for he is merely a bolder bandit. Our objective is to uphold the peace under the aegis of the world government. At the Sabaody Archipelago, in the exclusive VIP lounge for the Celestial Dragons, St. Chimas gazes upon the incident report penned by Crane and submitted by Zefa, his visage contorting with rage. What do they mean by chaos caused by shelling leading to the escape of criminals? Are they suggesting that I have erred? With a crash, he overturns a fruit bowl before recalling his nephew, who still lies in the hospital, and bellows, "Bring me someone." Yes, several government officials enter the room. "Issue a bounty for Lynn Barrick," commands St. Chimas. "In addition to the standard bounty, I shall personally add a substantial sum of gold, a noble title, a navigational chart of the Grand Line, and a favor from the Celestial Dragons." The fate of the criminal is of no concern. I demand the head of Lynn Barrack. The government officials stand in stunned silence. Setting aside the substantial gold and noble title, the navigational chart of the Grand Line, a favor from the celestial dragons? Heaven knows what those nefarious pirates would do with such treasures. However, St. Kindmas narrows his eyes. What? Do you dare defy me? Not at all, understood. The officials quickly nod in agreement and turn to fulfill the order. In the room, St. Kindmas grinds his teeth in fury. Lynn Barrack, I shall ensure you find no peace. Wherever you go, there shall be pursuers, and your remaining days will be devoid of tranquility. How dare you declare war against the celestial dragons? I shall see to it that you meet a fate worse than death. On the 16th of October, year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, at precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the bounty for Lynn has officially been issued. Boss Lynn Barrack is now sought after with a reward of 100 million berries. The name Lynn Barrack swiftly spread across the globe. At the same time, Lynn remained inebriated. In a certain stronghold of the Don Quixote family located in the North Sea, the leader of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote da Flamingo, donned a pink feathered cape and red sunglasses, sipping coffee while perusing the latest newspaper delivered that day. The contents of the newspaper elicited a hearty laugh from da Flamingo. Ha ha ha. In this day and age, there truly exists a fool daring enough to declare war on the celestial dragons. Lynn Barrack. After a moment of contemplation, da Flamingo called out, Tory Pole? A figure, leaning on a cane, draped in a blue cloak, and covered in a sticky mess, pushed the door open. Young master. Did you call for me? Da Flamingo handed Lynn's bounty notice to Tory Pole, instructing, keep a close watch on his movements. Such a fool is a rarity in this world. Ha ha ha. Yes, Tory Pole nodded slightly. In the first half of the Grand Line, in paradise, on a certain island, within the temporary office of the Baroque Works, Crocodile, known as the Sand Alligator, puffed on a cigar, wearing a disdainful expression. A bounty of 100 million berries for a first-time offender? Lynn Barrack. Truly an impressive individual. But that's likely only because he injured a celestial dragon. Crocodile set aside Lynn's bounty notice and began to sift through the materials he had gathered nearby. Ah, this is it. Once I acquire it, the world government will likely not dare to set a bounty on me. The ancient weapon, Pluton. Alabasta Kingdom. How intriguing. Ha 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 ha. After a brief bout of laughter, Crocodile fell into deep thought. It seems I need to find someone capable of translating ancient texts. In the East Blue. In Windmill Village, outside the forest, Carp, still sporting a full head of black hair, though with graying temples, held a purple-haired Den Mushy, chuckling heartily. Ha 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 ha, Zefa. The way you had Saru write that report was truly amusing. On the other end of the Den Mushy, Zefa sighed. Saru told you that? No. I guessed it myself, Carp replied with a grin. But speaking of which, Zefa, how did you let that brat Lynn slip through your fingers? What on earth happened? Upon hearing this, Zefa fell into a sudden silence. The events of that day were officially designated by the world government as the Sabaody Archipelago Coliseum Riot. A gladiator named Lynn Barrack, nicknamed Boss, incited a rebellion alongside a merman named Fisher Tiger and numerous other gladiators. Driven by dissatisfaction with the rewards offered by the Sabaody Coliseum, during the chaos, the rioters even opened fire on innocent civilians. Although the former Marine Admiral Zefa arrived in a timely manner, the mob used the lives of the populace as leverage, seizing ships at the port and ultimately fleeing the Sabaody Islands. Currently, the Navy is in pursuit of the fleeing criminals. This, in its entirety, constitutes the world government's report on the incident. Carp, an old veteran of the Navy, certainly does not believe the fabrications of the world government. After all, any report involving the celestial dragons is 1 part truth and 9 parts falsehood. After a prolonged silence from Zefa, Carp could no longer contain himself. Chuckling as he fiddled with his ears, never mind, I won't pry. You remain as you always were. In any case, I suspect it has something to do with your students. At that moment, Zefa nodded in affirmation over the transponder snail. Indeed. I would like to express my gratitude to him if the opportunity arises. Shortly thereafter, Zefa heard a child's voice emanating from Carp's end. Grandpa, why did you let those monkeys fight me? Zefa chuckled. Is that your grandson? Ah, just over 3 years old. A troublesome little rascal, Carp replied with a laugh. But he will certainly grow to be an outstanding Marine. No way, I want to be a pirate. You little rascal. Bang. The iron fist of love. Oh. Grandpa's punch hurts the most. Listening to the commotion on the transponder snail, Zefa smiled faintly. If his own child were still alive. They would likely be the elder brother of Carp's grandson. If it weren't for those despicable pirates, wait a moment. Did Carp's grandson just say he wants to be a pirate? Zefa grabbed the transponder snail. Hello, Carp, your little one. Click. Carp decisively hung up the phone, muttering in exasperation, that thick-headed man is such a nuisance. Meanwhile, the black-haired child continued to cause a ruckus. Carp, scratching his head in resignation, gazed at the newspaper and wanted posters in his hands. Lynn Barak and Fisher Tiger, two formidable men, have emerged upon these seas. Just then, the black-haired child's head suddenly peeked into Carp's embrace, spotting the wanted poster. Wow, a wanted poster. So cool. You little brat, are you looking to get punched again? You can't say that the criminals on the wanted posters are cool. Bang. Wow. As the name Lynn Barak resonates throughout the world, a bounty of exceptional reward, issued personally by the Celestial Dragons, has been placed upon this fugitive in the shadowy realm teeming with nefarious characters. Lynn Barak. Overnight, this name became known among nefarious individuals across the globe. On a pirate ship, lads, if we procure the head of Lynn Barak, we shall be recognized as nobles by the world government. In an assassination group. A favor from the Celestial Dragons? What a tantalizing reward. In a revolutionary army branch. Understood, Mr. Dragon. We shall maintain vigilance on Lynn Barak and endeavor to make contact. In a circus, Captain. This fellow named Lynn is worth a fortune in gold. Should we not? Silence. He is one who dares to stand against the Celestial Dragons. He is not someone we can afford to challenge. Amidst these undercurrents, at the eye of the storm, Lynn Barak lay peacefully asleep on the deck. Beside him, Tiger was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath against the mast. All he desired was tranquility. Who would have thought that the man bold enough to confront the Celestial Dragons, who could consume enough for 100 people in a single meal, could be so inebriated after merely half a cup of wine? Moreover, the most critical detail was that once intoxicated, Lynn had a peculiar penchant for leaping into the sea. Indeed, he did so repeatedly. Tiger could only be grateful for being a fishman, as moving through the water posed no hindrance. Yet, even so, the relentless task of retrieving Lynn from the depths left him utterly drained. Fortunately, it seemed Lynn had tired of his antics and finally ceased his commotion, snoring contentedly on the deck. As dusk approached, mealtime drew near. Lynn's stomach growled. He groggily opened his eyes, feeling a parched sensation on his tongue. In a daze, he noticed a glass bottle not far away. Picking it up and shaking it, he discovered it contained about half a bottle of water. Without hesitation, Lynn tilted his head back and drank the contents in one gulp. Tiger, witnessing the scene, wished to intervene, but it was already too late. Splash. 3 days after the turmoil in the Chambord archipelago, a warship drifted leisurely upon the boundless blue sea. Tiger spent half the day ensuring there was no alcohol aboard the vessel before finally feeling at ease. If you are alone, you absolutely must not drink at sea. It could cost lives. He gathered his belongings and, accompanied by Lynn, ascended to the deck. Are you not going to stay a few more days? Lynn inquired. No. I must take advantage of the world government's diverted attention and commence my action swiftly, Tiger replied with a smile. He was, of course, referring to the plan to assault Mary Geoise. Safe travels, Lynn nodded. If anything arises, remember to seek me out. Where will you go next? I intend to pursue my training and perhaps journey across the world, Lynn said, stretching lazily and turning his gaze toward the sea. This warship had a subscription to newspapers, and thus, on the following day after the incident, Lynn and Tiger found themselves reading about the riot in the news delivered by a bird. Furious at the inaccuracies reported, Tiger seethed with rage, while Lynn could not help but burst into laughter. No way could anyone genuinely believe the reports regarding the Celestial Dragons? Yet, after the jest, Lynn's expression turned grave. He fully understood the implications of declaring war on the Celestial Dragons. The so-called Celestial Dragons were the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 8 centuries ago, thereby representing the world government while simultaneously standing above it. Thus, the charge of formally declaring war on the Celestial Dragons exceeded even that of opposing the world government itself. To be offered a bounty of 100 million berries on the first offense? Ha ha ha, the world government truly has deep pockets. Lynn gazed at his wanted poster and broke into a grin. One can only imagine how exorbitantly my head is now priced on the black market. Tiger, however, had grown accustomed to such matters. The man before him seemed utterly unfamiliar with the concept of fear. Yet, a lack of fear did not imply that Lynn was oblivious to the realities around him. The battle with Zefa had imparted a profound understanding of the vast disparity between his strength and that of the formidable forces in this world. Among the most critical factors contributing to this difference was the mastery of the three types of haki. Setting aside the particularly unique Conqueror's haki, it was evident that to contend with the monstrous entities of the Grand Line and the underworld, both armament haki and observation haki were indispensable. However, to prevent uncontrollable riots within the Colosseum, the Sabaody Colosseum strictly prohibited gladiators from learning or utilizing haki. Any violators would face immediate execution by the guards. Consequently, despite Lynn's 4 years of intense combat training in the arena, honing his formidable instincts, he remained utterly ignorant of haki. Without a mentor to guide him, embarking on the journey to grasp even the basics of haki was akin to scaling a mountain. Thus, Lynn found himself in urgent need of a teacher well-versed in haki. Although the Dark King rarely resided in the Sabaody archipelago, Lynn had escaped from there, and returning would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Perhaps I shall wander the world. Who knows? I might encounter a master of haki, Lynn mused. Hearing Lynn's optimistic plans, Tiger could only offer him a resigned blessing. After conducting a final check, Tiger bid farewell to Lynn on the deck of the warship, raising his right hand and clenching his fist. Lynn, too, experienced the same. Lynn Barek, until we meet again. Until we meet again. Bang! The fists of the human and the fishman collided, and both erupted into hearty laughter. As their mirth gradually subsided, with a splash, Tiger leaped from the deck into the vast sea, and Lynn watched him depart. Now, only Lynn remained on the deck. Pondering the fate of everyone in the arena, Lynn leaned against the mast, gazing up at the heavens. The initial plan had been to exert every effort to disperse and break through, hence no rendezvous point had been established, leaving Lynn unaware of the gladiators' subsequent circumstances. However, based on reports in the newspapers, it seemed that everyone should still be safe. Surely, they would meet again upon the vast expanse of the sea. Lynn rose to the bow of the ship, arms raised high, and proclaimed to the boundless sea, "Now, let us set sail." Silence enveloped the surroundings, with only the sound of the waves breaking the tranquility. Lynn suddenly sensed something amiss. A realization dawned upon him. Could he navigate the seas? It seemed unlikely. With this thought racing through his mind, Lynn dashed to the railing and shouted into the ocean, "Tiger, come back. Teach me how to sail." His cries echoed for some time, but Tiger had already swum far away. Ultimately, Lynn resigned himself to sitting helplessly on the deck, gazing up at the sky. It was over. He could not possibly be the first billionaire fugitive to perish adrift at sea. Suddenly, the warship began to sway violently. Lynn leaned against the railing for stability, feeling an involuntary shiver run down his spine. This was the Grand Line, after all. Even the most seasoned mariners could not afford to be complacent on this treacherous route. What right did a novice like him have to sail alone in these waters? As expected, the surroundings darkened abruptly. The clouds descended ominously, casting a shadow over the sky. A tempest was brewing. The waves crashed relentlessly against the hull. And if this were not a sturdy warship, it would surely have splintered into kindling by now. Lynn stumbled into the cabin and, within the captain's quarters, discovered a bookshelf. After rummaging through it for a considerable time, she finally spotted a book nestled in the corner. Fundamentals of Navigation for Naval Recruits. This is the one. Lynn opened the pages of the book, and the first sentence read, "Never underestimate the vastness of the sea. Without adequate experience and skill, one cannot possibly survive upon its waters." Lynn, what a profoundly insightful statement. Upon reaching the second page, the text begins to elucidate some fundamental knowledge of navigation, including the intricacies of maneuvering a vessel. Following the instructions in the book, Lynn stowed the sails to minimize the ship's resistance against the fierce winds, then turned the vessel's bow to confront the towering waves head-on. Despite it being his maiden voyage, Lynn had observed Tiger's maneuvers numerous times over the past few days. And with the guidance of the book and the inherent quality of the warship, he managed to maintain his footing amidst the tempestuous storm. The colossal waves lifted Lynn's ship into the air, compelling him to grip the helm tightly as he navigated through the tumultuous seas. Occasionally, sea monsters concealed within the surging waters would launch surprise attacks, but they too were vanquished by Lynn's resolute fists, their bodies cast upon the deck as potential sustenance. This tempest raged for nearly a day and a night. By the following morning, the sea had finally calmed, and Lynn collapsed onto the deck, utterly exhausted. Who could have imagined that within such a brief span, Lynn would transform from a nautical novice into a captain capable of weathering the storms of the Grand Line? Indeed, pressure fosters growth. Now, all Lynn desired was a moment of respite, to feast upon the sea creatures he had captured during the storm, replenishing his energy. The weather was splendid, not even a whisper of wind remained. Lynn smiled, but as her smile lingered, it gradually froze. No wind. In an instant, Lynn was struck by a terrifying term, the doldrums. This was a banded region flanking the Great Route, devoid of wind, where ordinary sailing vessels found themselves unable to navigate. However, the true reason that the doldrums had become synonymous with terror lay beneath the surface of the sea. It was here that the lairs of colossal sea kings resided. Lynn dashed to the edge of the fence and immediately peered over. Beneath the deep blue sea, a colossal eye suddenly opened, rendering the warship no larger than a mere bean on a porcelain plate in comparison. Yet, the owner of that immense eye did not launch an assault on the vessel. Instead, it circled its gaze and then quietly sank into the profound depths of the ocean. Lynn perused the fundamentals of navigation, exhaling in relief. Certain naval vessels, to safely traverse the doldrums, are equipped with sea tower stones affixed to their hulls. These extraordinary stones emanate the essence of the ocean, rendering the ships partially invisible in the eyes of sea creatures. Fortunately, the warship on which Lynn was aboard was one such vessel adorned with sea tower stones. Thus, under the protection of these stones, Lynn consulted the manual and activated the specialized oars located at the ship's bottom, deftly maneuvering the warship through the tranquil waters of the doldrums. Within the captain's cabin, Lynn also discovered 3 recorded pointers, each indicating a specific location, the naval headquarters, the Shambodi Archipelago, and East Blue, Logue Town. East Blue, Logue Town is the birthplace of the pirate king, Gold, Roger, who was born and ultimately executed there. Prior to his execution, Roger uttered those fateful words, "Do you wish to obtain my treasure? If you desire it, you may go seek it. I have placed everything there." Thus, the era of great piracy commenced. Even after many years, when people reminisce about the scene at the execution platform, they cannot help but be enveloped by a complex mix of emotions. What thoughts occupied Roger's mind at that moment? The present moment takes us back 5 weeks after the tumultuous events at the Cambodia Coliseum. The fishermen of Fisherman Street are relishing their holiday, while Rogtown finds itself in the midst of its annual fishing ban. This prohibition diverges from the conventional understanding. Typically, fishing moratoriums aim to safeguard fish populations from overexploitation, granting them a respite for reproduction. However, in Rogtown, the fishing ban serves to protect the fishermen themselves. The yearly spectacle known as the Beast Parade sees countless small to medium-sized sea creatures traversing the waters near Rogtown, and any vessel that ventures too close is met with catastrophic aggression. In such perilous conditions, merely setting sail poses a grave risk to life, let alone the act of fishing itself. This fierce parade persists for approximately a month, during which the fishermen of Rogtown are confined to their homes, tending to their gear and basking in the sun, marking a rare period of leisure. Yet today, the tranquility of Fisherman Street is abruptly shattered by a commotion. A portly fisherman with a beer belly and exaggerated brown mustache is sent flying by a kick, crashing into a meticulously arranged row of fishing gear. The scene erupts into chaos. The assailant, a lanky thug wielding a spiked club, is accompanied by a jovial, short, and stout accomplice. Observing the turmoil, the other fishermen hastily retreat into their homes, well aware that the thug's affiliations are beyond their reckoning. The stout thug brandishes a dagger, his shrill voice piercing the air. "Old man, how long until you repay the money you owe our boss?" The fisherman wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorts, "I have already repaid more than twice the principal. As for the interest, I was utterly unaware of its exorbitance when I borrowed. You are committing fraud." Old man, we are legitimate businessmen." The stout thug brandishes a contract, exclaiming, "It is clearly written in black and white, and your signature adorns it." Angered, the fisherman replies, "You deceitful scoundrels. You took advantage of my drunkenness to coerce me into signing this. Enough of your excuses, old man." The stout thug gestures to his lanky companion. "My partner's club is rather indiscriminate." No sooner had he spoken than the seemingly dim-witted thug swung his spiked club, shattering a stone wall into pieces. "Yes, brother. Good job, brother." The stout thug, narrowly avoiding the swing due to his height, chuckles. "Did you see the strength of my partner?" The fisherman, brows furrowed, exclaims, "A staggering 400,000 berries. You know full well that I cannot possibly repay such interest. What do you truly desire?" The short and stout thug chuckled. "Our boss has long had his eyes on your fish shop. With such a prime location, opening a casino would certainly yield immense profits. How about, absolutely not? Interrupted the fisherman, raising his hand to block the entrance of his shop. This is where my son grew up. I will never hand it over to you scoundrels. With that, the stout thug suddenly waved his hand, and the tall, lean thug rushed forward, swinging his spiked club at the fisherman. Yes, big brother. All right, big brother. Bang. The club came crashing down, yet the anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. An arm shot out from the side, catching the descending club barehanded. Following that arm, a robust young man emerged before everyone's eyes. Lynn, the fisherman exclaimed as he hurriedly stood up. Don't be impulsive. You cannot afford to provoke the people behind them. The one who had saved the fisherman was none other than Lynn and Balak, who had bravely navigated through the windless zone. 2 weeks prior, Lynn aboard the warship had exhausted the last of their provisions and, through sheer will, managed to sail for a week, finally breaking free from the windless zone. However, the ship had become utterly unseaworthy due to the storms and the calm, and it fell apart shortly after setting sail. At that moment, Lynn was so weak from hunger that he could only cling desperately to a wooden barrel, adrift at sea, until the fisherman, during his last fishing expedition before the off-season, discovered him and brought him back home. That evening, the fisherman's pantry was completely emptied by Lynn. In gratitude and to repay his debt, Lynn temporarily took up work at the fisherman's shop. Yet, during the beast migration season, business was nearly non-existent, prompting Lynn to request a day off early that morning, the purpose of which remained a mystery. The stout thug squinted at the unexpectedly appearing man. His street wisdom told him that it was unwise to provoke someone whose background was unclear. Thus, he instructed his partner to halt and said coolly, "A debt must be repaid. That is the law." But suddenly, the thug's eyes widened in shock. Following Lynn's other hand, he noticed that Lynn was dragging a shimmering, golden small sea king. It could not be mistaken. It was a rare golden salmon worth 1,000,000 berries. Was this young man intending to use that sea king to settle the debt? Though he could not seize the fish shop, acquiring a rare sea king worth 1,000,000 berries would be a lucrative deal. With this thought, the stout thug rubbed his hands together and grinned. Well, it seems you are wise. If you use that rare sea king to settle the debt, our obligations will be cleared. Lynn, taken aback by the fisherman's selfless act of risking his safety to fish during the beast migration season, was profoundly moved. Thank you. Upon witnessing this scene, Lynn tilted his head in confusion and inquired, "What are you all talking about?" "I simply wanted to eat fish. So I went out to sea and caught one. Do you wish to partake as well?" The crowd, upon hearing Lynn's words, nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. Venturing out to sea during the season of ferocious beasts, solely for the purpose of catching fish? "Hey, do you even know what kind of fish that is?" exclaimed the stout thug, his voice rising. "That is an extraordinarily rare golden salmon, worth a staggering 1,000,000 berries. Is that so?" "It must be quite delectable," Lynn replied, swallowing hard. "You little brat." The stout thug gritted his teeth, frustration boiling within him to the brink. However, the mysterious man before him, capable of fishing in such perilous conditions, was not to be underestimated. Thus, retreating temporarily to report this matter to their leader seemed the most prudent course of action. Nevertheless, the lanky thug, whose club had been seized by Lynn, suddenly screamed, "You! Let me smash it, you bastard!" Startled, the stout thug's heart raced. Cursed be that foolish partner for going berserk. Yet, this provided an opportunity to gauge the strength of this man. As he pondered, the stout thug suddenly sensed something amiss. Why were his feet no longer on solid ground? To his astonishment, he realized that his head was gripped firmly in the hands of the man named Lynn. Meanwhile, the lanky thug's club remained unhurled, as Lynn had similarly seized its head. Lynn lowered her gaze to the scattered papers strewn across the ground, and in that moment, realization dawned upon her. A smile spread across her face as she remarked, "So, it turns out they are loan sharks." The two ruffians found themselves firmly grasped by Lynn, one on either side, struggling futilely against her grip. Despite their efforts, they were unable to break free. Her strength was formidable. Lynn turned to the fisherman and inquired, "Uncle, are you all right?" "It's not about being fine," the fisherman quickly interjected. "Do not act impulsively. Their leader is a formidable individual." However, the warning came too late. As Lynn consumed the energy within, his arms bulged with veins in response to the fisherman uncle's answer. Heroic skill, skull splitter. This was the true application of the technique, seizing two individuals and violently crashing them together. Bang! The two ruffians collided, producing a muffled thud. Subsequently, Lynn released his grip, and they tumbled to the ground. "Our boss will not let you off," gasped the short, stout thug, summoning his last breath to produce a wanted poster from his pocket, delivering a menacing proclamation. He was, indeed, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries. Lynn cast a glance at the wanted poster and then gestured behind him. "Are you referring to him?" The crowd followed Lynn's, and indeed, they discovered an individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to the photograph on the poster, albeit now with a bruised and battered visage, lying unconscious in the street corner. Lynn casually remarked, "You just attempted to snatch my fish on the way, and I gave him a thrashing." No sooner had the words left his lips than he brought his foot down forcefully beside the short, stout thug. With a thunderous sound, the once even ground was instantly transformed into a deep pit. Lynn exhaled a breath of heat from the corners of her mouth, embodying an indomitable war chariot. "Now, shall we discuss the matter of interest?" The short, stout thug, sensing the ominous aura of death looming beside him, was rendered speechless, and with a sudden roll of his eyes, he fainted. Witnessing this spectacle, the townsfolk of Fisherman Street emerged from their homes, and after a brief pause, erupted into fervent cheers. "How remarkable, Lynn! You have just defeated the notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million berries. Thank you. Thank you for saving our Fisherman Street." Lynn gazed at the scene before him, his heart consumed by a singular thought. This evening, he longed for a bowl of fish soup. In the East Sea, in the town of Rogue, a wanted criminal and his 2 accomplices were securely bound and confined, awaiting their transfer to the Navy the following day. Meanwhile, the fishing street, momentarily alive during the fishing moratorium, was hosting a rare feast. The fishermen of the street divided the resplendent salmon that Lynn had captured. One half was reserved for their own soup, while the other half was sold for coin, allowing them to procure an abundance of meat and fine wine. A bonfire was kindled in the heart of the street, and as night fell, the fishermen commenced their celebration. The clinking of wine glasses resonated with a crisp and melodious sound. Lynn had consumed 3 large bowls of fish soup. "Ha ha ha. The golden salmon is an exceedingly rare delicacy that only nobles can afford." The fisherman chuckled heartily and remarked to the others, "Thanks to Lynn, we are able to indulge in such exquisite cuisine. Oh, long live Lynn." As a few cups of wine were downed, the atmosphere in Fisherman Street began to grow increasingly lively. "Hey Lynn, you're still young and without a girlfriend. How about considering my daughter? Come on. Do I really need to remind Lynn about the incident where your daughter chased a suitor with a knife for 3 blocks? Ha ha ha, those 2 fellows. Lynn, why not think about my sister? She is renowned as the beauty of Rogue Town." Meanwhile, Lynn remained silent. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to respond. Rather, his mouth was stuffed with barbecued meat and fish, leaving him utterly unable to speak. The food from the outside world is truly delightful. Lynn was nearly moved to tears. He had not been deprived of culinary delights. During his time in the arena, Almas had presented him with an abundance of delicacies from around the globe. Yet those dishes always seemed to lack a certain essence. That essence stemmed from the warmth of human existence. The fisherman placed marbled skewers of meat upon the grill. With a sizzling sound, the fat within the skewers was rendered by the intense heat, dripping onto the charcoal below. A crackling fire erupted in response. After a sprinkle of seasoning, the tantalizing aroma of the grilled meat wafted through Fisherman Street. "Ha! This grilling technique is one I learned from our esteemed chef aboard the voyage," the fisherman exclaimed with a broad smile, sharing the perfectly cooked skewers with everyone. Lynn consumed half of all the skewers of meat by herself. "Ha ha ha. Lynn, you must surely participate in the next eating contest in Rogue Town." Lynn savored the skewered meat, nodding slightly. The fisherman approached her side, and behind them stood the fish shop, which he had fiercely defended during the day. With a sigh, the old man remarked, "This shop is where I watched my son grow up. If that boy were still here, he would be about your age now." Upon hearing this, Lynn instantly sensed a melancholic atmosphere and cautiously inquired, "Has he passed away?" To his surprise, the fisherman shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Passed away? No, no, no. He has gone to another fruit street to sell fruits." "Lynn, huh?" The fisherman uncle, upon mentioning his son, was instantly filled with rage. That rascal claimed that fishmongers always exude a peculiar odor and expressed a desire to pursue his own fruit business. Truly, he is utterly oblivious to the gravity of his folly. "Lynn, let's pretend we didn't hear that. Meat. After expressing his grievances about his son, the elder gentleman rose and addressed the crowd. "In conclusion, let us extend our gratitude to Lynn for vanquishing the scoundrel pirates who have long threatened our Fisherman Street. Oh, The crowd erupted in cheers. The fisherman, holding his goblet, embraced Lynn's shoulders. "Come now, Lynn, it wouldn't be a celebration without some drink." Lynn couldn't help but recall the words of advice Tig had imparted before his departure. Do not drink alone at sea. Yet now, she found herself neither alone nor at sea, thus justifying her indulgence. With a sense of ease, she accepted the wine cup from the weathered fisherman. With a few hearty gulps, she consumed its contents. That night was destined to be etched in the memories of all present. The enigmatic man, Lynn, after consuming half a glass of beer, succumbed to an uncontrollable frenzy. In the dead of night, he was determined to set sail in a reckless pursuit. The fishermen exerted every ounce of strength to restrain him, yet they could only watch helplessly as he dashed toward the harbor. Along the way, Lynn overturned several stalls. Upon reaching the port, he collided headlong into a band of pirates who had just plundered a small village near Rogue Town, preparing to venture out into the night. They witnessed a man barreling toward them, crashing into their vessel and leaving a gaping hole of 2 to 3 meters in diameter. The wooden sailboat, of course, could not withstand such chaos and was nearly submerged in an instant. Remarkably, the man nonchalantly leaped back onto the dock. The pirates surged forward, intent on making him pay for the damage he had inflicted on their ship. Consequently, another group of pirates found themselves confined in the room where the wanted criminals were held in Fisherman Street. The following morning, Lynn awoke amidst a pile of debris. Covered by tattered rags of unknown origin, he rose and washed his face. Lynn discovered that every individual on Fisherman Street greeted him with the same admonition: "Lynn, please refrain from drinking alcohol in the future." At that moment, Lynn finally comprehended Tiger's words. He was indeed terrifying when inebriated. Was it truly frightening? Yes, it was exceedingly so. Fortunately, the pirate captain Lynn captured the previous night was also a wanted criminal, with a bounty of 5 million berries. Coupled with the bounty from the earlier pirate, Fisherman Street had amassed an astonishing total of 15 million berries, sufficient to renovate the entire street and rectify the damages caused by Lynn. After a brief respite, an elder fisherman approached Lynn, bearing news regarding the 2 matters he had previously entrusted to him. Lynn expressed his gratitude to the fisherman uncle and subsequently, under the uncle's guidance, arrived at a tattoo parlor located on a back street in Rocktown. The proprietor of the tattoo shop was a balding elderly man with a white beard, an old friend of the fisherman who had agreed not to delve into Lynn's background. However, upon seeing the brand on Lynn's right arm, the seasoned tattoo artist was struck with a chill of fear. The mark of the celestial dragon's hoof. It was the emblem of a celestial dragon's slave. What manner of individual stood before him? Yet, due to their prior arrangement, the old man managed to suppress his shock and curiosity, inquiring, "What would you like me to do?" "Cover this brand with another design," Lynn replied. The elderly man handed Lynn paper and a pen, saying, "You must create the design yourself. Otherwise, I would become an accomplice." Lynn nodded. For hours later, on Lynn's right arm, 4 letters emerged: B-O-S-S. Boss. This designation served as Lynn's code name in the arena, as well as his moniker on the wanted posters. The letters B and O concealed the original design of the heavenly soaring dragon's hoof, while the remaining 2 S's unfurled in sleek, aerodynamic lines, extending from his shoulder down to his forearm. The streamlined pattern, crafted from the 4 letters, was etched onto Lynn's right arm by the venerable tattoo artist, who had dedicated his life to the craft. Upon completion, even the seasoned master couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Beautiful." This was the first request Lynn entrusted to the fisherman uncle. As for the second task, Lynn arrived at the harbor, where a fisherman introduced her to an individual, a kindly old woman, modestly dressed in simple cloth, somewhat diminutive in stature. "This is the very person I mentioned to you. The merchant known as Granny Shia, who is also a dear friend of mine." Lynn shook hands with the elderly woman. "Grandma Shia planned to visit the place you mentioned to sell her wine, and you could accompany her along the way." Uncle Fisherman patted Lynn on the shoulder, saying, "Regardless of your identity, you have saved the people of our Fisherman Street. May you have a safe journey, Lynn." Lynn nodded with a smile, and then followed Granny Shia onto the ship. The sailors of the merchant vessel were diligently attending to their tasks, and before long, the time for departure arrived. Lynn waved farewell to the fisherman uncle on the deck and turned to gaze at the sea. "Young man, what purpose do you have in going there?" Grandma Shia inquired, somewhat perplexed. "It is merely a small village. Do you have acquaintances there?" Lynn responded, "I suppose we are acquaintances. Our destination is Donghai, the windmill village." Lynn discovered 3 navigation pointers aboard the warship, each directing towards the Navy headquarters, the Shambadi Archipelago. and Roguetown in the East Sea. The first two destinations were utterly unattainable, thereby rendering Roguetown in the East Sea as Lynn's sole option. Upon his arrival in Roguetown, Lynn did not remain idle. After all, due to a series of events that transpired in the Shambadi archipelago, his bounty had soared to an astounding 100 million berries. Furthermore, his declaration of war against the celestial dragons had led him to believe that his head was marked with a staggering price in the dark underworld. The sum offered by the celestial dragons was sufficient to incite powerful adversaries into action, to prepare for the monsters now hunting him. Lynn's immediate priority was to master the skill of hockey. Thus, he set his sights on Windmill Village, also located in the East Sea. It was an ideal place, as both Garp and the soon-to-arrive Shanks were unparalleled masters of hockey. In the East Sea, none possessed greater knowledge of this formidable skill. The sea breeze wafted gently as Granny Xia's small merchant ship sailed across the water, with several sailors busily tending to their tasks. 3 days had elapsed since departing from Roguetown, and in 2 more days, they would reach Windmill Village. Sipping her hot tea, Granny Xia remarked to Lynn, "Youth is truly wonderful. You are not old yourself, Granny," Lynn replied with a smile. Over the past few days, he had learned some of Granny Xia's past. This seemingly kind and benevolent old woman was once the most beautiful maiden in Roguetown, pursued by countless admirers, including wealthy merchants and even nobles. Yet, her heart belonged solely to a shipwright. In a bid to win her affection, the shipwright crafted a vessel as a token of their love, but tragically, on the very day after its completion, he fell victim to a stray bullet in a conflict between pirates and the Navy. Heartbroken, Granny Xia transformed the vessel into a merchant ship, dedicating it to sell her beloved's favorite drink, morning romance. Decades swiftly passed, and Granny Xia transitioned from a renowned beauty to a kind-hearted elder. Hearing Lynn's words, she chuckled with delight. Just then, the lookout on the ship suddenly shouted, "Granny, there's a ship approaching at 9 o'clock." Lynn and Grandma Xia rose to behold a black pirate flag, adorned with the visage of a skull and crossbones. In Lynn's mind, the name Black Cat Pirates resurfaced. Captain Kuro, with a bounty of 16 million berries. This captain, Kuro, was unlike the typical pirate. His greatest strength lay in intricate plots and cunning schemes. One fateful day, weary of the nomadic life of a pirate, he orchestrated his own fake demise and stealthily infiltrated Usopp's hometown, Syrup Village. Subsequently, Kuro spent 3 years earning the trust of the wealthy young Lady Kaya under the guise of his butler, Clabotter, with the intent of seizing her fortune, only to be ultimately defeated by Luffy. Upon reflecting on the timeline, it appeared that Kuro was still the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. However, what intrigued Lynn the most was Kuro's renowned technique, the silent step. It was an assassination method characterized by cat-like, rapid movements. One couldn't help but wonder how it compared in swiftness to the Marine 6 Powers shave. Lynn's eyes radiated with excitement. However, Aunt Xia regarded Lynn as merely an ordinary young person and promptly cautioned, "Their captain is a ruthless pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries. Remain silent. I shall handle everything." Subsequently, the ship of the Black Cat Pirates, the 100 Schemes, approached Aunt Xia's merchant vessel, casting several ropes to secure the 2 ships together. 2 figures leaped from the 100 Schemes, one stout and one slender, both brandishing feline claws. They were none other than the combatants of the Black Cat Pirates. The Cat brothers with a combined bounty of 7 million berries, Bengal Cat Bucci and Siamese Cat Sam. Sam surveyed his surroundings and, upon spotting Aunt Xia, greeted her with familiarity. "Hey there, old lady, you know our rules, right?" Yes. Aunt Xia nodded eagerly, retrieving a pouch of berries from her bosom and handing it over to Sam. Lynn was somewhat curious about the situation, and a nearby sailor quietly explained, "Unlike those pirate crews that resort to robbery upon first encounter, the Black Cat pirate crew will refrain from attacking vessels as long as an adequate toll is provided." Another added, however, "If the toll is insufficient or if there is resistance, the entire crew will be slaughtered." Sam glanced at the small amount of money in his pouch and frowned. How can it be so little? Granny Xia sighed. Business has been poor lately. The orders for alcohol have dwindled significantly, and the money we have is merely sufficient for the toll. According to Mr. Klo's rules, this is just enough to pay Captain Klo. Sam grinned, pointing at himself and Butch. Surely, there is no compensation for our hard work? This posed a dilemma for Granny Xia, as all the funds on the ship had been allocated for this batch of alcohol. "We won't need to wait for next time, old woman." Sam tapped the nearby crate filled with alcohol. "Let us have half of the cargo on the ship." Upon hearing this, Granny Xia's expression changed. You cannot. Meanwhile, Sam continued to press Granny Xia for benefits. Hidden among the crowd, Lynn disguised himself as a sailor, quietly observing the schemes of the Black Cat pirate crew aboard the ship, the Braku. The Black Cat pirate crew on deck was watching the spectacle. But two key figures were notably absent, the first mate, the hypnotist Zhang Ao, and the captain, the cunning Klo himself. Lynn is now fully capable of delivering a tremendous beating to both Buji and Sam, along with the other members of the Black Cat pirates. However, such an action would undoubtedly throw the situation into chaos, posing significant danger to Granny Xia and the other sailors. The most perilous aspect lies in Kuro's most formidable technique, the scoop death. This indiscriminate attack, executed with silent steps, harnesses high-speed movement and the razor-sharp claws on his hands, enabling him to annihilate numerous foes. Yet, this technique harbors a terrifying flaw. It is executed with such swiftness that even Kuro himself remains oblivious to what he has struck, whether ally or enemy. Anyone within range becomes a target of Kuro's assault. The deck space is exceedingly confined, offering no refuge. Once Kuro employs scoop death, it is certain to result in widespread casualties. Lynn was resolute in her determination to prevent Grandma Xia and her sailors from becoming embroiled in combat, thereby avoiding a tragic repeat of her beloved's fate. Thus, before locating Kuro and ensuring a decisive strike against the enemy, Lynn could not afford to act. She must not grant Kuro the opportunity to wield his deadly spoon. However, despite her relentless search, the deck of the Brachus remained devoid of any sign of Kuro. Was he not aboard the ship? Or was he concealed within the cabin? Meanwhile, Sam was relentless, insisting on seizing half of Grandma Xia's cargo. The elderly woman continued to plead with him, but his patience had worn thin. With a sharp sound, Sam's claw left 5 deep scratches on the merchant ship's deck. Old woman, do you long for suffering? The beloved vessel bore the marks of damage, and Grandma Xia's expression darkened immediately. Do you care so much for the ship? Sam discerned her concern and raised his claw once more. In that case, I shall not hold back. With a swift motion, the claw aimed at a nearby mast. In that instant, a figure burst forth from the crowd, seizing Sam's face and forcefully pressing it against the deck. Buji hesitated, intending to assist, but found himself caught by the other hand of the assailant. People like you are unworthy of partaking in the wine aboard this ship. Lynn's expression darkened, and his vigilance reached its zenith. He contemplated that even if he could not locate Klo, he must at least shift the battlefield to the ship, Baiji Blaku. Simultaneously, his heroic skill, awe-inspiring, was poised for action. This formidable ability could forcibly propel an opponent to a designated location, with the user moving alongside them. According to Lynn's strategy, he intended to utilize awe-inspiring to hurl both Sam and Buji onto the deck of Baiji Blaku, seizing the opportunity to untie the ropes connecting the pirate ship to the merchant vessel, thereby allowing Grandma Xia and the others to escape first. In doing so, the battlefield would be transferred to the pirate ship, ensuring Grandma Xia and her companions were removed from peril and no longer threatened by the specter of death. After that, it would be Lynn's turn. He could unleash chaos without restraint. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Just as Lynn was about to make his move, a voice halted him. Oh, dear friend, do not be so hasty. The voice emanated from Baiji Blaku, and as Lynn turned to look, he beheld the speaker clad in flamboyant dance attire, adorned with heart-shaped sunglasses, and seemingly sporting some peculiar plant on his chin. It was none other than Zango, the hypnotist and vice-captain of the Black Cat Pirates. Lynn cautiously surveyed the surroundings of Zhang Ao and inquired tentatively, "Where is your captain?" Zhang Ao replied, "Captain Klo is absent today. It is only us who have ventured out to sea. My friend, could you kindly release our crew?" Lynn smiled broadly and asked for a reason. Because they had transgressed the rules set forth by Captain Crow, he would personally administer their punishment. Zhang adjusted the brim of his hat and suggested, as a gesture of goodwill, that we shall waive the toll this time. What do you think? Lynn contemplated for a moment before rising and releasing Sam and Butch. He did not wish for Granny Xia and the sailors to be unwittingly dragged into the fray, as that would spell disaster for them. Echoing the tragedies of Granny Xia's youth, after extricating themselves, the feline brothers retreated a few steps, adopting a stance of defiance against Lynn. "You scoundrel! Dare you lay hands on us? Do you wish for death?" They spat. In the distance, Zhang Ao slowly interjected, "Do you intend to defy Captain Kuro's edicts?" Upon hearing this, Sam and Butch suddenly froze, drenched in cold sweat, paralyzed by fear. In the Black Cat Pirates, Captain Kuro's orders were absolute. Those who disobeyed him had met gruesome ends at the hands of his terrifying tin-blade claws. As the first mate, I command you to return to the ship. Zhang Yao's authoritative declaration compelled the feline brothers to leap back to their pirate vessel with utmost haste. Subsequently, the grapple connecting the two ships was unfastened by the crew of the Black Cat Pirates. Just before parting, Zhang Yao extended an apology to the merchant ship's crew. I apologize, but Captain Kuro's rules are uncompromising. Having paid your dues, you ought to be allowed passage, while the feline brothers will face their just retribution from Captain Kuro. Granny Xia expressed her gratitude with urgency, watching as the Black Cat pirate ship sailed away. Meanwhile, Lynn silently observed this scene, a sense of perplexity creeping into his heart. Was the infamous and treacherous Kuro truly a man of strict adherence to rules? Moreover, if that were indeed the case, how could the feline brothers have dared to request additional favors from the outset? Something felt amiss. However, given Granny Xia and the sailor's presence, engaging in a direct confrontation with the Black Cat pirates was decidedly unwise. Avoiding conflict was undoubtedly the preferred course of action. As for future matters, Lynn found himself curious to measure his speed against Kuro's, to determine whether his silent footfalls were swifter than his own fists. After the Black Cat pirates had receded into the distance, the sailors of the merchant ship finally exhaled in relief. Some marveled at Lynn's prowess, while others busied themselves with materials to repair the vessel. Regardless, they were finally safe. On the other side, within the captain's quarters of the Black Cat pirate ship, the Baji Kuro, the feline brothers Sam and Butch knelt before a man, trembling in fear. He sported a slicked-back hairstyle, donned a suit, and wore glasses, with both hands encased in gloves that bore the glint of 10 gleaming blades at their tips. This seemingly elegant man was none other than Captain Kuro of the Black Cat pirates. Contrary to Zhang Yao's assertion, Kuro was indeed present aboard the ship. In fact, he had witnessed the entirety of the preceding events, including Lynn's intervention, through the window of the captain's quarters. Zhang Yao, perplexed, inquired, "Captain, why did you suddenly summon the feline brothers back? In the past, we've always tacitly allowed them to request certain advantages, have we not? Due to the presence of the 10 sharp blades." Chloe adjusted his glasses with the palm of his hand and spoke softly. "Have I not frequently urged you to keep an eye on external news? Do you not recall?" The Catman brothers shook their heads repeatedly. "Incompetent fools," Chloe scolded, then turned to Zango. "What about you?" After a moment of contemplation, Zango's eyes widened in realization, and he rushed to rummage through the recent newspapers. "Found it," Zango declared, holding up a newspaper along with a wanted poster as he approached Chloe. "It's him for sure. Boss Lynn Barrick, the central figure in the chaos of the Shambody Coliseum." Zango recalled the young man from earlier, unable to suppress his astonishment. Rumor had it that he had declared war on the celestial dragons in the Shambody archipelago, with a bounty as high as 100 million berries. 100 million berries. Upon hearing this, the Catman brothers broke into a cold sweat. It is worth noting that Captain Chloe, the strongest among them, had a bounty of merely 16 million berries. What kind of terrifying monster could command such a sum? "Captain, should we flee?" Sam stuttered. "A monster with a bounty of 100 million berries." Before Sam could finish his sentence, a flash of a blade sliced through the air, leaving a gash across his chest, blood pouring forth. "Fool, refrain from speaking recklessly. Should you err again, I shall cut out your tongue," Chloe exclaimed, shaking the blood off his tin-blade cat claw before adjusting his glasses once more. The bounty designated by the world government is based on the degree of threat posed to them. That young man's declaration of war against the celestial dragons justifies the 100 million berry bounty. Zango queried, "Captain, are you suggesting that the bounty on him is inflated and we have a chance to defeat him?" No, Chloe shook his head. Even if there is some exaggeration, the fact that he orchestrated such a significant incident and subsequently escaped to the East Blue indicates he possesses genuine skills beyond our capabilities. Which is why I instructed you to retreat. Zango remained puzzled. If that is the case, why did he not attack us then? "He was protecting the people aboard that merchant ship," Chloe replied. "He feared my use of the shakashur." At this revelation, the other three present could not help but swallow hard. They too feared such a brutal, indiscriminate assault. Zango adjusted his hat and remarked, as expected of our captain, "That young man is not someone we can confront." Little did they know, Chloe sneered. "No, we shall take action." "What?" Chloe then produced a list. "This is the price on Lynn Barrick's head in the black market, reportedly set by the celestial dragons." Zhang Yao stepped forward and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Such a lavish reward far surpassed the amassed fortunes of the Black Cat pirates by several hundred times. Most importantly, this. Chloe pointed at the list. Do you understand what a noble title signifies? Zhang Gao shook his head. It signifies that we shall no longer lead a life of piracy, constantly fleeing and hiding. Chloe exclaimed excitedly. If we take the head of Lynn Barak, we will be recognized as nobles by the world government, and no one would dare to contest our legitimacy. Zhang Gao was taken aback. Captain, do you no longer wish to be a pirate? I have grown weary of the pirate's life. Chloe adjusted his glasses. Henceforth, we must claim Lynn Barak's head. Rely on ourselves? That seems rather unrealistic. Zhang Gao remained apprehensive about the exorbitant bounty of 100 million berries. Of course, we shall not be alone in this endeavor. Chloe smirked. There are numerous villains in the East Sea, and among them, some must be interested in Lynn's head. Furthermore, Chloe continued, you must understand, that lad has been missing ever since the chaos at the Sabaody archipelago. The celestial dragons must be frantic with the desire to see him dead. If we inform the world government that we have located Lynn Barak and are capable of eliminating him, but merely require a small amount of support, can you imagine what would ensue? Chloe spread his arms wide, laughing exaggeratedly. Then we shall have the most formidable backing in the world government itself. Ha. Listening to Chloe's scheme, Zhang Gao lowered his hat's brim, falling silent. Should one commend Chloe for his cunning, or deem the man before him utterly insane? A mere pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries was audaciously plotting against the world government, while Chloe secretly devised his audacious plan. Granny Sia's merchant ship had sailed for another 2 days, arriving at their intended destination, Windmill Village, a serene, idyllic hamlet, though technically part of the Goa Kingdom. It remained largely isolated from the kingdom, far removed from the chaotic politics and nobility, allowing the villagers to live peaceful and content lives. Windmill Village at the harbor. Lynn assisted Grandma Xia in disembarking from the vessel and subsequently helped transport a portion of the cargo from the hold to the port. During a brief respite, a group of villagers arrived, eager to lend a hand in moving the wine. Leading the way was a young girl adorned with deep green hair, her head wrapped in a scarf. Good morning, Marquino. Grandma Xia greeted the girl with a warm smile, before introducing her to Lynn. This is the buyer of this batch of wine and the proprietor of the tavern in Windmill Village, Marquino. Lynn was certainly acquainted with her. This young lady had been running the tavern in Windmill Village since her childhood. In the future, whenever the crimson-haired Shanks lingered in Windmill Village, he would often indulge in drinks at Marquino's tavern, where Luffy also consumed the fateful devil fruit. Subsequently, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo resided together in the home of the mountain bandit Daden, and it was Marquino who frequently brought the three brothers new clothes and provisions, occasionally imparting lessons on etiquette. Thus, in a sense, Marquino could be regarded as the sister of Luffy, Ace, and Sabo. At this time, Marquino was merely around 20 years old, blossoming in the prime of her youth. She served hot tea to Granny Xia and brought chilled beer to the sailors. However, when Marquino prepared to hand the beer to Lynn, she was vehemently halted by a crew of individuals. They had certainly heard of the reckless drunken incident from the residents of Fisherman Street. Marquino, whatever you do not let him drink. Granny Xia warned urgently, absolutely not. Not a drop. Marquino was utterly perplexed at that moment, yet she could discern from the expressions of the sailors and Granny Xia that this matter was indeed grave. Thus, like Granny Xia, Lynn ultimately settled for hot tea. After everyone had transported the crates filled with alcohol to Windmill Village, Granny Xia bid farewell to Marquino. Lynn waved his hand from the side, yet he showed no inclination to leave. Marquino gazed at the man before her, who appeared to be of similar age, robust in stature, yet somewhat intimidating, and curiously inquired, "Are you not a crew member of Grandma Xia?" Lynn shook his head, stating, "I am merely a traveler, having hitched a ride on a favorable wind." Marquino continued to inquire, "Do you intend to remain in the Windmill Village, or shall you venture to the Kingdom of Goya?" "I wish to stay here, awaiting someone," Lynn responded with a smile. "It would be best if I could secure a job as well, for I have no desire to face hunger." With Aunt Xiaobo's introduction, that should pose no problem. Marquino pondered for a moment before replying. "My tavern occasionally requires assistance with deliveries, and others in the village sometimes have tasks that need attending to." "That sounds agreeable," Lynn nodded. He sought to cultivate his domineering spirit in this place. Simultaneously, he awaited the arrival of either Carp or Shanks, hoping to find a mentor in the art of hockey. Based on Lynn's conjecture, it was most likely that he would encounter the red-haired Shanks. After all, Carp's whereabouts were unpredictable, primarily occupied with his duties in the Navy and the rigorous training of Luffy. In contrast, Shanks had lingered in Windmill Village for an extended period, one of the crewmates of the Pirate King from the New World. Lynn felt a sense of anticipation. Long before his encounter with Luffy, Shanks possessed formidable strength, rivaling the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. To witness the red-haired pirate before the loss of his arm would be an exhilarating experience. Thus, under the introduction of Makino, Lynn temporarily became a member of Windmill Village. Although the stubborn village chief, Uslap, wearing a striped hat, harbored doubts regarding Lynn's origins, he could only begrudgingly welcome him, thanks to the endorsement of Elder Sia. What a prideful fellow. In the days that followed, Lynn settled into Makino's tavern. He often assisted her in transporting goods and occasionally took on laborious tasks for the villagers. If one were to say that Lynn's arrival brought any change to Windmill Village, it would be the increase in festivities. Due to his fruit abilities, Lynn's appetite was several times greater than that of an ordinary person, and he felt reluctant to deplete the village's food supplies, which reminded him of a certain prominent character in a classic novel. Therefore, every couple of days, he ventured into the depths of the forest to hunt, where the enormous beasts became his primary source of sustenance. Whenever Lynn returned laden with game, Windmill Village would host grand barbecues, where the villagers gathered to indulge in the delectable fare. However, to Lynn's disappointment, he had yet to encounter Ace, who resided with the Dayton family, or Luffy, who was undergoing rigorous training under Garp. 2 weeks had passed since Lynn's arrival in Windmill Village. Deep within the forest adjacent to the village, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon Lynn. He positioned his hands in a half-clenched stance, preparing for battle, with his upper body bare. Countless scars from past fights adorned his skin. Before him stood a colossal wild boar, towering approximately 3 meters high and stretching over 10 meters in length, its sharp tusks radiating a menacing aura. "Are you the king who frequently ambushes passers-by in this forest?" Lynn adjusted her breathing, and as her breath found its rhythm, her muscles gradually warmed, a fine sheen of sweat emerging on her skin. Suddenly, a colossal wild boar charged forward, its powerful hind legs propelling it like a relentless war chariot, barreling towards Lynn. Lynn took a deep breath, feeling the energy within him begin to deplete. Energy level 14501-500. 50 points of energy surged through Lynn's body, causing his muscles to tense instantaneously, and he then leaned forward, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed. Bang! Bang! With astonishing rapidity, 2 powerful punches struck the massive wild boar on its head. Lyndon felt a surge of numbness in his fists. The creature before him possessed an exceptionally hard skull. However, this also caused the giant wild boar's speed to diminish slightly. Just as he was about to collide head-on with the boar, Lyndon spread his arms wide, grasping the 2 formidable tusks with his hands. "Come, O king, let us test our strength." Lynn grinned, warm breath seeping through the gaps in her teeth, as the dark golden light beneath her pupils flickered menacingly. Heroic skill, awe-inspiring. The energy expenditure surged instantaneously by 450 points. This immense drain of energy elevated Lynn's physical capabilities to a terrifying level. Bang! Lynn grasped the wild boar's tusks with both hands and took a step forward. The ground beneath him was excavated into a sizable pit. Then came another step, and yet another. The colossal wild boar was forcefully compelled to retreat, its forehooves leaving deep gouges in the earth. It could not fathom how this diminutive human before it possessed such immense strength. Lynn propelled the wild boar forward for several dozen meters, and then, with a sudden surge of strength from his core, he lifted the monstrous creature weighing several tons effortlessly. Lynn, in a sudden burst of energy, leaped into action, exclaiming, "Smash it!" With a resounding crash, the colossal wild boar was brought crashing down to the ground by Lynn, its eyes rolling back as it succumbed to lifelessness. After Lynn descended, he leaned against the colossal carcass of the wild boar, gasping for breath. He was still not satisfied. Lynn furrowed his brow. In stark contrast to the intensely fierce battles of the gladiatorial arena, Windmill Village was so tranquil that it failed to augment Lynn's prowess. He engaged in continuous combat with the creatures of the forest, striving to grasp the threshold of dominance at the earliest opportunity. However, after 2 weeks, his gains were meager. What, after all, is the essence of dominance? Lynn let out a helpless sigh, but upon gazing at the enormous wild boar beside him, his spirits lifted. Tonight, there would be delectable pork chops to savor. After a brief respite, Lynn donned his shirt and dragged the colossal boar back to Windmill Village. The villagers, upon seeing him, immediately understood that a grand feast was in the offing. After handing the giant boar over to the village butcher, Lynn returned to Machino's tavern and ordered a glass of iced orange juice. With a single sip, he felt the fatigue of the day dissipate. Just then, the tavern door swung open and a man entered, taking a seat at the bar. "Ha ha ha, Machino, bring me a cold beer." "Coming right up." Machino's voice echoed from the kitchen. Meanwhile, the newcomer, while waiting, pulled out a wanted poster from his naval uniform's pocket. "Is it Boss Lynn Barrick?" He turned to Lynn, a grin spreading across his face. "A bounty of 100 million berries on your head, a notorious criminal who dares to declare war on the celestial dragons. What brings you to the East Blue?" Lynn had to concede that the current circumstances differed somewhat from his expectations. He did not encounter the red-haired Shanks at the Machino Tavern. Instead, the one who entered through the door was none other than the famed naval hero, Monkey D. Garp, known as Iron Fist. At this moment, Garp still sported a full head of black hair, though his temples had begun to show signs of graying. Dressed in his naval uniform, he sat at the bar, holding Lynn's wanted poster. What could Garp possibly intend to do? A myriad of possibilities swiftly flickered through Lynn's mind. Firstly, she dismissed the notion that it was an edict from the celestial dragons. After all, during the World Summit years later, Garp was indeed the kind of person bold enough to unabashedly declare the celestial dragons to be fools. Could it be a mere coincidence? That seemed implausible. As Garp was holding Lynn's bounty notice, clearly indicating he had come prepared, Lynn finished the last sip of orange juice and chuckled. "What an honor it is that a naval hero knows my name. There was little choice, as Zefa, that stubborn fellow, incessantly spoke of your exploits." Garp dug at his ear, wearing a look of resignation. Yet, all of a sudden, Garp's demeanor shifted dramatically, the very air around them seeming to halt. His gaze slanted toward Lynn as he slowly inquired, "So, you have yet to respond to my question. Boss Lynn Barrick, what brings you to the East Blue?" Confronted with Garp's probing, Lynn spoke candidly, "To learn hockey." Garp's expression turned somewhat surprised upon hearing Lynn's words. He had anticipated a response akin to seeking seclusion or hiding away. But to learn hockey? Garp's countenance darkened. "So, it appears you are yet another ambitious soul fixated on this era. A fugitive daring to utter such bold claims before me. Could it be confidence or mere ignorance?" Upon hearing the words, Lynn suddenly burst into hearty laughter and retorted, "Mr. Garp, do you intend to capture me?" Swiftly, before his words had fully escaped his lips, Garp's fist, enveloped in a terrifying gale, swept horizontally towards Lynn. The speed of this strike was astonishingly rapid. Lynn had no time to evade and could only raise his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself. Bang! Garp's fist collided with Lynn's forearm, sending him, along with the bar stool, hurtling backward. Crash! In that fleeting moment, Lynn felt as if he had been struck head-on by a cannonball. His arms throbbed with pain, and his head spun in a whirlwind. When Lynn regained his senses and opened his eyes, the first sight that met him was the azure sky. He had been propelled outside the tavern by that powerful blow. Glancing upward, he saw Garp stepping through the shattered entrance of the tavern, advancing towards him with resolute strides. "You arrogant little brat, do you think I am as pliable as that stubborn Zefa?" As he spoke, Garp had already reached Lynn, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow. Boom! The ground was left with a deep crater from Garp's punch, yet Lynn's figure was nowhere to be seen. In the instant the fist descended, Lynn clapped his hands against the ground, propelling himself upward in an exaggerated position parallel to the earth. In midair, Lynn regained energy to alleviate the swelling and numbness in his arms, internally marveling. Garp's iron fist is truly formidable. After all, he was the man who chased the pirate King Roger across the globe, leaving the remnants of the old era in his wake. Just as Lynn was lost in thought, Garp suddenly leaped beside him. Lynn widened her eyes. Just as the word wait was only half uttered, Garp had already brought his hands together, delivering another powerful strike towards Lynn suspended in midair. Boom! Lynn was abruptly struck down from midair by Garp, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a considerable cloud of dust. In the kitchen, Marcino, alerted by the commotion outside, rushed out, her eyes widening in disbelief as she took in the scene before her. The front door of the tavern lay shattered, and in the open space outside, dust billowed as dozens of Navy soldiers surrounded the swirling cloud. Surprisingly, the expressions on the faces of the Navy were equally perplexed, as though they too were questioning what had transpired. As the dust began to settle, Marcino finally discerned her old acquaintance, Mr. Garp, standing there, while Lynn lay on the ground before him, the earth beneath him having been indented into a large crater. Before Marcino and the other Navy officers could utter a word, the previously motionless Lynn suddenly performed a backward flip, swiftly regaining his footing and retreating several steps to create distance between himself and Karp. At that moment, Lynn seized the opportunity to observe his surroundings. What was happening? Why were there so many Navy officers around? Was Karp truly here to apprehend him? Yet, he soon noticed that the expressions on the faces of the surrounding Navy were filled with confusion. Their murmurs reached Lynn's ears. Hey, didn't Rear Admiral Karp say he was thirsty and going for a drink? Why is he fighting now? Who is that kid? Forget about who he is. Is there really someone who can withstand Rear Admiral Karp's punch? He must be a monster. Perhaps Rear Admiral Karp is holding back? Are you blind? That crater on the ground is no joke. The chorus of speculation only deepened Lynn's bewilderment. The accompanying Navy officers were unaware of his presence, leaving Lynn to ponder the true intentions of Karp. Lynn, perplexed by the situation, nonetheless summoned his energy to restore his physical form. He then instinctively positioned himself in a familiar combat stance, his fists half-clenched. This was his innate reaction. Upon witnessing this, Karp could no longer maintain his previously somber demeanor and burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh in delight. Ha! Just as Zefa said. You truly are a reckless little rascal. Lynn was momentarily taken aback by this display. In stark contrast, Karp was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. He recalled Zefa's words about a little brat, devoid of any mastery over hockey, daring to engage him in a direct brawl. Initially, he had been skeptical, yet here was the very embodiment of such audacity. Hearing this, Lynn felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It seemed as though he were merely a plaything in Karp's hands. However, it appeared that Karp had no intention of capturing him, which was indeed a stroke of luck. After all, while Zefa could be considered a somewhat administrative figure, Karp was entirely a martial artist. To think that with just a couple of casual punches, he found himself struggling to maintain his balance. Perhaps it would be wise to catch his breath before inquiring about Karp's intentions. Just as Lynn prepared to lower his stance, Karp unexpectedly struck his own palm with a fist. With a resounding clap, he exclaimed, Hey, you little rascal, why retract your stance? Don't you wish to learn hockey? Lynn was taken aback. However, Karp continued, that fellow Zefa claims he owes you a significant favor. Allow me to repay it on his behalf. However, mastering hockey is no easy feat. I am not as patient as Zefa. Karp twisted his wrist, producing a series of crackling sounds, and broke into a hearty laugh. So, you little rascal, as part of your entrance examination, let us engage in a duel. Lynn truly wanted to exclaim, Indeed, you are remarkable, Karp. In contrast to the earnest teaching style of Zefa, Karp's approach is nothing short of a pure Spartan template. An entrance examination involving a brawl. You dare to call those mere 2 punches a fight? Had it not been for the hero fruit bestowing upon Lynn a monstrous regenerative ability, those 2 punches alone would have left him bedridden for a fortnight. Even more outrageous was Karp's heartless laughter echoing in the air. Ha! No wonder Zefa holds this little rascal in such high regard. His physique is indeed robust. How infuriating. Lynn is currently engulfed in a profound sense of dissatisfaction. However, following this fleeting discontent, a new notion emerges, in a certain sense. Karp's teaching style appears to align more harmoniously with her own needs. During her time in Windmill Village, Lynn has been reflecting on why the pace of her strength enhancement has notably slowed. Upon deeper contemplation, she surmises that perhaps it is due to the absence of the intensely rigorous combat environment found in the arena. Windmill Village is undeniably tranquil. Even the beasts of the forest, in her eyes, are merely sustenance and cannot truly be considered adversaries. Lynn must also concede that he is indeed a fervent enthusiast, profoundly yearning for and passionately embracing the thrill of battle. I exist, therefore I fight. It is precisely for this reason that Karp's emphasis on experiential Spartan teaching is precisely what Lynn desperately requires. It is an extraordinary fortune that a man capable of driving the Pirate King to the brink of despair would willingly take on the role of his opponent. Excitement sparkled in Lynn's eyes as the energy within her began to deplete, the latent power within her gradually intensifying. Bang! Lynn suddenly propelled herself forward by pushing against the ground with her back foot, launching a left jab towards Karp with astonishing speed. Faced with the formidable blow, Karp swiftly sidestepped and seized Lynn's forearm. Realizing the impending danger, Lynn attempted to unleash her right fist to escape, only to be met directly by Karp's incoming punch. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Lynn felt a sharp pang in his nose as he was once again sent flying through the air. This spectacle left all the surrounding Navy personnel utterly astonished. The speed was astonishing. Whether it was Lynn's punch or Karp's movement, both individuals exhibited an incredible swiftness. Despite being the elite selected from various naval divisions, trained under Karp in the Six Styles, they were compelled to acknowledge that, in the face of Lynn's blows, they could not escape unscathed, and there was no possibility of victory. Who exactly was this young man? Why did he seem to have an acquaintance with the notorious Black Arm Zefa? And how could he possess such formidable strength? Before long, some of the more observant Navy officers recognized Lynn. He was the infamous criminal, Boss Lynn Barrack, responsible for inciting the riot at the Sabati archipelago, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Navy personnel could not help but engage in fervent discussions. The notorious criminal, who had declared war on the celestial dragons, and whose name resonated throughout the world, had made his way to the East Blue. Meanwhile, not far away, Makino overheard the chatter among the Navy. How could it be? Lynn was a wanted fugitive. Was Mr. Karp going to apprehend him? Makino recalled the days Lynn spent in Windmill Village, her heart swelling with concern. Whether it was Mr. Karp or Lynn, she wished for neither to come to harm. While Makino silently prayed, on the other side, Lynn, having been sent sprawling by Karp's punch, felt an exhilarating rush. It was close. He was nearing his goal. Lynn found himself unable to resist recalling the scene he had just experienced, although his nose had been struck, leaving him with a lingering soreness and discomfort. His head had not sustained significant injury. This was due to Lynn's instinctive awareness. The moment he felt the grip of Karp on his forearm, he sensed the impending rise of Karp's other fist. Consequently, he instinctively leaned back, dissipating some of the force and thereby mitigating the impact of the blow. Could this sensation be attributed to the mastery of observation hockey? Lynn felt a twinge of uncertainty. For some of the elite combatants possessed the ability to anticipate their opponent's movements to a certain extent. He could not ascertain whether it was his innate fighting instincts coming into play or if he had truly brushed against the threshold of observation hockey. You little rascal, how long will you remain down? Can you not even manage to move an inch? Karp's voice echoed once more. Yet, a thought flickered in Lynn's mind. I shall endeavor once more. Lynn struck the ground with fervor, leveraging the rebound to soar into the air. Karp's strength was undoubtedly monstrous, and thus Lynn did not engage in any preliminary tests. He directly unleashed his most formidable technique, the heroic skill, awe-inspiring. Previously, on the Sabati archipelago, when faced with the imposing Zefa, Lynn had contemplated employing this move as a final gamble, only to be interrupted by the indiscriminate bombardment from the celestial dragons. Therefore, it can be said that Lynn had never truly utilized this technique against a genuine powerhouse. With such a splendid opportunity within reach, Lynn was resolute not to let it slip away. The energy within him swiftly dwindled. Energy value: 900, 1500, 800, 700, 400. 10 points of energy equated to the vitality contained within an ordinary human. In an instant, 500 points, a staggering amount equivalent to the energy of 50 individuals, surged into Lynn's body, igniting an unparalleled and ferocious strength that coursed through his limbs. This marked the utmost energy output Lynn had ever been capable of summoning in one breath. Lynn strode towards Karp, each step leaving a profound imprint upon the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Lynn's strides quickened with remarkable fervor. A deep golden glow flowed within his eyes, leaving a straight line in the air as he advanced. The surrounding Navy personnel, witnesses to this spectacle, found themselves instinctively retreating a half step, despite the fact that Lynn's aim was not directed at them. It was reminiscent of the audience's reaction in the Colosseum. The oppressive aura of this maneuver rendered the environment around them rather confined. Yet, the true target of Lynn's assault, Karp, remained steadfast, a smile gracing his face, unwavering in resolve. In fact, since the onset of the battle, Karp had not budged an inch. In the blink of an eye, Lynn had surged forward, standing before Karp. His right hand was outstretched, pressing against Karp's chest, his momentum unyielding as he pressed on. At this moment, Karp's expression finally shifted. Such tremendous force. Karp maintained his composure, attempting to halt Lynn's advance with his own physique, yet Lynn's unexpected strength propelled him backward, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath his feet. 1 step, 2 steps. Upon the 3rd step, Lynn's forward motion abruptly ceased. He realized, to his astonishment, that he could move no further. His palm still rested against Karp's chest, but as he endeavored to push Karp again, a vivid image struck him. It felt as though he were attempting to shift a mountain. Under normal circumstances, one could advance against an opponent by several paces. Yet, in the face of Carp, even with all his might, Lynn had only managed to force him back by a mere 2.5 steps. However, Lynn's assault was far from over. The remarkable maneuver unfolded in 2 phases. The first phase, advancing with the opponent. The second phase, striking. Lynn let out a fierce roar. His muscles tensed to their utmost limits as his hand pressed down forcefully upon the chest of Carp. Yet, it was in vain, no matter how much strength Lynn exerted. Carp stood resolute like an immovable mountain, unwavering and steadfast. Lynn clenched his teeth, the whites of his eyes beginning to suffuse with blood. He summoned the entirety of his remaining energy, preparing for a final desperate struggle. In that fleeting moment, even Lynn himself was unaware that the surrounding air had suddenly dropped a few degrees. Something was shifting. However, Carp was acutely aware of this change. He seized Lynn's arm, a broad smile spreading across his face. "That's it, you little rascal. You've passed the entrance examination." Gripping Lynn's forearm, Carp displayed his satisfaction. Yet, upon hearing these words, Lynn did not cease his advance. He was so close to grasping the tail of a new skill. But Carp, with sudden force, hurled Lynn away, sending him crashing to the ground. Before the dust could settle, Lynn sprang back to his feet, fists clenched tightly. Again. Ha! Carp couldn't help but laugh heartily at the sight. "No need to rush, you little rascal. There's plenty of time for your antics." Once his laughter subsided, Carp waved his hand, and the surrounding Navy personnel swiftly formed ranks, ready to depart. Lynn quickly interjected, "Wait a moment." "Oh, right." Suddenly, Carp slapped his forehead, retrieved an object from his pocket, and tossed it to Lynn. Lynn took a look and was surprised to find it was a tracking compass. "Take good care of your injuries. Otherwise, in your current state, you won't be able to keep up with my training," Carp said with a grin. "Given your resilience, a few days of recuperation should suffice. Once you have healed, follow that compass to find me." Subsequently, under Carp's guidance, the Navy troops lined up and departed from Windmill Village. On the other side, upon hearing Carp's words, Lynn's tense body and nerves instantly relaxed, causing him to fall back onto the ground, gasping for breath. The expenditure of 500 energy points had indeed placed a significant strain on his body. Nearby, Marquino rushed over upon witnessing this scene. "Lynn, are you all right?" she inquired. "I'm fine," Lynn replied, shaking his head. Carp's actions had been measured and did not inflict serious harm upon Lynn. However, the 2 punches had left him feeling as if his body were in disarray. The exhaustion and ache resulting from the substantial energy depletion coursed through Lynn's entire being. As he lay on the ground, he raised his right hand and gazed at the pointer in his hand. "Carp's training, perhaps?" Lynn broke into a smile and turned to ask Marcy, "Are there any boats capable of setting sail in Windmill Village?" "I have a small one docked at the harbor, suitable for the sea," Marcy replied, nodding. She had overheard the conversation between Cap and Lynn, sensing that the two were not adversaries, which put her at ease. As for the agreement between Cap and Lynn, Marcy understood she had no grounds to intervene, so she could only assist in ways within her capacity. Wiping Lynn's face with a handkerchief, Marcy inquired, "When do you plan to set sail?" "I would like to prepare in advance." Lynn, without the slightest hesitation, declared the time, now. The sunlight was exquisite, casting a shimmering glow upon the surface of the sea. A warship advanced steadily, its bow resembling the massive head of a dog clutching a bone. Any naval aficionado would readily recognize this vessel as belonging to the illustrious naval hero, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. At that moment, the warship carried approximately 50 elite naval soldiers, handpicked from various divisions, each exhibiting combat experience and prowess far superior to their contemporaries. Their mission was to journey to an uninhabited island for rigorous training in the 6 forms of the Navy: shave, iron body, paper drawing, moonwalk, storm leg, and finger gun. These 6 techniques represent the pinnacle of naval martial arts, capable of pushing the limits of human physicality. However, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the warship. Apart from the personnel operating the vessel, the remaining sailors stood in orderly formation on the deck, their expressions peculiar, their eyes frequently darting backward. Garp stood directly in front of them, gazing out at the ocean, as he extracted a piece of sunbae from his bag and began to munch contentedly. His aide-de-camp could not restrain himself from voicing a concern. "Sir, are you sure he is all right?" The naval officer he referred to was positioned at the rear of the ship, aboard a small boat measuring just a few meters in length. At first glance, one could see heaps of food piled upon the small craft. A hand emerged from the mound. Seizing a bone-in piece of roasted meat, and swiftly shoving it into the mouth. In the blink of an eye, that substantial portion of meat was devoured whole. Lynn was currently aboard Machino's small vessel, pursuing Captain Carp's warship. A few days of rest for recovery? Such a notion was utterly implausible. The opportunity to be personally mentored by Carp was one Lynn could not afford to delay for even a moment. He resolved to set sail immediately, in order to regain his strength and replenish his energy as much as possible during the journey. Lynn exchanged a substantial amount of food in Windmill Village for the colossal wild boar he had just hunted, stowing it all aboard Machino's small boat. Thus, a rather peculiar yet strangely reasonable scene unfolded behind the naval warship. Before Lynn lay the record pointer bestowed upon him by Carp. With his right hand, he incessantly stuffed food into his mouth, while his left hand was occupied with a book. Amidst the rowing, Lynn diligently perused its pages. The sailors aboard the warship observed this curious spectacle, engaging in speculation about Lynn's identity and the deeper significance behind his bizarre behavior. Could that lad truly be human? Having sustained such severe injuries, how could he now appear so vigorous? His appetite was insatiable. Did he intend to consume every morsel aboard? What was the reason for his relentless focus on that book? I have heard that the notorious pirate known as the Tyrant relishes reading while at sea. Could Lynn be connected to this infamous figure? What mysteries did that book hold? The mysterious tome in Lynn's hands sparked boundless curiosity among the sailors aboard the warship. Yet due to the distance, they could not discern the title on its cover. Thus, only Lynn was privy to the name of that significant book, A Beginner's Guide to Navigating Small Manual Boats. After relishing a few bites of meat and casting a few glances at the book, Lynn set it aside, fixating on the recording pointer and the warship ahead, and maneuvered the vessel with a few strokes of the oar. Lynn did not desire this predicament, yet he remained utterly ignorant of nautical knowledge. Though both involve maneuvering a small boat, navigating a lake, and traversing the vast ocean are entirely distinct endeavors. Mastering the art of sailing a small vessel upon the sea is undeniably a skillful pursuit, even with a clear destination in sight. Insufficient sailing expertise could easily lead one adrift, carried away by the currents to unforeseen locations. Lynn had previously managed to learn the rudiments of operating a warship, yet he remained unacquainted with the art of rowing a small boat. In exasperation, he resorted to borrowing a book from Machino, diligently studying it while attempting to navigate the waters. It was a quintessential case of learning and applying knowledge in real time. On board the warship, Carp erupted into hearty laughter as he responded to his lieutenant's inquiry. Ha ha ha, what a spirited little rascal. No need to concern ourselves with him. Gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean, Carp's lips curled into a smile. His purpose for this journey was indeed to seek out Lynn. Previously, through the transponder snail, Zefa had informed Carp that Lynn and Tiger had set sail aboard his warship. For the fishmen, the sea is their homeland. However, Lynn, being a power user, could only rely on the warship to transport him to the next island. Yet, aboard that vessel, there existed merely 3 log poses. Lynn is unlikely to venture to the Sabaody archipelago or the Navy headquarters. Thus, the most probable destination for him is the town of Rogu, situated in the East China Sea. Carp intended to seek out Lynn in Rogu, but upon his arrival, he learned that Lynn had already set off for Windmill Village. How did that little rascal end up at my home? Without further contemplation, Carp, accompanied by a ship full of elite Navy personnel, made his way to Windmill Village, where he finally encountered Lynn. The adjutant, after a moment of hesitation, mustered the courage to address Carp. Vice Admiral Carp, that individual is the most notorious criminal, specifically named by the Celestial Dragons. Are you truly? The adjutant's words trailed off, clearly referring to Carp's intention to teach Lynn hockey. It was utterly unprecedented for a hero of the Navy to impart such knowledge to a criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries. Indeed, Carp nodded. This is a promise made to an old friend, and I must honor it. The adjutant wished to inquire further, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Carp, causing him to withdraw. With the adjutant no longer probing him with questions, Carp seized the rare moment of tranquility to delve into memories from not long ago. Over a month prior, Carp had received information about Lynn from Zefa via a transponder snail. At that time, Zefa spoke with a long-lost excitement in his voice. Carp, did you know? In this era, there is a little rascal whose dream is to be a hero. Ha ha ha. Carp could still vividly recall Zefa's laughter. Ever since the tragic loss of his wife and child to pirates, Zefa had not laughed so joyfully. In this era, there is indeed a little rascal whose dream is to be a hero. Ha ha ha. Through the transponder snail, Carp could sense Zefa's emotions, a heartfelt joy. If only I had met him sooner. After the laughter subsided, Zefa reflected, if we can reach him before they do, that little rascal will undoubtedly become an exceptional Navy officer. The they Zefa referred to were, of course, the celestial dragons, who had turned Lynn into a slave and would never allow their property to join the Navy. Thus, the name Lynn Barrack was destined to remain unwritten in the Navy's roster. I owe that little rascal a tremendous favor regarding the Sabaody Archipelago incident. Carp. Zefa chuckled. If you encounter him on these seas, do not forget to convey my gratitude. Returning to the present aboard the warship, Carp sighed deeply. This is why I say, Zefa, you are quite stubborn. Neglecting to repay a favor will surely lead to restless nights. Since Lynn Barrack is not a pirate, I shall assist you with this task. Once completed, you must treat me to a drink. Kapu pondered thus. Lynn was indulging in the feast. Within just a few short hours, the once plentiful provisions aboard the small vessel had dwindled to nothing. Lynn let out a contented belch and called out to the warship ahead. Hey, do you have any water? Yes. The sailors aboard the vessel were taken aback, yet in light of Vice Admiral Carp's lack of objection, they certainly would not refuse such a trivial favor. Subsequently, a sailor tossed a bottle of water to Lynn. Upon receiving it, Lynn gulped down several mouthfuls and instantly felt rejuvenated. The energy within her body was gradually depleting. Heroic skill, battlefield valor. Lynn possesses the remarkable ability to heal himself by expending his internal energy reserves. The more severe the injuries he sustains, the more effective this self-healing becomes. The advantages and disadvantages of this ability are starkly apparent. On one hand, Lynn can attain astonishing regenerative capabilities even when on the brink of death, endowing him with a physique akin to that of a monster, enabling him to engage in direct combat with top-tier warriors such as Zefa and Carp. On the other hand, the drawbacks are equally evident when Lynn's injuries are minor. His regenerative abilities diminish significantly, rendering him only slightly more resilient than an ordinary person. Consequently, while he can expend vast amounts of energy to mend grievous wounds, he finds it challenging to swiftly return to his true peak condition, always falling just short of that lofty summit. He rose and twisted his neck, producing a series of crisp, crackling sounds. Lynn assessed her current physical condition. Energy level, 900-1500. Numerous minor contusions adorned her body, and her limbs ached with swelling and discomfort. However, apart from that, the severe injuries inflicted by Carp had nearly completely healed. With a resounding thud, Lynn's fists collided with anticipation. He could hardly contain his eagerness to experience Carp's teachings. After a fleeting moment of exhilaration, Lynn found himself seated in the small boat, lost in contemplation. In the final moments of his confrontation with Carp, it felt as though he had grasped something elusive. Was it hockey? No, that was not quite it. Lynn shook his head. He had devoted himself entirely to developing his fruit abilities. Thus he was well aware of what that sensation truly signified. A new hero skill, perhaps? As Lynn rowed his boat, he began to delve into his memories and combat experiences in search of answers. After approximately an hour, a small island emerged on the horizon. It was a vast, uninhabited isle, half cloaked in dense forest and the other half a smooth expanse of grassland. Such an incongruous environmental structure did not provoke discussion among the group, as the peculiarities of this ocean were far too numerous. Drop anchor. All crew members disembark and set up camp on the grassland near the shore, but absolutely avoid the forest edge. The lieutenant methodically coordinated the arrangements, drawing upon his extensive experience, especially considering he had a rather unreliable superior. At the same time, Carp was soundly asleep on the grass. After a while, Lynn secured his small boat and reclined on the grass as well. The sunlight and the fragrance of the grass were potent lullabies. Before long, Lynn closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The lieutenant, witnessing this scene, could not help but facepalm in exasperation. In a certain sense, this man named Lynn Barrack bore a striking resemblance to Admiral Carp. Time swiftly progressed to evening. The Navy personnel erected tents on the grassland and lit bonfires around them. Upon completing these tasks, the lieutenant decisively disrupted Carp's sweet dreams. Ah, have I fallen asleep? Oh no, I must help with the tents. The lieutenant suppressed the urge to spit blood and said, Admiral Carp, all preparations have been completed. Oh dear, how troublesome for you. Carp chuckled heartily, scratching his head, only to suddenly notice that Lynn was still asleep nearby. You impudent little brat, wake up, Carp bellowed, raising his foot and sending Lynn flying. Lynn groggily opened her eyes in midair, and upon catching sight of Cap, She instinctively grasped the gravity of the situation. Is it time to engage in battle? A spark of excitement flickered in Lynn's eyes as he adeptly maneuvered in midair, landing gracefully on his feet before charging directly at Carp. However, Carp merely adjusted his ears and deftly sidestepped, causing Lynn to miss completely. The impetuous youth truly possessed a hasty temperament. Carp gestured for Lynn to approach, signaling for silence as he prepared to elucidate the training protocols. As he spoke, Carp positioned himself before the gathered naval officers. The 6 styles represent techniques that transcend the limits of human capability. To master these techniques, one must first push their physical prowess to its utmost limits. Only by confronting the boundaries of their endurance can they aspire to surpass them. This island is uniquely divided into 2 distinct regions, the serene grasslands and the perilous forest. The grasslands serve as an unequivocally safe haven, while the forest teems with ferocious beasts, including extraordinarily formidable monsters. Your task is to recuperate in the grasslands and then venture into the forest to push your physical limits, thereby grasping the essence of the 6 styles. Do you understand? The 50 elite naval officers present saluted in unison. Yes, Vice Admiral Carp. Subsequently, the training regimen for the 6 styles commenced under the guidance of the first officer. Yet, amidst all this, Lynn remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently upon Carp. Carp raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Impudent youth, if you wish to comprehend the hockey, you too must confront the monsters lurking within the forest." "Indeed, I am determined to challenge the monsters." Lynn's fists collided, his gaze fixed intently on Carp. A grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, "But the mightiest monster lies right before us." "Huh, what a confidently audacious little rascal." Carp chuckled helplessly, then gradually moved, tracing a large circle approximately 10 meters in diameter on the ground with the tip of his foot. "Little brat, take a good look at this circle," Carp instructed, pointing to the ground. "With all your strength, when I am forced out of this circle, that will mark the moment your hockey awakens." Bang! Whoosh! Before Carp could finish his words, Lynn had already planted his foot firmly on the ground, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed towards Carp. "Come and fight." Later that day, on another deserted island in the East Sea, 3 pirate ships lay anchored at the shore. The vessels gently swayed with the waves, punctuated by whispers emanating from aboard. The 3 most fearsome pirates in the East Sea had convened on this island: Click, the Clown, and the Admiral. As darkness descended, the atmosphere became charged with tension. The 3 pirate crews docked near the deserted island flew different flags, each representing their distinct faction. "Hey, are you really pirates?" sneered one pirate, grinning mockingly. "Look at you all. A circus? How utterly ridiculous." Laughter erupted from the pirates aboard the ship. "Want to try our deadly tricks, you bunch of cat-eared freaks?" "Silence. You fools." A pirate from the 3rd ship sharpened his blade, the glint of the cold steel flashing across his face, perplexed as to why their captain would entertain the invitation of these lowly scoundrels. "Do you wish to die, you bastard? Ready to throw down? Don't soil your pants." The 3 pirate crews exchanged threats, as their captains and key officers gathered on that forsaken island for a purpose. Meanwhile, at the long-abandoned naval outpost on this remote island, a group of uninvited guests stood in the dilapidated room. The naval flags, eroded by time, hung in tatters, while the newcomers stood in 3 distinct positions, each wary of the others. From the Click pirates, Captain Admiral Click, with a bounty of 17 million berries, the Demon Man, Akin, with a bounty of 12 million berries. From the Black Cat pirates, Captain Click Crow, with a bounty of 16 million berries, the Hypnotist Zango, with a bounty of 9 million berries. And from the Buggy pirates, Captain Clown Buggy, with a bounty of 15 million berries. The nefarious rogues from the East Sea had gathered here, their total bounties collectively amounting to 69 million berries. He, truly deserving of the title of a devil fruit user, daring to meet us here alone. The Admiral Click, adorned in heavy armor and sporting lavender hair, gazed at Buggy and grinned. "Is it the split fruit? It suits your comical demeanor splendidly. What? Do you harbor grievances against me?" Buggy retorted with a cold smirk. "That armor must be rather cumbersome. Would you like me to assist in removing a few pieces?" In an instant, the tension in the room escalated, the atmosphere between Click and Buggy becoming palpably hostile. Buggy, alone, unsheathed the dagger he always carried, while a king, the ghoul by Click's side, brandished his dual canes, prepared for battle. "Gentlemen, please, let us remain calm," Chloe interjected, adjusting his glasses with a gentle push of his palm. "We are all here for a singular purpose, are we not? Ha ha. Speaking of which, we were all invited by you. Clo. Click turned to Clo, cautioning him. If your discourse bores me, you are well aware of the consequences. If you wish for my intervention, the price is not trivial. Buggy added. Licking the blade of his dagger, Clo, what of the great treasure you mentioned? And my grand line nautical chart. Clo readjusted his glasses, explaining, Gentlemen, do not be hasty. We must await another guest. At this, both Click and Buggy exchanged puzzled glances. Who, pray tell, is this guest? Click inquired. Clo did not respond directly. Instead, smiling as he stated, a few days ago, I contacted the world government. Swish. Before Clo could finish, Buggy had already turned on his heels and strode swiftly toward the door. Clo, taken aback, asked, Are you leaving now? Buggy nodded, frowning as he replied, Apologies. But if the world government is involved, I have no desire to partake. With that, before Clo could pose any further inquiries, Buggy exited the room and hastily made his way back to his pirate ship. Captain Buggy. The members of the Buggy pirates rushed to greet their captain upon his return. What did that Clo invite you for? However, Buggy had no time to respond. He was preoccupied with directing his crew to depart the island with all haste. After all, he was once a crew member of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, having traversed the Grand Line alongside that man, his perspective vastly exceeding that of Clo and Click. Thus, upon hearing the mention of the world government, Buggy resolved firmly to distance himself from this affair. As far away as possible. Cooperation? What a jest. In the face of such a colossal entity as the world government, a mere pirate with a bounty of millions of berries is nothing but an ant. You seek your demise. I shall not accompany you. Crew, set sail at full speed. Buggy has departed, yet Click remains. He shows a flicker of interest in Crow's words. Waiting for another guest? Contacting the world government? Just as Click contemplates this, a sound of footsteps echoes from outside. Tap, tap, tap. A peculiar figure pushes the door open. Tall and slender, clad in a pristine white suit and draped with a cloak, his face is obscured by an exaggerated red mask, a true oddity. Is everyone here? The peculiar voice booms, seemingly male. Upon hearing this, Click feels an impulse to assert dominance over the stranger. Yet Crow's subsequent words leave both him and the accompanying akin momentarily speechless. Indeed, everyone is present. Crow nods slightly. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, who hails from the world government's intelligence agency, CP5. If Lynn were here, he would instantly recognize that the stranger's attire is not characteristic of the widely known CP5, but rather that of the upper echelon of CP19, a significant figure from the highest intelligence agency, CP0. However, the pirates present could not possibly be aware of such nuances. They only grasped the phrase world government's intelligence agency. In an instant, Click is prepared to flee. Crow. Are you attempting to have the Navy apprehend us all? He exclaims in anger. Yet, Crow shakes his head. Calm down, Admiral. The world government is not the same as the Navy. For them, value is paramount. They can collaborate with pirates if it serves their interests. Click furrows his brow, having always found Crow unsettling, a sentiment that intensifies now. How dare a mere pirate entertain the notion of collaborating with the world government? After a moment's reflection, he inquires, What exactly are you plotting? Crow. Did you not clarify matters with them? The peculiar figure's voice carries a hint of displeasure. My apologies, esteemed sir. I was just about to explain, Crow replies, nodding in acknowledgement of the oversight. He then addresses Click. I invited you here to seek your assistance in eliminating a certain individual. Click's confusion deepens. What manner of person warrants collaboration between pirates and the world government? At this juncture, the oddity retrieves a bounty notice from his cloak, speaking slowly, Boss Lynn Balek, the instigator of the chaos at the Sabaody archipelago, with a bounty of 100 million berries. He is a world-class criminal, and should anyone aid us in apprehending him, we shall offer a substantial reward. Upon concluding his statement, the peculiar figure produces a list and places it upon the table. These are merely the standard rewards. If all proceeds smoothly, I am confident that those offering the bounty will be inclined to bestow additional gratuities upon you. Click gazes at the list presented by the stranger, his breath becoming labored. The rewards are extraordinarily generous. He cannot fathom who might be capable of affording such a high price. However, Claw continued, I happen to know the whereabouts of Lynn Barrack. Are you out of your mind? Click retorted suddenly. I've heard about that incident. He is a monster capable of escaping the Navy's tight encirclement, with a bounty as high as 100 million berries. How dare you entertain such notions? Calm down, Admiral. Claw adjusted his glasses. Let us not forget who stands before us. Click's gaze shifted to the peculiar figure beside him. More precisely, to the esteemed individual from the world government. The expression on Click's face transitioned from shock to a smile. He clutched the bounty list and beheld what he desired, the navigational chart of the Grand Line. To dare target a creature with a bounty of 100 million berries. Claw, you truly are a madman. Click exclaimed, then turned his attention back to Claw. It seems we must indeed form a pirate alliance. In the deep of night, the buggy pirate ship sailed at full speed, having traversed nearly an hour at an accelerated pace. The lookout reported, Captain Buggy, no warships or pirate vessels spotted in the vicinity. Good, continue to monitor. Buggy nodded, instructing his crew to remain vigilant. He sat upon a crate, his back drenched in cold sweat. Some thoughts can become increasingly daunting. If that man named Claw was not lying and had truly contacted the world government, then regardless of his intentions, he would meet a grim fate. Schemes? Mere jest. In these waters, cunning must be backed by strength. No matter how intricate your machinations, if your might is insufficient to the world government, you are merely an astute ant. Fortunately, speed was on their side. Buggy took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. If he waited for the government personnel to arrive and then sought to withdraw, having knowledge of the collaboration between the government and pirates, his end would be inevitable, death. A chill coursed through Buggy's heart. Just then, the ship's beast tamer, Machi, and the acrobat, Kabaji, approached him, accompanied by Machi's colossal pet lion, Ricky. Captain, why are we sailing so swiftly? Didn't Claw say there was treasure? Roar. Ricky chimed in. Captain, you can't hoard the treasure for yourself. Roar. Captain, speak to us, Captain. Roar. Roar. Enough already, you bunch of fools. Baki rose in a fit of indignation, delivering a punch to each of the heads of the two men and the lion. Here I am, celebrating my miraculous survival, and you lot are simply too loud. Machi and Kabaji cradled their heads and bowed their heads in submission. We were wrong, Captain. Ugh. Honestly, Baki sighed, sinking down wearily. It was already frightening enough. Your ruckus has drained all my energy. Since that is the case, Captain Baki, why not take a vacation? Machi suddenly suggested. A vacation? Baki raised an eyebrow and burst into laughter. What a splendid idea, Machi. Hee. Machi scratched his head. I've heard there's a deserted island with breathtaking scenery. Shall we go there? Deserted island. The mere mention of those words made Baki uneasy, as he feared that certain monsters might be congregating there. Thus, he shook his head. No, I have a better choice. The others inquired, where? Rogue Town. Baki stroked his chin and chuckled. I've long heard it's a lively place. Let us go there to drink and soak in hot springs. Set sail, lads. Oh. The pirates cheered in response. Baki joined in the jubilation, striving to forget the previous encounter. His selection of Rogue Town as a vacation spot stemmed from a reason known only to him. Whenever he thought of the wretched world government, he couldn't help but recall his captain. Rogue Town held a special significance for the members of the Roger Pirates. Having narrowly escaped death, he thought it fitting to pay his respects to his captain. Captain Roger, bless me with good fortune. Meanwhile, in a room, Crocodile had devised a plan. Pointing to a location on the map, he addressed Click and the mysterious figure. We shall strike here and take the head of Lynn Barrack. The very location was Rogue Town. Ha ha ha, the show is about to begin. Crocodile could not suppress his laughter and then turned to the mysterious figure from CP5. I trust you will uphold your promise. Of course, the figure nodded. As long as you eliminate Lynn Barrack, the world government will provide whatever you need. But, the figure inquired, do you truly know Barrack's whereabouts? Indeed, Crocodile nodded. Where? That, I cannot disclose. Crocodile smiled. If I were to reveal his location to you now, I fear that both I and my good friend Click would not survive to leave this island. Humph. The peculiar individual let out a cold snort, neither confirming nor denying. Shortly thereafter, the meeting concluded. Both Kuro and Click departed the deserted island with their respective entourages. The individual who claimed to be from CP5, yet was in fact from CP0, lingered until the end. He retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket and connected with someone. The familiar voice that resonated from the other end belonged to Saint Kindness, a celestial dragon residing in Mary Geoise. The CP0 operative responded, stating, no. The man named Kuro is tight-lipped and maintains his confidentiality well. Until we ascertain the whereabouts of Lynn Barrack or definitively eliminate him, that insignificant life must be preserved. St. Chimas's voice was frigid. You understand what must be done thereafter, correct? Yes, the peculiar man nodded. I shall eliminate all those privy to the information. How dare that mere insect negotiate with me? This matter must not reach the public. St. Kindness seethed with rage. Yet he was aware that he could not act against Kuro and his associates just yet. He needed to utilize Kuro's group to confront Lynn. The Navy was not merely the private army of the Celestial Dragons, despite St. Kindness's belief in that reality. Nevertheless, the troublesome Oden must be maintained. The Navy could not mobilize vast forces solely to hunt for Lynn across the seas. Thus, St. Kindness required a seemingly neutral third party. At that moment, Kuro, an insignificant insect, made contact with him through a series of government phone transfers, unaware that he was speaking to a celestial dragon. Kuro subsequently expressed his knowledge of Lynn Barrick's whereabouts and his willingness to procure Lynn's head for a reward. However, he insisted on the need for assistance from the world government due to Lynn's formidable strength. St. Kindness acquiesced and dispatched members of CP0, masquerading as CP5, to engage with Kuro's faction. Once the deed was accomplished, St. Kindness's plan was straightforward: eradicate all who were aware. I understand, the peculiar man continued. But Kuro's faction demands a significant supply of sea prism stone weaponry. Fulfill all their requests. After all, they will be dead. We can retrieve the weapons once the affair is concluded. Indeed. Remember this. As long as we can eliminate Lynn Barrick, the Celestial Dragons can afford any price. With that, St. Kindness ended the call. In Rogue Town, a small town situated in the East Blue, an unimaginable tempest was brewing. Meanwhile, Smoker donned his beach attire, eager to fully relish his holiday in Log Town. Log Town, here I come. Smoker, a 22-year-old male, holds the rank of Navy Lieutenant Commander and possesses the smoke ability. His mentor is none other than the legendary former Admiral, Zefa, as a rare natural-type devil fruit user. Smoker undeniably stands as a paragon among the younger generation of the Navy. His earnest disposition and diligent training render him nearly the perfect recruit, save for his penchant for smoking. Thus, when the Navy headquarters tasked Carp with assembling an elite squad of recruits for training in the 6 forms, it was only natural that Zefa would recommend Smoker for inclusion. Brimming with excitement and anticipation at the prospect of being personally trained by a naval hero, Smoker's spirits soared. At least, they did until recently. Following over 10 days of rigorous training on this deserted island, he found himself engulfed in a state of existential doubt. He had witnessed a notorious criminal with a bounty exceeding 100 million casually roaming the island and participating in Carp's specialized training alongside them. The purpose was made abundantly clear by the criminal from the outset: to cultivate haki. This latent power within the human body serves as a testament to true strength. Even among the elite recruits of their cohort, they were far from attaining the level required to harness haki. Yet, now, the hero of the Navy was poised to impart this skill to a wanted fugitive? The most perplexing aspect was that this criminal appeared to be of a similar age to him. How could someone so young qualify to train in haki? Smoker found himself at a loss, resorting to sitting cross-legged on the ground, puffing on cigar after cigar. At that moment, dusk descended, and the Navy soldiers took a break to eat. Nearby, one of the sailors coughed from the smoke of Smoker's cigars, waving his hands dismissively. "Hey, Smoker, why does it feel like your smoking habit has intensified?" Smoker furrowed his brow, uninterested in responding. Another sailor jested. "Of course, he asked the smoke man." Humph. Smoker paid them no heed, rising to grasp his specialized weapon, the jit. The jit is a unique tool designed specifically to counter swords, utilizing the capabilities of his smoke frit. Smoker had developed his own distinctive combat style. "Smoker, where are you off to?" inquired a nearby sailor. "To the forest," Smoker replied. "Hey, wait a minute. Didn't you just spend the entire day battling those beasts in the forest? Aren't you tired?" The sailor scratched his head. "Vice Admiral Carp wants us to push our physical limits. Only then can we transcend them," Smoker stated, his gaze fixed sternly on the jit in his hands. "My training is far from sufficient." The mere thought of the bounty exceeding 100 million on the wanted criminal sent waves of discontent through Smoker's heart. He must surpass him. Just as Smoker was preparing to depart and return to the forest for further training, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the surrounding Navy personnel. "It has begun. Oh, here it comes." Today is exceptionally early. Amidst the chatter of the sailors, Smoker felt even more perturbed. How could these fools cheer for a criminal? "Don't be so serious, my friend Smoker," one of the sailors chuckled, draping an arm around Smoker's shoulder. "While you may not appreciate that wanted criminal, this is indeed a rare opportunity to witness Vice Admiral Garp in action." Smoker pondered this and realized the truth in the sentiment, suppressing his irritation and casting his gaze into the distance. There, A figure stood, clad in a naval uniform, robust and formidable, none other than the celebrated naval hero, Garp. Beside Garp was a large circle, approximately 10 meters in diameter, drawn with the tips of his feet. Over 10 days prior, Garp had made a promise to Lynn. Youngster, pay attention to this circle. Use all your strength. When I am driven out of this circle, it will mark the moment your dominance awakens. Thus commenced Lynn's challenge against Garp. The initial encounters, of course, ended in devastating defeat for Lynn, who had not even managed to force Garp to budge an inch, let alone push him out of the circle. At first, the island's navy had regarded Lynn with a degree of wariness, given that he was a notorious criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries. However, as time passed, their attitude towards Lynn gradually transformed from caution to sheer astonishment. It was utterly shocking. Over these past 10 days, Lynn had plunged into the forest each morning to hunt ferocious beasts, prepared sumptuous meals from his catches by noon, and indulged in feasting. After satisfying his hunger, Lynn would dart back into the forest to resume training, which continued until dusk. When the main event of the day would finally commence, Lynn would challenge Garp, and this marked the pivotal shift in the Navy's attitude towards him. The fighting styles of Lynn and Garp were strikingly similar, both favoring a straightforward and brutal exchange of blows. Each confrontation, each clash, resonated with a thunderous sound that reverberated through the surrounding air. The grassy expanse where they fought was supposed to be a sanctuary on the island, yet during their bouts, the ferocious forest nearby seemed to offer greater safety. It was akin to two titanic beasts engaged in a fierce struggle. The Navy personnel on the island had never witnessed such a raw and primal display of combat. Although they were certain that Rear Admiral Garp had yet to unleash his full prowess, Lynn's progress was undeniably evident. Without resorting to breathtaking feats, within just 3 days of training, Lynn had forced Garp to retreat half a step. After 7 days, he had made him step back an entire pace. 11 days later, Garp had been compelled to retreat twice. Now, on the 15th day, as dusk descended, Garp stood with his arms crossed over his chest, patiently awaiting Lynn within the circle he had drawn. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel held steaming bowls of freshly brewed soup, discussing the day's potential outcomes during their respite. Could this Lynn truly make Rear Admiral Garp leave his designated circle? It seemed inconceivable. After all, he was Garp, the hero of the Navy. Yet, who among them had the confidence to defeat the individual named Lynn? After much deliberation, the gathered sailors could only shake their heads in uncertainty. The prowess exhibited by Lynn has far surpassed that of his peers. His strength may very well rival that of the vice admirals at headquarters, one Navy officer remarked. Fool. Smoker interrupted the officer. He is a wanted criminal. Your duty is to capture him, not to praise him. Another Navy officer attempted to smooth things over. Come on, Smoker. Acknowledging the strength of others is essential for progress. Humph. Smoker clenched his fists, a sense of urgency welling up within him. Not enough. I am still not strong enough. Meanwhile, Garp, who was waiting, had his eyes closed in contemplation. Suddenly, he was startled by strange noises emanating from the direction of the forest. It sounded like something was being dragged along the ground. Garp opened his eyes and grinned. Is that you little rascal? From the forest, one tree after another fell, revealing the enormous mouth of a creature with sharp teeth. The Navy officers who were dining immediately readied themselves for battle upon seeing the owner of that massive maw. It was one of the kings of this forest, a giant crocodile weighing several tons. Its speed and strength had reached a terrifying level, with a hide so tough that even cannon fire could not penetrate it. Over the past few days, many Navy officers had fallen victim to this crocodile, narrowly escaping with their lives. Smoker's brow furrowed as well. Even with the powers granted by the natural-type devil fruit, he found himself at a loss against the crocodile's tough hide. The giant crocodile has emerged? I thought the beasts on this island did not venture into the grasslands. But soon, the Navy officers noticed something amiss. The crocodile lay with its tongue dangling and eyes rolled back, clearly dead beyond any doubt. Beneath the crocodile's body, a figure was dragging it forward at a leisurely pace. The individual was bare-chested, and his robust physique was adorned with numerous scars of varying sizes. Lynn emerged from the forest, exerting his strength to cast the enormous crocodile aside onto a nearby clearing. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled beneath the feet of the sailors. Gentlemen, he declared, let us indulge in a barbecue this evening. Lynn twisted her neck and gave a gentle hop, then fixed her gaze upon Garp. Garp couldn't help but chuckle, saying, You little rascal, aren't you going to take a break? Lynn, however, shook her head. revealing an expression of sheer exhilaration. How could one possibly endure such a temptation? Lynn Barek, indeed, the 15th challenge against Monkey D. Garp commences. Lynn spread his arms wide and leaned slightly forward, advancing step by step towards Carp. His pace was unhurried, yet each footfall was remarkably steady. Meanwhile, in the distance, the naval personnel hurriedly found comfortable positions to enjoy the freshly brewed hot soup. Dining while observing the duel between Carp and Lynn had become their daily routine. It was far from a mere meal. Rather, time was exceedingly precious, as they would soon return to the forest to continue their training after dinner. However, the sailors were unwilling to miss the confrontation between Carp and Lynn, prompting them to adjust their mealtime to coincide with the unfolding battle. On the other side, Lynn had leisurely stepped into the ring, now standing merely a step away from Carp. Observing this, Carp chuckled, "You little rascal, it seems you've minimized your unnecessary movements." Lynn nodded in acknowledgement. What Carp referred to as Lynn's habitual sprinting motion. For a master adept in the use of observation hockey, Lynn's offensive intentions were exceedingly transparent. Especially when his opponent was Carp. Lynn has suffered numerous setbacks in this regard, thus she has distilled her experiences into valuable insights. The nature of the offensive maneuvers is dictated by the objective. The objective transcends the actions themselves. Lynn gently remarked, if an action is superfluous to the objective, then it should be discarded. This principle is, in essence, quite simple. The purpose of Lynn's battle was to force Carp out of the circle beneath his feet. Regardless of the initial offensive approach Lynn might adopt, Carp was compelled to remain within this circle. Given this circumstance, rather than employing a predictable sprint, it would be far more prudent to leisurely walk into the circle and launch an attack on Carp from the closest distance. Carp nodded, acknowledging that Lynn's grasp of this principle far exceeded his expectations. Was it the result of the countless experiences amassed through continuous combat? Carp looked down at Lynn, a grin spreading across his face. "You cheeky little brat, are we about to begin?" "What a joke, old man." Lynn lifted his head, gazing at Carp, and replied with a smile, "Hasn't it already commenced?" Suddenly, a suffocating aura enveloped the space between Carp and Lynn. "Am I seeing things?" A naval officer rubbed his eyes in confusion, remarking, "It seems as though the air between Vice Admiral Carp and Lynn has become distorted." The other officers turned to observe, and from various perspectives, they corroborated this peculiar phenomenon. The two were locked in a gaze, their imposing presence causing the very air around them to warp. "What are they doing?" one naval officer inquired, puzzled. "They are waiting," Smoker replied. He lit a cigar, placing it between his lips, and continued with a furrowed brow. "Are you familiar with drawing a gun?" The officers nodded. It was a method of duel among marksmen. Two gunmen stand opposite each other, each contemplating the moment to draw and fire. In that crucial instant when one draws, the other must act swiftly to draw first and claim victory and glory. They are now preparing to draw. Smoker articulated slowly, though some of the officers failed to grasp the meaning of his words. Admiral Lynn and Captain Carp are both experts in hand-to-hand combat. What relevance does firearms hold? However, it soon became evident to them both. Within that confined circle, they observed. Lynn's arms hung limply at her sides, her hands naturally splayed open. In contrast, Carp embraced himself, his arms crossed over his chest, and his smile remained undiminished. In an instant, whoosh, Lynn clenched his left fist, his core suddenly engaging as he delivered an uppercut aimed squarely at Carp's chin. Simultaneously, Carp raised his left hand to shield his jaw, successfully intercepting Lynn's blow. Bang! Lynn's left fist was intercepted. However, in the blink of an eye, his right hand formed a fist, launching an even swifter and more forceful straight punch aimed at Carp's chest. Yet, Carp suddenly twisted his left arm, using the strength of his forearm to deflect Lynn's heavy blow. With a swish, the punch missed its target, causing Lynn's body to momentarily lose its balance. His pupils constricted sharply as he hurriedly adjusted his stance, but it was too late. Carp's fist had already closed in on him in that fleeting instant. With a thud, the fist struck, and Lynn was sent flying backward with a dull thud. Though the events seemed prolonged to the distant Navy personnel, it transpired in the blink of an eye. In less than 3 seconds, Lynn and Carp had exchanged blows multiple times. The Navy finally grasped Smoker's intent. For Lynn and Carp, drawing a weapon was unnecessary. Their fist alone sufficed. Witnessing this scene, the sailors pondered whether they could withstand the assault Lynn had just unleashed. Aside from Smoker, a Logia user, the answer for the others was a resounding no. As for Smoker, while he held confidence in enduring Lynn's 2 punches, evading them was the best he could hope for. Emulating Carp's counterattack was utterly unattainable. Lynn, with a bounty of 100 million berries, was a man bold enough to declare war on the celestial dragons. Smoker sighed, contemplating the multitude of monsters yet to be unveiled in this era. On the other side, Lynn, having been sent flying by Carp, sustained little harm and quickly regained his footing. He rotated his neck and mused, "This is unacceptable. Possessing observation hockey feels almost unfair." "Ha." Carp responded with hearty laughter. "Thus, if you can force me to step outside this circle, it signifies that you have indeed mastered hockey." With Carp's words barely dissipating in the air, Lynn propelled himself off the ground, diving toward Carp. Heroic skill, awe-inspiring. Lynn's most formidable move had previously compelled Carp to retreat a considerable distance of 2.5 steps. However, this time, Carp was not inclined to confront the attack head-on. With a graceful leap, he soared into the air, effortlessly evading Lynn's oncoming assault. Lynn missed his mark, only to hear Carp's voice resonating directly above him. "You foolish child, this move of yours is far too sluggish for a master capable of utilizing observation hockey." With a swift motion, Carp descended from the heavens, his feet together, forcefully driving Lynn into the ground. The impact created a substantial crater. Standing before the pit, Carp admonished, "Young one, do not forget your battle experience. It is within that experience that you shall discover the path to mastering hockey." Lynn silently emerged from the pit, soil cascading from his shoulders with a soft clatter. He gazed at Carp and spoke slowly. "Old man Carp, the concept of hockey truly is a vexing matter." Carp raised an eyebrow in response. "What I have gleaned from these days of brief training is that the more one forces oneself to comprehend hockey, the more likely one is to forget where their true strength lies, unless they completely disregard the existence of hockey." Carp furrowed his brow. "What exactly are you trying to convey, brat?" In an instant, Lynn felt a significant depletion of energy within him, causing the air around to drop several degrees. "I shall not pursue hockey any longer, Carp. Heroic skills, ready to go?" Despite his unwavering confidence, Lynn had to concede that Carp's training was indeed formidable. In the forests of this deserted island resided countless ferocious beasts, some of which posed a grave threat to Lynn's life. Carp's decision to have the Navy train Lynn in such an environment was undeniably perilous. Yet, with danger came opportunity. Under the high-intensity combat training, both the Navy and Lynn experienced rapid advancements in their abilities, with a select few gifted sailors even grasping the fundamentals of the six powers. However, Lynn's progress in hockey training had reached an impasse. No matter how diligently he swung his fists, he could not condense hockey akin to Zefa's armament hockey. The ability to predict an opponent's attack trajectory stemmed solely from extensive combat experience and bore no relation to observation hockey. As for Conqueror's hockey, that remained an elusive dream. Finally, after being defeated by Carp for the 7th time, Lynn refrained from rushing back into the forest to continue fighting. Instead, he sought a tranquil spot on the grassland, seated himself, and began to meditate. Observing this scene, Carp nodded in satisfaction. "You were too hasty before, you little rascal. The cultivation of hockey is not something that can be achieved overnight. Even the most exceptional geniuses require prolonged, diligent training." Before embarking on this journey, Lynn was utterly ignorant of hockey, making it nearly impossible for him to master this skill in such a short time. Carp had long prepared himself for the prospect of training Lynn over the long term. How many years can he dedicate? 1, 2, at most, no more than 3. Carp mused silently. After 3 years, this sea will surely gain another top-tier master wielding hockey. However, Carp could never have anticipated that, after 3 days of meditation, Lynn would present an entirely different conclusion. The cultivation of hockey was exceedingly arduous. It would be more fruitful to delve deeper into developing his fruit abilities. After all, Lynn's objectives in mastering hockey were twofold: to enhance his overall strength and to equip himself with means to combat users of natural-type devil fruit abilities. If his fruit powers could fulfill these 2 criteria, then perhaps the significance of hockey would become inconsequential. Thus, under the astonished gaze of Carp, Lynn once again ventured into the depths of the forest. This time, he set his sights on the kings of the woodland. Only by engaging in combat with truly formidable beasts could he expedite the development of his fruit abilities. Finally, on the morning of the 15th day, Lynn found himself once more standing before the colossal crocodile. This formidable creature had, with its astonishing strength and impenetrable hide, defeated Lynn countless times, even inflicting a near-fatal wound on one occasion. Upon seeing the diminutive challenger return, the crocodile seethed with rage, determined to devour the little one this day. After an entire day of fierce battle, it was Lynn who emerged victorious. Amidst the frost-laden ground, he delivered a powerful blow that concluded the confrontation. He hoisted the crocodile's lifeless body and proceeded step by step towards the edge of the forest. Along the way, no beast dared to impede Lynn's advance, for they had all witnessed the fall of a king within their realm. The frost spread beneath Lynn's feet, much like the present moment. As Karp looked on in stunned disbelief, the energy within Lynn began to deplete rapidly and continuously. The surroundings of Lynn began to grow cold. Frost spread from the soles of his feet, gradually forming a large circle with a diameter of approximately 20 meters, centered around Lynn. Lynn found herself enveloped in an otherworldly atmosphere. With each breath, she took releasing wisps of white mist from the gaps between her teeth. In the distance, the sailors gazed upon this peculiar scene, their expressions filled with bewilderment. What exactly did Lynn accomplish? Perhaps Karp can provide an answer. As a seasoned veteran of many battles, Karp possesses a unique insight. He senses the chill in the air and cannot help but recall the young boy named Kazan, who, having consumed the ice fruit, wields the terrifying ability to freeze everything. However, the cold surrounding Lynn is fundamentally different from that of Kazan. Such a degree of chill is harmless, Karp remarks. He had long heard from Zefa about the type of devil fruit that Lynn had consumed, a Zoan-type, mythical beast fruit, the human fruit, in its heroic form. This particular devil fruit is exceedingly rare. Perhaps only the celestial dragons could afford to indulge in the luxury of using a devil fruit for amusement, allowing the then enslaved Lynn to consume it. Furthermore, Lynn's capabilities starkly contrast with those of the Logia type, bearing a striking resemblance to his old friend Sengoku the Buddha. Both belong to the human fruit series. Both are mythical beasts, and both are of the Zoan type. Even the rarest of mythical beasts cannot alter the fundamental characteristics of Zoan-type devil fruit users. Zoan users cannot become elemental nor possess myriad peculiar abilities. Their sole ability lies in transforming themselves. Karp grins, stating, "The cold is merely an accessory. The true essence of this technique lies within yourself, you little rascal." Lynn's lips exhaled a mist of white frost, remaining silent. What an unexpectedly clever little rascal, Karp marveled, astonished by the extent to which the devil fruit had been harnessed. What is this technique called? The frozen domain. Lynn merely exhaled those 4 words slowly. It was not that he was unwilling to respond to Karp. Rather, in his current state, any unnecessary movement would exacerbate the depletion of his internal energy. The true full name of this technique should be Heroic Form, King of Trolls, Trundle. Heroic Skill, Frost Domain. Lynn incessantly expended the energy within his body, utilizing the resultant low temperatures to conjure an icy domain within a defined perimeter. Based on this foundation, while engaged in combat within this frozen realm, Lynn significantly augmented his mobility, attack speed, and self-healing capabilities. This technique was birthed during his recent confrontation with a colossal crocodile and had yet to be tested in human combat. However, now, the most suitable adversary lay before him. Suddenly, Lynn propelled himself off the ground, charging toward Karp in the manner most familiar to him. Upon witnessing Lynn employ this tactic once more, Karp's expression reflected a hint of disappointment. Is the little brat merely posturing? Yet, in an instant, Karp's demeanor shifted. Something was amiss. The brat's speed had increased dramatically. Indeed, even the distant Navy personnel could discern the stark difference in Lynn's current charge compared to his previous ones. Both his velocity and strength appeared magnified several times over, reaching a level nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Nevertheless, under the influence of Kenbunchika Haki, Karp was still able to easily perceive Lynn's movements. Found you, little brat. Karp unleashed a punch, intent on sending Lynn flying once more. However, this time, Karp underestimated his opponent. Lynn, endowed with an extraordinary combat instinct, anticipated the direction of Karp's strike. With remarkable swiftness, he evaded the attack by sidestepping, and in a seamless motion, unleashed a powerful punch. The velocity of this blow was beyond imagination. Caught off guard, Karp could only brace himself by crossing his arms, preparing to absorb the impact. With a resounding thud, the punch connected, propelling Karp to slide approximately 3 steps backward on the ground. This marked the farthest retreat he had experienced since the commencement of their training. The outcome was splendid. Excitement sparkled in Lynn's eyes. The frozen domain is a continuous skill, consuming approximately 10 energy points per second. After a period of diligent training, Lynn's maximum energy storage capacity has reached 1,800 points. In other words, while maintaining the state of the frozen domain, Lynn fought with unwavering determination for a duration of 180 seconds, 3 minutes. This was an expansive circle, approximately 20 meters in diameter. Frost clung to the ground, and a delicate layer of ice covered the grass. Lynn Barrick, during his 15th challenge against Cap, finally unleashed a brand new heroic skill, the frozen domain. As long as Lynn fought within the area enveloped by frost, he could significantly enhance his speed, attack rate, and self-healing abilities. However, this remarkable power required a continuous drain of Lynn's internal energy, limiting his full combat capacity within the frozen domain to a maximum of 180 seconds, just 3 minutes. A chilling mist emanated from Lynn's mouth, and the battle with Cap escalated to a fevered intensity in an instant. Empowered by the frozen domain, Lynn's speed became astonishingly swift. He darted around Cap, searching for any weaknesses, aiming to strike him out of the ring. In that fleeting moment, the air around Cap appeared to be enveloped in a tempest of frost. Witnessing this spectacle, the naval soldiers set down their bowls and chopsticks, unable to resist the urge to rise and draw closer for a better view. At this moment, Lynn's speed had reached, or perhaps even exceeded, the remarkable prowess of the Marines' 6 styles, particularly the shave technique. The Marines were filled with curiosity, pondering how Vice Admiral Garp would respond to such astonishing velocity. However, as they drew closer, they were taken aback to find Garp with his arms crossed over his chest, eyes shut, and an audible snore escaping his lips. He was, incredibly, asleep while standing. The Marines could not help but facepalm in disbelief. Only a true hero of the sea could manage to slumber in such an environment. Suddenly, Garp jolted awake from his slumber and extended his right hand. At that very moment, Lynn's figure appeared beside him, immediately launching a punch, only to have it caught squarely by Garp's right hand. With a yawn, Garp erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "I've been waiting for you so long I fell asleep." No sooner had he spoken than his left hand clenched into a fist, enveloped in a dark hue of hockey, aimed squarely at Lynn. "Do not underestimate hockey, you brat." Bang! Lynn was once again sent flying by a punch, yet this time, he did not crash to the ground. Instead, he regained his composure midair, swiftly pivoted, and landed firmly on the ground to launch another attack. Bang! Bang! 2 powerful blows struck Kapu's body, who, in response, burst into a wide grin and retaliated with his fist enveloped in the armor of hockey. Boom! The sound resonated like a drumbeat. Lynn felt a tightness in his chest, a wave of suffocation washing over him, yet he displayed no inclination to cease his relentless assault. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, his knees slightly bent to stabilize his form, he clenched his fists tightly. Empowered by the frigid realm, he unleashed a ferocious onslaught upon Garp. It was a complete abandonment of defense, marking Lynn's swiftest and most ferocious series of strikes to date. The rain of punches descended upon Garp's robust physique. Yet rather than retreating an inch, he wore an exhilarated grin upon his face. Truly, this was a young prodigy worthy of Zefa's admiration, displaying remarkable talent. "You little brat, should I emerge victorious today, you shall obediently train your hockey for several years." As Lynn's vigorous assault continued, Garp gradually raised his arms, his fists tightening as the dark hue of armament hockey enveloped them. Subsequently, his right fist descended, crashing into Lynn's face. Bang! Lynn's face was forcefully turned aside, yet his gaze remained unwavering, fixated intently on Garp. White mist billowed from his mouth. "I have my own path, old man Garp." This utterance instantly conjured memories of Garp's own troublesome offspring. One had joined the Revolutionary Army, while the other 2 adamantly aspired to become pirates. Their words echoed similarly, all proclaiming their desire to forge their own destinies. A peculiar sentiment surged within Garp, one that bore no resemblance to familial affection. No, it was quite the opposite. He felt an overwhelming irritation. Garp was exceedingly vexed. "Ah, this infuriates me to no end," he suddenly bellowed. "Why won't any of you heed my words?" The surrounding Navy personnel bristled at his tone. "You? Any of you? Was there anyone else on this island besides Lynn and them?" Panic set in. Garp, the Vice Admiral, was displeased with them, surely due to their lack of diligence and training. With that thought, the sailors hastily devoured their dinners, eager to retreat into the forest for further practice, though they were reluctant to miss the confrontation between Garp and Lynn. Meanwhile, Garp's frustration had reached a boiling point. "When I say be a Navy, be a Navy. When I say train in hockey, train in hockey. Can I guide you?" He glared at Lynn, veins bulging on his forehead. "You little brat, if you refuse to comply, I shall beat you into submission." As he spoke, Garp's fist, enveloped in hockey, descended upon Lynn with ferocity. I will ensure you willingly go and train in hockey. Boom. Another heavy blow struck Lynn's abdomen. Yet, Lynn's onslaught showed no sign of abating, nor did it wane even slightly. Karp's iron fist rained down upon Lynn, while Lynn, in turn, retaliated with 5 or 6 punches for each of Karp's strikes. The Navy personnel halted their march towards the forest, utterly captivated by the spectacle before them. In terms of sheer volume of punches thrown, Lynn was undeniably victorious. However, each of Karp's powerful strikes could easily counter multiple attacks from Lynn. From the perspective of the Navy, both Lynn's speed and Karp's strength transcended their comprehension. Could it be that this Lynn was on par with Vice Admiral Karp? One sailor marveled. Fool, are you blind? Smoker shook his head, lighting a cigar. For Karp, this was merely a pre-meal exercise. Upon hearing this, the naval officers cast their gazes once more. Indeed, although there had been a balance of power and speed, it was evident that Lynn had exerted himself to the utmost. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body marred by numerous bruises. In stark contrast, Karp had not retreated a single step. On the contrary, he broke into a broad grin, laughing heartily. He began to understand Zefa better now. It had been quite some time since he encountered someone who dared to engage him in such a vigorous exchange of blows. A truly intriguing young rascal. However, do obediently submit to my training of hockey, young one, Karp bellowed, preparing to conclude this battle. He could distinctly sense the surrounding frost diminishing, while Lynn's speed was gradually decelerating. Approaching his limits, perhaps, Karp silently calculated. That astonishing speed could only be sustained for about 3 minutes. What a remarkable technique. This is where it ends. Karp suddenly retracted his right fist to his waist and launched a powerful punch, intent on utterly vanquishing Lynn. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that Lynn had been waiting for. This is where it ends. Lynn echoed the same words. Suddenly, he pivoted, leveraging the fleeting seconds of the frozen domain to evade Karp's frontal strike, and then unleashed a kick. Hero form, Blind Monk Lee Sin. Hero skill, Dragon's Rage. Bam! That unexpected kick took Karp by surprise. Instinctively, he raised his arm to block what felt like a cannonball impact. However, by the time he regained his composure, he realized that his foot had already crossed the boundary of the circle he had drawn. After a prolonged silence, Karp gazed down at Lynn, who lay sprawled on his back, and uttered 2 words, impressive. With a resounding thud, Lynn's sudden kick propelled Karp out of the circle. The onlooking Navy personnel stood in stunned silence. Gulp. It was unclear who among them was the first to swallow hard. In an instant, the stagnant atmosphere shattered. Karp, a vice admiral, had been knocked out of the circle? The Navy began to murmur among themselves. Just a fortnight ago, they had all heard Karp establish the rules. The moment Lynn had the capability to push Karp out of the circle, it would signify his awakening of hockey. Yet the current situation was undeniably different. Lynn managed to send Karp outside the ring, but it was not through the use of hockey. Rather, it was due to the newly developed abilities of his fruit. Does he believe that such powers can compensate for the absence of hockey? Not far away. Smoker frowned and muttered, however, that approach has its evident shortcomings. Returning our gaze to Karp, he stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Lynn, who lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. The recent fierce exchange had left him significantly injured, rendering him almost immobile. Yet, in this moment, Lynn's spirit seemed remarkably high. He grinned widely and exclaimed, I did it. Witnessing this, Karp could only shake his head in exasperation. What a rash little brat. With Karp's seasoned perception, he could easily discern what Lynn had truly accomplished. Lynn Barrick, through the prowess of his unique devil fruit ability, has discovered a substitute for hockey that is distinctly his own. In terms of observation hockey, Lynn has amalgamated his combat experience with superhuman reflexes, enhanced further by the acceleration provided by his freezing domain, endowing him with a perception ability that rivals that of observation hockey. As for armament hockey, Karp still needs to conduct some tests. He inquired of Lynn, Hey, you little rascal, can you still execute that technique? Lynn comprehended Karp's intention and reluctantly nodded. After sufficient rest, he could manage for a few seconds. Karp then called out to the nearby Navy personnel, Smoker, come here. Although puzzled, Smoker extinguished his cigar and approached Karp and Lynn, saluting Karp with military respect. The paramount aspect of Busashoka hockey is its ability to allow the wielder to grasp the corporeal form of Logia-type devil fruit users. Karp addressed Lynn, he is Smoker, the smoke man who consumed the smoke fruit. You little rascal, if you can capture him, show me. Only then did Smoker realize the purpose of Karp summoning him. As he had previously contemplated, substituting formidable devil fruit abilities for haki was not unfeasible. However, this approach bore a critical flaw, namely, the lack of means to counter Logia-type devil fruit users. Without the aid of Busashoka haki, ordinary attacks were utterly ineffectual against an elementalized body. Could a devil fruit ability genuinely replace Busashoka haki? In response to Smoker's astonished gaze, Lynn nodded, then struggled to sit up, proclaiming, "Let us begin." Smoker promptly elementalized his arm, a billow of white smoke ascending around him. His pride as a Logia user made it difficult for him to believe this could work. "Lynn Barak, if you can manage it, then give it a try." Suddenly, as if to answer Smoker's challenge, the surrounding air plummeted in temperature, frost spreading once more. This maneuver was indeed quite taxing. Lynn offered a feeble smile, then reached out to grasp Smoker's elemental arm. In an instant, Smoker's expression shifted to one of astonishment, as he distinctly felt his physical form being touched by Lynn. In other words, Lynn's maneuver had, to some extent, supplanted the need for the armament haki. But why was this so? Smoker pondered in confusion. Perhaps it relates to the unique properties of the devil fruit, Carp elucidated. The rarity of mythical Zoan fruits is astounding, and our understanding of this particular category of devil fruits remains woefully inadequate. At that moment, Carp had no inkling that many years hence, the fruit that would stir the very fabric of the world, the dark fruit, would possess the power to seize the physical forms of Logia users, and even wield terrifying capabilities that rivaled those of Sea Prism Stone. However, one certainty remained, as Carp gazed at Lynn with a grin. "You little rascal, you have graduated." Upon hearing these words, Lynn finally relaxed his mind and collapsed onto the ground. A wave of hearty laughter erupted around him. It took a total of 15 days. He, Lynn Barak, had finally attained a power on this deserted island that could rival both observation haki and armament haki. Thus, to commemorate my graduation, Lynn beamed with enthusiasm and exclaimed, "Let us host a barbecue party on the prairie tonight." A moment of silence ensued. The sailors gazed at Carp, waiting for his nod of approval, and only upon his agreement did a fervent cheer erupt. Oh, what joy! Lynn is an exuberant and remarkably affable individual. Initially, the Navy held a considerable degree of caution towards this notorious criminal, whose bounty amounts to a staggering 100 million berries. However, through the course of their interactions, particularly after Lynn valiantly rescued several Navy personnel from the jaws of fierce beasts, he gradually won their acceptance. Witnessing Lynn's fierce battle against Carp deepened their respect for him as a formidable power. Consequently, the festivities of that evening were filled with exuberance and merriment. Lynn indulged in the roasted crocodile meat, replenishing the energy he had expended. While some desired to partake in spirits, the occasion was still within the confines of their training. Thus, the gathering celebrated the birth of Lynn's new technique with water in lieu of wine. Observing this scenario, Smoker could only continue puffing on his cigars, lamenting, "TSK. Do these people not remember he is still a wanted criminal?" In response, Carp burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, Smoker, your stubbornness truly mirrors that of your mentor Zefa." The feast continued until midnight. After a brief respite, the morning sun rose, heralding the commencement of another day of grueling training for the Navy. The previous night's festivities were but a fleeting interlude. For these elite recruits, the paramount ambition was to grow stronger. The only two who appeared to still be slumbering were Carp and Lynn. The latter, having sustained significant injuries the day prior, despite his monstrous regenerative abilities, was still beset by fatigue and required additional rest. As for Carp, he had his own reasons. His aide hurried over, softly stating, "Vice Admiral Carp, you have lingered on this island for too long. Numerous documents await your approval, and Admiral Tsuru has been pressing for them." Carp remained oblivious, snoring away. "Vice Admiral Carp, the ship dispatched by the branch is already awaiting you. Please come with me to attend to your duties." Carp merely rolled over. "Vice Admiral Carp, you have many matters to address. Resting is not an option at this time." Carp scratched his belly. "Vice Admiral Carp, are you feigning sleep?" This time, Carp could no longer maintain his charade. Rubbing his head, he slowly rose, letting out a tremendous yawn. "Ah, I sustained injuries yesterday. I require several days of rest." "Vice Admiral Carp, you only suffered a minor abrasion yesterday." Carp was left speechless. Truly, his aid arranged by Tsuru was remarkably efficient. With no other choice, Carp left behind a note indicating his continued training, and then followed his aide aboard the vessel that had been sent from the branch to retrieve him. Thus, the training on the deserted island persisted, albeit without Carp and his aide. Carp's warship, along with the small boat Lynn had borrowed from Makino, remained anchored at the rudimentary harbor of the deserted island, gently bobbing on the waves. Soon, 3 days had elapsed. Lynn found himself engulfed in boredom. In the absence of carp, he resorted to hunting ferocious beasts in the forest. However, having mastered the frozen domain and the dragon tail technique, the creatures on the island posed no threat to him. Day after day, he engaged in hunting and roasting meat, and soon he became weary of the monotony. He longed for Windmill Village and reminisced about Magino's culinary skills. At that moment, a Navy officer informed Lynn that Carp's warship possessed a record pointer directing towards Windmill Village, along with a phone bug connected to Magino's tavern. Lynn eagerly rushed over, intending to call Magino and request a sumptuous array of delicacies, while he himself would paddle back to Windmill Village for a change of taste. Blub 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 blub. Click. Soon, the telephone bug connected. Hello, Magino. Have you missed me? I've brought back some specialties from the island. Do prepare something delicious for me. However, a man's voice came through from the other end of the line. He, is this Lynn Barek? We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Lynn's expression instantly darkened. Who are you? The Windmill Village, nestled within the kingdom of Goa, had always been a tranquil little settlement, neither affluent nor impoverished. The villagers led lives of simplicity and contentment. Occasionally, amusing incidents would occur, such as the recent arrival of a mysterious man who, astonishingly, engaged in a skirmish with Admiral Carp. Following that encounter, the man accompanied Admiral Carp to sea, claiming to embark on some form of training, and has yet to return. Marcy often pondered what Lynn and Admiral Carp were truly up to. On this particular day, a dilapidated vessel unexpectedly appeared at the harbor of Windmill Village. Disembarking from it came a dozen individuals, all ragged and emaciated, as though they had just survived a shipwreck. Compassionate villagers swiftly brought them to safety, with upslap. The village chief, graciously hosting them. He ushered them into a room and offered them bowls of hot soup to warm their bodies. After resting for a while, the group eagerly inquired, "Have you heard of a man named Lynn Barek?" Upon hearing this, the chief's demeanor shifted to one of caution as he questioned, "Who are you?" To his astonishment, the group suddenly erupted into tears, wiping their faces as they exclaimed, "We are the crew of Captain Lynn. Our pirate ship met with disaster, and we became separated from him. We have been searching for him for quite some time." Marcy, taken aback, exclaimed, "Wait, is Mr. Lynn really the captain?" "Indeed." The leader, sporting a small mustache, replied with a grin, "He is a renowned pirate." "But Mr. Lynn never mentioned this," Marcy remarked, puzzled. "Perhaps he feared revealing his identity and chose to conceal it," the mustached man suggested. "And how did you become separated?" Marcy asked. The mustached man, upon hearing this, began to weep profusely as he recounted a tale of heart-wrenching maritime adventure. The kind villagers of Windmill Village, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously, asserting that they were familiar with the man named Lynn. He had resided in Windmill Village for quite some time, but had recently set sail, with no knowledge of his whereabouts. The group continued to inquire about Lynn Barek, including details of his arrival in Windmill Village aboard Granny Sia's ship and his stint working at Marcy's tavern. However, the village chief, Upslap, sensed something amiss. As someone who harbored a deep disdain for pirates, he could often discern a pirate's identity at a glance. The man named Lynn Barek exhibited not a trace of the pirate demeanor. Could he be concealing his true identity? No, the chief furrowed his brow in concern. Lynn Barek is indeed a notorious fugitive with a bounty of 100 million berries. However, he has never claimed to be a pirate. Furthermore, that man is not one to deliberately conceal his identity, nor would he stoop to deceit. This leaves only one possibility. The group is lying. Alarmed by this realization, the village chief's pupils dilated, and he discreetly attempted to withdraw from the group, seeking an opportunity to notify Mr. Carp. Once Mr. Carp arrived, no matter what schemes the group was concocting, there would be no need for fear. Yet, the bearded leader discerned the chief's intentions. With a mere glance, he signaled to his companions, and the previously weary pirates suddenly sprang to life, swiftly securing the door. Chief Upu Slap, along with several villagers who had come to assist, found themselves trapped within the confines of the house. With a furrowed brow, the chief shielded the villagers behind him, demanding, "What do you intend to do? You were planning to call the Navy, weren't you?" The bearded man approached the chief, delivering a forceful kick that sent him flying, then followed up with a series of blows. Why not simply reveal the whereabouts of Lynn Barek instead of harboring ill intentions? As this scene unfolded, the villagers inside began to comprehend the truth. These individuals were not Lynn's crew, but rather ruthless pirates in search of him for some ulterior motive. Despite the pain, the chief rose to his feet and addressed the bearded man. Lynn Barrick did indeed reside in our village for a time, but after he set sail, he has not been in contact with us since. Are you jesting with us, you filthy old man? The bearded man sneered. He escaped from the Sabaody archipelago in the Grand Line and then arrived at Log Town. If he had no acquaintances here, how could he possibly venture to such a remote village? The bearded man's gaze swept over the assembled individuals, ultimately resting on Marcy. Miss, you previously mentioned that Lynn Barrick worked at your tavern for a while, correct? What exactly do you intend to do? The chief interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Marcy, bellowing, if you have business, direct it towards me. Do not lay a hand on my villagers. With a resounding crash, another kick sent the chief sprawling. Do you wish to die, you filthy old man? Stop, Marcy exclaimed. Do not harm the chief any further. I am acquainted with Mr. Lynn. What is it you wish from me? The bearded man replied with a smirk. We simply wish to establish contact with Lynn Barrick. That is unattainable, Marcy responded. Mr. Lynn merely took a small boat to sea and did not specify his destination. Ah, what a nuisance, the bearded man sighed, rubbing his neck. It seems we will have to resort to Captain Clo's second plan. Subsequently, the man with the small mustache instructed two individuals to bind Marquino, smiling as he said, in that case, my dear lady, we must reluctantly ask you to accompany us. Release Marquino. The village chief stepped forward, ready to confront them. Bang! Another kick sent the village chief flying once more, crashing into some nearby debris. The small mustached man drew a knife from his waist, striking it down onto a wooden table beside him. Old fool, do you wish for the people of this village to perish alongside you? Upon hearing this, the village chief realized that these individuals were indeed ruthless pirates, unflinching in their propensity for violence. Consequently, his concern for Marquino deepened. Rest assured, this young lady is not in immediate danger. Our sole objective is Lynn Barrick. The small mustache waved his hand, and two pirates proceeded to escort the bound Marquino away. The village chief gritted his teeth and inquired, where are you taking her? The small mustache took a sip of the soup on the table and replied, to Log Town. A tense expression crossed the village chief's face. Meanwhile, the small mustache and his fellow pirates showed no intention of leaving. I find the scenery of this village quite appealing. It serves as an excellent place to rest. The small mustache continued addressing the village chief. Hey, bring out the fine wine. This village is temporarily under our occupation. If you wish to avoid bloodshed, refrain from notifying the Navy. The time it takes for their ships to dock will be ample for us to take many lives. Following this, the small mustache settled into a comfortable chair. We shall wait here, resting while we await news of Lynn Barrick. About a week later, the telephone snail within the Marquino tavern rang. Blurp, blurp, blurp. Click. Hello. Hello, Marquino, have you missed me? I've brought you some local specialties from the island. Prepare something delicious for me. Upon hearing that voice, the small mustache knew that Captain Croc's plan was indeed sound. He then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lynn Barrick, is it? We have been waiting for you for quite some time. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by a deep voice asking, Who are you? Who are you? Lynn, holding the telephone bug, returned from the warship to the grassy expanse of the deserted island. The resting sailors, noticing his arrival, gathered around, eager to speak, but were silenced by a wave of Lynn's hand. Lynn gestured towards the telephone bug, forming a few silent words. Be quiet, listen. The sailors gathered around in hushed anticipation. You are not from Windmill Village, are you? Why did you answer this telephone bug? Meanwhile, the little mustachioed figure on the other end of the line did not respond to Lynn's inquiry. Instead, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, Boss Lynn Barrick. Our Captain Clo instructed me to send you his regards. That cunning Clo? Lynn furrowed his brow as he recalled his previous journey aboard Grandma Xia's merchant ship to Windmill Village, where he had encountered Crow's Black Cat pirate crew. However, as Zhang Ao had mentioned at the time, Crow was not present on the ship, and thus Lynn dismissed the encounter. After all, aside from the so-called silent step that piqued his curiosity, Crow was merely a minor character, hardly worthy of consideration. Yet, it now appeared that the circumstances were far from trivial. What brings you to Windmill Village? Lynn inquired, his brows still knitted in concern. Visiting, replied the man with the little mustache, a smile playing on his lips. Captain Crow anticipated that you would reach out to Windmill Village again. So he sent us here to deliver a message. What message? You are aware of a woman named Machino, aren't you? The moment the little mustachioed man uttered this name, A sudden chill enveloped the naval officers around Lynn. It was not a shift in temperature, but rather an oppressive psychological weight. They had never witnessed the usually carefree Lynn Barak display such a countenance. His expression transformed from one of utmost anger to a serene calm. "Speak, what are your demands?" Lynn commanded. The little mustachioed man erupted in laughter. "It appears you truly do know her. That woman did not deceive us. I warn you." Lynn's expression was chillingly severe. "If any person I know suffers because of you, I swear I will pursue you to the ends of the earth." "Why the urgency, boss?" The phone bug revealed a smug grin on the little mustached man's face. "That woman is currently in Rogue Town, and Captain Crow hopes you will meet him alone. Otherwise, Captain Crow will not hesitate to tear up the ticket." Lynn scoffed. "A mere 16 million berries, and they dare to set their sights on me? Ha ha. Captain Crow anticipated your inquiry." Little Beard exclaimed. "He instructed me to convey a message to you." "What is it?" "With the right resources, even an ant can shake a tree. Do you truly wish to be crushed?" Lynn replied slowly. "Ha ha ha." Little Beard laughed heartily. "Lynn Balek, the esteemed town of Rog eagerly awaits your presence. By the way, the ale in this village is quite exquisite." Just as he finished speaking, the call was abruptly terminated. Meanwhile, the deserted island fell into a profound silence as the naval officers absorbed the recent revelation. At that moment, Lynn rose and sauntered towards the harbor. Smoker called out, "Hey, where are you headed? Do I need to say it?" Lynn clenched his fists and responded, "To Rog Town." On the other side, some naval officers had already located Clo's bounty and information. Clo, with a bounty of 16 million berries, nicknamed the Master of Schemes, wielded the 10 blades of Cat's Claw and was known for his cunning, having evaded capture by the Navy multiple times. Smoker lit a cigar and remarked, "If that Clo intends to threaten you through abduction, the logical meeting point would be on a deserted island, ideal for ambushes or to arrange personnel, rather than in Rog Town." He flicked off the ash from his cigar, convinced that this Clo certainly harbored ulterior motives. Lynn comprehended this well. Clo's choice of Rog Town, a bustling hub with extensive transportation, was indeed highly unusual. However, for Lynn, it held little consequence. He tightened his fists, veins bulging, and grinned at Smoker. "Do you take me for someone else? I am the boss, Lynn Balek. In the face of absolute power, all schemes become futile." Smoker was taken aback by the man's unwavering confidence, but took a drag from his cigar and inquired, "What about the villagers of Windmill Village?" This question rendered Lynn momentarily silent. The current situation was that a faction of pirates had kidnapped Machino to Rog Town, while another faction remained in Windmill Village. In other words, both Machino and the villagers were hostages of Clo's faction. Even if Lynn triumphed over one location's adversaries, the other hostages could still face dire consequences. Alternatively, if Lynn ventured alone to Rog Town, Clo could threaten him with the villagers of Windmill Village, leaving Lynn utterly powerless. Remain composed. No matter how strong an individual may be, it is impossible to manage both fronts simultaneously. Lynn furrowed her brow and inquired, "What shall we do then?" "We rely on ourselves," Smoker replied. With his abilities, he summoned a table from a distance. A naval officer subsequently laid out a map of Rogue Town and Windmill Village upon the table. Without any verbal communication, the naval personnel swiftly inscribed their known information and data onto the map. Lynn gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, rendered momentarily speechless. The Navy operated with a synchrony that suggested prior consultation. "Hey, I've heard your branch is comprised of individuals solely adept at brawling. Can you comprehend the symbols I've marked? Are you underestimating me? You fool. Rather, it's crucial that you do not misjudge my combat prowess, for I wish to avoid a lackluster engagement." "Silence, please. I am analyzing the course of action. I had determined this long ago. You are simply too slow. This plan is inadequate. My strategy is tenfold superior." There existed no commands from any superior. The Navy swiftly devised multiple rescue plans for Windmill Village with remarkable efficiency. "You wish to assist me?" Lynn expressed his surprise. "Assist a wanted criminal? What sort of jest is this?" Smoker examined the map, his brow furrowed in concentration. With a huff, he declared, "This is a heinous incident of pirates abducting civilians. As members of the Navy, we cannot turn a blind eye." A fellow Navy officer patted Smoker on the shoulder and smiled at Lynn, saying, "Pay him no mind. He is perpetually gloomy. However, when it comes to dealing with pirates, no one is more suited than us, the Navy. Indeed, this is the perfect opportunity to assess our training results from this period on the island. I suspect you've been slacking off on your training. You scoundrel, let us settle this one-on-one after the matter is resolved." "Bring it on," Who fears you? The Navy personnel chattered excitedly, all echoing the same sentiment. They resolved to suspend their training and prioritize the rescue of the hostages abducted by the pirates. This was splendid news. With sufficient manpower, the safety of the hostages would be assured. With this thought in mind, Lynn stepped forward to analyze. The warship cannot approach Windmill Village directly, otherwise, the pirates there will detect it in advance. After his words lingered in the air for some time, no response came from the Navy. Lynn looked up at them in confusion, only to find the expressions of the Navy personnel had turned distinctly displeased, clearly unwilling to engage with him. Had he perhaps misspoken? At that moment, Smoker let out a cold snort, retorting with Lynn's own words. Lynn Barek. Who do you think we are? At this moment, Lynn recalled that the naval personnel before him were all elite recruits selected from various branches, trained under the tutelage of Karp in the art of the Six Styles. In other words, among the new generation of the Navy, they were the most exceptional talents. Each individual on this island, including Lynn himself, harbored a pride that would not tolerate provocation. Ultimately, these sailors, exhibiting remarkable synergy, completed the entire plan in less than 10 minutes. Although protocol dictated that they should first contact Vice Admiral Karp, the urgency of ensuring the hostages' safety left no room for delay. Smoker, with a cigar billowing smoke from his mouth, utilized two maps laid out on the table to elucidate the Navy's strategy to Lynn. Excluding Lynn himself, there were exactly 50 naval personnel on the island. A few minor injuries sustained during training did not hinder their combat readiness. The Kuro faction insisted that Lynn venture alone to Logue Town, a condition that had to be accepted, lest it jeopardize the safety of the hostages. Considering Lynn's formidable capabilities, the Navy resolved to designate Windmill Village as the primary assault location. Lynn set forth to Rogue Town to rescue Machino, while the Navy hastened to Windmill Village to save the remaining villagers. However, the uncertainty surrounding Chloe's true intentions rendered it unwise for Lynn to venture to Rogue Town alone. Currently, there were only 2 vessels on the island, Captain's Navy warship and a small boat borrowed by Lynn from Machino. The warship could accommodate a substantial number of people, whereas Machino's small boat could only carry a maximum of 2. Taking these factors into account, the Navy resolved to dispatch their most formidable individual to accompany Lynn in the small boat. He would disembark at a distance from the port and stealthily infiltrate Rogue Town, providing assistance to Lynn as circumstances warranted. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, the Smokeman Smoker accepted this mission. I simply cannot trust allowing a notorious criminal to wreak havoc in town. Smoker frowned and declared, Lynn Barrick. Should I discover even the slightest action from you that jeopardizes civilian safety, I will, in defense of the honor of the Navy, arrest you without hesitation. Lynn had long grown accustomed to this, merely shrugging in response. However, it must be noted that few in the East China Sea possessed the mastery of Haki, rendering Smoker's Logia abilities nearly insurmountable here. As a reliable ally in combat, he proved to be exceptionally dependable. Meanwhile, the remaining 49 Navy personnel embarked on Karp's warship, hastening toward Windmill Village to swiftly eliminate the pirates there before racing to Logue Town to support Lynn and Smoker. The uninhabited island they occupied was approximately half a day's journey from Windmill Village, allowing the warship to arrive ahead of Lynn and Smoker. Yet, considering the potential communication between the pirates of Windmill Village and those in Logue Town, they would have to wait for Lynn and Smoker's arrival in Logue Town before launching a coordinated assault. The specific timing of their operation hinged upon when Lynn and Smoker reached Logue Town. Initially, Granny Sia's merchant vessel took a full 5 days to travel from Logue Town to Windmill Village, factoring in the necessary stops for supplies and various trivialities. However, excluding these delays and leveraging the Navy ship's superior performance, the journey could be accomplished in just a few hours. In other words, should Lynn and Smoker find themselves in peril in Logue Town, reinforcements would arrive within mere hours. Yet, one must consider peril. One was a monster capable of trading blows with Vice Admiral Karp and receiving his recognition. The other was a promising elite of the Navy, a user of a Logia devil fruit. For Lynn and Smoker, the concept of danger seemed the farthest from reality. The battle plan had been established. All that remained was execution. The Navy personnel, currently training in the forest, were summoned by their comrades. After hearing the details, they took a brief respite before joining the combat team. Having endured over 10 days of grueling training, they could hardly contain their eagerness to showcase their prowess. They eagerly donned their gear and boarded the warship. On the other side, Lynn and Smoker were also prepared, bringing provisions and water as they launched a small boat into the sea. The Navy personnel aboard the warship handed Lynn the directional log pointing to Logtown and provided Smoker with a transponder snail for communication. Once the two reached Logtown, Smoker would use this transponder snail to inform the Navy in Windmill Village, coordinating a surprise attack on the pirates. Suddenly, Lynn seemed to recall something. He returned to the island, and upon his return, he held a book in hand. It was once again the mysterious tome that Lynn had perused while sailing. The Navy personnel, though curious about the book's contents, felt the urgency of the moment and suppressed their questions, hoping Smoker would enlighten them about its significance later. Lynn, Smoker, if you encounter difficulties, remember to hold out until we arrive. Humph, are you still dreaming? Smog furrowed his brow yet uttered, in any case, be cautious. The sailors burst into laughter, waving goodbye as they maneuvered their warship away from the harbor. On the deck of the vessel, a sailor grinned broadly, exclaiming, "If we escape training without permission, we shall surely face a severe reprimand from Vice Admiral Garp." Another chimed in, "I suspect it's not just scolding we'll endure. Our training will likely be doubled." "Isn't that splendid?" a tall sailor added with a wide grin, after witnessing the battles of Vice Admiral Garp and Lynn. "I've come to realize that there are numerous formidable monsters upon these seas. We must strive harder to keep pace with them." Meanwhile, another sailor tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, laughing heartily. "The civilians we are tasked to protect are currently under threat from vicious pirates. Our duty as Marines must not be overshadowed by that wanted criminal. Brothers, our destination, Windmill Village, full speed ahead." Approximately 10 minutes earlier, in Windmill Village. Click. The little mustache pirate ended his conversation with Lynn, having just hung up the transponder snail. He, along with a few fellow pirates, found themselves in Magino's tavern, indulging in fine wine pilfered from the warehouse. The villagers of Windmill Village were confined within several rooms, with sentries rotating to guard them. The pirates not on watch had gathered at Magino's tavern, reveling in the splendid wine. Haha. Speaking with a notorious criminal with a bounty exceeding $1 billion is exhilarating. Little Mustache boasted to his companions. Lynn Barek is a man bold enough to challenge the celestial dragons. Does this mean I might also be considered a living legend someday? Oh, absolutely, boss. His subordinates flattered. Just as Little Mustache was basking in his glory, a robust figure pushed open the doors of Magino's tavern. "Oh, dealing with work is such a hassle. I might even get scolded by Little Crane. It's far more pleasant to change clothes and row out alone to slack off." The voice resonated. "Hey, Magino, bring me an ice-cold beer." No one replied, for Magino had been taken to Rogue Town. The man, seemingly still half asleep, rubbed his eyes before realizing the scene before him. Puzzled, he remarked, "Oh, there are many people in the tavern. Where's Magino?" The little mustache pirate, already intoxicated, felt his spirits dampened by the intrusion, and he drew his sword from his waist. "Hey, old man, can't you see? This tavern is ours today." The surrounding pirates swiftly brandished their weapons in response. "Oh, is that so?" The old man scratched his head and burst into laughter. "Come on, don't be so stingy. Let us drink together." "You insolent old man, are you seeking your own demise?" With a single command from the little mustached man, the pirates surged forward, intent on delivering a severe lesson to this arrogant elder. Observing this commotion, Carp casually cleared his ears. "Huh?" After the warship had departed, Smoker and Lynn prepared themselves, boarding a small vessel to set sail for Rogue Town. Smoker regarded the somewhat flustered Lynn, furrowing his brow. "Pray tell, are you not well versed in navigating a ship?" "What nonsense! Of course I can," Lynn replied with considerable confidence. "I have been rowing alongside the warship all along. Surely you have noticed." Smoker pondered for a moment and realized that it indeed seemed so, which put his mind at ease. After all, the conditions at sea are intricate and multifaceted. In comparison to the stable warship, a small boat is far more challenging to navigate, and even he was not particularly adept in that regard. With an experienced sailor capable of maneuvering the small vessel aboard, this journey would undoubtedly be much safer. Lynn positioned the pointer at the bow of the boat, gently nudging it away from the dock as he settled into his seat. Subsequently, he grasped the oars, opened his book, and placed it upon his lap, navigating while immersed in reading. Seizing the opportunity, Smoker indulged his curiosity. He had long wished to discern the title of the book Lynn was perusing during their voyage. However, after merely casting a glance, his expression shifted uneasily. The text revealed, Introduction, Chapter 3, How to Control the Direction of a Vessel on the Open Sea. "Hey!" Smoker recognized the content and called out to Lynn, inquiring, Isn't that a guide for operating small manual boats? Lynn nodded. Smog's expression grew increasingly grim. Wasn't that book intended for novices who lacked sailing skills? Lynn nodded and remarked, what a splendid book this is. The content is explained with such meticulous detail. Smoker remained silent for a considerable time before finally inquiring tentatively. Hey, you are a user of abilities, aren't you? Lynn nodded. You are aware that I am also an individual with abilities, aren't you? Smoker inquired once more. Lynn nodded once more. Are you aware that individuals with special abilities are incapable of swimming? Lynn regarded Smoker with a gaze akin to that reserved for an imbecile, digging into his ears in disbelief at the ignorance displayed. Did the Navy neglect to teach him even this? Once more, Smoker fell silent, grappling with an intense urge to erupt. Yet, the receding islands served as a constant reminder that he could not lose control. Should their small vessel capsize, he would undoubtedly become the most tragically thwarted user of a Logia-type devil fruit in existence. Moreover, the very culprit responsible for his untimely demise would likely perish alongside him. There could be no greater indignity. Thus, Smoker maintained a stoic demeanor, seated quietly at the rear of the boat. As he gazed at the distant island fading from view, he silently prayed that the book would indeed prove invaluable. Paddling their small craft from the deserted isle to Low Town would typically require over 20 hours of sheer human effort. However, Lynn's remarkable stamina and minimal need for rest condensed this duration to merely a handful of hours. Fortunately, their journey was spared the wrath of storms or tumultuous waves. Consequently, after what Smoker deemed a heart-pounding adventure, the pair finally beheld the shores of land, in accordance with their plan. Lynn did not proceed directly to the port of Rog Town. Instead, he anchored the small boat at a secluded stretch of coastline. Smog leaped from the vessel, rubbing his shoulders, finally exhaling in relief. TSK, should you dare to act recklessly again, I shall not accompany you. With that customary harsh remark, Smog turned away. He needed to find a place to change his attire, then infiltrate Rog Town disguised as an ordinary person, waiting for the opportune moment to act. On the other side, Lynn bid farewell to Smog and, maneuvering his small boat in a wide arc, feigned a direct approach to Log Town, landing boldly at the harbor. The moment Lynn's foot touched the dock, a nearby surveillance snail transmitted the scene to a location within Log Town. In a dimly lit room, Crollo gazed intently at the monitor displaying the footage, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At last, he had arrived. If he could eliminate that man, his grand scheme would come to fruition, allowing him to shed his pirate identity and escape the constant anxiety that plagued his existence. Overwhelmed with this thought, Crollo could not contain his laughter, savoring the exquisite wine he had meticulously selected. However, when he glanced back at the screen, he noticed that the angle of the surveillance had shifted. The perspective of the monitoring snail was moving up and down, as if someone had taken hold of it. Realizing this, Crollo quickly grabbed a nearby ordinary snail and dialed a number. Anticipating the unforeseen, he had already stationed personnel to monitor the harbor and carried another snail for communication. Bloop, 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 click. Hello, what is happening at the harbor? Crollo inquired. To his surprise, an unexpected voice responded from the other end. Is this Crollo? This is our first conversation, isn't it? In an instant, Crollo recognized the voice. None other than their target, the bounty of 100 million berries, boss Lynn Balek. Crollo's brow furrowed. Lynn Balek? How do you possess this snail? I acquired it by force. Lynn candidly responded, yet an utterly incongruous voice emerged from the communicator. Yes, boss, 50 skewers, and make sure to add extra spice. After a moment of silence, CLO questioned, what are you talking about? Nothing. It's just that both rowing and fighting are quite exhausting, so I need to eat something beforehand. Lynn relayed through the communicator. Subsequently, as he spoke, Lynn fiddled with the surveillance communicator he had acquired. How do you operate this thing? Oh, like this. After a brief bout of shaking, Lynn's face appeared on the monitoring screen. At that moment, he was enthusiastically devouring skewers while holding the communicator, which was still connected to CLO. Hey, can you see me? CLO adjusted his glasses with a smirk and retorted, truly. You are the remarkable individual who caused a ruckus in the Shambody archipelago and declared war on the celestial dragons. Your demeanor indeed defies all conventional judgment. Oh dear, you flatter me, Lynn replied modestly. Lynn devoured the skewers with astonishing speed, simultaneously inquiring, what of Margino? Is she well? Of course. I need to hear her voice. With a casual wave of his hand, Close summoned his subordinate, who promptly brought Margino forward and tore the tape from her mouth. Upon seeing Lynn on the screen, Margino urgently exclaimed, "Lynn, don't." Yet, before she could utter more than a few words, Chloe commanded his henchmen to silence her once again. "We are both individuals who honor our commitments, aren't we, Lynn Barrick?" Chloe inquired with a smile. "Now, can you enlighten me on how you discovered my operative stationed at the port, as well as this surveillance phone bug? Do you truly believe you know who I am?" "Chloe, there should be limits to underestimating others." Lynn consumed the last skewer, savoring the taste. In the next moment, her expression darkened, an overwhelming fury nearly bursting forth from the screen. "Do you comprehend? You have antagonized the last person you should have." At the harbor, 3 members of the Black Cat Pirates, tasked with surveillance, found themselves brutally inverted and smashed into the cobblestone ground. Crack. The sound did not belong to a phone bug being hung up, but rather the shattering of the monitoring device and speaker, resulting in a loss of signal. The final image captured on the monitor was Lynn's furious visage. Marquino had never witnessed such a side of Lynn before. Her voice was calm, yet it resonated with an uncontainable rage. Beside her, a pirate trembled at Lynn's words, his legs quaking in fear. He stammered to Chloe, "Captain, he is a notorious criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries." Swish. Before the pirate could finish, 5 glimmers of cold light flashed through the air, and a blade suddenly sliced across his chest. Blood spattered as the pirate's body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Chloe had donned his deadly 10 blades, the sharp edge still dripping crimson. Marquino gazed in terror at the scene unfolding before her. This man showed no mercy even to his own comrades. "Useless trash," Chloe sneered, staring at Lynn's face on the monitor. After a brief silence, he erupted into maniacal laughter. "How amusing, Lynn Barrick. Do not make me feel too bored." Chloe, the cunning strategist, had meticulously prepared for this operation. Even against a monstrous figure with a bounty of 100 million berries, he was confident in his ability to triumph. Meanwhile, in a corner of the room, the captain of the Click Pirates, Admiral Click, furrowed his brow as he observed the unfolding events. He was not surprised by Chloe's violent actions against his crew, for rumors depicted Chloe as a cold-blooded and ruthless individual. Click was more preoccupied with his own predicament. "I still cannot comprehend," Click murmured. "Why did you choose to designate this location in Log Town? And why disclose it in front of that world government official?" To be frank, Click was not particularly astute. Yet even he quickly grasped, after a fleeting moment of excitement, that once this affair concluded, the world government would not fulfill their promises. They would surely resort to silencing all witnesses. "Ha ha ha, you're not entirely foolish, are you, Brother Click?" Chloe laughed heartily at this realization. Click, displeased by Chloe's demeanor, rose and coldly warned, "I advise you, if you continue to be evasive, I shall take my pirate crew and leave immediately." He indeed desired the treasure of gold and the navigational charts of the Grand Line. Yet that did not imply he was willing to serve Crocodile in ignorance. Observing this, Crocodile merely chuckled and seated himself on a chair. "Brother Click, it is not that I am unwilling to share the information with you, but the entire plan must be executed in secrecy. Any leak could spell our doom. Now that the plan has commenced, can you enlighten me?" Click scoffed softly. "Of course," Crocodile nodded, then inquired, "Brother Click, what do you believe we represent to the world government?" "Ants," Click answered, his response devoid of hesitation, albeit reluctantly. In the eyes of the colossal world government, a mere bounty of a few million on pirates was hardly distinguishable from ants. Yet Crocodile smiled and said, "Indeed, we are but ants. Ants cannot negotiate with the world government. Thus, we must rely on another colossal entity. Brother Click, allow me to introduce you to my second partner." As the words left his lips, Click suddenly felt a presence lock onto him and hurriedly turned to look. In another corner of the room stood a man clad in a Navy uniform, who had appeared there unbeknownst to him. The man sported a glossy mushroom haircut, with what appeared to be a skewer of roasted meat stuck to his cheek. How could the Navy be here? Click gazed at Crocodile in astonishment. If the world government continuously justify utilizing pirates, then the Navy and pirates were unequivocally adversaries. Crocodile could not possibly possess the means to orchestrate a collaboration between the two, and indeed, the reality was as such. "Brother Click, this friend of ours is not affiliated with the Navy. He is a significant figure from the North Sea," Crocodile explained. "He operates in the underworld, codenamed Joker." Joker? Click had only heard whispers of this name from other nefarious individuals. He was a legend in the underworld, the undisputed Emperor of Darkness. A figure of such stature seemingly possessed the capability to challenge the world government. Yet what could Joker possibly gain from collaborating with Crocodile? Seemingly reading Click's doubts, Crocodile responded. Even if he is utilizing us, the collaboration between pirates and the world government remains an indelible scandal, a leverage that can threaten the world government. Joker requires a means to threaten the world government, and we are willing to become that leverage, provided our safety is assured. Crocodile laughed heartily. In fact, after I relayed the information to the world government, it was Joker who reached out to me first. At this moment, Click finally grasped the situation. It became evident that the assembly called by Crow was orchestrated with the support of the enigmatic Joker. Crow was merely a puppet acting on Joker's behalf. It seemed that even the lowly had their own ways of survival. Click chuckled to himself, turning to the peculiar figure with skewers smeared on his lips. Pray tell, what do I call you? The odd individual nodded slightly and replied, Virgo. Meanwhile, in a certain location in the North Sea, at the Don Quixote family stronghold, the sunlight streamed through the window, warming Don Quixote Doflamingo's figure. The newly crowned ruler of this dark world basked in the sun's embrace. Behind him, Terpole, a member of the family and a user of the sticky fruit, bowed and informed, Young Master, Virgo has made contact with Crow's faction. Ha ha ha. Initially, I thought the intelligence intercepted from the Navy by Virgo was merely the ramblings of an obscure pirate. Doflamingo laughed heartily. It seems we have truly caught a big fish. Once Lynn Barrack meets his demise, the scandal of the world government collaborating with pirates will be solidified. As long as we protect Crow, we will have leverage over the world government. Terpole, with a slightly sticky grin, inquired, But young master, why do you need leverage over the world government? Doflamingo handed over the documents he held. After a few glances, Terpole's eyes widened in astonishment. Young master, are you referring to the warlords of the sea? If we can obtain leverage over the world government, those fools will have no choice but to accept me. The world government has truly created an amusing scenario. Doflamingo erupted in laughter. Isn't it the most ironic thing in this world for a pirate to be recognized by the world government? His iconic laughter echoed throughout the stronghold. At that moment, a commotion could be heard from outside the room. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow and grinned. Is that law? Terpole nodded. Indeed. That kid, feeling he has little time left due to his disease, has been running amok. Ha ha ha. That's precisely what makes it entertaining. Doflamingo rose and declared, Let us go and meet the new member of our family. Virgo, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family and a master of the formidable armament hockey, once heeded the command of Don Quixote Doflamingo and infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent several years ago. In the future, this man would become one of the reasons behind the demise of the Navy's undercover agent, Don Quixote Rocinante. Following this, Virgo spent over a decade climbing the ranks to the position of Rear Admiral, earning the Navy's trust and ultimately becoming the commander of the G5 branch. However, he was eventually defeated by Smoker and Trafalgar Law and Punk Hazard, his body dismembered by the powers of the surgery fruit, and caught in a catastrophic laboratory explosion. Presumed dead. As of now, Virgo diligently continues to execute the undercover mission entrusted to him by Doflamingo, having risen to the rank of Commodore. A few days ago, he intercepted a phone call from his subordinate, Kuro, who claimed to have discovered the whereabouts of the elusive boss, Lynn Barrack, and expressed a desire to negotiate some form of transaction or cooperation with the world government under safe conditions. As a senior member of the Don Quixote family, Virgo was already privy to some insider information. He understood that the bounty on Lynn was not issued by the world government, but rather by the celestial dragons pulling the strings behind the scenes. Doflamingo had always maintained a keen interest in the affairs of the celestial dragons. Thus, with his astute mind, Virgo disregarded the stake that clung to his face and promptly contacted his superior. Upon receiving the news, Doflamingo swiftly devised a plan. For reasons undisclosed, he needed to join the 7 warlords of the sea and become a legally recognized pirate by the world government. To achieve this goal, he required a compelling reason that the world government could not refuse. In essence, he sought leverage against the world government, such as a scandal involving dealings between the celestial dragons and pirates. If he could substantiate this matter, Doflamingo would possess sufficient cards to compel the world government to acquiesce to his request for membership in the 7 warlords. This matter was crucial for his future plans and thus held exceptional importance. Consequently, Doflamingo directly commanded his highest-ranking official, Virgo, to execute this plan. He first instructed Virgo, under the guise of the Joker agent, to make contact with Kuro's faction. Subsequently, He directed Kuro's group to engage with CP0 of the world government to establish an assassination plot against Lynn. Throughout this process, Virgo meticulously gathered evidence of collaboration between the celestial dragons and pirates. Once Lynn was eliminated and Kuro's group was adequately safeguarded, this evidence would solidify, serving as a potent leverage in Doflamingo's hands against the world government. In order to ensure the seamless execution of the plan, Virgo took advantage of his position and personally journeyed to Rogue Town, where he encountered Kuro and his pirate ally, Click. Gazing upon these two insignificant figures, each with a bounty of 20 million berries, Virgo's eyes, concealed behind his sunglasses, flickered momentarily. He recalled the final words imparted to him by his master. Virgo, whether you wish to be an observer or a participant is entirely up to you. The unfolding circumstances are yours to assess, and I trust your judgment. Virgo comprehended that his master intended for him to determine how to manage the situation at hand. Thus, this meticulous man had already reached a decision. Should Kuro's crew succeed in claiming the head of Lynn, all would proceed according to his master's design, clandestinely transporting Kuro's crew to the North Sea aboard a warship. Conversely, if Kuro's group were to fail, then all who had witnessed his true visage, including Lynn, would face execution. Virgo remained silent. Click, observing this, shook his head in resignation, deeming Virgo a peculiar individual. Be cautious, my friend Click, Kuro remarked with a smile. Perhaps Lord Virgo is contemplating executing us all after our plan goes awry. Virgo continued to maintain his silence, neither confirming nor denying. Failure? Huh. Click laughed heartily. I may harbor concerns about other matters, but I possess absolute confidence in our ability to secure Lynn Barek's head. After all, the world government has provided us with a plethora of interesting resources. As he spoke, Click rose from his seat, the armor he wore clinking with each movement. Suddenly, Virgo sensed something amiss. According to intelligence reports, Admiral Click was known to don a suit of golden armor concealing an array of weapons. However, while Kuro was indeed clad in armor, it was black. The twilight light filtering through the curtains illuminated Kuro's armor, bestowing upon it a metallic sheen. Virgo's gaze sharpened. That luster, was it sea prism stone? Click was wearing a specially crafted suit of armor infused with sea prism stone during its forging. It seemed they had requisitioned a significant amount of resources from the world government to combat Lynn, a wielder of abilities. Virgo pondered silently. A suit of armor made with sea prism stone is worth an astronomical sum. Perhaps only the celestial dragons possess the means to forge such a creation. Wait. No, it is not merely that. Virgo's attention turned to the cat claws in Kuro's possession and even the fallen pirate's sword on the ground. These weapons, astonishingly, all bore the essence of sea prism stone. At that moment, Virgo's expression finally shifted. He furrowed his brow slightly, unable to suppress his astonishment. The celestial dragons truly spare no expense. On the other hand, Click had already limbered up, shouldering a nearby battle rifle, and remarked with a grin, I shall lie in wait on the street. With that, Click departed the room. Witnessing this, Virgo abruptly turned and left as well. Chloe, somewhat taken aback, inquired, Mr. Virgo, where are you headed? It is of no concern to you. Virgo succinctly uttered those 4 words before vanishing without a trace. A few beads of cold sweat began to form on Chloe's forehead. Truly, he is the agent of Joker. That speed surpasses even my silent steps. Meanwhile, on the streets of Rogue Town, Lynn placed the 2 telephone bugs, which he had crushed in his grip, beside the street. And then a figure strode directly into the heart of the town. As a place of both beginnings and endings, Rogue Town thrived, its myriad streets weaving intricately through the landscape. In the midst of it all, Lynn found it nearly impossible to locate the whereabouts of Chloe's group, relying solely on one individual. He felt a twinge of concern that the 3 unfortunate souls he had ensnared in the port's cobblestones might have been sent by Chloe specifically to establish contact with him. The crowd was indeed overwhelming. Lynn scratched his head. It was now evening, and the streets of Roger Town were bustling with the greatest flow of people. Lynn stood amidst the street, suddenly feeling akin to a villager who had just arrived in the city. It appeared that some others shared this sentiment. A spirited young man grasped Lynn's shoulder, grinning widely as he remarked, You must be visiting Rogue Town for the first time, dear fellow. Would you care for a guide? For merely 100 berries, I can ensure you a delightful exploration of Rogue Town. Lynn gazed at the young man and spoke calmly. The scent of blood from the blade at your waist has already permeated the air. In an instant, the youth, who had just moments ago worn a benign expression, suddenly revealed a menacing glare, retracting his right hand as if to draw forth his weapon. Yet, his grasp met only emptiness. What? The young man looked down to discover that his wrist had been broken unbeknownst to him, his entire right arm hanging limply at his side. Who summoned you here, Chloe? Lynn furrowed his brow and rolled up the sleeve of the young man, revealing a tattoo of a skull and flag. Not the Black Cat. The Click pirate crew? Lynn raised an eyebrow and chuckled. So, Chloe has allied with a band of pirates. Subsequently, Lynn reached towards the young man's waist and withdrew a dagger concealed there. His fingertips gently grazed the blade, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. Lynn has finally come to understand the source of Crow's confidence. It stems from the sea stone weapons. Lynn delicately handled the sea stone dagger. The sea stone, a mysterious gem imbued with the power of the ocean, can render those who come into contact with it utterly powerless, akin to sinking into the depths of the sea. It is typically employed to subjugate those with abilities. However, this stone is exceedingly rare and exceptionally challenging to manipulate, which is why only colossal entities like the world government and the Navy possess the means to refine it, let alone forge it into weaponry. Yet now, this invaluable weapon crafted from sea stone has emerged in the hands of an unremarkable pawn. It seems that Crow has indeed established a connection with a formidable force. Lynn pondered silently. It was likely the world government, or perhaps even the celestial dragons. The existence of a single weapon infused with sea prism stone was improbable. Otherwise, Kuro would not have dispatched an unknown minion to eliminate him. The only plausible explanation was that members of the Black Cat pirates and the Click pirates had infiltrated Rogue Town, each wielding weapons laced with sea prism stone. Lurking in the shadows, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Were they plotting to assassinate him? Lynn glanced around, and at first glance, all he could see were the ordinary residents of Rogue Town. Even the young man before him was dressed in a manner befitting the common folk. In such a convoluted environment, all Lynn could do was passively endure the assassination attempts from Chloe's faction, unless he were to confront each and every person in Rogue Town. Yet, this was undoubtedly an impossibility. Hey, brother. Lynn embraced the young man's shoulders and inquired with a smile, where is your base of operations? The young man furrowed his brows defiantly and retorted, do you think I would reveal that? Then, to his astonishment, he witnessed Lynn exerting brute strength to drive the sea stone dagger into the ground, ultimately leaving not even a trace of his hand behind. Lynn smiled kindly and inquired, do you wish to be buried in the ground as well? The young man paused for a moment in silence before responding, number 5 on Back Street. The captain mentioned he would be waiting for you there. Thank you for your cooperation. Lynn continued to embrace the young man, only to suddenly deliver a punch to his abdomen. The young man let out a muffled groan, followed by a roll of his eyes, and was abruptly rendered unconscious by the sheer force of the pain. Lynn, akin to supporting an inebriated companion, gently placed the young man upon a nearby bench before hastily departing. The multitude of commoners in Rogue Town was overwhelming, and Lynn wished to avoid inciting further chaos. His sole desire was to swiftly address the true instigator of the turmoil, Crow. Now he must also contend with the Admiral, Click. The majority of the pirates from the East Sea were but petty scoundrels, lacking in courage. Thus, once those two individuals were dealt with, the remaining rabble would inevitably collapse without a fight. With this thought in mind, Lynn quickened his pace towards number 5 on the back street of Rogue Town. Lynn had encountered that place on the naval map. It was a rather secluded neighborhood. The harbor of Rogue Town lay to the far west, while the back street was situated to the far east, representing two entirely distinct directions from the port. If Chloe had indeed established his headquarters there, then his scheme would be laid bare, transforming it into an overt conspiracy. To traverse from the harbor to the back street, Lynn would need to navigate through numerous streets of intricate circumstances. Chloe was evidently intent on using the civilians of Rogue Town as a fayade along this route to eliminate Lynn. Upon crossing a street, the two individuals that appeared behind Lynn further corroborated his suspicions. You have been following me for quite some time, haven't you? Lynn turned his head and beheld two familiar faces, the Catman brothers, the spotted cat Butch and the Siamese cat Sam. How did you find us? Lynn inquired. Instinct, he replied. He could not possibly disclose to these two creatures of limited perspective that his sense of smell had evolved to rival the prowess of observation hockey. Meanwhile, despite their civilian attire, the Catman brothers, though astonished, donned their hockey-infused claws, readying themselves for battle. The Siamese cat Sam chuckled. I truly appreciate your earlier assistance. That strike of yours left me with a headache for a full 3 days. To his surprise, Lynn pressed further. Chloe mentioned he would be waiting for me at No. 5 on Back Street. Sam nodded, then licked his claws with a smirk. I've discerned the weakness of those with abilities. This weapon is infused with sea prism stone. Should it pierce your flesh, you would be utterly defenseless, alone. According to the scheme known to Butch and Sam, they intended to exploit the sea prism stone weapon's efficacy against those with abilities to eliminate Lynn. However, suddenly, Sam felt an itch on his skin. So cold. He instinctively looked up, only to find the ground covered in frost, while Lynn had vanished without a trace. Sam. Butch, echoed the voice of Butch. Just as Sam turned to look, a familiar hand seized his head once more. Unbeknownst to Lynn, he had already found himself amidst the Catman brothers. A chilling frost emanated from his lips, followed by a deep, resonant voice that declared, I have no time to indulge in feline antics. Heroic skill, cranium shatter. Bang. In an instant, Sam and Butch collided headfirst, both of them rolling their eyes back and losing consciousness simultaneously. Subsequently, Lynn exhaled a final breath of frost, lifting the state of the frozen domain, all within a span of less than 3 seconds. This unforeseen spectacle did not escape the notice of the residents of Rogue Town. However, before any screams could erupt, Lynn had already departed the scene with remarkable swiftness. Throughout this encounter, Lynn maintained an unwavering vigilance, acutely aware that, beyond the two inept Catman brothers, another presence had fixed its gaze upon him. This aura conveyed but one sentiment: extreme peril. Who could it be? The only force that Lynn could conceive capable of producing a substantial quantity of sea stone weapons, even in the New World. Were those individuals lurking behind CLO and his companions, a rarity indeed. Among them, the most plausible candidates were undoubtedly the world government or the celestial dragons who orchestrated events from the shadows. Should they have dispatched their agents to Log Town, it would pose the gravest threat to Lynn. One could only wonder where Smoker had wandered off to. Lynn, ever vigilant of his surroundings, pressed onward towards No. 5, Back Street. Along the way, he encountered several minions wielding weapons made of sea prism stone, who attempted to obstruct his path, but he dispatched them effortlessly. One punch at a time. Even though they wielded such precious armaments, their inadequate strength rendered them incapable of posing any real threat to a true powerhouse. Yet, the ominous aura that even Lynn perceived as exceedingly perilous lingered closely behind him, relentlessly fixating upon his presence. Lynn discreetly surveyed her surroundings, yet found nothing of significance. After traversing approximately half the distance, she arrived at an abandoned street devoid of any presence. At that moment, a figure clad in a brown robe suddenly obstructed her path. Lynn broke into a smile, no longer concealing her intentions. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she prepared to unleash her utmost strength to vanquish her opponent. However, at that moment, a single utterance from her adversary halted her advance. Hold on, Mr. Lynn. I come on behalf of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army. Lynn's initial thought was not why the Revolutionary Army sought him out, but rather whether the menacing aura emanated from the very Revolutionary Army before him. The answer was no, for they exhibited not a trace of hostility towards Lynn. So who could it be? At the corner of the alley, Virgo skillfully concealed his presence. Observing the scene unfolding on the street, he found the entire situation increasingly intriguing. The Revolutionary Army was indeed attempting to make contact with Lynn Barrack, this formidable anti-government organization. The largest on the vast sea, was led by Monkey D. Dragon, the father of Luffy, with the objective of dismantling the oppressive rule of the world government. If pirates were merely a band of outlaws beyond the jurisdiction of the world government, then the Revolutionary Army was genuinely orchestrating the very overthrow of that regime. Thus, the Revolutionary Army was perceived by the world government as the gravest threat to global stability. Lynn once declared war against the celestial dragons in the Sabaody archipelago, an act akin to that of the Revolutionary Army. Thus, he had foreseen that he would eventually encounter the Revolutionary Army upon these vast seas. In his anticipation, such an encounter was most likely to occur along the Grand Line. Yet, now the Revolutionary Army has chosen to reach out to him in Log Town. It is far too soon, and simultaneously, rather unfortunate. Lynn gazed at the man who had unexpectedly appeared before her. His face was unfamiliar, suggesting he was merely an ordinary liaison or an official. She stepped closer and whispered, "Step aside. Regardless of the authenticity of your identity, I have far more pressing matters to attend to. It concerns the residents of Windmill Village being abducted by pirates." The revolutionary soldier adjusted his cloak and replied, Time is of the essence, so I shall be direct. The rescue operation is under the purview of our revolutionary forces. For your safety, I implore you not to involve yourself further in this matter. Please leave Rogtown at once. Lynn remained unfazed and replied, I shall say this one last time. Step aside. TSK, the leader's intuition was spot on. He was indeed a man difficult to communicate with. The revolutionary soldier furrowed his brow and quietly inquired, Mr. Lynn Barrick, are you aware of who is involved behind this matter? Who? The world government. Oh. Lynn nodded and proceeded forward, only to be halted by the revolutionary soldier. Perhaps you are unaware, Mr. Lynn, that your bounty in the underworld has escalated to a terrifying extent, and it is the celestial dragons, the forces behind the government, who have issued this reward. Lynn arched an eyebrow, casting a glance at the revolutionary soldier, and slowly uttered, Who has bestowed upon you the delusion of my ignorance? Upon hearing these words, the revolutionary soldier could not help but freeze in astonishment. Did Lynn Barrick truly comprehend the existence of the world government lurking behind the entire kidnapping incident? If that were the case, how could this man dare to venture alone into Rogue Town? Mr. Lynn, please wait a moment, the revolutionary soldier implored, grasping Lynn's shoulder as he sensed the latter's intention to depart. However, in an instant, Lynn's hand had already reversed to seize his wrist. How swift! The revolutionary soldier's pupils dilated in shock. Despite being one of the combat cadres of the revolutionaries, with physical prowess surpassing that of an ordinary Navy officer, he found himself ensnared by Lynn's grip, which felt akin to a vice, firmly holding him in place. On the other side, Lynn had grown weary of this enigmatic revolutionary soldier. At that moment, he resembled a perilous beast, frost emanating from his mouth in the form of vapor. As a deep voice emerged, whether you are a revolutionary or a representative of the world government, your forthcoming words will determine whether you can leave this street on your feet. At these words, the revolutionary soldier could not suppress a nervous swallow. He held no doubt that if his next words lacked sufficient value, this man before him would not hesitate to eliminate him. After a moment of contemplation, the revolutionary soldier retrieved a document from his pocket. This is the information obtained by our leader. Lynn took the documents and glanced at them, instantly furrowing his brow. The information contained therein was indeed worthy of his attention. According to intelligence obtained by the Revolutionary Army, the Clo faction had secured not one, but two significant backers. One of these was the world government, with speculation suggesting the involvement of the celestial dragons. However, the other supporter was one Lynn never anticipated, Joker. Lynn was certainly familiar with the name. Don Quixote da Flamingo? What business does he have in this murky affair? After a moment's contemplation, Lynn released the revolutionary soldier and gently patted his shoulder as a gesture of apology. Thank you. With that, Lynn intended to continue on his way. The revolutionary, on the verge of despair, recalled the words of their leader, Dragon, who had spoken of Lynn Barrick as a madman daring to challenge the celestial dragons alone, a creature devoid of fear. Initially, the revolutionary had thought the leader's assessment of Lynn was somewhat exaggerated, but now it seemed that the leader's words were spot on. Confronted with the world government and the underground world's Joker, this man pressed forward without hesitation. The revolutionary pursued him once more. Remembering the leader's command, if they could not halt the man's advance, they were to reveal the whole truth and allow him to choose his own fate. Thus, the revolutionary addressed Lynn. This is the order from our leader, Mr. Dragon. As members of the Revolutionary Army, we must ensure your safety. At this juncture, curiosity finally compelled Lynn to pause. He was genuinely intrigued. If Doflamingo was one thing, why had the Revolutionary Army also set their sights on him? The revolutionary took a deep breath and explained, You liberated a multitude of slaves in the Sabaody archipelago and declared war on the celestial dragons. Thus, to the oppressed peoples around the world, apart from the hidden Revolutionary Army, you are the first to boldly challenge the authority of the world government. You may not realize it, but in several places across the globe, there are those who have been inspired by you and have chosen to resist oppression. The name Boss Lynn Barrick has begun to resonate, a mere flicker at present, yet as long as you are alive, it shall inevitably ignite into a conflagration. Therefore, we must protect you, even at the cost of our lives. The revolutionary's eyes were fixed intently on Lynn. In that moment, Lynn could discern from the revolutionary's gaze that every word spoken, including the last, was the unvarnished truth. Lynn contemplated for a moment and inquired, How many troops does the Revolutionary Army have in Logtown? The Revolutionary Army did not provide a specific number, merely responding, Sufficient. Then, your duty is to ensure the safety of the civilians. Lynn patted him on the shoulder and then proceeded towards the back street. The revolutionary forces wished to say something further, but Lynn suddenly spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. Tell the dragon that no rallying cry is necessary, for those slaves have walked out of the arena on their own 2 feet. Lynn could not help but reminisce about the imposing figure of Fisher Tiger, who was poised to single-handedly wreak havoc upon Mary Geoise and liberate countless slaves. He was indeed the one bold enough to stand alone against the world government. Once matters here concluded, Lynn silently yearned to join Tiger in causing a ruckus in that so-called Holy Land. As for the present, Lynn turned his head, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the revolutionary soldiers to momentarily doubt that they stood before a mere man, but rather a ferocious beast. The beast spoke slowly, cautioning, "Beware not to be ensnared in my battlefield." Subsequently, Lynn's figure vanished around the street corner, drawing near to the entrance of Backstreet number 5. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Virgo observed the entire scene. He closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment. Ultimately, he chose to disregard the revolutionary soldier and instead turned towards the direction Lynn had departed. Since the young master had tasked him with assessing how to handle the situation, he would execute his orders with utmost precision. In comparison to the revolutionary army, the man named Lynn Barra commanded far greater attention. Approximately 10 minutes later, after dealing with a dozen or so obstructive pirates, Lynn arrived at the entrance of Backstreet number 5. The last rays of twilight illuminated the area. To Lynn's surprise, this place was rather bustling, a lively marketplace teeming with people. As night fell, the residents of Rogtown engaged in vibrant evening activities, with various stalls ablaze with light along the streets. This harmonious and stable atmosphere resembled the calm before a storm. Amidst the crowd, several revolutionary soldiers employed different methods to subtly draw the residents' attention, gradually guiding the flow of people away from the back streets of Rogtown. The revolutionary soldier who had previously encountered Lynn gazed anxiously towards the back street. Lynn has arrived at number 5 Back Street. Yet the reality here diverges significantly from his expectations. This is not an abandoned thoroughfare, but rather a bustling marketplace. As night falls, the lights of various stalls illuminate the scene, and the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares fills the air. To locate the whereabouts of Chloe and his associates amidst such chaotic surroundings would undoubtedly prove to be an arduous task. However, at this moment, Lynn has become acutely aware of a more pressing issue. He is somewhat hungry. Since his arrival in Rogue Town, he has engaged in over a dozen battles, all of which ended in swift and decisive victories. Nevertheless, the constant vigilance against that ominous presence has led to a more rapid depletion of his energy reserves than he had anticipated. As Lynn chewed on the jerky procured from the deserted island, she ventured into number 5 Backstreet, all the while monitoring the movements of the Chloe gang, with the intention of seeking additional sustenance at the market for unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, Lynn's nose twitched. It was a scent she recognized all too well. Lynn arrived at a grilled fish stall, where the proprietor, a young man adorned with a headscarf and sporting faint dark circles under his eyes, greeted him with a warm smile. "Hey there, my friend. Would you care for some grilled fish?" Lynn gazed at the grilled fish on the stall, a broad smile spreading across her face. "Is that the golden salmon?" The young proprietor nodded, adding a few pieces of charcoal to the stove. "Indeed. It was just caught this afternoon. It's remarkably fresh. I'll have 2 skewers of the grilled fish, please." Lynn smiled, yet her gaze remained fixed on the proprietor of the grilled fish stall. The golden salmon was an exceptionally rare delicacy, typically reserved for the nobility. "Indeed." The young proprietor nodded. "How long have you been selling here?" Lynn inquired unexpectedly. The proprietor paused momentarily before responding. "I have been selling grilled fish in Rogtown with my father since childhood. I have taken over the stall for nearly a decade now, and he imparted his grilling skills to me. What a coincidence. I know a fisherman who has been catching fish for over 20 years, and his grilling technique is also exceptional," Lynn remarked, observing the young proprietor's skillful method. She watched as he deftly placed the fish on the grill, cooking each side for a while before brushing it with sauce, the fat sizzling upon the charcoal, releasing an enticing aroma. However, when the proprietor handed the grilled fish to Lynn, she did not take it. Instead, she suddenly grinned and said, "That fisherman once told me that golden salmon is a rather delicate ingredient. It should only be grilled on the skin side, lest the flavor of the flesh be compromised. This is common knowledge among fishmongers, yet you seem unaware." The young proprietor's eyes flickered, and he replied, "I apologize. I may lack proficiency in my craft." "Indeed." He was not only lacking in skill, but also seemingly distracted from the art of grilling. Lynn suddenly leaned in closer, observing the muscles on your arms and the calluses on your hands, suggesting that you rarely employ a fishing net. The boss quietly bent down, murmuring, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Lynn gazed at the actions of his boss and broke into a grin. "Who are you?" The young boss's expression grew completely tranquil. "My friend, you ought not to inquire in such a manner." He retrieved 2 canes adorned with spherical designs from a box beneath the stall, his demeanor solemn as he continued. "You should really be asking, who are you all?" Upon hearing these words, Lynn's pupils abruptly constricted. Suddenly, the once bustling street around him fell into an eerie silence. Every individual present at the market, be they vendors or patrons, fixated their gaze upon Lynn, each one of them in unison. So it was thus. At this moment, Lynn finally comprehended why the back street, which ought to be a desolate and sparsely populated area, was so bustling at number 5 Street. The individuals here were none other than members of a pirate crew. Lynn found himself at the entrance of number 5 Street, where an endless expanse of the thoroughfare lay before him, teeming with thousands of pirates wielding weapons forged from sea stone, their eyes glinting with menace. Moreover, on either side of the street, within the dilapidated houses, numerous pirates brandished their deadly blades. A youth, who adeptly wielded dual crutches, emerged from a stall and approached Lynn. "With 2 pirate crews combined, there are a total of 4,000 of us," he said with a composed smile. "You wouldn't want to flee now, my friend, as the person you seek awaits at the end of the street." Lynn gazed at the young man and smiled broadly. "Thank you, Akin." Akin was taken aback. "You know me?" Lynn replied, "I saw you on the wanted poster." At this moment, Akin had yet to be swayed by Sanji's meal. He remained a loyal servant of Click, thus Lynn did not intend to persuade him with words. Moreover, the murderous intent emanating from the street approached like an overwhelming tide. In this situation, there was no choice but to engage in battle. Lynn collided his fists together. Bang! The dull thud echoed through the quiet street like a summons to war. Akin, taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief, "You intend to challenge us, for thousands strong, all by yourself?" Upon hearing this, Lynn chuckled and said to Akin, "Do you know my nickname?" Akin nodded and replied, "Boss." Lynn gently lifted her chin. "Do you comprehend the true essence of the boss?" Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a powerful punch struck Akin squarely in the chest. Akin barely managed to react in time, using his crutches to block the blow, yet he felt the force penetrate through the supports and collide directly with his body. "Ack!" Akin let out a pained wail. And before he could fully process the situation, a glimmer of frost caught the corner of his eye. Instantly, an uppercut landed on Akin's jaw, sending him soaring through the air. Heroic skill, intimidation. Following 2 consecutive heavy punches, frost began to spread beneath Lynn's feet. Heroic skill, frozen domain. Lynn's speed and perceptual acuity have undergone a remarkable enhancement. Before Akin could even descend, Lynn's fists collided once more with a resounding thud. The white mist generated by the frost enveloped Lynn as he grinned widely at the 4,000 pirates on the street, exclaiming, "Come on, let the battle commence." With that, he surged forward, charging ahead. The alleyway number 5 was quite lengthy, yet its sides were constricted. Consequently, the pirates positioned at the rear were oblivious to the unfolding events ahead. Some even shouted for their comrades in the front to hold back a little, wishing to have a taste of combat with the notorious fugitive, whose bounty stood at a staggering 100 million berries. Suddenly, the pirates at the back beheld an incomprehensible spectacle. People were soaring through the air, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. They were astonished to see their companions flying in various poses. Even more perplexing and terrifying was the realization that these airborne figures seemed to be inching closer towards the depths of the street. What on earth was happening? Perhaps the only one capable of answering this question was the fallen Akin, who was barely conscious due to his physical state. In the moments before his unconsciousness, Akin's mind was flooded with the recollection of Lynn's earlier words. "Do you understand the true meaning of a boss? A boss is the ultimate objective of a game, and thus, a boss is perpetually the challenger. Therefore, you have uttered a grave error." A dark golden glow emanated from Lynn's eyes as he exclaimed with immense excitement, "It is not I who shall challenge the 4,000 of you. Rather, it is you who should dare to challenge me, the boss." On this day, in Rog Town, at number 5 Back Street, wherever boss Lynn Barak tread, people soared through the air. An unbelievable spectacle unfolded in Rog Town, at number 5 Back Street. If the 4,000 pirates gathered there were likened to ferocious, hungry wolves, then Lynn, charging into the street from the entrance, resembled a savage beast plunging into a den of wolves. Among those at the forefront of the street, including Akin, the few dozen pirates merely caught a fleeting glimpse of Lynn's silhouette. Before they could comprehend the situation, they found themselves soaring skyward. As they lost consciousness upon landing, those pirates gazed at Lynn, who continued his advance, and were struck by a profound sense of unreality. After a heavy thud upon the ground, Akin stared at Lynn's retreating figure, unable to contain his astonishment. Is the disparity truly this vast? After activating the frozen domain, Lynn swiftly eliminated the dozen or so pirates before him, only to exhale several puffs of white vapor and subsequently dispel this formidable state. After all, the frozen domain represents his most potent continuous offensive capability, yet in such a state, Lynn's maximum combat duration is a mere 3 minutes, not accounting for the energy expended on other techniques. Confronted by this rabble of pirates, Lynn deemed it unnecessary to maintain the frozen domain at all times. There is no need to wield a cleaver to slay a chicken. What Lynn truly needs to be wary of is the terrifying aura of impending doom that has persistently shadowed him. Moreover, Lynn has already accomplished his objective. With a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, he propelled the dozens of adversaries before him into the sky, a spectacle that instilled a profound sense of dread among the pirates watching from behind. Their only assessment of Lynn can be reduced to a mere 2 words: monster. Even wielding the precious sea prism stone weaponry, they found themselves engulfed in an indescribable terror when faced with an opponent they could not even strike. "Fear not," exclaimed a bolder, bearded figure at the forefront of the crowd. "We are 4,000 strong. Let us attack him with our sea prism stone weapons. After all, abilities are most vulnerable to the sea prism stone." Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lynn burst into hearty laughter, and then, with arms outstretched, he bent forward, resembling a formidable war chariot as he charged ahead. The moment he collided with the pirates, an immense force propelled the foremost row of pirates backward, causing chaos as they were jostled together in the throngs of the crowded street. Taking advantage of the moment, Lynn seized the outermost pirates on both sides with his hands. With a powerful contraction of his arms, he forcefully brought together the 6 or 7 individuals in the center. What followed was an utterly bewildering spectacle for the pirates. In the event of an unsatisfactory dining experience, they might resort to causing a ruckus and overturning tables. Yet, at this very moment, they witnessed something far more astonishing: people being tossed. Lynn spread his arms wide, employing astonishing strength to embrace the 6 or 7 pirates, and then, with a vigorous thrust from his core, he suddenly arched his body backward. To their utter astonishment, those pirates, along with a dozen more behind them, were collectively flung into the air. The pirates who found themselves soaring felt a dizzying disorientation and could not help but emit a cacophony of bewildered cries. Just as they began to realize they were unharmed and were about to adjust their bodies to descend back to the ground, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lynn firmly grasped a handcart intended for street vending. With a powerful twist of his waist and abdomen, he spun his entire being along with the 2 handcarts. After whirling for 2 or 3 revolutions, reaching an astonishing velocity, Lynn aimed at the airborne pirates and hurled the 2 wooden handcarts with all his might. Bang! Bang! Upon colliding with 2 unfortunate pirates, the handcarts shattered, sending splinters flying toward the others aloft. As the debris rained down, it created chaos among the pirates on the ground. The shards and the pirates seemed to descend simultaneously. Lynn stood resolutely in the middle of the street, advancing step by step. Anyone who ventured within his striking range was sent flying by his formidable blows, either soaring into the air or crashing violently against the walls flanking the street. Behind him, not a single pirate remained standing. Before him, every pirate was in retreat. After traversing merely 1/10 of the distance, hundreds of pirates had already fallen beneath his fists. Gradually, Lynn sensed something amiss. Buggy the Clown was a rather astute individual, and given that Lynn had been coerced into arriving at Log Town, Buggy would surely have ample time to select a suitable battleground for their confrontation. Clearly, employing a tactic of overwhelming numbers against Lynn in Backstreet No. 5 was not a judicious choice. As Lynn had previously observed, Backstreet No. 5 was elongated, yet both sides were constricted. Consequently, only a limited number of pirates, perhaps a few dozen, could confront him at once. Beyond that, the street would become too congested. Lynn entered through the street entrance once more. Thus, regardless of the number of pirates, it was impossible for them to encircle Lynn from all sides. A cardinal error in the strategy of overwhelming numbers. Lynn found it hard to believe that Clock would commit such a fundamental blunder. The only plausible explanation was that the cunning adversary harbored some special means to counter Lynn. After all, we were illuminated while the enemy remained shrouded in darkness, necessitating Lynn's vigilance. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. A towering figure pushed through the pirates and stood before Lynn. This formidable man stood nearly 4 meters tall, his muscular form creating an explosive inverted triangle. Oh, it was the hulking Bart. The sight of this giant emboldened the pirates. Take down that little runt, Bart. Let him feel the force of your iron fist that can penetrate 5 layers of steel. The man known as Bart cracked his neck and, amid the cheers of the pirates, looked down at Lynn with a hint of disdainful amusement. I heard from Captain Click that you two fight with your fists? Lynn cast a glance back at him, cracking his fingers with a series of crisp snaps. Very well, let us engage in a game, he proposed. Balt, with measured deliberation, replied, we shall stand still, taking turns to strike each other until one of us is completely vanquished. What do you say? The pirates, upon hearing this, erupted with excitement. Ah, it is the fearsome Balt's game, they exclaimed. Haha, no one has ever withstood a punch from Balt. Lynn cast a glance at the pirates behind Bart, contemplated for a moment, and concurred. Very well. Bart produced a coin, grinning broadly. In that case, let us determine who attacks first by tossing this coin. The pirates erupted in cold laughter. Bart's coin was a specially designed cheating coin, ensuring that it would always yield a favorable outcome for him. In other words, Lynn was compelled to accept Bart's initial strike. However, Lynn's subsequent words took everyone by surprise. No need for that. I am pressed for time. You may go first. Humph. Bart sensed the disdain directed at him, and with a scoff, the veins on his right arm bulged ominously. Dare to underestimate me? You shall pay dearly. Bang. A fist, larger than that of an average person, struck Lynn's face directly. A frontal hit. Lynn's hands hung limply at her sides, rendering that punch a direct hit from any angle. The pirates couldn't help but secretly rejoice. After all, it was a steel fist capable of penetrating 5 layers of steel. Yet, in the next moment, Lynn's calm voice resonated. Is that all? Something felt amiss. The brawny Balter thought to himself. From any perspective, it seemed wrong. His fist had undeniably struck this diminutive figure before him, after all. It was a fist capable of penetrating 5 layers of steel in a single blow. Why, then, did Lynn not so much as flinch? After some contemplation, Balter arrived at a sudden conclusion. Of course, it must be that he utilized the powers of a devil fruit for his defense. Balter reassured himself, for otherwise, the force of my punch landing squarely on his head would surely have claimed his life. However, upon scrutinizing the situation before him, Balter was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. He noticed that Lynn had his hands tucked into his pockets, showing no signs of employing any fruit abilities. Nor did he take any defensive measures. He had simply absorbed Balter's punch with his forehead. At that moment, in his shock, Balter discovered that his knuckles had indeed fractured, the jagged bone shards piercing through his skin, leaving his entire hand drenched in blood. A searing pain surged through him like a tidal wave, causing Balter to clutch his hand and wail in agony. He could not comprehend how it was that he, the one who threw the punch at Lynn, ended up with a shattered hand. Was Lynn's head truly harder than his fist? Lynn gazed at the wailing Bart, his hands slowly emerging from his pockets as he murmured, It's my turn for the second round. In an instant, Lynn lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Bart's abdomen. Bang! Bart felt his insides churn violently, his entire form seemingly contorted by the blow, as he was propelled backward. This sudden flight proved troublesome for the pirates behind him, as his massive physique caused a significant bottleneck, leaving hundreds of them struggling to extricate themselves. Quite peculiar indeed. Lynn furrowed his brow. The current situation further corroborated his conjectures. It was indeed a grave miscalculation for Clo to select this location as their base of operations. In this terrain, the pirates not only found their numerical superiority rendered ineffective, but were even constrained by their own limitations. Rather, one might argue that such a confined landscape was more conducive to Lynn's individual combat prowess, regardless of Clo's schemes. The opportunity presented before him was a gift that could not be ignored. Lynn raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and then rushed to the side of Bart, who was still moaning in agony while clutching his right hand. To his astonishment, Bart found himself effortlessly lifted by Lynn with a single hand and hoisted onto his shoulder. Heroic skill, awe-inspiring. Lynn exerted little effort in employing this maneuver, for in comparison to Zefa and Garp, the adversaries before him were utterly insignificant. He hoisted the massive form of Bart and took 2 deliberate steps forward before leaping into the air with a fierce cry. Smash! In an instant, Lynn brought Bart crashing down to the ground. The impact created a substantial crater, shattering not only the earth but also a portion of the surrounding dilapidated structures. The pirates in the vicinity of Bart's landing were caught completely off guard by the force of the blow, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Upon Lynn's descent, he casually discarded 2 pirates and, seizing the moment of chaos among them, pressed onward. He was not here to engage in a battle of annihilation. For the sake of Machino's safety, it was imperative that he locate Kuro swiftly. Only after that could Lynn muster the energy to confront the most significant threat of his journey, the origin of that menacing aura. Lynn understood that, regardless of who it might be, this was not an adversary he could easily contend with. He must eliminate all distractions. As he pondered, Lynn found himself in the midst of 5th Street. Here, the terrain was far more intricate compared to the entrance, with a greater number of hiding pirates. Lynn seized a hapless pirate with one hand, employing a powerful blow to collide them together and eliminate them simultaneously, all while maintaining his unyielding pace. His patience for indulging Chloe in games had worn thin. Chloe, click, come out and face me. Lynn's thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire street, leaving the surrounding pirates with ringing ears. He then seized one individual by the collar. Where's your captain? The man intended to retort defiantly, but to his astonishment, the moment the words of refusal escaped his lips, Lynn hurled him through the air. With a resounding crash, the pirate was forcefully embedded into the wall. Unable to extricate himself, Lynn captured another individual and inquired, Where is your captain? This time, the pirate dared not respond frivolously and could only muster the courage to say, I have no idea. They left immediately after issuing orders. However, before the pirate could finish his statement, a shadow darted past, and 5 gaping wounds suddenly appeared on his back. The pain was searing. Grasping Lynn's arm, the pirate struggled briefly before succumbing to unconsciousness. Lynn was certainly aware that when a person is cut by a sharp blade, the wound tends to feel unnaturally warm. As for who was responsible for the pirate's demise, Lynn gazed around, observing that the pirates in the vicinity had begun to flee recklessly. Thus, the answer to the question could only lie with that singular man. After all, it was he alone who had instilled such a terrifying impression in the hearts of his subordinates. The captain of the Black Cat pirate crew, Kuro, his signature move, Shovel Death, employs silent steps to execute indiscriminate attacks, utilizing swift movements and the razor-sharp claws at his fingertips to eliminate large numbers of foes. The flaw of this technique, however, is its speed, which is so overwhelming that even Kuro himself might not be aware of what he has struck down. Whether ally or enemy, anyone within range becomes a target of Kuro's onslaught. And when Kuro confronted Lynn Barrack, he was so cautious that he did not reveal himself, opting instead to unleash Shovel Death immediately. This was the very reason the surrounding pirates were in flight. They certainly did not wish to be caught in the midst of Captain Kuro's terrifying assault. So it was thus, Lynn felt the swift rush of air surrounding her, unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. You had anticipated that those insignificant foes would be incapable of overcoming me, thus intending to send them forth to deplete my stamina, and subsequently employ the narrow confines of the streets, utilizing the Shakusher in conjunction with sea prism stone weaponry to ultimately vanquish me. Lynn flashed a smile. CLO? Is this your plan? Indeed. CLO's voice echoed from all directions. The speed of the deadly strike was astonishing. Not only was CLO himself invisible, but even his voice was indistinguishable in origin. With the addition of the sea prism stone infused in my 10 blades cat claws, Lynn Barrack, you shall meet your demise. CLO, in his rapid movement, was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Lynn. However, a frost-laden heel abruptly appeared before CLO's eyes. In an instant, CLO was taken aback. Before he could utter another word, Lynn's heel had forcefully impacted his face. Bang! CLO was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground only to bounce back up again, akin to a stone skipping across water. After several such rebounds, he collided with the wall, finally coming to a halt. A look of astonishment lingered on CLO's face. Without granting him a moment to recover, Lynn suddenly dashed to CLO's side, seizing his collar with his left hand while his right fist tightened, delivering blow after blow to his face. Bang, bang, bang. Lynn, while engaging in combat, remarked, Tiger, Zephyr, and Carp are either remnants of a bygone era or legends of the new age. What category do you belong to, little kitten? Each punctuation mark signifies a pause, and each pause embodies a powerful strike. Unpleasant. Lynn is currently in a state of extreme displeasure. There were 3 reasons he refrained from confronting the Black Cat pirates aboard Grandmother Sia's merchant vessel. Firstly, he was concerned that a skirmish might endanger Grandmother Sia and the crew, as she was advanced in age and the crew members each had their own families. Secondly, there exists a code of conduct upon the sea. Although Lynn possessed the capability to drive away the Black Cat pirates, he could not remain perpetually at Grandmother Sia's side. Should any of the pirates escape and seek retribution against her, Lynn would be unable to intervene. Thus, avoiding conflict emerged as the most prudent choice. Thirdly, this was entirely due to Kuro being a mere minor player. Lynn's only interest in him lay in his silent steps that rivaled the speed of the 6th technique, shave. Consequently, Lynn had intended to find an opportune moment to confront them alone in his personal capacity. However, he never anticipated that Kuro would audaciously conspire with Clique to target the people of Windmill Village. Did he truly believe himself to be easily trifled with? Kidnapping, threats, weapons imbued with sea stone, schemes, and backing. Kuro's chaotic machinations made him appear as a puppet master orchestrating the entire affair. And Lynn found himself ensnared step by step within his conspiracy. This, indeed, was what truly irked Lynn, engaging in such frivolous antics. He must make Kuro aware of one crucial fact. Lynn Barak is nicknamed Boss, and thus he is perpetually the challenger. It is always others who challenge him, never the other way around. Lynn seized Kuro by the collar, unleashing a barrage of colossal fists aimed squarely at Kuro's face. With each strike, he exclaimed, "You think, bang. Which bang? Little kitty. Ah, bang, 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 bang." Each resounding blow landed heavily upon Kuro's visage. Kuro's glasses were shattered, leaving only the frame dangling from his ear. His once meticulously groomed hair now lay in disarray, with strands sticking to his forehead, glued there by the blood that oozed forth. At this moment, Kuro could entertain but a singular thought, or rather, it was the only thought that surged through his mind. What has transpired? This cunning pirate, who had navigated the East Sea with guile and earned the epithet of 100 schemes, now found himself utterly bewildered. Although he had long heard tales of the man before him, a madman with a bounty of 100 million berries, Kuro had harbored confidence in his own stratagems to defeat him. After all, he had the backing of the world government and that enigmatic figure known as Joker. Yet now, Lynn's relentless assault ruthlessly shattered Kuro's illusions. The excruciating pain seemed to convey a clear message to Kuro. Enough of those fanciful tricks. They are utterly futile. Kuro now felt his consciousness dimming, his mind becoming increasingly clouded, as he was being mercilessly beaten into a daze. Gathering his remaining strength, he finally cried out, "Stop." Lynn's fist astonishingly halted midair. At that moment, Kuro finally found a fleeting moment to catch his breath. After a few seconds of respite, he summoned the last remnants of his strength to unleash his Shirobana cat claws towards Lynn. His claws, similarly equipped with sea prism stone, promised victory for Kuro. Regardless of the brutal blows he had previously endured, should they make contact with Lynn. However, in the next heartbeat, Kuro found himself confronted by the sole of Lynn's shoe. Just before the Shirobana claws could strike, Lynn raised his leg and delivered another kick aimed squarely at Kuro's face. Bang! Kuro was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall. The Shirobana claws he wore slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground on either side of the street. Accompanied by the jarring sound of metal meeting pavement, a stifling atmosphere enveloped the street. The pirates, witnessing this spectacle, were rendered utterly speechless. The infamous Kuro, renowned for his cruelty in the East Blue, had been effortlessly dispatched by the man named Lynn, embedding him into the wall with a single kick. Lynn massaged her shoulders and stepped forward, extracting Klo from the heap of rubble. She seized his collar once more, lifting him up. "Release him, or else." Lynn gazed at him calmly and slowly inquired, "Shall we continue?" Kro struggled to pry away Lynn's iron grip on his collar, but without the thread of high loose stone. Lynn's fingers clutched him with a vice-like strength. Bang! Another punch landed squarely on Kro's face. He felt a wave of pain and swelling across his visage. His nasal bridge had been broken, and the face that once bore the semblance of a gentleman now appeared utterly disheveled. Lynn drew closer to Kro's face, locking his gaze onto him as he slowly inquired, "Are you still willing to fight?" Kro, panting heavily, appeared to be struggling to recover from the recent blows he had endured. Once he finally regained his composure, his eyes fixed intently on Lynn, and through gritted teeth, he declared, "I can still." Before the final word could escape his lips, Lynn's fist struck Crow's face once more. This time, after taking the hit, Crow suddenly seized Lynn's arm, swiftly locking his legs around Lynn's right arm, his entire body tensing as he executed a modified crosslock in midair. It was astonishing that Crow, renowned for his assassination skills and cunning in the East Sea, employed his agile physique to perform such a maneuver against Lynn. This technique proved highly effective in close-quarters combat, where the aggressor compresses the passive party's arms to their chest while forcefully pressing forward, compelling submission or risking the incapacitation of the passive party's arm. The principle of the silent step is akin to the shave, both involving rapid footwork to achieve swift movement. Thus, Crow's leg strength was undeniably superhuman. In other words, Lynn was now contending with a modified crosslock executed with extraordinary leg power. The position of the crosslock had been established, and in such circumstances, no ordinary person could hope to escape its grasp. Yet, Lynn was anything but ordinary. Veins bulged on his right arm as he lunged forward into a left-side stance, lowering his center of gravity and letting out a fierce roar. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. Lynn astonishingly lifted Crow with the sheer strength of his right arm, only to slam him down onto the ground with tremendous force. The impact produced a resounding crash, causing the earth to fracture and fissures to extend several meters, while dust was violently propelled into the air. As the dust settled, Lynn was taken aback to discover that Crow had shielded the back of his head with both hands, his eyes tightly shut, managing to endure the blow without losing consciousness. His legs remained tightly coiled around Lynn's right arm, compelling Lynn to exert considerable effort in their struggle. Yet, just as Lynn prepared to strike Crow down once more, Crow suddenly opened his eyes. Lynn's monstrous power indeed far exceeded Crow's expectations. However, he, the cunning Crow, still had one final trump card up his sleeve. With all his might, Crow bellowed into the distance, "Brother Click, fire!" In that instant, Lynn's head turned swiftly. He certainly did not believe that Crow thought a mere ordinary gun could pose any threat to him. Nevertheless, the pirates present were armed with sea prism stone weapons. Thus the gun Crow referred to must undoubtedly fire sea prism bullets. In the future, Zefa had once defeated a rather confident Luffy using a surprise attack with sea prism bullets, with Chopper having extracted the sea prism bullet for Luffy. Lynn now finds herself utterly alone. Should she be struck, she would instantaneously lose all capacity for resistance. It is imperative that she evades danger. The bullets crafted from sea stone are exceedingly difficult to manufacture, thus there will not be many such projectiles. Otherwise, Clo would not resort to them as his ultimate trump card. Lynn, while holding up the cloak, directed his attention to the surroundings. As soon as Click fired the first shot, he was confident he could pinpoint Click's location and then rush forward to eliminate him. Evading that initial shot would signify Lynn's triumph. However, a resounding boom echoed, though to describe it as a gunshot would be an understatement. It was a sound reminiscent of Lynn hurling pirates against the wall. At that moment, a series of muffled thuds emanated from behind him, as if someone were incessantly battering the wall, the source of the noise drawing ever closer. Ultimately, the sound was merely a wall away from number 5 Backstreet. With a final resounding crash, bricks flew, and 3 figures emerged from the dust before everyone. One was an admiral clad in heavy hockey armor, another, a white hunter in civilian attire with a cigar clenched between his teeth, and the last, a strikingly handsome individual draped in a bath towel with blue hair. Who could they be? About an hour prior, a man had entered Rogue Town from the northern entrance. He sported silver hair, donned a tourist's beach shirt, and wore sunglasses. Most notably, every pocket of his attire was stuffed with cigars of varying quantities, totaling several dozen. Furthermore, he had 2 freshly lit cigars clamped in his mouth. As a user of the smoke fruit, Smoker had a considerable addiction to tobacco, yet today marked the first time he felt such an overwhelming urgency to smoke. Perhaps it was due to the presence of that man, Lynn Barrick. Merely hearing that name irked Smoker profoundly. It was the Navy's duty to rescue individuals from the clutches of pirates. What right did a wanted criminal have to interfere? With a cigar clenched between his teeth, Smoker furrowed his brow. The familiar sights of Rogue Town surrounded him. Returning to this place inevitably stirred memories of the past. Years ago, he had witnessed the execution of that man in Rogue Town, the very man who had heralded the dawn of an era. As the revelry of that age erupted, Smoker felt a deep-seated fear watching the masses succumb to fervor. In the aftermath, to combat that fear, he had enlisted in the Navy. Perhaps it was due to the events of that day, or perhaps it was a matter of naval duty. Regardless, he harbored a profound dissatisfaction towards the man named Lynn Barrick. This discontent was neither animosity nor hatred. but rather a disagreement with Lynn's actions and character. Although some of his naval colleagues remarked that Smoker took life far too seriously, he had no intention of changing, for that was simply his nature. Thus, from the outset, he had not anticipated any collaboration with Lynn. He was fully prepared to single-handedly rescue the hostages from Windmill Village. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, Smoker possessed that confidence. He would not allow the Navy to be underestimated. Taking a drag from his cigar, he gazed upon the bustling streets of Logue Town. Protecting the tranquility of the seas was the Navy's paramount duty. He would not permit the beauty of the present to be trampled by pirates. First and foremost, he needed to locate the pirates' hideout. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Smoker began to quietly search the streets alone. The pirates had not designated a meeting place with Lynn, so it was likely they had placed watchmen throughout Logue Town to prepare for his arrival. Smoker's immediate task was to find them and ascertain the location of the pirates' base. However, after several minutes, he had turned up nothing. Just as he was about to change streets in his search, a sudden commotion caught his attention. Hey, there seems to be a fireworks display at the western port. Hurry to see it, or you might miss it. Guided by the shouts, the crowd began to shift towards the western port. Smoker sensed something amiss. He scrutinized the individuals who were calling out. They were ordinary folk, dressed in civilian clothing yet cloaked with hats and capes to disguise their identities. After their shouts, they swiftly blended into the crowd, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Pirates? Smoker pondered for a moment, sensing that something was amiss. The mere actions of the individuals guiding the crowd revealed their remarkable training. Their coordination was akin to that of a unified naval battalion. It seemed that trouble had once again arrived in Rogue Town. As Smoker observed these enigmatic figures manipulating the flow of people, a singular question incessantly occupied his mind. What was their purpose? Suddenly, Smoker noticed several individuals moving against the tide, heading eastward towards Rogue Town. Their appearances bore a certain ferocity, and they displayed no intent to conceal their presence, clearly indicating they were not allies of the mysterious figures. Who were they? Smoker's gaze flickered, and he swiftly resolved to follow them. Given that Lynn had landed at the western port of Rogue Town, and considering the time he had lost changing clothes and patrolling discreetly, it was unlikely Lynn still lingered at the port. Moreover, the throngs heading towards the port had not emitted cries or screams, suggesting that all remained tranquil there. Smoker approached a passerby and inquired, "Where does the eastern road lead?" The passerby replied, "It leads to the back streets, but I advise you against going there. It is quite chaotic, filled with ruffians." That was it. Smoker's eyes narrowed. He was uncertain of what the pirate named Kuro was scheming. Yet all signs pointed to one conclusion. Something was amiss in the east. Given Lynn's character, perhaps he had instructed those mysterious individuals to divert the crowd westward, thereby avoiding any entanglement and conflict. Yet, who were those individuals? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Smoker was, after all, a man of action. He did not linger in contemplation, but set off at a brisk pace towards the eastern back streets of Rogue Town. Along the way, he encountered several commotions, rumored to involve fights, with some victims still sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. The direction was correct. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Smoker as he sought to quicken his pace, leaping onto a rooftop. Utilizing the abilities granted by his devil fruit, he transformed into smoke and glided effortlessly across the rooftops, making a beeline for the back streets. As he neared his destination, the cacophony of noise reached his ears, shouts of individuals and the sound of objects shattering. Had the conflict already commenced? Smoker furrowed his brow, instinctively quickening his pace. Just then, a shadow on the rooftop caught his attention. Peering closely, he discovered that amidst the clutter lay not mere debris, but rather a concealed individual. As night fell, visibility diminished. Smoker stealthily approached, finally gaining a clearer view. He spotted a man with purple hair clad in heavy black armor, concealed among the debris, gripping a long-barreled sniper rifle aimed towards the alleyway. Who could he be? An adversary or an ally? Utilizing his abilities, Smoker moved closer, at last discerning the man's full visage, immediately recognizing him. It was the notorious pirate, Commodore Correa, with a bounty of 17 million berries. Smoker had encountered Correa's wanted poster while perusing intelligence. In the East Blue, this man's name was synonymous with infamy, although Smoker often found himself exasperated by Lynn. He also believed that Lynn would not associate with such a disreputable pirate. Thus, he must be an enemy. Was he lying in wait to ambush Lynn? Smoker slowly crouched, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Just as Correa adjusted his stance to continue aiming, Smoker's right arm transformed into smoke, his fist clenched, and he struck decisively. A white punch. This elemental blow was one Smoker had practiced countless times, a strike few beasts on the deserted island could withstand, aimed at swiftly subduing his foe. However, the moment Smoker's fist collided with Kureha's armor, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him. What? Smoker's eyes widened as he instantly identified the material of the armor, sea prism stone. After consuming the Logia-type devil fruit, Smoker's mentor, Zefa, had explicitly warned him against over-reliance on his fruit's abilities. Zefa had also elucidated a series of weaknesses and limitations that came with being a devil fruit user, including that peculiar stone, sea prism stone. This stone harbored the sea's power. Upon contact, a devil fruit user would feel as if submerged in the ocean. Though they wouldn't drown, they would instantly lose their combat capabilities. Smoker had touched sea prism stone before and experienced that sensation. Thus, when his fist struck Kureha, the familiar feeling allowed him to deduce that the black armor the man wore was laced with sea prism stone. Was this their trump card against Lynn? Smoker retracted his fist, unable to suppress a furrowed brow. Both he and Lynn were devil fruit users, and facing an enemy adorned in sea prism stone armor placed them at a disadvantage from the outset. The commotion in the distant street continued. Meanwhile, despite the sea prism stone armor's effects preventing Smoker's punch from landing fully, Kureha was still staggered by the sudden blow. Turning his head, he noticed a silver-haired man standing atop a nearby rooftop, two cigars clenched in his mouth, frowning down at him. Who was he? Click let out a furious roar. Could it be that Lynn had accomplices? Wasn't that fellow crow claiming that Lynn had come to Rogtown alone? This deviated significantly from their plans. Unlike the adaptable crow, Click was oblivious to any schemes or machinations, yet he remained confident in his own combat prowess. Therefore, he was determined to eliminate all distractions and proceed with the original plan. Click hefted the black war gun beside him and fixed his gaze upon Smoker, tilting his chin in a dismissive gesture. Hey, this doesn't concern you. If you wish to live, you'd best step aside. Upon hearing this, Smoker cracked his knuckles, producing a series of sharp pops. Admiral Click, I hereby arrest you in the name of the Navy. The mention of the Navy caused Click to take a step back. But when he noticed Smoker was dressed like an ordinary person, with no backup in sight, he sneered. Oh, what a surprise. You must be a Navy officer on holiday in Rogtown who happened to stumble upon me. Smoker retorted, Does that have anything to do with you? Of course. Click laughed heartily, realizing that he feared being besieged by a multitude of Navy officers. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, he felt no fear whatsoever. Smoker's eyes were locked on Click, contemplating how to deal with the troublesome sea prism stone armor. Click likely remained unaware of his abilities. Thus, Smoker needed to strike before he realized it, aiming for Click's unprotected head for a decisive blow. With this thought in mind, Smoker leapt into action, drawing his jit from behind and diving toward Click. To avoid revealing his powers, Smoker refrained from elemental transformation, opting instead to approach Click using pure martial skill. Yet, what awaited Smoker was Click's massive war gun, weighing a ton. Click laughed boisterously as he swung the weapon with one hand, aiming for Smoker's head. Under normal circumstances, such a heavy weapon would be easily countered by Smoker's elemental form. However, due to the sea prism stone's limitations, Smoker was forced to block the strike with his jit. The jit, designed to counter swords, was at a disadvantage against such a heavy polearm. Smoker endured the blow, feeling his right hand go numb, as if his grip were about to shatter. Yet, in doing so, Smoker managed to close the distance between himself and Click. With just a few more steps, Click's head, exposed beyond his helmet, would fall within the range of Smoker's elemental attack. Without a hint of hesitation, Smoker charged forward once more. Click sensed the relentless advance of his opponent and realized something was amiss. He thought to himself, I cannot allow him to get any closer. Suddenly, Click swung his massive weapon with one hand, the tip slicing through the air with a piercing whoosh. Navy, I have no time to play with you today. Nor do I intend to stir up trouble in Rogtown. Let us both take a step back. I'll pretend I didn't see you. Click bellowed. The silver-haired man before him was no ordinary Navy officer. He possessed the strength to match Click's, and defeating him would undoubtedly require some time. However, Click had to keep an eye on the situation in the backstreet, as it concerned his very life, and he could afford no delays. Yet, Click was destined to miscalculate. Setting aside the fact that Smoker had arrived in Rogtown precisely for them, even if Smoker were merely on holiday, his relentless nature would not allow him to overlook a pirate he had discovered. What a nuisance. Smoker inhaled deeply from his cigar, suddenly hurling his own fist towards the swinging weapon. The fist struck the tip of Click's massive gun, and the unexpected force caused a momentary imbalance in Click's arm, revealing a flaw in his previously impenetrable defense. Seizing this opportunity, Smoker instantly transformed his right arm into smoke and aimed a punch at Click's head. However, in the next moment, Click unexpectedly ducked his head, bringing his shoulder pads together to shield himself. This sudden maneuver caught Smoker off guard. His pupils constricted as he prepared to retract his hand, but Click had already seized his fist. The contact between the sea prism stone and Smoker's skin rendered him powerless, forcing him to half-kneel, exerting every ounce of strength to maintain his balance. Ha ha ha, this armor is truly remarkable. It has no weak points whatsoever, Click laughed heartily. Then turned to regard the half-kneeling Smoker. Navy, it seems you too possess a devil fruit ability. No wonder you are so confident. But now, Click raised his massive weapon, aiming at Smoker's head. It's futile. Before he could finish his sentence, the one-ton weapon descended towards Smoker's head. Simultaneously, an astonishing event occurred. Someone soared into the air. Not far away in the back street, Lynn lifted the hefty individual known as Bart and leapt up before slamming him down onto the ground. Boom. The tremendous roar and the tremors beneath his feet momentarily stunned Click, causing him to lose focus. It was precisely this distraction that allowed Smoker to muster all his strength and break free from Click's grip. Roaring, he aimed once more at Click's head and unleashed a punch infused with his elemental power. White fist. Bang. The fist collided with Click's face, and immediately the swirling smoke sought to envelop Click's head entirely, circumventing the sea prism stone armor. Just as the outcome seemed poised to be determined, a second resounding noise echoed forth. Bang. It was not the sound of a fist striking flesh, but rather the sharp report of a gunshot. It emanated from the firearm wielded by Click. The dark muzzle of the gun billowed smoke, which gradually dissipated around Click's head. The elemental manifestation was forcibly undone, and a wave of helplessness coursed through Smoker's entire being. He gingerly touched his right shoulder, only to discover that blood had begun to seep forth. In stark contrast, Click had risen from the ground, shouldering his formidable weapon, his countenance dark and brooding. He felt an urgent necessity to eliminate the Navy officer before him. Due to his interference, the last precious sea stone bullet, the sole safeguard against Lynn, had been expended. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Click's fury contorted his features into a grotesque mask. He had once thrived in the East Sea, commanding a grand fleet of thousands, with aspirations of leisurely traversing the Grand Line. Yet, not long ago, he had been summoned by Kuro to form a pirate alliance, aimed at capturing a notorious fugitive with a bounty exceeding 100 million. If only he had known the matter would escalate to such proportions, he could have continued to reign as the undisputed king of the East Sea. Now, however, he found himself ensnared with no chance of escape. He was compelled to fulfill the demands of the world government and the enigmatic Joker. Failure would lead only to his demise. The sea stone bullet he had just discharged was intended as a last resort against Lynn, regardless of a devil fruit user's prowess. If struck by a sea stone bullet embedded within their body, they would find themselves helpless, unable to extricate the projectile without external assistance. This was precisely why Kuro insisted that Lynn come alone to Log Town. Yet now, this invaluable sea stone bullet had been squandered on an inconsequential Navy officer who had appeared from nowhere. Should Kuro, that madman, fail to eliminate Lynn, Click would also be dragged down in the process. Consumed by rage, Click's distorted gaze fixed upon Smoker, who was in a dire state. The sea stone bullet had struck his right shoulder. While not a lethal wound, the bullet remained lodged within him, effectively shackling him with the weight of the sea stone. Waves of weakness washed over him, and Smoker struggled merely to maintain a half-kneeling position. He yearned to rise, but just as he managed to stand partway, he was sent sprawling by a fierce blow from Click's weapon. Bang! Smog's body collided with a heap of debris, coming to a halt with great difficulty. Click dragged the great war gun along the ground, the harsh sound of metal scraping against the surface resonating in the air. He approached Smog, once more lifting the great war gun with one hand, the blade aimed menacingly at Smog's head. There would be no inexplicable tremors to rescue you this time. Once I sever your head, I shall deal with Lynn. Lynn. It is him again. Upon hearing that name, a surge of inexplicable fury ignited within Smoker. During his training on the deserted island, Lynn had previously vanquished a ferocious beast with a mere roasted piece of meat. And just moments ago, the source of that inexplicable earthquake was undeniably linked to Lynn because of his own carelessness and insufficient strength. Smoker had been indirectly saved by Lynn once again. Could he now wait for someone else to come to his rescue? What kind of protector of the seas would he be then? Lynn, I shall acknowledge the favor you rendered earlier, but I no longer require your assistance. Smoker muttered to himself as he rose from the pile of debris. The lingering sensation of powerlessness from the sea stone bullets still weighed heavily upon him. Yet he could no longer afford to dwell on it, or rather, he compelled himself to disregard it. After all, his mentor, Zefa, had repeatedly advised him against an over-reliance on the powers of the devil fruit. Once again, I have been imparted with wisdom today, Zefa-sensei. Gritting his teeth, Smoker fixed his gaze upon Click, lifting his chin defiantly, and spoke in a low, measured tone. Is it true that without the powers of the devil fruit, I am unfit to serve as a marine? With that, Smoker clenched his right fist and struck it into the palm of his left hand. The room echoed with his primal roar of determination. How could that be possible? Are you speaking nonsense? Click was momentarily taken aback, then burst into raucous laughter. Don't force yourself. The sea stone bullets are still embedded in your body, aren't they? Without that troublesome devil fruit ability, you are nothing more than an ordinary person devoid of any combat prowess. An ordinary person? For the first time since the battle commenced, Smoker let out a wide, sinister grin. If his fellow Marines were to witness this scene, they would surely exclaim in astonishment. That poker face, usually so stern, can indeed contort into such a fearsome expression. Fixing his gaze on Click, Smoker spoke. Do you know? Ever since I consumed the devil fruit, I have been referred to by others as the Smoke Bear or the White Hunter. He picked up the cigar that had fallen to the ground, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke, as if reminiscing about the past. Seeing this, Click was immediately incensed, raising his sea stone battle spear high and aiming it at Smoker's head before bringing it down with all his might. Die! Suddenly, a hand seized the shaft of the battle spear with a vice-like grip. Smoker leapt into action, grasping the spear before it could crash down upon him. Since the body was already restricted by the sea prism stone bullets, further contact with other sea prism weapons would have a diminished effect. Smoker, leveraging the body of the great war gun, leapt high above Clock. In that fleeting moment, Smoker's roar erupted from the rooftop. Before I was known as the White Hunter, I was nicknamed the Navy Mad Dog. With a resounding thud, Smoker's fist struck Clock's face with sheer physical force, devoid of any fruit abilities. Clock was immediately engulfed in darkness, followed by a blinding haze, as if his mind had short-circuited. Only Smoker's furious roar reverberated in his ears. Sea prism stone? Bullets? Armor? With every ounce of strength, Smoker battled against the debilitating sensation brought on by the sea prism stone, relentlessly pummeling Clock's face. Ultimately, Smoker seized Clock's shoulders, lifting him effortlessly before slamming him down hard onto the ground. This was not an act of mindless rage, but rather a calm judgment of the current situation. Regardless, his strength was curtailed by the sea prism stone bullets within him, reducing his power to less than 1/10 of its usual capacity. His ability to pin Clock down and land brutal strikes was entirely due to catching him off guard. Thus, he could not afford to let Clock regain his composure. He must press the advantage and eliminate him entirely. Strike after strike, strike after strike, not even a second of respite. What he struck and how he struck became inconsequential. The moment Clock regained his senses, defeat would be his. Smoker let out a roar, his fists clenched tightly, as he delivered a heavy blow to Clock's chest. Boom. With the sound of shattering stone, the entire rooftop was smashed open, sending both him and Clock plummeting through the air. Below the rooftop, amidst the hazy steam, lay the renowned hot springs of Rogtown. Mere moments prior, a youth with flowing blue hair, draped in a towel, had just stepped into the bathing pool. Settling down comfortably, the rising steam enveloped him, and he could not help but feel a wave of relaxation. Taking a break every now and then is splendid. My subordinates must be preparing the barbecue feast right now. Once I finish soaking, there will be delicious grilled meat awaiting me. Baki mused to himself, reveling in the rare moment of tranquility. Just seconds later, the ceiling was shattered. Clock and Smoker descended from above in succession. To Buggy, the world government is an insufferable yet avoidable nuisance. Thus, when Kroko proposed collaboration with the world government's representatives, Buggy resolutely declined. Not only did he refuse, but to shield his fortune from the ominous implications of those 4 words, Buggy even granted himself and his crew a day off. They all ventured to Low Town to indulge in revelry, drinking, feasting, bathing, and celebrating. Today, while the rest of the pirate crew busied themselves preparing for a barbecue feast, Buggy sequestered himself in one of Low Town's renowned hot spring resorts, intent on indulging in relaxation. Though he still sported his signature red nose, he had surprisingly cleansed his face of other cosmetics, draping himself in a towel as he luxuriated in the hot spring. As a person with abilities, soaking in the bath often left him feeling languid, but perhaps that is the essence of true relaxation. He felt as if he were transcending his earthly confines. Buggy couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Ah, blissful comfort. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from above. Buggy furrowed his brow, and before he could voice his irritation, a fissure appeared in the ceiling. As he watched, the crack widened, culminating in a thunderous crash as a substantial hole formed, through which two figures plummeted. Wait. Buggy was momentarily taken aback, hastily leaping from the hot spring while still wrapped in his towel. In a flash, he activated the powers of the chop-chop fruit, splitting off a hand to retrieve his trusty dagger from the nearby changing room. With a weapon in hand, he felt a modicum of reassurance and focused on the direction from which the two figures had fallen. There stood two men, one with silvery hair clad in beach attire, and the other, a man with purple hair donned in heavy black armor, gripping a colossal battle rifle. Both appeared disheveled, and the surrounding dust obscured Buggy's view of their faces. It seemed they were embroiled in a fierce altercation, the battle reaching a fever pitch. The silver-haired man suddenly sprang to his feet, seizing the purple-haired man's throat with his left hand while grasping his face with his right, lifting him and smashing him against the wall. Boom. With a dull thud, the wall cracked ominously. Another blow would surely bring it crashing down. What deep-seated grudge could they possibly harbor? Buggy watched this scene, momentarily at a loss for words. Glancing at the hot spring now muddied by dust, his irritation grew. His rare moment of tranquility had been shattered by these two inexplicable intruders. It seemed that Buggy, after all, had been underestimated. Buggy observed the two individuals before him. The man clad in purple armor was now on the verge of collapse, while the silver-haired man was gasping for breath, his stamina evidently depleted. With this in mind, Buggy swiftly made a decision to bind both of them and bring them to the banquet, where his subordinates would ensure these two who had dampened his spirits would face a proper reckoning. The mere thought of this brought a wide grin to Buggy's face as he split his upper body, brandishing a dagger aimed at the back of the silver-haired man. However, due to the angle, the battle rifle in the purple-haired man's grasp obstructed Buggy's assault. He reached out, intending to shove the rifle aside. But the moment his hand made contact, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him. Was this sea stone? The weapon in the purple-haired man's possession was indeed imbued with the power of sea stone. Stunned, Buggy focused his gaze and realized that this purple-haired man was none other than Admiral Click, whom he had encountered not long ago. What was going on? Despite his astonishment, Buggy's reflexes were quick. He naturally fell towards the ground, knowing that if he could distance his hand from the sea stone, he would regain his mobility. The possession of such a precious sea stone weapon suggested that Click had formed an alliance with Crow and had also struck some form of collaboration with the world government. Damn it, I had already withdrawn from this. How could they have come to Rocktown? This matter, concerning the world government, was best left untouched. They had yet to discover my presence. I must escape quickly with my subordinates and leave Rocktown. However, an unsettling sensation at his waist disrupted Buggy's thoughts. It appeared that the barbs on the rifle had inadvertently snagged his towel, making contact with his skin. As a result, even if Buggy took the opportunity to fall, he would become ensnared by the barbs, unable to free himself. Moreover, due to his abilities, Buggy lacked the strength to extricate himself from the grasp of the barbs, helplessly hanging from the rifle. To make matters worse, Click instinctively tightened his grip on the rifle, leaving Buggy to helplessly sway along with the weapon. Thus, an absurd yet logical scene unfolded. Smoker exerted all his strength, grasping Click's shoulder, propelling them both forward, crashing through walls in their path. Meanwhile, Buggy dangled from the end of Click's battle rifle, forced to follow Smoker and Click as they charged ahead. Ultimately, the three of them burst through the final wall, emerging into Backstreet number 5. Here lay the main battleground of Lynn Barrack. The arrival of Smoker, Click, and Buggy disrupted the rhythm of everyone present. At that moment, Chloe, who was being held by Lynn with one hand, seized the opportunity to break free from his restraints, rolling several times on the ground before barely regaining his footing and creating distance between himself and Lynn. Lynn gazed at Smoker, while Chloe looked at Click, both simultaneously inquiring what transpired. However, the distinction lay in the fact that Click had been thoroughly beaten into unconsciousness, whereas Smoker managed to stand with great effort. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, inhaling his cigar, and nonchalantly uttering 2 words, law enforcement, Lynn was certainly aware of Smoker's temperament. And given the dire state of Click, he had surmised the general sequence of events. It was likely that Smoker had discovered the concealed Click, only to be caught off guard by his sea-stone weapon. Ultimately, through sheer determination, Smoker managed to inflict severe injuries upon Click, who was clad in sea-stone armor. However, as per Crocodile's remarks, Click should have possessed firearms equipped with sea-stone bullets. Indeed, Lynn noticed a gunshot wound on Smoker's shoulder. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the wound was quite deep, necessitating professional medical equipment for extraction to prevent any lasting complications, which was simply unfeasible given the current circumstances. Your presence has proven to be immensely helpful. Lynn approached Smoker, gently patting his shoulder. You've been hit. Take a moment to rest. I shall handle the remainder. Oh, this is precisely what irks me about you. Smoker inhaled from his cigar, surveying the surrounding pirates with a furrowed brow. It's merely a matter of not being able to utilize my abilities. Dealing with these lowly scoundrels can be accomplished with just my fists. He tore his jacket into strips, hastily binding the wound on his shoulder to staunch the bleeding. Seizing this opportunity, a recovering crocodile suddenly dashed deeper into the street. Noticing this, Smoker tightened the cloth with his teeth and continued, If you intend to save someone, hurry and pursue. Leave this to me. Lynn gazed at the receding figure of Crow, feeling the energy within her begin to deplete, yet her aura surged dramatically. Just 3 minutes will suffice. 3 hours would pose no challenge. Smoker ignited the last cigar from his pocket, placing it alongside the half-finished one he had previously been smoking. Lynn did not hesitate and immediately pursued the direction in which Chloe had departed. The street was now deserted, save for Smoker, who was smoking, the fallen clique, and over 2,000 pirates wielding weapons made of sea prism stone. Wait, is anyone else missing? At this moment, Smoker noticed that Clique's large weapon seemed to have another person hanging from it. A civilian? Smoker's heart skipped a beat. But when he observed that the individual was brandishing a dagger, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Was this person one of the mysterious figures guiding the crowd away from the back streets? Or perhaps a companion that Lynn had recruited? Regardless, as long as they were not someone unwittingly embroiled in the conflict, he felt reassured. But why were they only clad in a bath towel? At that moment, Buggy took a deep breath. Exerting all his strength, he finally freed himself from the barbed hook of the large weapon, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Clique, was it? I'll remember you, and that fellow named Chloe as well. I will settle the score with you both sooner or later. Buggy muttered fiercely to himself. Upon hearing this, Smoker became increasingly convinced that this red-nosed man was indeed the ally Lynn had enlisted to confront Chloe and his group. Smoker then addressed Buggy. Hey, you're looking for Chloe, right? Buggy's eyes widened. Huh? Who are you? I'm also someone looking to settle the score with Chloe. Smoker replied, picking up a sturdy iron rod from the ground and cracking his neck. If you're planning to fight, then get up and lend a hand. At this moment, Buggy finally took notice of his surroundings. Countless pirates had encircled them tightly, and he could sense the ominous aura of sea prism stone emanating from their weapons. Hey, no way. Is Chloe planning to kill us to silence us? Buggy was utterly bewildered by the scene before him, and could only arrive at a conclusion he could barely accept. The world government must have learned that Buggy was privy to their secrets and, unwilling to cooperate, had sent Chloe's group to eliminate him. This silver-haired man before him was likely in the same predicament, having been ensnared by Chloe and unwilling to cooperate, now cornered here. However, judging by his demeanor, he seemed quite formidable, having single-handedly dealt with Clique. Well then, facing this multitude of pirates was certainly preferable to the inevitable death that would await should he attempt to negotiate with the world government. I shall break through alongside you. Buggy stood up and bumped fists with Smoker. Oh, brother, I leave my back to you. Smoker regarded the man before him, clad only in a bath towel, struggling to maintain a serious demeanor. The two positioned themselves back to back, ready to confront the pirates before them. By the way, brother, Buggy suddenly recalled, I don't believe I've seen you before. Where do you hail from? Smoker replied coolly, the Navy. Buggy retorted, huh? Regardless of Buggy's willingness, the situation in Rogue Town is gradually becoming clear. At number 5 Back Street, Smoker and Buggy stand back to back, confronted by nearly 2,000 pirates wielding weapons made of sea prism stone. One of their primary forces, Admiral Creek, has already been rendered unconscious by Smoker and lies sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, the heavily injured Kuro, having broken free from Lynn's grasp amidst the earlier chaos, dashes deeper into the street. Close on his heels is Lynn Barrick. Out of the corner of his eye, Kuro catches sight of the clown Buggy, his anger intensifying. This individual had rejected Kuro's invitation for an alliance, claiming he did not wish to collaborate with the world government. It now seems he has likely turned to ally with Lynn Barrick instead. The silver-haired figure beside him must be one of his subordinates. Clown, do you dare to plot against me? Kuro bellows to the surrounding pirates. Eliminate those three, or none of us will escape unscathed. The pirates, still reeling from Creek's defeat, snap back to reality at Kuro's command. Although they are uncertain of their captain's current alliances, obtaining such rare sea prism stone weapons suggests a formidable figure is involved. Having navigated the treacherous underbelly for years, the pirates understand that while success in such a partnership could yield great rewards, failure would leave them with dire consequences. They must swiftly eliminate those three. However, the psychological impact left by Lynn on the pirates is so profound that they find themselves unable to act against him, instinctively redirecting their focus towards the suddenly appearing Smoker and Buggy. Hey, are you Navy? Buggy exclaims, his eyes wide with confusion over the unfolding chaos. What trouble have those two scoundrels, Kuro and Creek, dragged me into? Yet, regardless, the 2,000 vigilant pirates, armed with sea prism stone weapons, have encircled them. Let us take them down, charge. With this command, the pirates surge forward. Buggy and Smoker, one harnessing the powers of the chop fruit and the other wielding a hefty iron rod, stand united against their foes, struggling to evade the sharp sea prism stone blades. Buggy finds himself in a state of despair. All I wanted was a relaxing bath, deep within the depths of No. 5 Street. Lynn unleashed a flurry of punches, clearing a path through the pirates who had mustered the courage to stand before him, and charged towards Kuro. With Click defeated, all that remained was to vanquish Kuro and locate the hidden Machino. The remaining rabble would surely collapse without a fight. In that moment, while the insignificant pirates would be preoccupied with their escape, Lynn would have the opportunity to confront the source of that menacing aura. Kuro, having maximized the speed of his silent step, found himself unable to shake off Lynn, who was drawing ever closer. Suddenly, Kuro made a sharp turn and darted into the alleyway at the street corner. Lynn refused to decelerate. Instead, he forcefully propelled himself against the ground, utilizing the reaction force to alter his trajectory and relentlessly pursue his target. Hearing the thunderous noise behind him, Kuro felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. He absolutely could not allow himself to be overtaken. After all, he was Kuro, and he still possessed his final trump card, provided he could reach that designated location. Bursting through a door, Kuro bellowed into the room. Zango, bring that woman out, and contact the people from Windmill Village. Use those villagers as hostages. Inside, Zango, who was tasked with guarding Machino, felt a sinking sensation at Kuro's words. The arrival of Captain Kuro indicated that the situation at the front lines was rather dire. Otherwise, he would not resort to such a desperate ploy as taking hostages. Had the pirate alliance of 4,000 been defeated? Zango lowered the brim of his hat and turned back into the room, emerging with the bound Machino and a den mushi. At this moment, Kuro wore a grim expression, his mood plummeting to an all-time low. Using hostages to threaten Lynn was undoubtedly the most foolish and precarious strategy. After all, Kuro was not acquainted with Lynn's character. He had no idea whether Lynn would capitulate under the threat of hostages or retaliate with even greater brutality. Nevertheless, the current circumstances left Kuro no room for hesitation. That monstrous man was right behind him, and he had to seize any glimmer of hope. However, just as Zango prepared to hand Machino and the den mushi over to Kuro, a fist, encrusted with frost, suddenly materialized before him. Lynn, ensconced in the frozen domain, leapt forth, entering the room ahead of Kuro. Bang! Zango was struck squarely by that fist, sent hurtling backward. Lynn swiftly led Machino away, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the wall before them, guiding her into the adjacent abandoned street. Upon seeing Lynn, Machino's pent-up emotions erupted, beyond her fear. She was consumed with concern for the residents of Windmill Village. Tears streaming down her face, she exclaimed, "Lynn, I am so frightened. There are still people in Windmill Village." After freeing Machino from her bindings, Lynn affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. A remarkably reliable group is handling matters in Windmill Village. At that moment, Crow was attempting to pick up the phone book, hoping to contact the pirates in Windmill Village and threaten Lynn using the villagers to ensure his own safety. However, the phone bug rang for an extended period without anyone answering. How swift their actions are, Lynn mused. Truly deserving of their reputation as the elite of the new generation of the Navy. Zango, what is happening? Answer me. Crow gritted his teeth, realizing that Zango had been driven into the wall by Lynn's punch and was beyond consciousness, utterly incapable of responding. Witnessing this scene, Crow, having lost all his trump cards, felt his resolve finally shatter. With a pirate alliance comprising upwards of 4,000 members, Lynn Barak had single-handedly dispatched nearly 2,000 of them. The remaining fighters, even without the unexpected intervention of Buggy and his crew, could never hope to match Lynn's prowess. The Seastone weapons procured from the world government proved ineffective. The crucial Seastone bullet had, unbeknownst to Crow, been squandered by that fool clique on someone else. In terms of hostages, Magino had been rescued, and with no contact from the individuals in Windmill Village, it was evident that troubles were afoot there as well. Have I lost? Crow gazed at Lynn, a frenzied expression crossing his face. Impossible. I cannot be defeated. I can manipulate both the world government and Joker. Can others achieve what I can? Lynn gazed towards Crow and slowly uttered, at last, you are willing to reveal your true self? Subsequently, Lynn instructed Magino to depart first, heading towards the port on the western side of Rogue Town, advising her to seek assistance from the crowd in the face of danger. As there were members of the Revolutionary Army nearby, ensuring her safety, Crow paid no heed to Magino's departure. Instead, he picked up a knife from the ground and pushed his glasses up with his palm, attempting to dispel the fear within him through a fierce shout. Lynn Barak. As long as I can slay you, I shall not be defeated. Lynn continued to gaze in Crow's direction and spoke. What, do you wish to engage me as well? At that moment, Crow realized an unsettling truth. It seemed that Lynn's words were not directed at him. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from behind Crow. Ah, do not misunderstand. The voice intoned slowly, I merely desire to end your life. Who? Before Crow could turn around, a dark bamboo stick swept toward him with alarming speed. With a resounding thud, Crow was struck by the bamboo stick and sent flying, crashing into a distant wall, emitting a cry of agony before collapsing to the ground. His fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Lynn's gaze remained fixed on the wielder of the ominous bamboo stick. The master of the menacing aura had finally revealed himself, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, Ghost Bamboo Virgo. In the desolate streets of the back alleys of Rogue Town, the abandoned thoroughfare echoed with the sound of a body being hurled. Magino, having only taken a few steps, felt a surge of concern for Lynn and was about to turn back when she heard Lynn's thunderous shout, Magino, do not look back. Run. All right. Magino responded to Lynn's command, refraining from turning her head or comprehending the events unfolding. Nevertheless, she summoned her courage and exclaimed, Mr. Lynn, be careful. With that, Magino sprinted toward the harbor, reassured by Lynn's words. Lynn rubbed her neck, her gaze fixed intently on the towering figure before her. With a mushroom haircut, sunglasses perched upon his nose, and a morsel of hamburger meat clinging to his face, he was none other than Virgo, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, a dual master of both armament hockey and martial arts. Moreover, clad in a Navy uniform, it was evident that he had infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent. To her astonishment, she never anticipated that Doflamingo would send him personally to Rogue Town. Virgo, with a smile, directed his attention towards the direction in which Magino had departed, remarking, I had thought she would be too frightened to stand. She truly is a courageous young lady. Lynn smiled broadly, acknowledging that she had likely encountered more prominent figures than he. Well, I apologize, but I'm having difficulty understanding, Virgo replied, shaking his head gently while swaying the bamboo stick in his hand. Could you please persuade her not to run away? It would be quite troublesome to locate her later. Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression darkened instantly. He was acutely aware that Virgo, in an attempt to conceal his identity, would eliminate anyone who had glimpsed his true visage. She didn't turn around, nor did she see your face. Lynn furrowed his brow, unwilling to involve Marquino in deeper troubles. However, Virgo merely shrugged. Really? I don't believe it. Strangely enough, Lynn's demeanor calmed entirely upon hearing those words. He gestured towards his cheek, indicating to Virgo. You just had a hamburger, didn't you? Yes, it's my favorite. The hamburgers in Rogtown are quite delightful, though the portions are rather small. It was only then that Virgo noticed the hamburger patty on his cheek. Upon removing it, he discovered it was covered in dust and no longer edible. Letting out a soft sigh of disappointment, he then turned his gaze back to Lynn. "Shall we exchange introductions?" Lynn nodded. "Lynn Barrack Virgo." Lynn scratched his head, and then addressed Virgo. "Well, Virgo." Suddenly, Virgo frowned and coldly replied, "It should be Mr. Virgo." In truth, it mattered little to him. Lynn continued, "By the way, haven't you had enough to eat?" Lynn inquired abruptly. Virgo, somewhat perplexed, nodded in response. Observing this, Lynn erupted into laughter, cracking his knuckles, producing a series of crisp sounds. However, his expression shifted dramatically to one of dark intensity. "If you haven't had enough, then allow me to serve you a few more punches." Bang! Before his words could fully settle, the frozen domain was unleashed, a thin layer of frost enveloping the ground around them. Simultaneously, Lynn stomped forward, raising his fist to strike directly at Virgo's head. Heroic skill, intimidation. The left and right heavy punches connected with Virgo's cheek and jaw, reverberating through the desolate street with two dull thuds. Bang! Bang! Following closely was a stifled cry of pain. Lynn stepped back a few paces, creating distance between himself and Virgo. Subsequently, he swung his arms back and forth, striving to alleviate the pain above. How excruciating! Lynn could not help but exclaim. Not far away, Virgo remained in a standing posture, his entire head enveloped in an aura of armed color, presenting a metallic black sheen. The young master was indeed correct. He was an arrogant man. Lynn twisted his neck and exhaled softly, reflecting that one who had not even mastered the aura dared to prance upon the world stage. One should not underestimate others. Virgo roared, and the black-armed color aura instantly enveloped his entire body, tearing through the fabric of his upper garment, transforming both his physique and the bamboo stick in his hand into a gleaming black that reflected metallic light. This was the ultimate technique of Virgo. A high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, the full-body armed color aura hardening. In the face of Virgo in this state, ordinary blades and firearms would prove utterly ineffective. At this moment, Virgo's thoughts were straightforward: to execute the contingency plan. The one named Crocodile had already failed. Thus there was no longer a need to stealthily extricate them from the sea using a warship. As for Lynn Barrack, Virgo believed that his demise would be more advantageous for his young master. The primary objective of acquiring leverage over the world government had already faltered. Consequently, the priority shifted to maximizing benefits for Don Quixote da Flamingo. Therefore, Virgo set his sights squarely on Lynn. After eliminating Lynn Barrack, he intended to dispose of Crocodile, Click, and other crew members who might possess knowledge of the matter, ultimately apprehending the pirates of Roguetown under the banner of the Navy. This would serve as an opportunity to enhance his standing within the Navy, facilitating a smoother ascension in rank. Only by reaching higher echelons could he offer greater advantages to Doflamingo. All these plans hinged upon one premise: Lynn Barrack, who had made contact with the Revolutionary Army and might possess knowledge of Doflamingo's involvement in the Roguetown incident, must perish. There could be no lingering threats to his undercover operation. Not coming any closer, Virgo gazed at Lynn, who had assumed a fist-ready stance, and shook his head slightly, realizing that upon understanding the disparity in strength, Lynn had lost his courage. Suddenly, Virgo bent low and thrust the bamboo stick toward Lynn's throat. Upon witnessing this, Lynn leaped abruptly, evading the strike, while the bamboo pole thrust into the ground with force. A thunderous sound erupted. The black bamboo pole created a substantial crater in the earth. Lynn's gaze sharpened at the sight before him. Under the enhancement of the armament hockey, the bamboo stick had acquired a hardness that far surpassed that of an ordinary iron rod, transforming it into a dreadfully formidable weapon. After his missed strike, Virgo looked up at Lynn, already envisioning the fear that must have graced his opponent's visage. However, Lynn's reaction took Virgo by surprise. With a hearty laugh and eyes alight with excitement, Lynn bellowed, "Come again." Humph. Virgo snorted disdainfully, gripping the bamboo stick tightly and swinging it forcefully through the air. Caught off guard, Lynn could only brace himself with crossed arms in defense. Bang! Lynn was struck by a bamboo stick, crashing forcefully to the ground. Boom! Virgo observed as Lynn gradually rose from the swirling dust, unable to suppress his laughter. Ha! The young master speaks truly. You, Lynn Barrack, are indeed a natural-born warrior, yet simultaneously the most unfortunate among them. The Colosseum of Sabaody strictly prohibited gladiators from learning and utilizing hockey, which meant that after 4 years of combat there Lynn had yet to even brush against the threshold of hockey, nor had he ever faced an opponent capable of wielding it. Virgo, gripping the bamboo stick, continued, Lynn Barek, you have indeed experienced 4 years of destruction. Amidst the rising smoke, Lynn maintained a stoic expression, silent and unyielding. Just as Virgo was about to speak, he suddenly felt a thin layer of frost creeping beneath his feet. In the next moment, Lynn clenched his fist and charged at him with fierce determination. Virgo smiled lightly, positioning the bamboo stick in front of him, intending to block Lynn's punch. However, to his astonishment, at the very instant Lynn reached him, he suddenly slammed his fist into the ground, using it as a pivot to execute a swift 360-degree turn, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick. Heroic skill, Dragon's Tail Strike. Boom. Bolstered by the icy domain, the kick, infused with a terrifying force, struck Virgo's bamboo stick. The stick, enveloped in the armor of hockey and possessing a hardness comparable to steel, was instantly shattered, breaking into 2 segments. With a crack, Lynn's foot obliterated the bamboo stick, subsequently landing a solid blow to Virgo's chest. Although he had fully armored himself with hockey, the moment the kick connected, he was still taken aback by the overwhelming force. Ugh! Virgo grunted, half-crouching in an attempt to stabilize his stance, yet he could not prevent himself from staggering backward. Suddenly, Lynn slammed his fist into the ground once more. Utilizing the momentum to adjust his position, and without touching the ground, he unleashed another kick to Virgo's chest. Boom! The heroic skill, Dragon's Tail Strike, represented Lynn's most powerful single-target attack to date, capable of pushing even Carp back several steps when caught off guard. Although Virgo was formidable, he was still young and comparatively less seasoned than Carp. Lynn executed 2 fierce tail whip kicks in a manner beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. The first strike, somewhat mitigated by a bamboo staff cloaked in a formidable color, lost much of its impact. However, the second kick landed squarely upon Virgo's chest. A guttural roar erupted from Virgo, veins bulging on his forehead as he attempted to withstand the blow with sheer willpower. Yet, his body could not endure the terrifying force encapsulated within the kick. With a thunderous crash, Virgo was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the wall behind him. Lynn rose from the ground, gasping for breath as the pervasive frost receded swiftly around him. Energy level, 14001800. Virgo, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, proved to be far more formidable than Lynn had anticipated. Thus, he had to conserve his energy. Although the chaotic skirmish at number 5 Backstreet had been astonishing, it had not significantly depleted his energy reserves. The occasional use of the frozen domain was merely instantaneous. It was only in the presence of the formidable foe, Virgo, that Lynn truly began to expend considerable energy. Undoubtedly, Virgo was the most challenging adversary Lynn had encountered throughout his years of combat. In comparison to the opponents in the arena, Virgo's strength was unparalleled, with his hockey and martial arts skills reaching the pinnacle of excellence. Unlike Tiger, Zefa, and Carp, Virgo harbored a complete intent to kill Lynn. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Lynn had no choice but to expose a flaw, leaping into the air to entice Virgo into underestimating him. As anticipated, when Virgo struck with his staff, he did not pursue further, which provided Lynn the perfect opportunity to counterattack. Thus, in the state of the frozen domain, he unleashed his most powerful attack, the Dragon Tail Strike, hitting Virgo squarely in the chest, twice. Virgo was propelled backward, crashing heavily into the wall, embedding half his body within it. Lynn gazed at the fallen Virgo, gritting his teeth as he clutched his swollen arm, once again lamenting, the armament hockey, how formidable it is. Nevertheless, Lynn remained confident in his fruit abilities. Having endured 2 ferocious tail whips head-on, it was inconceivable that his body, fully enveloped in armament hockey, could emerge unscathed. As expected, the incapacitated Virgo suddenly broke into a cough, evidently suffering from internal injuries to his lungs. However, after a fit of coughing, Virgo erupted into hearty laughter. This trip to Rog Town has truly been fortuitous. Ha ha ha, Lynn Barek. Is there anyone in this world more tragic than you? For years, you have battled in the Sabaody Archipelago Coliseum for an entire 4 years. Your strength has risen in a grotesque manner. You are undoubtedly a genius in combat. With merely your fruit abilities, you could have made me spit blood. Yet, due to your enslavement by the celestial dragons for 4 years, you squandered the prime opportunity to comprehend hockey. If I am not mistaken, you are now striving to develop your fruit abilities to compensate for your inability to grasp hockey. Correct? Virgo laughed heartily as he rose from the rubble, spitting out blood and wiping the corners of his mouth. He continued speaking to Lynn. If a person possesses sufficient talent, they will exhibit a certain potential for hockey from the very beginning of their training. You should have had this potential. But the environment of the Sabaody Archipelago Coliseum has rendered you incapable of cultivating hockey, thus entirely wasting your potential. The training of hockey should progress in tandem with the enhancement of one's strength. Yet you have elevated your prowess to a terrifying level while remaining a complete novice in hockey. One leg is long, the other short, therefore. You cannot advance on the path to awakening hockey. How many years will it take for you to truly master hockey? 20 years? 50 years? Ha ha ha. Virgo had not laughed so heartily in a long time, for he found the irony of the situation before him profoundly amusing. Lynn, you are a man ruined by the celestial dragons. Ha ha ha. Virgo's laughter echoed in Lynn's ears. The latter maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent. As Virgo's laughter began to wane, Lynn raised an eyebrow and inquired, Virgo, have you finished? Address me as Mr. Virgo. Virgo's body once again enveloped itself in black armament hockey. What, do you think that because you broke my bamboo staff, I am left without a weapon? It was merely a piece of ordinary bamboo. Virgo clenched his fists tightly, his muscles brimming with explosive power. The true weapon is indeed myself. Bang! Virgo stomped his foot, charging fiercely towards Lynn. Enhanced by the power of hockey, the hardness of Virgo's body had surpassed that of ordinary iron projectiles. In essence, he resembled a colossal siege cannon weighing over 100 kilograms, aimed directly at Lynn. Clenching his fist, he fixed his gaze beneath his sunglasses on Lynn's every movement. Whether Lynn attempted to evade upwards, backwards, or to either side, Virgo had a strategy prepared. He intended to conclude the tragic existence of this man before him with a single, decisive strike. However, contrary to Virgo's expectations, Lynn showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he assumed a stance, his right fist drawn back, ready to channel his energy for a powerful blow. Virgo growled, if you wish to take this head on, brace yourself to be shattered. Whoosh! Lynn and Virgo, at the same moment, unleashed their right fists. Heroic skill, intentional strike. Bang! When their fists collided, a visible shockwave rippled through the air. As they retracted their fists, one of them could no longer maintain its tension, and the fingers began to tremble uncontrollably. The owner of this trembling fist, Virgo, finally exhibited a change in expression. He gazed at Lynn's tightly clenched right fist, his heart filled with astonishment. Was that the hockey of armament? Lynn exhaled the white smoke curling from her fist. Pardon? What did you say? The words were too numerous. I couldn't catch them clearly. In the desolate alleyway, the abandoned street lay silent. Lynn exhaled, releasing a puff of white vapor from his clenched fist. What did you say? He inquired, his hearing dulled by the excess of words. Virgil's right hand, which had just thrown a punch, continued to tremble uncontrollably. He gazed at Lynn's fist, still enveloped in a frosty mist, and exclaimed in astonishment, armament hockey? However, he quickly shook his head, engaging in a self-reflective dialogue. No, the essence is similar. Yet there exists a distinction. Could it possibly be a fruitability? Lynn flicked his wrist, directing his gaze towards Virgo. Indeed, Virgo, you have spoken two truths. First, my 4 years as a gladiator have endowed me with exceptional combat skills, yet they have simultaneously become a glaring weakness in my understanding of hockey. This realization dawned upon me during my solitary meditation on the grasslands while training with Carp on the deserted island. Carp, possessing a heart of gold, was oblivious to the peculiar rules of the Sabaody Archipelago's Coliseum. Otherwise, he would not have employed conventional training methods with me. As Virgo aptly pointed out, the distorted training methods of the Coliseum have granted me remarkable combat prowess, while in terms of hockey, I remain a complete novice. It is akin to having one leg longer than the other, a fatal flaw on my path to mastery, rendering me unable to grasp the threshold of hockey, despite being able to perceive it. To remedy this deficiency, time and extensive training are required to rectify the damages inflicted during those 4 years. However, this is merely the solution of an ordinary person. As for me, I have discovered a path more suited to my nature. Just as in those 4 years at the Coliseum, it is solely about combat, accumulating experience through relentless battles, seeking answers, and thus breaking through the bottlenecks imposed by my shortcomings. The accumulation of combat experience and awareness has granted me reflexes rivaling those of observation hockey. The feral beasts of the deserted island and carp have enabled me to develop my fruit powers to a level comparable to that of armament hockey. One battle after another has brought me closer to the true essence of hockey, until this very moment in the backstreets of Rog Town. Under the onslaught of Virgo's fully armored hockey, my comprehension of armament hockey has ascended to a new level. I have grasped that fleeting sensation and fused it with my fruit abilities, ultimately creating a remarkably unique phenomenon. Generally speaking, armament hockey is affixed to the body or weapons, enhancing personal defense like an invisible armor, while also evolving into an offensive force against foes. However, the variant armament I now wield, intertwined with my fruit abilities, manifests like a mist, swirling around me, continuously undulating with my breath. This is not merely the external projection of hockey. Rather, the hockey has been dispersed in the air from the very beginning. Virgo gazed at me, his form slightly blurring due to the dispersing hockey. After a brief moment of shock, he suddenly erupted into laughter. Unstable aura, erratic hockey, unable even to anchor it to oneself. Your armament hockey is fundamentally incomplete. Virgo's brow furrowed as he growled. Lynn Balek, are you trying to make a fool of me? Lynn shook his head, extending his arms wide, allowing the tumultuous and unstable armament hockey to swirl around him. With a grin, he spoke. Virgo, would you care to hear the second point you were right about? Upon hearing this, Virgo's forehead couldn't help but twitch, and he suddenly lunged forward, his fist raised, intent on ending this confrontation. Bang! Bang! 2 successive punches struck Lynn's body. Yet the impact was far less potent than Virgo had anticipated. At that moment, the chaotic armament hockey enveloping Lynn was merely immature, lacking any defensive capability. However, Lynn merely twisted his neck and locked eyes with Virgo, exclaiming, "Oh, truly, the armament hockey is remarkable. Being struck feels utterly painless." Virgo, at that moment, yearned to roar. If it cannot even adhere to the surface of the body and possesses no defensive function, it cannot be deemed armament hockey. Yet suddenly, Virgo noticed something peculiar. The once erratic and dissipating armament hockey around Lynn, along with the surrounding frigid frost, began to converge towards him. With a broad smile, Lynn exclaimed, "You were indeed correct about the second point. I am truly a genius." The frost, formed by the frozen domain, rapidly contracted, shrinking from an expanse of several meters to a mere meter around Lynn. A tempestuous storm of dense frost intertwined with the dispersing armament hockey formed around him. By forcibly compressing the immature armament hockey within the frozen domain, Lynn entirely discarded its defensive capabilities, significantly enhancing his speed and strength. Amidst the mingling white frost and black armament hockey, Lynn became a whirlwind of chaos. The fusion of his fruit ability and armament hockey propelled Lynn's techniques into an entirely new paradigm. Heroic skill, frozen domain, armament form. Lynn could not help but burst into a hearty laugh. "Let the second round commence, Mr. Virgo." Virgo frowned deeply, having had his fill of the arrogant man before him. Yet, more critically, he sensed a lethal danger emanating from the tempest of frost and armed hockey. With a swift motion, he swung his black fist, striking Lynn squarely in the face. Bang! Lynn did not evade. Instead, he resolutely met the blow with his forehead, immediately retaliating with a fierce punch. Heroic skill, subduing the mighty. Bang! Bang! His powerful left and right punches struck Virgo's body. Virgo gritted his teeth in pain, yet could not suppress a cold smirk. At this moment, Lynn was indeed in peril, but this danger was still in its infancy. More precisely, Lynn's technique had only just been conceived and was not yet fully realized. Alas, what a pity! Virgo burst into laughter, believing that with such an immature new move, Lynn could never breach his hardened defenses. Lynn similarly opened his mouth wide, crouching slightly as he assumed a boxing stance, bellowing, "Is it not possible? Transform me into minced meat." Virgo once again unleashed a powerful punch, striking Lynn squarely in the face. With a dull thud, the sound resonated in the air. Yet, when Virgo retracted his fist, he realized that Lynn remained steadfast, not having budged an inch. Lynn pressed his finger against his nose, expelling the clotted blood from within, and then wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth. Breathing heavily, he mused that this technique required further refinement. With a wide grin, he laughed heartily. "So, Virgo, will you be the one to reduce me to a pulp, or shall I be the one to bring you down first? Let us clash our fists and see." The battle commences. Surrounding them lay a chaotic array of scattered stones and bricks. Lynn and Virgo stood across from each other, both unarmed and enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the nature of their respective pressures was strikingly different. Virgo was entirely shrouded in a cloak of black hockey, leaving no room for vulnerability. His presence was calm and steady, resembling an inconspicuous bomb that, at first glance, appeared unremarkable yet harbored unimaginable destructive potential. In stark contrast, Lynn was surrounded by a swirling frost, intermingled with the assertive black hockey, leaving a series of contrasting black and white streaks in the air. His aura was wild and fierce, unabashedly flaunting its intensity. The collision of these two disparate forms of pressure seemed to warp the very space around them. "How dull," Virgo remarked, observing the tempest of black and white that surrounded Lynn. "If you were a paramecia-type user, I might be somewhat cautious, for there are many peculiar abilities within that category. Yet, as a Zoan type, even if you possess a mythical beast form, you ultimately remain bound to the limitations of an animalistic devil fruit." Virgo continued. "The sole alteration a Zoan can effect is within itself. No matter how ferocious the storm encircling you may be, it cannot inflict substantive harm, much like your previous chill, which merely raised goosebumps on my skin. You are merely playing tricks." Virgo's gaze remained fixed upon Lynn, seemingly in search of any sign of trepidation. "How tiresome these pre-battle declarations are, Virgo." Lynn laughed heartily a few times. "Do you know? In the arena, such antics do little to enliven the atmosphere. One ought to approach it differently." Lynn extended his fist, raising a thumb in a gesture of confidence, then directed his thumb downwards towards Virgo, laughing heartily. "In 60 seconds, I shall bring you to your knees." Energy level 10001800. Heroic skill, Frozen Domain, Armed Color Form, completely forsaking the defensive attributes of Armed Color Hockey, significantly enhancing one's speed and strength, consuming 10 energy points per second. As Lynn proclaimed his pre-battle declaration, the deserted street lay in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a fragment of stone fell to the ground with a soft thud. At that moment, Lynn and Virgo appeared to receive the signal to commence battle simultaneously, launching their assaults aimed at each other's vital points. Lynn unleashed a fist enveloped in frost and armed hockey, while Virgo merely extended a single finger. 6 styles, finger pistol. This was the lethal technique Virgo had kept hidden. He believed that dealing with a novice who could not even wield hockey would require minimal effort. However, the reality exceeded his expectations, and he yearned to conclude the battle swiftly. The so-called finger pistol involves concentrating all one's strength into the index finger, followed by a rapid thrust of the hardened digit, delivering an impact akin to a bullet, capable of piercing through flesh and even steel, targeting Lynn's throat. Virgo thrust his finger forward with precision. Yet, Lynn awaited precisely this moment. He was acutely aware of Virgo's signature move, having remained vigilant throughout their prior skirmishes. And now he had finally seized the opportunity. The instant Lynn's fist collided with Virgo's finger pistol, he abruptly opened his hand, deftly grasping Virgo's finger. Subsequently, Lynn pivoted, hoisting Virgo's arm onto his shoulder and hurling him toward the ground. Virgo, caught off guard, had no choice but to brace himself with the iron block technique. Boom! Lynn slammed Virgo into the earth, but remarkably, the impact inflicted no harm. Instead, it provided Virgo a chance to retaliate. He braced himself with one hand on the ground and aimed a kick at Lynn's neck. Compared to a fist, Virgo's kick was swifter and more perilous. Yet Lynn never entertained the thought of evasion. In terms of sheer force, Virgo, with his entire body in a hardened state of hockey, undoubtedly possessed a level of power surpassing Lynn's. Lynn's sole advantage against Virgo lies in the realm of the frozen field, where her mastery of hockey reaches an astonishing pinnacle of speed. Suddenly, Lynn stomped his right foot, causing half of his calf to sink into the ground. Simultaneously, his left forearm was raised, and his right hand grasped his left wrist, forcefully using his left forearm to block Virgo's kick. Subsequently, Lynn's right hand formed a fist and struck down fiercely towards Virgo's face. Thud! Virgo gritted his teeth, continuing to defend against Lynn's assault with his hardened armament. He initially intended to utilize the kick to create distance between himself and Lynn, but instead, he found himself forcibly drawn into a close-quarters combat that was decidedly disadvantageous for him. All of this unfolded precisely as Lynn had orchestrated. In this intimate struggle, Virgo primarily employed 3 types of techniques: punches, jabs, and kicks. In response to the jabs, Lynn opted to counter with a throw utilizing the force against him. When faced with kicks, he chose to absorb the impact before retaliating with a punch. As for the punches, with mounting pressure, Virgo let out a roar. Using one hand to propel himself off the ground, his other hand clenched tightly as he aimed a punch directly at Lynn's chest. Thud! Lynn gritted his teeth, blood oozing from the crevices of his clenched jaws. He could not afford to grant him a moment of respite. Virgo, resolute in his determination, clenched his fists, enveloped in a dark, armored haki, and unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes upon Lynn. In stark contrast, Lynn had entirely relinquished his defenses, his fists encased in frost and haki, retaliating against Virgo with relentless blows. In the realm of combat, where he excelled, Lynn unhesitatingly opted for a direct confrontation. Thud, 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 thud. Their fists collided in a whirlwind of motion, so swift that they seemed to blur into phantoms. Both combatants endured the weight of each other's formidable punches, their feet anchored to the ground, straining to maintain their balance. Low growls erupted from their throats. Virgo, Lynn Barek, bam, bam. Each struck the other with a heavy fist. Yet their gazes remained locked in an unwavering duel. What powerful punches! The thought echoed in both their minds. Though Virgo's contemplation was tinged with a greater concern, this fellow's strikes can harm me even in my armored state. I cannot prolong this. I must conclude the battle swiftly. Prepare to meet your demise. Virgo extended his index finger, poised to strike once more. Lynn once again transformed his fist into a palm, seizing Virgo's finger with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, and then swiftly executed a throw. In midair, Virgo's expression twisted with rage as he forcefully kicked off with both legs, employing the moonwalk, one of the 6 forms, to slightly alter the trajectory of Lynn's force. Freeing himself from Lynn's grasp, he aimed a powerful kick at the back of Lynn's neck. The speed of this strike was astonishing, yet Lynn, with his superhuman reflexes, managed to respond in time. According to the previous strategy, kick, block, counter, bang, he deflected the kick with his already swollen and numb left arm, following up with an uppercut that landed solidly in Virgo's abdomen amidst Lynn's furious roar. This was precisely what Virgo had anticipated. In terms of ground combat, creating distance from Lynn had become impossible. No matter what techniques he employed, Lynn would immediately close the gap and entangle him in battle. However, the world is three-dimensional. If ground combat proved unfavorable, there was still the sky. The moonwalk, one of the Navy's 6 forms, allowed one to traverse the air as if ascending stairs. By utilizing the moonwalk to ascend, Virgo could finally create some distance from Lynn. With the force of Lynn's uppercut, Virgo swiftly employed the moonwalk, enduring the pain in his abdomen, and leaped several steps into the air. Ah, this feels good. Virgo took a deep breath, knowing that this maneuver could not be sustained for long. Once his stamina waned, victory would belong to him. Yet, in the next moment, a shadow suddenly loomed above Virgo, obscuring the light above him. If you desire the head of Lynn Barek, then come and claim it yourself. Does Joker revel in manipulating others from the shadows? Looking down from his lofty perch, what do you think of the fates of ordinary people? Virgo looked up, only to see a foot enveloped in a storm of black and white, crashing down upon him. The thought barely crossed his mind before Lynn, having leaped into the air, kicked him forcefully toward the ground. Lynn's furious roar echoed through the air. Both you and Joker shall fall. Heroic skill, Dragon Tail Strike. Bang. Backstreet number 5. Facing over 2,000 pirates armed with sea prism stone weapons, Buggy and Smoker found themselves in a fierce battle. They stood back to back, ever vigilant against the attacks from all sides. A pirate swung a battle knife at them, but Smoker anticipated the move, seizing the pirate's wrist first, and then executed a precise Navy grappling technique, delivering a knee strike directly to the pirate's face. With a resounding bang, the pirate's face was instantly splattered with blood, only to be carelessly discarded by Smoker. The debilitating sensation caused by the sea prism stone bullet still coursed through him, yet there was no trace of fatigue upon Smoker's visage. Instead, a terrifying ferocity replaced it. Come on, he bellowed at the surrounding pirates. Overwhelmed by Smoker's imposing presence, the nearby pirates dared not advance. Witnessing this scene, Buggy could not help but swallow hard, inwardly thinking, Hey, this guy doesn't need to go all out like this. We could simply cooperate to break through. However, as he observed Smoker swing his iron staff, toppling one pirate after another, realization struck him. This man genuinely intended to single-handedly confront the 2,000 pirates before him. Truly a madman among the Navy, I want to be part of this. Buggy swiftly resolved to make his escape. Just then, a furious roar echoed through the sky. Both you and Joker, get down here. With a muffled thud, a figure plummeted from the heavens like a cannonball, crashing down towards the ground of Backstreet number 5. Boom. The impact created a tremendous sound as the figure struck the ground with great force, leaving a massive crater in its wake and sending dust swirling into the air, causing the pirates to erupt into chaos. What just happened? Who fell down? Is it Captain Kuro? No, that's not him. It seems to be a large fellow. Swish. Those pirates nearest to the impact zone, who barely caught a glimpse of the figure's true identity, could not complete their words before a dark finger sliced through their eyes. Uft. In an instant, the innermost circle of pirates clutched their eyes, shrieking in agony. Meanwhile, the fallen Virgo pressed his hand against his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as he surveyed his surroundings and swiftly devised an escape route. Damn it, my ribs are broken. Lynn Barrick's prowess far exceeds his own expectations. Continuing the struggle would only lead to mutual destruction, or potentially his own defeat. Thus, it seems that the plan to eliminate those in the know and subsequently capture the pirates under the guise of the Navy has already failed. Virgo finds no advantage in the entire affair. Consequently, his objective shifts to minimizing losses as much as possible, such as ensuring his continued infiltration within the Navy. The crowd around him is overwhelming, and he cannot afford to expose his identity as an undercover agent. He has already prepared a solid alibi before taking action, and since Lynn Barrick is a wanted criminal, his words will not be believed by the Navy. Therefore, as long as no one else witnesses his face, he still has a chance to maintain his cover. With this thought in mind, Virgo stamped his foot, stirring up a cloud of dust around him to conceal his figure. He then retrieved a transponder snail from his pocket and placed it on the ground, swiftly employing one of the 6 styles, Soru, to dart into a nearby alley. As a high-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, Virgo executed this series of movements with remarkable speed, completing the entire sequence in mere seconds. Immediately thereafter, a figure enveloped in a black and white storm descended from the heavens, striking the very spot where Virgo had just stood with a powerful fist. A thunderous crash echoed as the crater in the ground widened and deepened significantly. The pirates felt an earthquake-like tremor beneath their feet, and a familiar yet terrifying sensation surged within them. The man has returned? Lynn Barrick. Has he truly vanquished Captain Clo? As the dust settled, Lynn's figure indeed materialized in the street. What struck terror into the hearts of the pirates was the tempest of black and white swirling around Lynn's form, rendering him akin to a fearsome, monstrous beast. The chilling aura emanating from him caused the temperature in the vicinity to drop slightly. Lynn twisted his neck and glanced around, finding no trace of Virgo, only the telephone bug on the ground. It sure runs fast. Was this telephone bug left for me? After picking it up and securing it, Lynn turned his gaze towards the pirates who were exchanging wary glances. A grin spread across his face. Are you all still eager to confront me? At this, the pirates erupted into a flurry of panic, recalling their comrades who had been sent flying by Lynn earlier, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Wait, is he coming again? I certainly do not wish to soar into the sky. Just look at that punch he slammed into the ground. Is anyone left alive after taking a hit like that? I became a pirate to relish in the pleasures of life, not to meet my demise. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed pirate noticed something amiss. The black and white storm surrounding Lynn was gradually subsiding, and his aura visibly dwindled. Had he sustained injuries? Observing this, Smoker approached Lynn and whispered, Hey, what on earth happened? Don't tell me it was that crocodile who did this to you. Encountering a formidable opponent, Lynn gasped for breath, his arms hanging limply and trembling uncontrollably. Virgo had indeed inflicted significant harm upon him. To be honest, Lynn was exerting every ounce of strength just to stand, desperately maintaining the armament hockey of his frozen domain merely to intimidate the surrounding pirates. Lynn understood Smoker's situation, having been struck in the shoulder by a sea prism stone bullet. His survival thus far was solely due to sheer willpower. As for Buggy, Lynn surmised he was already contemplating a hasty retreat. Wait, why was Buggy here? Did he have any connection to this situation? Why was he not in makeup and only wearing a bath towel? Why did he seem to be at odds with Crocodile and his crew? What on earth was happening? Lynn gazed at Buggy, her mind swirling with questions. However, the unusual movements of the surrounding pirates interrupted her train of thought. Upon noticing Lynn's precarious state, they mustered what little courage they had left and brandished their weapons. Encircling the trio, although they were uncertain of the events that had transpired, they believed that if they could eliminate these 3 individuals, they would be rid of a significant burden. TSK, mere pirates. Smoker, With a cigar clenched between his teeth, inhaled deeply and furrowed his brow at Lynn, asking, "Do you truly require my assistance?" Lynn burst into a hearty laugh, his fists colliding as he boisterously proclaimed to the surrounding pirates, "I am the boss." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pirate suddenly bellowed, "He has finished. Let us take him down. Charge." Instantly, dozens of pirates surged forward. Just as Lynn and Smoker prepared to fight to the death, and Buggy contemplated a hasty escape, a fist flew forth with a resounding thud, sending one pirate sprawling. A familiar, jovial laughter echoed across the battlefield. "Ha ha ha, what a lively scene. Allow me to join as your opponent." An elderly gentleman, clad in beach attire, sporting a bushy beard and a robust physique, abruptly appeared before the pirates. "Ha ha ha, what a lively scene. Allow me to join as your opponent." The old man rubbed his wrists, producing a series of sharp cracks. The surrounding pirates were initially taken aback, but upon noticing his tourist garb, they soon erupted in ridicule. "Hey, old man, don't think your muscles give you the right to play the hero. This is none of your business. Go sip your tea, you smelly old coot. Your grandson is calling you home for dinner." In stark contrast, Smoker and Lynn, upon the elder's arrival, completely relaxed. The former knelt on one knee while the latter settled cross-legged, swaying back and forth, ready to watch the spectacle. After all, the current situation no longer warranted their concern. "Grandson?" Carp's forehead suddenly bulged with veins. That little brat. He had intended to return to Windmill Village for a beer, to take a breather, and perhaps catch a glimpse of that little rascal, only to stumble upon a band of pirates. After giving them a sound thrashing, Carp discovered that someone had kidnapped Makino, taking her to Log Town. Initially, he planned to rush to her aid, but when he learned that this group of pirates had already made contact with Lynn, his anxious mood instantly lifted. The elite of the new generation training in the 6 forms of the Marine were more than capable of resolving such a minor kidnapping case. If they couldn't handle this, they might as well retire. With this thought, Carp relaxed completely, sipping his drink while awaiting good news from Log Town. After a while, the battleship tasked with rescuing the villagers from Windmill Village arrived at the port. Upon seeing Carp, the sailors aboard the battleship understood that their involvement was no longer necessary. So they relayed their operational plans to Carp and then took him along to Log Town for support. During this time, Carp had intended to contact Luffy, hoping to let him witness the courage of the Marines in rescuing civilians. But that little brat had the audacity to declare that the pirates who kidnapped civilians were bad pirates, and that he did not want to be one of them. Carp was immediately infuriated. What was this nonsense about good pirates and bad pirates? Any pirate at all would feel the force of his iron fist. Bang, 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 bang. Kapu unleashed a series of punches, sending several pirates flying before him. It was only then that the remaining pirates realized that this seemingly formidable old man was indeed a true powerhouse. "Hey, no way, another monster has appeared," one exclaimed. "He is all alone. Let us all attack together and wear him down." "Yes." In response, Kapu grinned. As it was nearing supper time, engaging in a bit of pre-meal exercise seemed quite fitting. However, an orderly sound of footsteps interrupted Kapu and the pirates, who were preparing to strike. A contingent of well-trained naval officers had appeared from every corner of Backstreet No. 5, nearly 50 in number, surrounding the pirates from various angles within a deadly net of firepower. Some pirates, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to flee but were met with warning shots. To all present pirates, "You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately." Kapu, on the other hand, laughed heartily, proclaiming, "If anyone wishes to continue fighting, let me be your opponent." The pirates glanced at their comrades, who had been sent sprawling by Kapu, lying on the ground frothing at the mouth and convulsing. The punches of that seemingly superhuman old man were even more terrifying than those of Lynn Barrick. Without a moment's hesitation, they dropped their weapons and raised their hands high. "We surrender." Following this, a lengthy and tedious process of apprehension ensued. Aside from the over 2,000 incapacitated, more than 1,000 surrendered. Fortunately, Kapu had anticipated the need for numerous arrests prior to arriving at Log Town, and thus had previously contacted his overworked deputy, who was in the branch office worrying over Kapu's disappearance, urging him to send reinforcements promptly. The deputy, eager to assist, promptly reported to Commander He. In summary, with the arrival of personnel from the branch office, the apprehension progressed significantly more swiftly. Kapu's deputy also accompanied the branch team to Log Town. After venting his grievances to Kapu, he regained his usual serious demeanor and handed Kapu a pirate's knife, whispering, This is a sea prism stone weapon. Oh, such high-grade items can only be afforded by the world government, Kapu remarked, nonchalantly digging at his ears. In any case, even if we were to take these weapons back, they would surely find a way to forcibly reclaim them. It would be better to leave them here for them to retrieve themselves, thus avoiding the paperwork. The deputy found himself at a loss for words, murmuring, Vice Admiral Kapu. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate to involve the Navy in this matter? What? Kapu raised an eyebrow, laughing heartily. We merely responded to a civilian's call for assistance during our training and happened to capture a group of pirates. The deputy, maintaining a serious expression, pondered momentarily before replying. I understand. Kapu nodded in agreement, saying, if anyone causes you trouble, just contact Little He. Understood. The aide nodded slightly before turning and hurrying away. With a multitude of characters such as Baiji Kelu, Admiral Kliki, and nearly 4,000 pirates, despite their obscurity, the sheer number was quite cumbersome to tally. Would there be another late night ahead? The aide sighed deeply, rubbing his temples in resignation. Meanwhile, Karp approached Lynn and Smoker. Smoker was leisurely puffing on a cigar while allowing the Navy doctor to extract the sea stone bullet lodged in him. Mr. Smoker, the young lady tasked with removing the bullet admonished, do not be reckless should you sustain such an injury again. If you move any more vigorously, you may lose the use of your arm forever. Smoker nodded, lighting a second cigar for himself. And no smoking for the injured. She insisted. Smoker responded with a third cigar. The doctor puffed her cheeks in frustration as she bandaged his wounds. As for Lynn, he was savoring a box meal specially provided by the Navy. This is delicious, he exclaimed. With each bite, his energy levels gradually replenished, simultaneously healing his injuries. The heroic skill, battlefield valor manifested visibly as the bruises on Lynn's body faded at an observable rate. However, the healing of his minor contusions and fractures was a much slower process. Karp observed the two. He first approached Smoker, clapping him on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Ha! I expected Zefa's student to be more cautious in the face of sea stone weaponry. It seems I can tease him for quite some time. Mr. Karp, please be gentle. He is still injured. The young doctor reminded him. Oh, my apologies. Karp scratched his head sheepishly. Meanwhile, Smoker lit a fourth cigar. The doctor, witnessing this scene, turned crimson with anger, yanked the bandage tight to secure Smoker's wound, gathered her things, and stormed off in a huff. Smoker frowned, feeling disgruntled yet unable to deny the truth of his own negligence. Had he been more vigilant, Kleeky C's stone bullet would never have found its mark. After imparting his lesson to Smoker, Karp approached Lynn, grinning broadly. Hey there, little rascal. It seems you have finally crossed the threshold into hockey. Lynn grinned and nodded. Haha, you really thought I would say that? Karp landed a punch on Lynn's head, roaring. Immature training will only lead you to perish on the battlefield. Do not delude yourself into thinking you will always have such good fortune. Lynn grimaced in pain, clutching his smoking scalp, finally experiencing the excruciating sensation that Luffy often described. Ouch! Eventually, Karp approached the third party. Ah, it seems there's another formidable opponent here, remarkably unscathed. But why is he wearing nothing but a towel? And what else with that bright red nose? Karp fixed his gaze upon Buggy, who in turn stared back. Their eyes met, blinking a few times. Karp tilted his head, perplexed. Who are you? He scrutinized the young man before him. Red nose, blue hair, armed with a dagger. Gradually, Karp appeared to recall something, as the visage of a familiar face began to merge with the figure before him. Oh, Karp exclaimed, clapping his hands. I thought I recognized you. You're that mischievous little rascal with the red nose from Roger's ship. Buggy blinked at the bearded old man before him, then suddenly clapped his hands in realization. Ah, so you're the persistent Navy officer who has been chasing us. Both men erupted into laughter, but Buggy soon contemplated fleeing. However, Karp swiftly delivered a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. Hey, I heard that after your crew disbanded, you returned to piracy. Karp seized Buggy's towel, lifting him up. What's this? Planning to confess your wrongdoings, you little red-nosed brat? Who are you calling red-nosed? Buggy retorted, gripping his dagger tightly and thrusting it toward Karp. With a resounding crack, the dagger shattered, yet Karp remained unscathed. Buggy gasped, suddenly recalling that this muscular old man was a formidable presence who had caused his captain considerable distress. Unable to fight back or escape, Buggy resolved to concede defeat. Hey, you over there, Navy brother. Buggy cried, tears and snot streaming down his face as he called out to Smoker. We were just fighting side by side. You can't abandon me now. Karp raised an eyebrow, turning to Smoker. Isn't he the pirate who attacked you? It appears he is not affiliated with them, Smoker replied, puffing on 4 cigars simultaneously. He seems to have been inadvertently caught up in the battle. Exactly. Buggy quickly interjected. I was merely swept up in the chaos, and even helped the Navy brothers out of a tight spot. You can't repay kindness with malice. Carp pondered for a moment and summoned his harried lieutenant, pointing at Buggy. Investigate this little red-nosed rascal's criminal record. The aide, beaming with joy, retrieved a document from a pile of materials and handed it to Carp. Carp accepted the document and perused its contents. Ah, the clown Buggy. A user of the chop fruit, with his pirate crew recently established. His primary offenses include ambushing several small pirate crews, which incited minor disturbances. And he has a record of purchasing treasure maps at exorbitant prices. As of now, there have been no reports of civilian casualties resulting from Buggy's crew. Upon meticulously comparing Buggy's criminal record with that of his crew, Carp discerned that they were merely a group of fledgling young pirates, relying on Buggy's fruit abilities to plunder treasures from their peers, evoking a sense of frivolity. Ah, what a nuisance. Carp scratched his head and, in response to Buggy's terrified gaze, casually remarked, since they are all pirates, why not apprehend them all together? Wait a moment. Lynn suddenly waved his hand. He was the reinforcement I had summoned. Carp blinked in surprise. How do you know this little brat? We happened to cross paths on the road, Lynn shrugged. This was, of course, a fib, but Lynn's reasoning was quite simple. At present, Buggy had likely just established his pirate crew, engaging in the nefarious activities of black market dealings and treasure hunting, without having committed any heinous acts. Moreover, Carp's records indicated that there had been no civilian casualties attributed to Buggy's crew. Given this, Lynn saw no reason to have Buggy, who had only recently formed his crew, imprisoned and impelled down. After all, having more allies on these vast seas could open up numerous avenues. As for Buggy's presence in Logtown and his involvement in the current incident, Lynn surmised it might be related to his participation in the Marineford War. Oh, if he is your friend, then there is no issue, Carp said, releasing Buggy's collar and laughing heartily as he patted him on the shoulder. Well, you've done well. Red-nosed brat. Try calling me red-nosed one more time. I dare you, Buggy retorted, adjusting the towel draped around him and obediently squatting to the side. Subsequently, Buggy discreetly nudged Lynn with his elbow and said with a grin, Hey, brother, thanks a lot. What should I call you? Lynn, came the reply. Lynn Balek. He added with a smile. Oh, that name sounds quite familiar. Buggy laughed. It reminds me of that madman who declared war on the celestial dragons not long ago. Lynn nodded, affirming, that is indeed me. Buggy inquired, can I not be your friend? Certainly. Carp interjected, do you wish to end up incarcerated? Buggy pondered for a moment, tears streaming down his face as he embraced Lynn's shoulders, exclaiming, Oh, my dear brother. With the assistance of the branch personnel, the task of detaining the pirates progressed swiftly, and by midnight, all had been boarded onto the naval vessel. As for Makino, it was she who encountered Carp and his companions at the port and informed them of the events that transpired at Backstreet No. 5. Following initial medical treatment, Makino, under the escort of the Navy, had already embarked on the ship, returning to Windmill Village to recuperate. Subsequently, the branch personnel departed, leaving only Carp, his lieutenant, Lynn, and 50 naval officers involved in the training at Roguetown. Their warship remained docked at the port. At this moment, the lieutenant was overwhelmed, engrossed in a mountain of paperwork. After all, the Navy members who participated in the rescue operations at Windmill Village and Roguetown were under his and Carp's jurisdiction. Thus, they were tasked with compiling reports detailing the damages incurred during the battle and the overall account of the conflict, which they were to summarize and submit. The accuracy of their reports might be in question, as, for Carp, the realm of work was virtually unattainable. It was left to the lieutenant to manage. Upon completing the report for Windmill Village, the lieutenant summoned Lynn, Smoker, and Buggy to gather their accounts of the battle at Roguetown. Carp occasionally interjected, offering sardonic remarks. The lieutenant quietly noted Carp's comments, preparing to relay them verbatim to Admiral Tsuru. The process of compiling and summarizing the reports proceeded in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, on a distant rooftop, 3 shadowy figures observed the scene through binoculars. More precisely, it was 2 individuals accompanied by a lion. They were none other than Buggy's crew, the acrobat Kabeji, the beast tamer Machi, and his pet lion, Ricky. Hey, what on earth is happening? Let me see, Machi shouted, attempting to snatch the binoculars from Kabeji, eager to locate Captain Buggy, as they had planned to celebrate once he finished his bath. Silence. Kabeji grinned. I suspect there might be an issue with my eyesight. What? Machi raised an eyebrow, seizing the binoculars to gaze in the direction Kabeji had just observed. He too was taken aback, for he distinctly saw their captain Buggy amidst a throng of Navy personnel, seemingly facing several high-ranking officials. Hey, didn't the captain say he was going for a bath? How did he end up mingling with the Navy? Kabeji speculated. Could it be he is secretly meeting with them? Unlikely, he must have been captured by the Navy. Observing his demeanor, it was apparent that he was not in a state of distress, as laughter and conversation flowed freely. Hand me the telescope, let me take another look. Ultimately, the two individuals arrived at the same astonishing conclusion. Their captain, Buggy, was engaged in jovial banter with the Navy. The unrest in the back streets of Roguetown had been clarified by the Navy, attributing it to a group of pirates causing a disturbance, all of whom had been apprehended. The Navy personnel, including the captured pirates Crocodile and Kuro, returned to their base. Remaining in Roguetown were merely 50 Navy members, all partaking in a specialized training on an uninhabited island. Though they hailed from various divisions, until the training concluded, they were under the sole command of Garp, necessitating their obedience to his directives. In Backstreet No. 5, after assessing the damages incurred during the skirmish and ensuring that no civilians were caught in the fray, the lieutenant organized the 50 Navy members into formation, awaiting Garp's address. Meanwhile, Buggy donned his clown attire and prepared his makeup, while Lynn savored his 20th serving of the Navy's special boxed meal. Not being part of the Navy, they remained crouched in a corner. Ahem, clearing his throat, Garp took the stack of reports regarding the street damage from the lieutenant. We formed this unit for specialized training in the East Blue. Even in the event of civilian abductions, protocol dictates that such matters must be reported to the Navy headquarters before the local branch can intervene. This is the rule. Garp stated sternly. You acted without the command of your superiors, devising plans and executing them independently. Do you comprehend the extent of the damage caused? Have you considered the repercussions of the losses in Roguetown, the consequences of unjustly mobilizing naval vessels, and the disruption of our training schedule? Waving the documents in his hand, Garp admonished the Navy personnel. Have you contemplated the implications of this incident being reported to Navy headquarters? Upon hearing this, the assembled Navy members could not help but lower their caps and grit their teeth, enduring the reprimand. As Garp articulated, their formation was intended for the Six Styles training, and without proper authorization, their actions could lead to severe repercussions from Navy headquarters. Even Lynn felt that Garp's words were rather harsh. He seemed more agitated than usual. You disregarded the Navy headquarters regulations by mobilizing troops without orders. Garp's expression darkened as he paused momentarily before slowly adding. However, suddenly, with a sweeping motion, Garp scattered the documents everywhere amidst the lieutenant's despairing gaze, then broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, "Let the regulations of Navy headquarters go to hell. The essence of the Navy is to protect every individual upon this vast sea. Regardless of time or place, you must uphold the honor of the term Navy and the essence of justice. Those who adhere strictly to rules, yet fail to safeguard the populace, are unworthy of being called Navy personnel. There is no need to fear the foolish individuals at the Navy headquarters. Under your diligent efforts, this battle has resulted in no civilian casualties. So take pride in your accomplishments, you rascals. You are indeed commendable members of the Navy." Amidst the fluttering papers, the first sound that rang out was Lynn's hearty laughter. Huh? Soon after, other naval officers joined in, one by one, until all 50 could no longer contain their mirth. Indeed, Vice Admiral Carp remains as he has always been. Among them, only the aide maintained a serious demeanor, leaning towards Carp and whispering, "Vice Admiral Carp, could you please collect the papers you just scattered, one by one? Otherwise, you may have to rewrite them all yourself." Carp dug at his ear. "Oh, I am quite hungry." Upon hearing this, Lynn set aside his empty 25th box of lunches and exuberantly proposed, "Let us all indulge in a late-night feast." A chorus of cheers erupted from the Navy personnel under the leadership of Carp. The aide continued to jot down notes in his little notebook, preparing to report everything to Rear Admiral Crane. At that moment, a commotion arose from the distant street, where a group of individuals clad as pirates was rushing towards them. The Navy, initially believing them to be stragglers, promptly readied themselves for battle. Upon contact, the pirates were swiftly subdued and pressed to the ground, none managing to escape. However, upon seeing the faces of the pirates, Buggy felt a surge of emotion. These were none other than his crew members, who had mistakenly thought him captured by the Navy and had bravely come to his rescue. Yet, The leaders, Kabeji and Machi, simultaneously exclaimed, "I am willing to surrender, to reform my ways, and to atone for my misdeeds." Buggy responded, "Huh?" Kabeji, spotting Buggy, hurriedly explained, "Captain, this isn't our fault. You've been captured by the Navy, and we have no chance of escape. We can only seek leniency through confession." Machi added, "Yes, indeed. We have no desire to be imprisoned. I've heard tales of the horrors within the Navy's dungeons." Kabeji further elaborated, "We possess valuable intelligence regarding many East Blue pirates. Surely, revealing it would mitigate our sentences." Machi interjected, "Captain, you cannot monopolize the opportunity for atonement." Buggy retorted, "What on earth is this nonsensical chatter? Of course, you must be attempting to divert the Navy's attention in order to facilitate your own escape." With this thought, Buggy waved his hand with a smile, assuring his crew, "Fear not, my dear companions. These Navy officers are not here to apprehend us. Just this once, my little red-nosed friend." Carp reminded him, "It is fortunate that your crew led the civilians of Rogue Town to the harbor. Otherwise, many would have been caught up in the fray, placing them in peril. In a way, that could be considered a form of atonement." Lynn heard Kabu's words and initially intended to clarify that the responsibility for the diversion lay with the Revolutionary Army. However, he considered the complexity of such an explanation and realized it would be of little concern to the Revolutionary Army. Thus, he chose to continue enjoying his boxed meal. As for Buggy, though his mind was filled with questions, he felt compelled to accept the situation due to the circumstances at hand. After all, whether he acknowledged it or not made little difference. My preparations are indeed thorough." Upon hearing this, Kabaji nudged Moji with his elbow and quietly inquired, "What exactly does the captain mean by preparations?" Moji pondered for a moment and speculated, "It must be a barbecue feast." "Indeed, that seems plausible." Subsequently, Kabaji laughed heartily at the surrounding Navy personnel, exclaiming, "The barbecue feast is ready. Let us all head over." Buggy was taken aback. "What is this? How could the barbecue feast be ready?" Yet, it was too late to voice any objections. Lynn's hearing was remarkably acute as he clapped a hand on Buggy's shoulder, exclaiming, "Oh, you seem to be quite well prepared." He then called out to the surrounding Navy personnel, "Come on, let's go for a late-night feast." Behind him lay the remnants of the 30th boxed meal he had just consumed. Thus, amidst Buggy's bewildered gaze, a banquet organized collaboratively by pirates and the Navy commenced in a courtyard. The members of Buggy's crew believed their captain had reached an understanding with the Navy, considering them all to be allies. Meanwhile, the Navy assumed that these pirates were merely friends summoned by Lynn for assistance, especially as they were just a bunch of inexperienced youngsters who had only recently set sail and bore no criminal records. Consequently, what should have been a fierce enmity between the two factions transformed into an unexpected coexistence influenced by various circumstances. During the banquet, as Lynn savored a generous portion of meat with bones, feeling somewhat satiated, an individual approached him. Lynn raised his head and was taken aback to find that the individual before him was a familiar face, someone he had encountered recently. This person did not belong to either the Navy or the pirates, but rather represented a third-party force, the Revolutionary Army. After glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention, Lynn inquired, "What is it you need?" The Revolutionary Army member nodded and handed Lynn a phone snail. "Lynn Barak," he began, "we have been commissioned by a fisherman named Fisher Tiger to ensure that we reach you." Upon receiving the crimson phone snail, Lynn expressed his astonishment. "Tiger? Why would he seek you out?" The Revolutionary Army member continued in a hushed tone, "Among our comrades, there is a fisherman karate master by the name of Haku. Mr. Tiger contacted us through him. He wishes to speak with you before undertaking a certain matter, if time permits." At these words, Lynn felt a jolt of apprehension. That matter? What else could it pertain to but the impending assault on Mary Geoise? The Revolutionary Army further explained, "As for the specifics of what Mr. Tiger referred to, we are unaware. But he indicated that you would certainly understand. We intercepted intelligence indicating that you are currently in the East Blue, and that the world government and Joker intend to act against you in Rogue Town. Therefore, we rushed here post-haste. You are aware of the ensuing events. We could not prevent you, so we endeavored to guide the civilians away from the back streets to mitigate casualties. The urgency of the situation prevented us from detailing Mr. Tiger's matter with you, and we asked for your understanding." "Understood," Lynn nodded, securing the red phone snail. "Mr. Dragon has a message for you," the Revolutionary Army member continued, slightly bowing. "If we were to extend a direct invitation to you to join the Revolutionary Army, we anticipate that you would decline." Destiny must be shaped by one's own choices. After all, others cannot alter it. However, when you find yourself in need of support, please remember us. For your actions have earned you the respect of the entire Revolutionary Army. Subsequently, the Revolutionary Army handed Lynn a second phone snail, symbolizing their trust. Thus, Mr. Boss Lynn Barek, we wish you safe travels. Farewell. With that, the Revolutionary Army member surveyed the surroundings, ensuring their departure went unnoticed before hastily exiting. However, as he reached the entrance of the courtyard, a deep voice called out to him, "Stop!" Instantly, the Revolutionary Army member recognized the voice of the naval hero, Karp. Cold sweat drenched his back as he contemplated fleeing, but Karp's hand promptly pressed down on his shoulder. "Do not move. Simply listen to what I say. And then nod or shake your head," Karp instructed. The Revolutionary Army member swallowed hard. "Is your leader, Dragon, well?" The revolutionary soldier nodded slightly. Did he wish for Lynn to join the revolutionary forces? The soldier nodded again. Did he join? The revolutionary soldier shook his head. "I see." Karp chuckled. "It's no trouble. Young one, remember to pass a message to Dragon. I'd rather not cross paths with him, or I might just crack his skull open." The soldier nodded once more. Subsequently, Karp released his grip on the soldier's shoulder, watching him depart. Really, that little rascal remains as restless as ever. Karp chewed on the roasted meat in his hand. Letting out a weary sigh, his son established the Revolutionary Army, while his grandson and Ace incessantly clamored to become pirates. Yet here I am, clearly a naval officer. What kind of nonsense fills these youngsters' heads? Sigh, my greatest concern is still. Ugh, forget that. What a ridiculous notion. Karp rubbed his face and turned to enjoy a drink of beer. On the other side, Lynn discreetly took a basket of roasted meat and ventured alone into a secluded corner of the backyard. After ensuring that no Navy personnel or pirates were in sight, he retrieved 3 din mushi from his pocket. One was pink, another red, and the last one green. The first din mushi was secretly left by Virgo. Lynn speculated it was a command from the enigmatic Joker, namely Don Quixote da Flamingo, and it appeared to be a direct line to him. The second was a din mushi that could connect him to Tiger, though it was certainly not the one Tiger had given to the Revolutionary Army. Most likely, it was routed through the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, creating a connection from Lynn to the headquarters and then to Tiger. The third was a special din mushi specifically provided to Lynn by the Revolutionary Army, enabling him to contact them directly. Lynn first stored away the third snail phone, then gazed at the remaining 2. Without a moment's hesitation, he carelessly set aside Doflamingo's snail phone. He was not in the mood to deal with that elusive pirate madman. For Tiger had mentioned during his request to the Revolutionary Army to contact Lynn that he wished to speak with him before undertaking that particular task. He picked up the receiver of the red snail phone. Bloop, 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 bloop. Lynn awaited in tranquil silence. In stark contrast to the lively banquet in the front yard, the rear garden lay desolate, enveloped in a profound stillness. The quiet night was pierced only by the incessant ringing of the red telephone buck. Bring, 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 bring. After a considerable time, Lynn could no longer restrain herself and shook her head, pondering to herself, perhaps Tiger has succumbed to slumber, given the late hour. It would be prudent to reach out to him tomorrow. However, just as Lynn was on the verge of disconnecting the call, the telephone bug suddenly connected. Click. Lynn was taken aback for a moment, then swallowed hard as an inexplicable wave of anxiety surged within her. Tiger? A familiar voice echoed from the other end of the line. Ha ha ha. Lynn, I knew it was you. It seems the revolutionary forces of humanity are indeed reliable. Lynn finally felt relieved and burst into laughter, exclaiming, I must admit, I was genuinely taken aback. Given your character, I never imagined you would seek the assistance of the Revolutionary Army comprised of humans. This certainly deserves a place in the newspapers. Upon mentioning the newspapers, Tiger inquired, You do realize why I reached out to you, don't you? Lynn, candidly admitting, replied, To be honest, I have no idea why you felt the need to contact me before undertaking that task. With a grin that reflected his excitement, Lynn conjectured, I presume it's to invite me along. I senti it. Just as Lynn had anticipated, he genuinely wished to create a ruckus alongside Tiger and Mary Geoise. However, to his surprise, Tiger erupted into hearty laughter, saying, Oh, you are mistaken, Lynn. Oh, Lynn raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, You don't mean to suggest that you want me to cheer you on, do you? Unexpectedly, Tiger responded, Close enough. I simply wish to engage in conversation with you once more. Lynn suddenly shivered. What could that rascal Tiger be up to? However, moments later, Tiger exclaimed loudly, Lynn Barrick, you are the only human I, Tiger, have ever acknowledged. Upon hearing this, Lynn burst into laughter, as if it were a foregone conclusion. Yet, in the next instant, the smile on Lynn's face gradually faded. The crackling and crashing sounds of a great fire raging and something collapsing could faintly be heard from the phone on the other end. Lynn's smile abruptly froze, and his hand holding the din mushy trembled slightly. He parted his lips, yet no words emerged. Instead, Tiger's voice resonated from the device. I truly apologize, Lynn, but I can no longer join you in wreaking havoc in Mary Geoise. Tiger spoke slowly, because I am already here. Before Tiger lay a scene of crimson chaos. It represented the opulent palaces of the celestial dragons and the world aristocracy, now collapsing in a torrent of flames. Crackle, crash, boom. From the other end of the din mushy, the sounds of roaring flames engulfed the air, followed by the ominous thud of something succumbing to the inferno. Lynn listened intently to the voice on the other end of the phone, her emotions suddenly surging. Hello? Tiger, where are you now? Phew. Tiger exhaled deeply, chuckling. In the holy land of Mary Geoise, where the opulence far surpasses our dragon palace in Fishman Island. Yet, with a solemn expression, Tiger remarked, alas, this place is akin to a hell on earth. Lynn tightly grasped the phone bug and spoke in a low voice. Why did you not wait to contact me before taking action? The opportunity was simply too fortuitous. Having come along with the current. Tiger chuckled. Besides, I had no idea when the Revolutionary Army would be able to reach you. What if you vanished without a trace? Lynn's forehead bulged with veins, while his other hand crushed a nearby brick, coldly stating, Speak the truth, Tiger. After a brief silence, Tiger burst into laughter, saying, Forget it. You are not like those slow-witted little brats from Fishman Street. If we were to compare, your instincts seem to be more accurate than even Princess Geoise's. I demand the truth, Tiger. Lynn bellowed. Tiger scratched his head, contemplating, and ultimately offered a resigned smile. Mary Geoise is situated in a unique area of the Red Soil continent. Even as a fisherman, utilizing the currents to approach, I nearly lost my life in those elusive undercurrents. It is utterly impossible for humans to enter from the outside by ship without permission, let alone you, being an ability user and a landlubber. So, after much consideration, I decided it was best to come alone. Tiger's candid revelation was met with silence from Lynn. Hey, Lynn. Are you still there? Tiger casually dealt with a celestial dragon's guard. Came Lynn's voice from the transponder snail. Then, Lynn's furious roar followed. Fisher Tiger. Have you protected me, Lynn Barrick? Tiger paused in surprise, then laughed heartily. I suppose that counts. Hey, you're not angry with me, are you? Tiger shook his head in resignation. Indeed, the man named Lynn Barrick possessed an eccentric disposition. In the brief silence that ensued, Lynn took several deep breaths. He was acutely aware of Tiger's impending fate. After a solitary rampage through Mary Geoise, liberating countless slaves, Tiger returned to Fishman Island, rallying a group that included Jean Bay, Arlong, and Chopper to form the Sun Pirates, marked by the emblem of the Red Sun. Tiger explicitly conveyed to his crew that the essence of the Sun Pirates was liberation and freedom, emphasizing that they would not take a single life. Driven by this ideology, the Sun Pirates traversed the seas, leveraging the innate advantages of fishmen to repel wave after wave of both Navy and pirate foes. On a fateful day, Tiger assisted the residents of an island in escorting a girl named Clara, who had once been a slave, back to her homeland. Throughout the journey, the fishmen aboard the ship forged profound friendships with the young Clara. However, upon Tiger's return to her hometown of Fulshard Island, he faced betrayal from its inhabitants and was ambushed by the Navy, who had long been lying in wait. After seizing a warship and breaking through the siege, Tiger was gravely injured and lost a significant amount of blood. As the human warship contained only human blood reserves, Tiger declined the offered transfusion and ultimately perished. To conceal Tiger's history of enslavement, Arlong and the others publicly claimed that he had died due to the refusal of humans to provide him with blood. This assertion contributed to the animosity that fishmen harbored towards humanity. Thus unfolded the life of this legendary fishman. Lynn is a person who lives in the moment. He is indifferent to fate and apathetic towards the potential existence of predetermined truths. There is but one thing he knows for certain. Fisher Tiger is his friend, and he cannot stand idly by while Tiger marches towards a tragic end. At the very least, he must make an effort. However, It is too late for such thoughts now. Tiger is already in Mary Geoise, while Lynn finds himself in the East Sea, the distance between them unfathomable. After a moment of contemplation, Lynn took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart and slowly uttered, "Hey, Tiger, do you think you can manage?" Tiger paused at the words, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a broad grin, "You're not underestimating me, are you?" "Ha ha ha." Lynn joined in the laughter. "The boss of Fishman Street, let us have a drink together sometime. Please spare me. I can't bear to clink glasses with you again." Tiger quickly declined, then added, "But I wouldn't mind sharing a meal. The desserts of Fishman Island are renowned worldwide. I'll be waiting for your treat." Lynn nodded. "So shall we say goodbye?" "Yes, goodbye," Tiger replied. "We shall meet again on the sea." Until we meet again on the sea. With a snap, the phone bug was shut. Subsequently, Tiger crushed the receiver to prevent anyone from tracking the Revolutionary Army or Lynn's whereabouts through it. Phew. Having a capable person out there in the sea was a bit concerning, but thankfully, all is well. Tiger exhaled deeply and picked up the battle knife that had fallen to the ground beside him. The magnificent palace collapsed with a thunderous roar. Before Tiger lay a raging inferno. Surrounding him were the screams of celestial dragons, accompanied by the hurried footsteps of approaching guards. Yet, the most prevalent sound was that of the slaves crying out, "Run! Run! I never want to go back. The key to the collars should be nearby. Found it. Hurry. Unlock the shackles." As Tiger observed the chaotic scene before him, a complex array of emotions stirred within him. Among the slaves were fishmen, humans, long arms, and giants. Regardless of their races, they shared a singular sentiment, a profound yearning for freedom. What a ridiculous world this is. Tiger furrowed his brow, preparing to delve deeper into Mary Geoise, where many more prisoners were likely confined. Suddenly, he felt a light bump against his leg. Turning around, he discovered 3 young human girls. "I'm so sorry." The leading human girl, upon catching sight of Tiger, promptly offered her apologies. Tiger lowered his gaze and noticed the shackles encircling the ankles of the 3 girls. The girl explained that while the locks on their explosive collars had been released, the locks on the shackles remained unfound, hindering their ability to run swiftly. Tiger crouched down and realized that these were merely ordinary iron shackles. With a determined effort, he forcibly tore them apart. He then pointed in a direction and instructed, "Run that way to escape Mary Geoise, but exercise caution as you do." "Thank you, Uncle Fishman," the girl exclaimed with delight. "You're welcome," Tiger replied, ruffling the hair of the adorable girl. "I am called Tiger. What is your name?" "Boa Hancock," she answered. Being situated in the East Blue, Lynn was naturally oblivious to the events transpiring at the Holy Land Mary Geoise. However, he distinctly remembered the commotion Tiger had incited there, which soon sent shockwaves throughout the entire sea, a moment that would later be referred to as the Mary Geoise incident. The future Empress Boa Hancock, along with her 2 sisters, and figures such as the Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro, as well as many other prominent individuals, would ultimately owe their liberation to Tiger's daring actions. Yet, that was a tale for another time. Lynn understood that Tiger was not one to break promises. Once they had agreed to meet again upon the sea, any further words became superfluous. Perhaps, as Long Qingtian often remarked, destiny is determined by one's own choices, for others ultimately cannot alter it. "So, Tiger, let us meet again upon the ocean." Lynn raised the skewer of meat in his hand, offering it to Tiger as a toast in lieu of wine. After consuming the morsel, Lynn rose and silently gazed at the wall before him. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch, creating a deep dent in the surface. A low growl erupted from his throat. While he respected Tiger's choices, it did nothing to quell the turmoil within him, frustration. The grand spectacle of Mary Geoise, revered as a holy land by the world, crumbling in flames before his eyes, was a sight he would never witness again. With a swift motion, Lynn returned to his seat on the wooden crate, stowing away Tiger's snail phone, his gaze shifting to the last remaining pink snail. This particular snail had been left behind by Virgo during his escape, and judging by its appearance, it was likely to connect him directly to the enigmatic Don Quixote da Flamingo. The Night Demon, Joker, a mad pirate bearing numerous titles, was undoubtedly a figure of significant trouble upon these seas. Under ordinary circumstances, Lynn might have contemplated the conversation with him carefully, perhaps summoning Carp for assistance, or simply holding on to the snail, ready for any eventuality. However, in his current state of agitation, he wasted no time, promptly lifting the receiver from the snail. Bring. Click. Unlike Tiger's snail, this one connected swiftly. The unmistakable laughter emanated from the receiver. Is this the boss? A pleasure to speak with you for the first time. Lynn grinned, replying, Joker? That is merely my moniker in the underworld, Doflamingo responded. If it pleases you, I would prefer that we address each other by our formal names. Lynn Barek. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Lynn nodded and inquired. So, is there something you wish to discuss? Lynn, your reaction is far more composed than I had anticipated. Doflamingo remarked with a grin. There are scarcely 5 individuals in this world who know the true name of Joker, and now you are among them. Lynn furrowed his brow and inquired. Is this truly significant? Indeed, Doflamingo replied, for it signifies my sincerity. Lynn raised an eyebrow, finding a certain intrigue in Doflamingo's words. Sincerity? You wish to exhibit sincerity towards me? Doflamingo's declaration genuinely surprised Lynn. When discussing the most audacious pirates to traverse these vast seas, the name Don Quixote Doflamingo undoubtedly stands out. In his youth, he committed patricide, and in his early adulthood, he took the life of his own brother, Rosinante. Subsequently, driven by his desire for the Ope no Mi, he unleashed the full extent of his powers through the birdcage, indiscriminately slaughtering countless innocents. After some time, leveraging his status as a celestial dragon, Doflamingo orchestrated an assault on ships bearing tribute to the celestial dragons, extorting the title of warlord from the world government as a result. Upon receiving their acknowledgement, he made his way to the Dressrosa kingdom in the New World, where he exploited the capabilities of the Ope no Mi to manipulate King Riku into orchestrating mass killings of the populace, while he himself assumed the guise of a hero to seize control of the entire kingdom. Subsequently, his subordinate Sugar transformed certain residents into toys and brainwashed those who remained human, erasing their memories of those who had been transformed. Simultaneously, he purged those who dared to resist him, including the Riku royal family, culminating in the tragic fate of the gladiator Kairos and Princess Scarlet's family. Such a cold-blooded, ruthless, and deranged man desires to demonstrate sincerity towards me? Lynn couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Pray tell, what exactly is the purpose of your so-called sincerity? Doflamingo replied, Lynn Barek, do you not find this world rather tedious for individuals such as ourselves? Lynn replied, do not say we are distinct. Distinct, are we? Doflamingo retorted. For one who once bore the yoke of the celestial dragons, no matter how well you disguise it, deep within your soul, there must reside some semblance of hatred. Doflamingo continued, I am unaware of the lengths you have gone to suppress this hatred, yet I now present you with an opportunity to unleash it in its entirety. Lynn maintained a serious demeanor and urged, continue, I am listening. The fact that you were able to acquire this phone bug indicates that Virgo has personally validated your capabilities. Don Quixote Doflamingo chuckled softly before declaring, Lynn Barek, I extend an invitation on behalf of the Don Quixote family for you to join us. Upon hearing these words, even Lynn felt a jolt of surprise. First, the Revolutionary Army sought to enlist him, and now even Doflamingo wished for him to be part of his family. Ha ha. It seems I am indeed in high demand. Lynn couldn't help but burst into laughter. Doflamingo joined in the mirth, stating, consider this carefully, Lynn Barek. You harbor a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons. You should stand with us to turn this world upside down. He then added, I have a Queen of Hearts seat available. Would you care to take a seat? Lynn nodded slightly, recognizing the formidable support of a powerful family and the opportunity to exact vengeance upon the celestial dragons. It seemed there was no reason for me to decline. Doflamingo grinned widely, awaiting Lynn's affirmation. However, I must refuse. Lynn's sudden utterance left Doflamingo momentarily speechless. What did you say? I refuse, Lynn reiterated. By the way, you mentioned that I harbor hatred in my heart. That statement is erroneous. Doflamingo furrowed his brow, expressing disdain as he retorted, Hey, Lynn Barek, you can't be suggesting that after 4 years of enslavement, you have forgiven the celestial dragons. I certainly don't recall conversing with a saint. You are mistaken, Doflamingo, Lynn replied slowly. My feelings towards the celestial dragons are devoid of hatred. They are filled solely with anger. Doflamingo, perplexed, pondered the distinction. Is there truly a difference between hatred and anger? Indeed, there is. Lynn replied calmly. Hatred drives one towards the weak, while anger propels one towards the strong. Don Quixote Doflamingo, a man propelled by hatred, will ultimately direct his disdain towards those weaker than himself. Hatred transforms individuals into formidable beings. Justice invariably turns its back on the powerless. Yet anger, from the very beginning, enables me to stand in opposition to the powerful. Upon hearing Lynn's words, the smile that had long graced Doflamingo's lips finally faltered. This man, Lynn Barrack, was far more unhinged than he had ever anticipated. He chuckled darkly. Ah, I see. So, the negotiations have collapsed? From the outset, success was never a possibility. Lynn smiled broadly and said, well then, allow me to utter one final phrase before we part ways. Doflamingo chuckled coldly. Surely you are not bidding me farewell? Close enough, Lynn replied unexpectedly, nodding. Just a moment ago, I made a pact with a friend to reunite upon these vast seas. Shall we also meet again amidst this ocean? No, Doflamingo. Lynn laughed heartily and remarked, the word goodbye is one that friends exchange. What we ought to say is. Lynn's long-suppressed frustration finally erupted as he bellowed. Just wait for me out at sea. Click. The call ended abruptly. Click. The call was severed once more. Doflamingo slowly set down his snail phone, and with a sudden burst of strength, crushed the wine glass in his hand. Boss Lynn Barrack, are you challenging me? He exclaimed with a sinister chuckle. How utterly amusing. Doflamingo leaned back, unable to contain his laughter. Hearing the commotion, Pole approached, inquiring, what transpired? Nothing of consequence, just a scolding from someone. Doflamingo replied, shaking his head. Pole's anger flared. You are a born ruler. No one has the right to lecture you. Who is he? Let us deal with him. Spare me, Pole, Doflamingo said, reclining in his chair with a grin. Virgo almost fell into his hands. Unless the entire family mobilizes, capturing him is simply not feasible. Virgo actually lost, Pole exclaimed, incredulous but ultimately nodding slightly, as you command. However, the plan to leverage the scandal to coerce the world government into accepting you into the Shichibukai has already failed. Doesn't this pose some trouble? Doflamingo pondered for a moment before rising. There will be some complications, but they are not insurmountable. Oh, do you have a contingency plan? Rather, the matter concerning Lynn Barrack is merely an interlude. The true plan will not encounter such risks and upheavals. Doflamingo remarked with a smile. Truly impressive, as always. Pole slightly bowed. Pray tell, what is your actual plan? Doflamingo gazed out the window, a smile gracing his lips as he uttered 3 words, heavenly gold. Meanwhile, in the east blue, the atmosphere at the banquet was vibrant. Having spent time under Carp's command, the Navy personnel were quite easygoing. Upon learning that Buggy and his crew, despite being pirates, had recently set sail and were friends with Lynn without committing any crimes, having even assisted in evacuating civilians in Logtown, the Navy quickly mingled with the group. Oh, Kabaji, perform your juggling act while roasting meat. One Navy officer called out. Sure, no problem. Kabaji, the acrobat, rode his unicycle, one hand holding skewers of meat, swiftly passing by the grills on either side, the sizzling fat crackling and releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Meanwhile, the beast tamer Moji was directing his lion, Richie, as it rotated the spit, roasting an enormous small sea king. Hey, going out to sea is truly exhilarating, Moji exclaimed, smiling as he reflected. Captain Buggy always says the Navy is fearsome, yet it seems he is quite friendly with them. Kabaji nodded in agreement. When I first set sail with Captain Buggy, I imagined a life spent in relentless pursuit. Little did I know that everything was part of the captain's grand design. How? Lion Ricky expressed his sentiments. At that moment, the Buggy Pirates had only recently formed, with crew members being a bunch of youthful, inexperienced lads, filled with the anticipation of treasure. Following Buggy to sea without a clear understanding of pirates and the Navy. Due to the nature of their captain and the crew, they were all fervent enthusiasts of revelry. Therefore, whenever a feast commenced, their allegiances mattered not. All that mattered was their joy. With raised goblets, Machi, Kabaji, and the other crew members of the Buggy Pirates collectively shouted, "Long live Captain Buggy." Meanwhile, the very captain they hailed was trembling in a corner, cradling a cup of warm water, consumed by a singular thought, fear. What on earth is happening? How do these reckless youths dare to engage with the Navy? Glancing aside, Smoker was smoking a cigarette while fiddling with his jit, his gaze fixed upon Buggy. In that instant, Buggy felt as though he were merely a walking trophy in Smoker's eyes. Do not fret, Smoker remarked, sensing Buggy's apprehension, his brow furrowed. Regardless, we have fought together. I do not wish to owe a debt to a pirate. I shall let you be this time. Buggy let out a sigh of relief, only to realize that Smoker was gesturing with his jit, adding, however, the next time we meet, I will certainly throw you in jail. Remember that. Upon hearing this, Buggy nodded vigorously. Smoker retracted his jit, his mind replaying the events of today's battle. As Captain Garp had said, he had indeed underestimated the battlefield. relying too heavily on the powers granted by his Logia-type devil fruit. In battle, anything could happen, be it rare seastone weapons or hidden firearms among the crowd. Or the prowess of hockey users. These were unique situations that could not be simulated during training. While he managed to push through this time with sheer willpower. What of the next encounter? He could not expect every opponent to fight with honor. Seastone weapons, you say? Smoker contemplated his jit, pondering whether he might implement a slight alteration to his favored weapon. Pure seastone weaponry was far too precious. With his current rank, acquiring such a resource was impossible. However, perhaps he could forge a piece of seastone into the tip of his jit. Lynn terminated the call with Doflamingo. Subsequently, to thwart the possibility of this telephone bug being fitted with a specialized tracking device, he crushed the earpiece of the bug and set it aside, preparing to entrust it to someone for its release back into nature. After taking several deep breaths, Lynn turned to gaze into the corner. Uncle Carp, you are not particularly adept at eavesdropping, are you? Carp emerged from the shadows, scratching his head and laughing heartily. Ha! It's far more convenient to communicate with my fists. Stealthily listening in is simply too troublesome. So you did hear what I said? Lynn inquired, looking at Carp. Age has dulled my hearing. I didn't catch much, Carp replied, digging into his ear. He then gestured towards the ceiling with a nod. Dawn is approaching. Would you like to witness the sunrise? Lynn was taken aback by the unexpected invitation from the rough-and-tumble Carp to witness the sunrise together, yet he nodded in agreement. After all, Carp's fists were still formidable. The two leaped gracefully onto the rooftop. This courtyard was perched on a mountainside, offering a close view of the lively festivities in the front yard, while the distant horizon revealed the meeting point of sky and sea. At that moment, a subtle blush of dawn appeared in the eastern sky. Daybreak was imminent. Where shall we go next? Carp inquired. Lynn smiled broadly without a hint of hesitation, exclaiming, the Grand Line. So soon? Carp expressed his surprise, remarking that it was rather premature. He had anticipated that she would train for a few more years. The world does not wait for you. Rather than immersing yourself in arduous preparation, it is far better to forge ahead. Lynn sat atop the rooftop, gazing at the gradually rising dawn. The morning light illuminated his face while a gentle breeze caressed him, creating an atmosphere of utter contentment. In light of this, I can no longer hold you back, Carp said, arms crossed and a broad grin on his face. Just remember the words you exchanged with Zefa. Lynn nodded, aware of the weight of being a hero. Cap pondered for a moment before daring to inquire, do you truly harbor such feelings? What feelings? Lynn responded. Anger, Cap replied. Upon hearing this, Lynn nodded once more. Just as Cap was about to articulate further, Lynn abruptly gestured for him to pause. Listen, Uncle Cap. Lynn gently touched his right shoulder, where the boss tattoo resided, a stark contrast to the brand of the dragon's hoof that once signified his status as a slave. He spoke slowly. In the face of such a world, we should harbor no hatred, yet we are entitled to maintain our anger, are we not? As dawn broke over Rogue Town, the celebration marking the successful rescue of the hostages came to a poignant close, filled with heartfelt farewells. As they parted, the sailors warned the newly embarked youths, hey, refrain from committing crimes in the future, otherwise, we shall personally consign you to a prison cell. The members of the buggy pirates were instantly moved to tears, vowing on the spot to never harm innocent civilians. Smoker, bearing his 10 hands, stood helplessly on the deck of the warship, silently vowing to strike ruthlessly when they next crossed paths. With a command from Garp, the warship slowly departed from the port of Rogue Town. The mission to rescue the residents of Windmill Village was but a minor episode. Their sole purpose in the East Blue was to study the Navy's 6 styles under Garp's guidance. Thus, they were to return to the beast-laden, uninhabited island to continue their hellish training. As the warship gradually vanished into the sea, Captain Buggy finally sighed in relief. It seemed he had wagered correctly. Had the Navy truly sought to apprehend them, Buggy would have been utterly helpless, for among them was a figure that even Captain Roger found daunting. Ha ha! I, Buggy the Clown, indeed remain unflustered in the face of peril, Buggy proclaimed, standing at the port, facing the rising sun, laughing heartily. You lot, tidy up and prepare to set sail. Beside him, Lynn remarked, aren't we going to have breakfast first? Buggy scratched his head, responding, I doubt we can eat, considering we feasted all night long. Didn't you have enough of the barbecue? Lynn crossed his arms, retorting, one must still eat regular meals. Otherwise, how will we have the strength to sail? Oh, right. Buggy nodded in agreement. Then you lot, go into town and buy some breakfast for yourselves. At that moment, Buggy realized something and panic struck him, causing his body to split into dozens of pieces. Aside from his feet, which remained planted, as he stared wide-eyed at Lynn. "You are Lynn Barrick?" Buggy exclaimed, astonished. "Didn't you leave with that group of Navy personnel?" Lynn shrugged, remarking that being a fugitive mingling with the Navy was perhaps not the wisest choice. "Oh, wait a moment." Buggy leaned closer to Lynn and exclaimed, "It's not merely a matter of mingling. Pray tell, why do you wish to remain here?" "I intend to set sail," Lynn replied. "Where to?" "The Grand Line." "Oh, I see. Thus, I require a vessel. There should be some for sale at the port, no? Purchasing a ship necessitates funds." "Indeed, but I lack any." "Then lend me some." Buggy retorted. "Is it permissible for me to refuse?" "Absolutely." Lynn mimicked the stance of Garp, grinning widely. "In that case, I shall simply resort to theft." Buggy rubbed his hands together, laughing with excitement. "Ah, truly, you are a notorious criminal with a bounty of 100 million berries. Which ship do you intend to seize?" "No, I aim to commandeer you." In the end, Buggy, with tears welling in his eyes, had no choice but to gift Lynn a small, manually operated sailboat from the Buggy pirate crew. After all, failing to comply might result in the loss of their larger ship. Subsequently, at Lynn's kind urging, Buggy also parted with a modest sum to equip Lynn with essential sailing provisions such as a log pose, food, water, sails, and various supplies. Soon after, Lynn visited a bookstore in Logtown to procure several navigational guides. As preparations neared completion and noon approached, it was time for lunch. Lynn suggested treating Buggy to a luncheon. Buggy glanced at Lynn's clenched fist and, with a beaming smile, enthusiastically consented. Little did he anticipate that the cost of Lynn's generous meal would rival that of a small vessel. As Lynn eloquently put it, one must be well fed before embarking on a journey. While Lynn indulged in his feast, Karp's warship had already been sailing at full speed for some time. Lynn Barrick chose to remain in Logtown and did not board the ship, a fact well known among the Navy. Through the accounts of the imprisoned pirates and Smoker, they had gleaned the entirety of Lynn's battle in Logtown. What a formidable man he is. One might wonder when we too shall begin our training in hockey. If we adhere to Vice Admiral Garp's training regimen, it should not be long before we achieve that goal. However, we must first master the 6 forms before anything else. Oh, bolstering their spirits, the Marines maintained their unwavering enthusiasm. Garp, accompanied by his aide, stood at the bow of the ship, calculating the passage of time. He inquired of his aide, "We should be nearing the uninhabited island soon, correct?" "Indeed," the aide responded, glancing at the recording log on his wrist. A hint of confusion in his voice. "It is peculiar, though. We should have caught sight of the island's outline by now." Garp was taken aback and passed the telescope to his aide. The aide took the telescope and peered in the direction indicated by the log, yet still saw nothing. Suddenly, he glanced down at the recording log, and a chill ran down his spine as he exclaimed, "Something is amiss." He swiftly commanded the Marines aboard the warship, "All hands, to alert status." Aye. The Marines immediately fell into a state of readiness. No anomalies at the stern. No anomalies to port. No anomalies to starboard. No anomalies in the air. Upon hearing this, Garp frowned and asked, "What is going on?" The aide's eyes were fixed intently on the recording log on his wrist. The pointer was oscillating wildly, ultimately standing upright and pointing directly down towards the sea beneath the ship. "Isn't this phenomenon typical when nearing Fishman Island?" Garp mused, moving to the ship's edge to observe the waters below, only to find no irregularities. The aide then retrieved 2 spare recording logs, and to their astonishment, both indicated the same direction, straight down. Impossible. Could that uninhabited island have sunk beneath the waves? The aide exclaimed in shock. Who in the East Blue possesses the power to submerge an island? Meanwhile, Garp had already shed his shirt and trousers, instructing his aide, "If trouble arises, our primary objective is to retreat with the warship and safeguard the next generation of Marines. Do not concern yourself with me." "Understood." The aide nodded in agreement. As for worrying about Garp, the adjutant had never considered, or rather, the man before him should be one of the least concerning individuals upon this vast sea. Garp took a recording pointer, secured it to his wrist, and then approached the bow of the ship. With a graceful leap, he plunged into the ocean. Taking a deep breath, he submerged himself, activating his observation hockey to search for any potential clues. Following the direction indicated by the pointer, Garp quickly descended into the deeper waters, where the light was dim, forcing him to rely solely on his hockey to perceive his surroundings. Suddenly, Garp noticed something unusual. Not far beneath him lay a jagged cross-section of the seabed, resembling an ancient tree that had been violently torn asunder. Carp swam closer to this cross-section and reached out to touch it, discovering that the soil was still quite loose, unlike the hardened earth typically eroded by years of seawater. This revelation prompted a chilling hypothesis in Carp's mind. The deserted island had not merely sunk to the ocean floor, but rather, someone had either relocated or destroyed it, causing the magnetic field in the vicinity to become chaotic and misleading the recording pointer to the seabed. Upon returning to the warship, Carp dried himself with a towel while recounting his underwater observations to the adjutant. Someone had obliterated or displaced the entire island. The adjutant's eyes widened in disbelief. He was not questioning the possibility of such an act, for he was aware that there were indeed formidable beings capable of such feats within the New World. However, they were currently situated in the East Blue. What could such terrifying entities possibly seek in these tranquil waters? This power, coupled with its connection to the East Blue, led Carp to contemplate a certain figure gradually manifesting in his mind. Could it be him? The adjutant paused, inquiring, who? If it truly were him, then trouble was imminent. Carp donned his attire, his brow furrowing with concern, and ordered the Navy headquarters to report the incident of the island's disappearance. Postponing the special training, he would patrol the East Blue for a time. Understood. The adjutant nodded and turned to contact headquarters. Meanwhile, Carp gazed at the sky, reminiscing about a few years prior, when a golden-haired man, wielding dual swords, had laughed maniacally amidst the wreckage of countless warships at Marineford. If it were indeed you, you possessed the capability to uproot an entire island, but why would you do so? It was merely an ordinary deserted island, albeit teeming with ferocious beasts. Carp muttered softly. Shiki the Golden Lion, after a prolonged silence, have you once again succumbed to your impulses? Meanwhile, Buggy felt he should be quite pleased, as Lynn had only asked him to treat for lunch, sparing him the expense for dinner. By the time lunch concluded, darkness had already descended. Lynn enjoyed a restful night's sleep, as the energy within him gradually diminished, slowly rejuvenating his weary body. The following morning dawned. As Lynn faced the rising sun, she meticulously packed her belongings. Amid the heartfelt gazes of the Bakis, she boarded the small hand-powered sailboat they had gifted her. Bakis rubbed his face, silently reflecting that they had finally bid farewell to the voracious eater who could drain their resources. However, driven by curiosity, he inquired, Hey, the sails are still white. Don't you have your own pirate flag? Lynn shook his head and replied, I am not a pirate. Buggy couldn't help but chuckle. Do not jest. With a bounty of 100 million berries, how can you claim to not be a pirate? If one must insist, Lynn scratched his head. I suppose I am a hero? What a peculiar individual, Buggy remarked, shaking his head in resignation. He sighed, I have no desire to be a hero. Heroes must share their treasures with others, while pirates seize the wealth for themselves. I yearn for treasure and have no intention of being a hero. Then give it your all. Lynn stood at the edge of the boat, bidding farewell to Baki and the others with a wave of her hand. With a swift kick against the wooden post of the dock, she set the vessel gently adrift from the harbor. Subsequently, Lynn opened the guidebook on how to operate a small hand-powered sailboat, a volume recommended by the shopkeeper, its title rather lengthy indeed. Lynn sighed, chewing on the bread he had purchased from Rog Town, as he commenced his familiar practice of navigating the seas. Beneath the morning light, a small vessel carried a solitary figure, slowly making its way towards the entrance of the Grand Line, known as Reverse Mountain. According to the records, for the entirety of the world, the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line intertwine as two rings, intersecting at 2 points, the second being the so-called Holy Land, Mary Geoise. The first is named Reverse Mountain. Reverse Mountain is characterized by 5 waterways, with 4 flowing in and 1 flowing out. The 4 channels lead to the summit, connecting to the 4 distinct seas, the East Sea, the West Sea, the South Sea, and the North Sea, while the final waterway flows into the Grand Line. The name Reverse Mountain derives from the extraordinary strength of the ocean currents from these 4 seas, which are so powerful that they can overcome gravitational forces, creating the remarkable phenomenon of flowing water in reverse. Such a spectacle is rare in the world, and many adventurers from across the seas, even those who dare not enter the Grand Line, will choose to visit and behold this marvel from a distance. After all, for these fervent explorers, the chance to witness the waves defying gravity above the red earth is worth risking their lives. As for whether it is indeed a beautiful sight, Lynn could not say, but he was certainly at the brink of peril. While he possessed confidence in his navigational knowledge for ordinary voyages, he He now faced the first formidable challenge of entering the Grand Line. Countless ships had sunk in these waters, and only the most skilled navigators could chart a safe course through the tumultuous currents surrounding Reverse Mountain, ensuring the safety of their vessels. Regrettably, Lynn was not among them. The chaotic currents whirled the small sailing boat in disarray. With one hand steadying the oar, Lynn frantically searched through his beginner's navigation guide, hoping to find something useful. At last, he reached the end of the table of contents and discovered the passage he had longed to find, the author's words for those sailing through Reverse Mountain. This was it. Lynn turned to the page marked in the table of contents, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at the words on the page. Wishing you peace. What a dismal book. Lynn cast the book aside, gripping the oar tightly with one hand while deftly maneuvering the sail with the other. Amidst the tumultuous and chaotic currents, she struggled to steady the vessel, inching ever closer to the entrance of the upside-down mountain. After several minutes, she finally glimpsed the pathway leading to the mountain summit. However, as she approached, the surrounding waters grew increasingly fierce and tumultuous. Under the relentless pull of the currents, Lynn watched helplessly as her ship veered away from the route to the mountaintop, hurtling directly towards the Red Earth continent. With her remarkable physical prowess, Lynn could easily leap onto the wall of the continent and climb up using her bare hands, accessing the Grand Line through the ground route. But would that truly be considered embarking on a voyage? I had even prepared the barrels to smash. Lynn let out a thunderous roar, relinquishing the oars and leaping gracefully to the bow of the vessel. At this moment, the ship's prow was merely a few meters away from the crimson soil of the mainland, and this distance was continuously diminishing. Lynn slightly bent her body, her right hand clenched into a fist, gathering strength. 10 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Now is the moment. Lynn's right arm swelled with prominent veins as he unleashed a charged strike towards the crimson earth before him. Heroic skill, deliberate punch. This ability allowed him to accumulate the damage he had sustained and then deliver a powerful blow in a specific direction. The greater the damage taken in a brief span, the more formidable the punch became. Although Lynn was currently unscathed, Karp's rigorous training had indeed bestowed significant benefits upon him. Now, the force of Lynn's punch far surpassed that of his past efforts. Bang! His fist struck the red soil, creating a massive crater in the scarlet wall. While the hand-powered sailboat he was aboard shifted direction due to the recoil of the punch, once again steering towards the waterway of the upside-down mountain. Success! Lynn's eyes sparkled with excitement, but he soon realized that his previous punch may have been excessively forceful. The intensity of the current could not alter the vessel's trajectory, and it was now hurtling directly towards the wall on the left side of the waterway. Lynn, while chewing on jerky and gritting his teeth, once again approached the bow of the ship and clenched his right fist tightly. As he was about to collide with the left wall of the waterway, he unleashed a deliberate punch against it. However, he soon discovered another issue. The current in the waterway was not as turbulent as he had anticipated. Thus, although his strike altered the vessel's course, it veered too far. The entire ship, which was previously on the verge of crashing into the left wall, had now pivoted and was on a collision course with the right wall. Could it be? Not again. Lynn felt an unsettling, prickling sensation at the nape of his neck as he once again stood at the bow of the ship, delivering a powerful punch against the right wall. This time, the sailboat altered its course yet again, crashing towards the left, with the relentless ocean currents propelling the vessel forward. Lynn had no choice but to rely on his fist repeatedly to safeguard the ship from colliding with the Red Earth continent. Thus, the sailboat navigated in an odd zigzag pattern, ascending from the East Sea along the waterway to the summit of Upside Down Mountain. Subsequently, it followed the Seoul waterway downstream, plunging like a roller coaster into the legendary route known as the Grand Line. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Grand Line, at Twin Cape, a man as delicate as a flower, Kurokas, the former ship's doctor of the Roger pirates, had just finished calming the whale Laboon. Turning his head, he was met with a series of muffled sounds emanating from the direction of the Red Earth continent. Was it cannon fire? Kurokas shook his head in resignation. This group of youngsters had merely entered the Grand Line and already couldn't restrain themselves from celebrating with cannon fire. How naive they were. Grabbing his telescope, Kurokas prepared to discern which reckless youths had ventured into the Grand Line. It was then that he spotted a small manual sailboat, zigzagging down from the summit of Upside Down Mountain. At the bow of the vessel, a man was utilizing his fists to strike the stone walls on either side, manually adjusting the ship's course through the force of his own punches. Witnessing this scene, even the well-versed Kurokas could not help but exclaim, Another peculiar individual has entered the Grand Line. The Isle of Antiquity, also known as Little Garden, is an island that has remained unchanged for thousands upon thousands of years. Due to the chaotic climate of the Grand Line, this island still retains the visage of the age of dinosaurs, inhabited by various large ferocious beasts, rendering the natural environment exceedingly perilous. However, these are merely reasons for its designation as the Isle of Antiquity. As for its moniker, Little Garden, it is because, for the inhabitants above, the island appears as compact as a garden. Today, two warriors from the giant kingdom of Elbaf continue their long-standing duel, a contest that has endured for nearly a century. At this moment, a ship gracefully approached the small garden. The vessel was adorned with opulent decorations, and the flag it bore was not that of a pirate, but a pristine national flag of the Kingdom of Alabasta. This superpower is located in the first half of the Grand Line and is ruled by the Nefertari family, who have held the hereditary title of king. This illustrious family was one of the 20 royal lineages that established the world government 800 years ago. Yet they declined the opportunity to reside in the Holy Land of Mary Geoise, thus avoiding the title of celestial dragons. Under the governance of the Nefertari family, the citizens of Alabasta live in happiness and tranquility, presently led by King Nefertari Cobra, the 12th of his line. Notably, Cobra is the father of Nefertari Vivi, a companion of the Straw Hat Pirates. Consequently, any ship flying the flag of the Kingdom of Alabasta would be warmly welcomed by any nation of humanity, provided it is a nation of human beings. In the presence of beasts or harsh natural environments, all beings are equal. The so-called royalty, in their eyes, are merely ordinary humans. Unfortunately, both fierce beasts and harsh natural conditions were abundant in the small garden. After a few minutes, a landing craft was lowered into the sea from the ship. A petite figure with blue hair, accompanied by several guards and a curly-haired man, boarded the small boat, preparing to land on the small garden. "Princess Vivi, are you certain you wish to proceed?" The curly-haired man expressed his concern to the blue-haired girl, saying, "That island is too perilous. You should remain on the ship while we go." "That is precisely what I should be saying to you, Ikaram," Vivi replied, lowering her head. "I do not wish for you to be harmed on my account. You are too modest. It is our duty to protect the princess," Ikaram responded, adjusting the shotgun tucked in his curly hair, his voice resolute. "If you are determined, then we shall protect you at all costs." "Indeed." The remaining 4 guards echoed in unison. Seeing their resolve, Vivi nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Ikaram, I am so worried about my father and all the people of Alabasta." "Rest assured, Princess Vivi," Ikaram replied with a smile. "The fact that this pirate is willing to negotiate with His Majesty the King indicates that he is not one who indiscriminately takes lives. Things will not be as dire as they seem. But still, I wish to be by my father's side and with the citizens of Alabasta," she said, gazing steadily at Ikaram. "It is my responsibility as the daughter of the King of Alabasta." Ikaram nodded slightly, apologizing. "I am inadequate." "You must not say that, Ikaram." Vivi shook her head. "Such strength, I fear, even the guardians of Alabasta, Mr. Bell and Mr. Gaka, may not possess. What a magnificent power that can command the very earth." Ikaram could not help but exclaim, "Princess Vivi, do you truly believe the rumors regarding the Little Garden are genuine?" According to the travelers' tales, on the island known as the Little Garden, 2 formidable giants engage in an unceasing battle day and night. Vivi nodded. "At least we possess hope. If the legends of the giants are indeed true, they could surely assist us in breaking down that wall and returning to Alabasta." Listening to Vivi's words, Ikaram felt a profound admiration within. The young princess before him exhibited a maturity far beyond her years. Is this the awareness that comes with royalty? "I truly hope you do not tire yourself too much, Princess Vivi." Ikaram silently reflected, yet his subtle change in expression did not escape Vivi's notice. She puffed out her cheeks, slightly irritated. "Ikaram, please do not treat me as a child. My birthday is on February 2nd, which is quite early, according to Alabastan customs. I am about to turn 5. Ikaram, feeling somewhat helpless, placed a hand on his forehead, silently vowing to protect the little princess of their nation. Soon, the ship reached the shore. 4 guards disembarked first, encircling Vivi for her protection, while Ikaram stood vigilantly beside her, ever alert to potential dangers. Indeed, this landscape bore the marks of an ancient era. Ikaram remarked, paleontologists back home would surely be enamored by this place. One guard gazed into the distance and, spotting a pterosaur soaring gracefully, exclaimed, "There are indeed dinosaurs." Then the legends of the giants must also be true. Vivi could not contain her excitement and called out loudly to the island, "Hello, esteemed giants. I seek your assistance." Ecalum, observing this, felt a sense of resignation. Though Vivi appeared mature, she was, after all, merely a child. How could the legendary giants be summoned so easily? However, two booming laughs interrupted Ecalum's thoughts. "Ha ha ha. Brokey, it seems someone is calling us." "Kababababa. I heard it. I'm not deaf yet, Dongli." Suddenly, the ground trembled. Two colossal shadows pushed through the trees, revealing themselves to the people of Alabasta. They were two giants, each towering over 20 meters tall. One wielded a long sword and shield, sporting a lengthy beard, while the other brandished a battle axe with an exaggerated mutton chop beard. The giants had arrived. Instinctively, Ecalum shielded Vivi behind him and bowed slightly, addressing the giants. "Esteemed giants, I am Ecalum, the captain of the guard of the kingdom of Alabasta." "Alabasta?" Brokey scratched his head and then laughed heartily. "Kababababa, never heard of it. Nor am I interested. By the way, were you the one who called us?" "It is I. Forgive the intrusion." Vivi stepped forward, standing before Dongli and Brokey. The diminutive Vivi appeared as a mere ant in the presence of the colossal giants. Gazing at Vivi's determined expression, Brokey suddenly leaned closer, menacingly declaring, "Kababababa. I absolutely adore children." Vivi's pupils constricted as she nervously queried, "Is that true?" "False." "Kababababa." Brokey erupted into hearty laughter, with Dongli joining in the mirth. "Ha ha. It's Brokey's giant joke." After this brief encounter, Vivi, Ecalum, and the other guards discerned that these two legendary giants, known for their relentless battles, were somewhat different from the rumors that preceded them. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from afar. The volcano erupted. A guard cautioned, "But it is quite distant. It won't affect us here." Upon hearing this, Vivi exhaled in relief and turned to the two giants, saying, "Gentlemen, I represent the kingdom of Alabasta. And as the kingdom's princess, I beseech your assistance, hoping, Kababababa." "Wait a moment. The volcano has erupted. We have more pressing matters at hand," Brokey interjected, raising his battle axe. Meanwhile, Dongli brandished his greatsword. "Ha. Come on." The clash of the sword and axe generated a shockwave that nearly toppled the gathered Alabastans. "Kababababa. By the way, if you're seeking assistance, there are more suitable individuals on this island than us." Brokey exerted force in an attempt to overpower Dongli. "Ha. Also, he mentioned that waiting a year for the log pose is far too long and advised us to keep an eye on passing merchant ships. I just remembered, my apologies." Dongli grinned, sidestepping to negate Brokey's strength. After a brief separation, the two resumed their fierce engagement through the collision of the sword and axe. "Is there truly such a person?" Vivi was taken aback by their words and hurriedly inquired, "Where is he?" Dongli and Brokey continued to duel with one hand while pointing toward the volcano with the other. "We shall duel when the volcano erupts," Brokey announced. "And he will be enjoying hot pot at the crater," Dongli added. The people of Alabasta stood in stunned silence, even Vivi unable to resist rubbing her ears. "Excuse me?" "Yes, you heard correctly," Brokey grinned, reiterating, "that man, at the volcano's mouth, enjoying hot pot." The formidable warriors, Dory, known as the Blue Ogre, and Broggy, the Red Ogre, were once esteemed captains of the giant warrior pirates, each bearing a bounty of 100 million berries. These two champions, along with the crew they led, comprised a legendary faction that roamed the seas. A century ago, Dory and Broggy each captured a sea king, and a dispute arose over which had hunted the larger prize. Ignited by a young girl's inquiry, they resolved to determine the victor through a duel, which has persisted for 100 years. They agreed to engage in battle whenever the central volcano on the island erupted, with the sole survivor permitted to return home. Over the years, the original cause of their conflict faded into obscurity, leaving only one impetus for their unceasing combat: the honor of being a warrior, a sentiment understood only by the giants of Elbaf, incomprehensible to ordinary humans. As for Princess Vivi and her companions, who had just arrived at Little Garden, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them, having no knowledge of the backstory. They watched as the once amicable giants tightened their grips on their enormous swords and battle axes, launching merciless attacks against one another. "Ha. Broggy. You must have overindulged in last night's fish stew. Your movements are sluggish." Broggy retorted, "Well, what can I say? That man's culinary skills are unparalleled. But you, Dory, I remember you devoured a fair share of roast meat as well. Are you too stuffed to fight?" The two giants raised their weapons and shields, charging at each other. Seeing this, Vivi hastily called out, "Esteemed giants, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Please, lend me your ears." "Huh, little girl, you're not afraid of us. I rather like you." Bragi laughed heartily. "Very well, I shall assist you." Dory echoed, "I too will comply." However, both giants simultaneously lifted their weapons, launching a fierce strike at one another, bellowing in unison, "Let me defeat this fellow first." Clang! The clash of the great sword and battle axe produced a shockwave that sent nearby trees swaying violently. The resounding metal collision reverberated painfully in the ears of Vivi and her companions. Despite the discomfort, Vivi endured the pain, determined to halt the giants' battle. "You two are friends, are you not? Please, cease this fighting." In response, Dory and Bragi declared in unison, "This is for the honor of the warriors of Elbath." Confused, Vivi shook her head. "But that cannot be the reason. What are you truly fighting for? What are we fighting for?" Bragi and Dory erupted into laughter together. "Ha ha. It seems every human who encounters us and hasn't fled asks the same question." The two warriors once again brandished their weapons, the thunderous clashing of steel reverberating throughout the island. In unison, they roared, "Such matters have long been forgotten." Clang! A gust of wind generated by their fierce confrontation surged forth, prompting Akarlam to shield Vivi behind him. "Your Highness, it is far too perilous here." Akarlam used his cloak to protect Vivi from the wind, shaking his head, "It is futile. According to my understanding of the legends of the giant tribe, these two warriors will not accompany us unless a victor emerges from their duel." Vivi, her head lowered, appeared somewhat disheartened despite the imminent arrival of potential allies. Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes as she recalled the words spoken by the two giant warriors. "If we seek assistance, there are those on this island more suited than us. When the volcano erupts, they shall duel, and he will feast on hot pot at the crater." With this thought, Vivi promptly exclaimed, "Akarlam, let us proceed to the volcano's center." "What?" Akarlam's expression shifted dramatically. "Your Highness, do you truly believe that? The crater is the most treacherous place when the volcano erupts. But the two gentlemen of the giant tribe mentioned that there are those who can aid us there." "I see." Akarlam pondered for a moment before ruffling Vivi's hair. "Very well, let your subordinates go. You shall remain on the ship." "No, we do not seek mercenaries. We seek assistance, and thus I must go." Vivi shook her head resolutely, stating, "For the people of the Alabasta kingdom." Upon hearing this, Akarlam hesitated for a moment before rising and addressing the guards. "Ensure the princess's safety." "Yes," replied the four remaining guards in unison. Thus, the six of them navigated around the battleground of East Blue and Bragi. They traversed through the ancient jungle, gradually approaching the volcano's center. Although they occasionally encountered attacks from dinosaurs, the royal guards of Alabasta were not to be trifled with. After dispatching the dinosaurs with efficiency, they finally drew near to the volcano's mouth. This was an active volcano, erupting with notable frequency, which rendered the surrounding environment exceedingly harsh. While the sea breeze carried away most of the harmful gases, the volcano's fundamental threat to humanity was starkly evident: intense heat. Layers of volcanic rock were interspersed with molten lava that had yet to solidify. The suffocating heat permeated the air, making each breath feel as though it could scorch their throats. Gasping heavily, Akarlam turned to Vivi and asked, "Your Highness, are you well?" "I am fine." Vivi stubbornly nodded, her deep blue eyes scanning the surroundings in search of the man mentioned by the giants. He must also be of the giant tribe. Vivi and her companions shared a mutual sentiment. After all, they found it nearly inconceivable that any human could survive in such a harsh natural environment, let alone indulge in a hot pot. Consequently, their gazes instinctively lifted slightly, searching for the silhouette of a towering giant. However, instead of spotting the imposing figure they anticipated, a delightful aroma wafted into their nostrils. Vivi could not help but cough a few times, exclaiming that it was spicy. Following the direction of the enticing scent, the group pressed on, ultimately discovering a commotion at the edge of a volcanic crater. Before them lay a pot, more accurately described as a massive vessel hewn from a single block of rock, seamlessly crafted with a diameter exceeding 10 meters. This colossal pot rested on the rim of the crater, directly above a bubbling cauldron of molten lava. The lava's heat transferred through the stone into the pot, where crimson oil bubbled vigorously, intermittently revealing the rolling Sichuan peppercorns and chilies, along with an array of other ingredients. At that moment, a bare-chested human man sat before the pot, his back turned to Vivi and the others. Beside him, on a wooden platter, lay fresh slices of dinosaur meat and a selection of small marine delicacies. It dawned on Vivi and her companions that the two giant warriors had not exaggerated in the slightest. Someone truly was enjoying hot pot at the volcanic crater. In this peculiar garden, the volcanic landscape bore witness to the aftermath of an eruption, with residual heat distorting the surroundings. The intensity of this heat was starkly different from the deserts of Alabasta. If one were to draw a comparison, the desert's warmth resembled scalding bathwater, unpleasant for humans, yet bearable. In contrast, the heat surrounding the volcano felt akin to a multitude of blades, searing and piercing the skin with relentless precision. Even the royal guards, seasoned by rigorous training, felt as though they were enduring a merciless interrogation under such conditions. The oppressive heat seemed to infiltrate their very being with each breath, tearing at their lungs. In such a brutal environment, even the act of breathing demanded courage, let alone the prospect of dining on hot pot. As they beheld this astonishing sight, the group found themselves at a loss for words. Who was the man with his back turned towards them? Regardless of his identity, he is undoubtedly a formidable warrior. At this moment, the man stands bare-chested, his back adorned with muscles that exude a sense of explosive strength, interspersed with numerous scars that attest to his extensive experience in battle. The tattoo on his right arm spirals like a tempest, ultimately converging to form an eye of the storm upon his shoulder. He waits patiently until the hot pot before him reaches a vigorous boil, at which point he finally takes action. With a swift motion, he seizes a massive wooden skewer, pierces a sizable piece of dinosaur meat that has been prepped nearby, and immerses it into the bubbling broth. After a brief moment, when the color of the meat transforms completely, he retrieves it, shaking off the excess broth before bringing it to his lips and taking a hearty bite. Within mere seconds, that substantial portion of meat, sufficient for an entire meal, has disappeared into his belly. Yet, it is evident that he is not satiated. Rather, it seems his palate has merely been awakened. One piece after another of dinosaur meat descends into the pot as he continues to stir them with his skewer, ensuring nothing sticks. That face seems familiar. Just then, an attendant from Alabasta appears to recall something, whispering to Vivi and Icolum, "I think I know who he is." Subsequently, the attendant rummages through his belongings, retrieving a recent newspaper. After a brief search, he produces a wanted poster. The streamlined tattoo design of letters cannot be mistaken. It must be him. He hands the wanted poster to Vivi and Icolum, stating, "Boss Lynn Barrack, with a bounty of 200 million berries. A gladiator slave from the Sabati archipelago who declared war against the celestial dragons upon escaping. Somehow, he has made his way to the East Sea, and the bounty has risen from 100 million to 200 million, and now he has returned to the Grand Line. A slave? Declaring war against the celestial dragons?" Upon hearing this, Icolum's brow furrows, and his mood darkens. As the captain of the Alabasta Royal Guard, he has accompanied King Cobra to the holy land of Mary Geoise and has witnessed firsthand how the celestial dragons treat their slaves. He can only imagine the trials that the man named Lynn Barrack has endured. Faced with such an individual, they, positioned within the royal family, could only hope not to be met with hostility, let alone seek assistance. Icolum ponders briefly, preparing to escort Princess Vivi away to contemplate other options. To his surprise, Vivi steps forward on her own, slightly bowing towards Lynn's back. "Mr. Lynn, greetings. I am Princess Nefertari Vivi of the Alabasta Kingdom. I have come here to seek your aid." The stubborn visage of the young princess dissuaded Icolum from forcibly dragging her away. Subsequently, he mustered his resolve and addressed Mr. Lynn Barrack, stating, "If you are willing to assist us, we can offer a satisfactory price guaranteed by the honor of the Alabasta Kingdom." Meanwhile, Icolum discreetly gestured with his fingers, transmitting a signal to the 4 guards surrounding them, a communication only they could comprehend. Remain vigilant and be ever prepared for combat. After all, before them stood a man who had survived even after declaring war against the celestial dragons. The former indicated his madness, while the latter validated his monstrous strength. Icolum felt compelled to speculate the worst about Lynn Barrack's character, a madman harboring hatred for the world. His wariness heightened to its utmost. He resolved that at the slightest hint of danger, he would flee with Princess Vivi, even at the cost of his own life. Meanwhile, Vivi stood resolutely at the forefront, enduring the searing heat of the volcanic inferno, the tips of her blue hair already singed, yet her countenance bore no trace of retreat. "Mr. Lynn, please save the people of the Alabasta Kingdom." As her words lingered in the air, a few moments passed. Lynn swallowed the seafood sashimi in his mouth, pointed a finger at Vivi, and growled, "Be quiet." Vivi promptly covered her mouth. Just as Akaram had suspected, Vivi did not comprehend Lynn's character. What if he truly was an exceedingly uncontrollable and dangerous individual? Despite her awareness as a princess, Vivi was still but a child, and when Lynn uttered those two words, her expression shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, the guards led by Akaram reacted instantly. Two of them were tasked with protecting Vivi, while the other two, along with Akaram, anxiously gazed at Lynn, prepared for battle. Yet, Lynn seemed oblivious to the commotion behind him, continuing, "One must be quiet while eating. Only then will the meal be truly delectable. If you understand, then close your mouths." Upon hearing this, Vivi nodded vigorously while covering her mouth. The other guards, under Akaram's signal, sealed their lips, not daring to utter a sound. The situation remained at a standstill. Time ticked by second, and the bubbling sounds of the hot pot and lava echoed distinctly in the serene atmosphere. The tension thickened. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. "Ha ha." Lynn slapped his thigh in mirth, exclaiming, "I was just joking. Eating is best with some liveliness. That makes it truly enjoyable. Ha ha." Uncle Brokey's giant jokes are so amusing. Amidst Lynn's hearty laughter, Vivi was bewildered. Akaram was bewildered. The four guards were likewise perplexed. Only Lynn, while laughing heartily and stuffing freshly cooked slices of meat into his mouth, accidentally inhaled some chili oil, leading him to cough violently. Cough, cough. Ha ha ha, cough, cough. So spicy. Cough, cough. It's choking me. Vivi turned to Akaram, and in each other's eyes, they saw a large question mark. This man named Lynn Barek seemed rather different from their expectations. Lynn had to admit, he had underestimated the situation. After safely navigating the treacherous reverse mountain, he had finally entered the Grand Line. Unlike the Straw Hat Pirates' tumultuous first encounter with a storm upon entering the Grand Line, his fortune was rather favorable, as he was greeted with splendid weather and ideal winds throughout his journey. Armed with the power of knowledge, Lynn pressed forward and ultimately arrived at the ancient island of Little Garden a month ago. Due to their similar personalities, he quickly forged a friendship with the two giants of the island, Dori and Bragi. However, challenges soon emerged. The log pose could record the magnetic fields between the islands of the Grand Line, guiding ships to their next destination. Each island possessed a unique magnetic force, necessitating that the log pose remain in a location for a period to absorb the magnetic energy before it would point toward the next island. Unfortunately, the storage time for Little Garden extended to a staggering year. After Lynn concluded his strength contest with the two giants, he found himself lacking the patience to remain on the island for an entire year. Thus, he could only place his hopes on passing ships, wishing they would tow his vessel to the next island. However, the perilous natural environment of Little Garden, coupled with the relentless battles between the two giants, meant that merchant vessels seldom paused here. Lynn could only bide his time, consuming the island's unique dinosaur meat as he waited. A month slipped by, and at last, someone arrived. To his astonishment, among the newcomers, he heard a familiar name, Vivi. In the future, as a princess, Vivi would sail alongside the Straw Hat Pirates, who had just entered the Grand Line, and together they would vanquish Crocodile in her homeland of Alabasta, ultimately saving her country. Although Vivi would ultimately decline to join the crew due to her royal duties, Lynn held a profound admiration for the resolute young girl. Calculating the time, he realized that the little princess must now be merely 4 or 5 years old. Even though children in this world often mature faster than usual, she was still quite young. Nevertheless, the sheer surprise of encountering her in Little Garden was overwhelming. He pinched Vivi's cheek and gently patted her head, unable to contain his laughter as he exclaimed, "It truly is Vivi, alive and moving." At his words, the expressions of Akalam and the guards darkened, their hands poised to draw their weapons, for no one had ever dared to speak about their princess in such a manner. Yet Vivi raised her hand to stop them. Enduring the oppressive heat surrounding the volcano, and spoke, "Mr. Lynn, would you be willing to hear my request?" Of course. Lynn nodded. This volcanic region was not easily accessible. Even someone with his exceptional physical prowess would find himself perspiring profusely in this sweltering heat. Not far away, the royal guards were flushed with discomfort, and one could hardly imagine the plight of the young princess before him. Her presence in this arduous environment was a testament to Vivi's unwavering determination. However, this was not a suitable place for leisurely conversation. Lynn rose to her feet and promptly poured the remaining slices of meat into the pot. Moments later, the meat was cooked to perfection. Grasping the edge of the stone cauldron, Lynn, with her extraordinary strength, lifted the entire pot along with its contents from the volcanic crater. Much to the astonishment of Wei Wei and the others. "Don't forget the sashimi over there," she reminded. Lynn held up the steaming cauldron, grinning as he said, "It has bin a while since you last had a meal, hasn't it? Feel free to eat while we converse." Once it was ascertained that the two giants on the island, along with Lynn, posed no threat, Ikaralam used a telephone beetle to inform the other guards aboard the ship, instructing them to anchor the vessel and disembark for a respite on the island. Lynn spoke truthfully. They had not rested for many days, and the provisions aboard the ship had dwindled to a mere handful. Meanwhile, the battle between Dongli and Brokey had reached its conclusion, ending in yet another stalemate. Reminiscent of the past century, with the volcano momentarily at rest, both combatants entered a brief period of ceasefire. They cleared a patch of land on the island with their battle axes and great swords, where they now hosted guests from Alabasta. A dozen royal guards from Alabasta sat together, relishing their first hot meal in over 10 days. On the other side, Vivi, Ikaram, Lynn, along with Dongli and Brokey, gathered together. "Ha ha ha, is that so? My bounty has surged to 200 million. Lynn gazed at his wanted poster and broke into a grin. Such an outcome did not surprise him. After all, the CLO group was backed by the world government, and his battles alongside Carp and others had undoubtedly been reported. Lynn had never harbored any concerns regarding Cap, for his esteemed position in the eyes of the world was unassailable, and the world government was utterly powerless against him. As for Lynn himself, until he found an opportunity to eliminate him, the only recourse for the world government was to raise his bounty. The illustrious Lynn Barrack, with a bounty of 200 million berries, boomed Boss Dongli, his laughter resounding. "Huh? Lynn, your bounty surpasses ours by a factor of 2. "Indeed," added Brokey, savoring the meat from the volcanic pot. "By the way, the kingdom of Alabasta? I believe I have set foot there. It has existed for over a century and boasts a rich history." Hearing this, Vivi nodded and replied with a smile. "Yes, it is a wonderful country." "Then, what has transpired?" Lynn inquired, sipping on coconut juice. "You mentioned that Alabasta is in danger?" "Indeed," Ikalam affirmed. Having discerned from their brief interaction that both Lynn and the two giant warriors possessed a forthright disposition, he thus spoke plainly. 2 weeks ago, we set sail with Princess Vivi for a leisurely excursion, originally planned for merely a day and a night. However, during our journey, we suddenly lost all communication with Alabasta." Lynn was taken aback. Had the phone bug gone silent? Indeed. Ikalam retrieved a phone bug from within his cloak, and upon lifting the receiver, a jarring static erupted. This phone bug was supposed to be connected to the royal palace of Alabastan, yet 2 weeks prior, it had been abruptly disrupted, severing all communication with that realm. Ikalam remarked, "It is not just this one. Every phone bug capable of connecting within Alabastan has been interfered with by some force." "Are you suggesting that you are entirely cut off from Alabastan?" Lynn furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Haven't you considered returning to investigate? Has even the permanent compass failed?" "Not at all. The permanent compass functions normally, and we indeed returned to verify the situation." Ikalam's countenance darkened, as if haunted by a terrifying recollection. "Thus, we encountered that entity." Ikalam slowly revealed a single word. "Wall." "A wall?" Lynn and the two giants were immediately engulfed in perplexity upon hearing this. Ikalam nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, it is a wall, a towering wall." Subsequently, he retrieved several photographs from his pocket and handed them to Lynn, saying, "Behold, these depict the current state of the Alabastan coastline, captured before our escape." Lynn took the photograph and examined it, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Indeed, it depicted a wall soaring several dozen meters high, an earthen structure that seemed to rise from the very ground. "We traversed the entire coastline of Alabastan, and this was the prevailing scene." Ikalam rubbed his temples and spoke in a grave tone. "These walls are interconnected, encircling Alabastan completely and sealing it off from the outside world. The region has now utterly severed its ties with external contact." Even through the photograph, Lynn could still perceive the grandeur of the wall. Ikalam added, "We estimated its height to be approximately 50 meters. As for its thickness, we cannot ascertain, as it lacks any visible side." 50 meters. Lynn could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Dongli and Brokey, as giants, stood tall at over 20 meters. In other words, that wall was even higher than the combined height of Dongli and Brokey. From the moment we set sail to our return, less than a day had passed, and Alabasta had been encircled by this wall. Vivi trembled as she gazed at those photographs, once again recalling the terror she felt upon first seeing that towering barrier. Could it be that a wall even taller than us had risen from the ground within a single day? Donley also picked up several photographs, carefully flipping through them with his enormous fingers. Could this be the result of some unknown natural disaster? No, it must be a man-made calamity. Lynn gently ruffled Vivi's hair, alleviating the fears of the little princess. He then turned to Akarlam and inquired, "You mentioned that you took these photographs before your escape. Surely there must be more information." Akarlam nodded and elucidated, "Indeed, we have a companion named Belle, a user of the bird fruit in its falcon form, who possesses the ability to fly. We spent a considerable amount of time navigating around Alabasta, ultimately discovering that there was no way to enter. At that moment, we heard the sound of cannon fire from above the wall. Looking up, we saw Belle attempting to soar over the towering structure with his flight capabilities. But it seemed he had been spotted by someone atop the wall and was immediately subjected to a fierce onslaught. As Akarlam recounted this, he produced a recording snail. In his falcon form, Belle had keen eyesight. When we glimpsed him, he too saw us and endeavored to approach. Yet the onslaught from the wall was far too intense for him to break through. Subsequently, he released a recording snail from the sky in an attempt to communicate with us. This is the entire recording from that moment, though it appears to be somewhat garbled due to interference. Akarlam activated the recording snail, and Belle's voice emerged, albeit faintly. "Hello, is this Belle? What on earth is happening in Alabasta, and what is the nature of this wall?" Soon after, Belle's voice came through, fragmented yet discernible. "Is this Ikar? The king is negotiating with pirates. Protect Princess Vivi. We are temporarily safe. Do not inform the navy, or the citizens will be in peril." The connection was severed, or perhaps the signal had been entirely disrupted. Despite the fragmented nature of the message, it was not difficult to surmise Belle's complete statement. "Is this Akarlam? The king is engaged in dealings with pirates. Safeguard Princess Vivi. We are currently secure. Do not report to the navy, lest the citizens face danger." However, the content of this statement plunged Lynn into deep contemplation. Pirates? When considering pirates associated with Alabasta, only one individual came to mind: the man who established the Baroque works. Seeking to seize the ancient weapon Pluton, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Logia-type sand fruit user, Crocodile. Yet, there remained a span of 13 years before Crocodile would enact his plan and ultimately be defeated by Luffy. It was conceivable that the sand crocodile had yet to arrive in Alabasta. Moreover, even if he had, it was difficult for Lynn to envision Crocodile, 13 years prior, possessing the power to manipulate the earth and encircle the entire Alabasta kingdom with walls. If it was not he, then who could it possibly be? Lynn furrowed her brow and pressed on. What happened next? Ikelam replied, "After the call, Belle was forced to retreat behind the walls due to the bombardment, severing our communication with him. Shortly thereafter, those who were firing from the walls discovered our presence, and out of nowhere, a fleet emerged, relentlessly pursuing us with the intent to sink our vessel. Fortunately, the capabilities of the Alabasta ship are on par with those of a Navy warship, which allowed us to narrowly escape. We initially sought assistance from the Navy, but as you heard from Belle, he is a man who thinks matters through meticulously and does not speak lightly. Thus, we dared not act recklessly, as we could not place our citizens in jeopardy. Additionally, the supplies on board the warship were only sufficient for a week. We have been conserving them and have just managed to hold out until now." Meanwhile, the guards, who had gone several days without food, had already consumed all that lay before them. Seeing this, Donley shared some of his roasted meat with the guards. "Ha ha ha. Eat up, you haven't even had as much as I do in one meal." Vivi, not particularly fond of spicy food, was offered some fish soup that Lynn had prepared the previous night, which Brokey warmed for her to sip slowly. Simultaneously, Lynn silently summarized the current intelligence in her mind. A certain pirate was negotiating a deal with King Cobra in Alabasta. Perhaps to conceal his whereabouts, the pirate had, within a single day, completely altered the geographical landscape of the Alabasta coastline with his terrifying powers. A wall over 50 meters high now surrounded Alabasta, sealing it off entirely, while the pirate also disrupted communications within and outside the nation, rendering Alabasta a completely isolated entity. As for the thickness of the wall, no one was certain, but it had at least been expanded enough to mount artillery upon it. "Are you seeking assistance to defeat this pirate?" Lynn inquired. However, Vivi shook her head. "We merely wish to return to our homeland, and thus require help to cross that wall." "And what of the pirate?" Lynn asked. Vivi again shook her head. "The power that pirate wields is simply too terrifying. I do not wish to involve unrelated individuals." "Then, your thoughts are contradictory. Lynn chuckled while sipping coconut juice. You desire assistance, yet wish to keep outsiders uninvolved. Oh, dear princess, how fanciful your thoughts are. At this, Vivi set down her bowl, hugged her knees, and buried her face within them. Large tears fell to the ground, and amidst Icolum's worried gaze, Vivi sobbed, I know, but Alabasta is in danger. I just want to return and face it together with everyone. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Observing this, Icolum frowned slightly, expressing his displeasure. Mr. Lynn, your words were too harsh. If there is an issue, direct it at me. Subsequently, Ikarim gently lifted the tearful Vivi, whose eyes were red from weeping, and bowed in gratitude to the two giants and Lynn. Thank you for your hospitality, Lynn stated with conviction. This matter concerns our nation, and it is for us to resolve. Vivi has acted impulsively. We shall take our leave now. The more Vivi pondered the situation, the more aggrieved she felt. She glanced up at Lynn, her tears flowing, and implored, Mr. Lynn, I truly do not know what to do. Lynn crouched down and replied, You should seek assistance from your friends. However, my friends are all in Alabasta. Vivi's voice grew softer. Suddenly, Lynn broke into a broad smile, and at that moment, Dongli and Brokey erupted into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. This is precisely why humans are so troublesome, Dongli exclaimed, swallowing a piece of meat with mirth. What is all this fuss about relationships and interests? Isn't it exhausting to be so concerned about making friends? Brokey added, for us, anyone with whom we have shared a meal is considered a friend. Ha ha ha. Anyone who has dined together is a friend? Vivi still seemed a bit bewildered. Thus it is. Lynn gently tousled Vivi's hair and smiled broadly, saying, Little princess, I shall lend you my assistance. Observing the still bewildered Icolum and others, Lynn, along with two fellow giants, couldn't help but chuckle more heartily. During the months spent in the little garden, Lynn discovered a genuine camaraderie with the imposing giants. Their boisterous and unrefined demeanor exuded a refreshing candor. Moreover, he had to concede that the circumstances surrounding the Alabasta kingdom piqued his curiosity. A secluded realm? Mysterious pirates? The power to manipulate the earth? Indeed, this vast ocean is quite intriguing. Just then, Broggy's peripheral vision caught an unusual sight on the distant sea. Squinting, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, What a lively day at the little garden. On the water's surface, 3 enormous pirate ships, adorned with black sails, were hastening towards the little garden. What a lively day at the little garden, Broggy remarked, gazing at the distant sea, before lowering his head to inquire of Vivi and the others, Do you have any friends joining you? Upon hearing this, Vivi's expression abruptly changed. It was that group of pirates. They had tracked them to the little garden. Icolum furrowed his brow, cursing under his breath. Damn it, it seems their vessel is not slow. They've already caught up. He promptly commanded the guards to prepare for battle, simultaneously cautioning Lynn, Be wary. Their combat prowess exceeds that of ordinary pirates. Lynn then turned to Dongli and inquired, Uncle, can you discern what sort of pirate flag is displayed on their ship? Dongli stood up, squinted, and shook his head, replying, It is too distant to see clearly. However, they are nearing the shore. Observing this, the lookout among the Alabasta guards addressed the two giants, asking, Could you kindly lift me a bit higher? I possess a telescope that would allow me to discern the situation over there. Dongli nodded and extended his hand to the ground, yet Lynn abruptly interrupted the lookout's actions. Allow me, he said. Subsequently, Lynn ascended onto Dongli's hand, and just as the lookout was about to hand over his telescope, Lynn directly shook his head in refusal. The others assumed that Lynn had brought his own telescope, and Dongli then lifted Lynn to shoulder height, asking, Can you see clearly? Lynn naturally shook his head, unable to discern clearly, only vaguely perceiving that their vessel had approached the coastline. Dongli raised an eyebrow, remarking, Did you not just assert that a telescope was unnecessary? Indeed, it was not required. Lynn grinned broadly, suggesting, Surely, if we draw nearer, clarity will be achieved. However, as Dongli pointed out, it would still take us some time to reach there. At this juncture, Dongli seemed to suddenly recall something, and could not help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Surely, you do not intend to do that, do you? They have already disembarked. It would be rather unbecoming not to greet them. Lynn twisted his neck and jumped a few times, preparing himself. Observing this, Icolum and the others were instantly engulfed in confusion, raising their voices in inquiry. Mr. Lynn, what do you intend to do? Lynn's fists collided with a resounding impact as he exclaimed, Take the shortcut. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of Icolum and the others, Lynn erupted into laughter, declaring, Uncle Dongli, toss me over. Just make sure to aim well. Ha 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 ha. I truly appreciate your spirited nature. Donnelly responded with a hearty laugh. He then grasped Lynn firmly, bending forward and preparing to launch him as if he were a javelin. At this sight, not only Vivi but even the well-traveled Callum was taken aback, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief, hastily interjecting, "Do not jest. How could the human body possibly withstand a throw from a giant?" However, his warning came too late. For the moment Callum spoke, Donnelly had already set his sights on the coastline, taking several strides before propelling Lynn into the air with all his might. Whoosh! Lynn soared through the air, producing a sound reminiscent of cannonballs slicing through the atmosphere. Goodness! This could lead to fatalities. The onlookers from Alabasta gaped in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words, while Vivi nearly fainted at the shocking spectacle. After tossing Lynn aside, Donnelly turned to gaze at the distant volcano and chuckled. "Well, it appears we have some time before the volcano erupts. What do you say, Brokey? Let us entertain our guests." Clang, clang, clang. Brokey hoisted his battle axe onto his shoulder. The two giant warriors marched side by side, heading toward the coastline under the watchful eyes of Ikelam and the others. Meanwhile, on the shores of the small garden, three massive pirate ships anchored near a deep natural harbor, from which dozens of pirates disembarked. Unlike ordinary pirates, their equipment was remarkably sophisticated, equipped with firearms, cutlasses, and an array of tools, resembling a well-trained battalion. Upon landing, the leading pirate captain produced a transponder snail and inquired of the signal tracking department, "Hello, is the signal from that Alabasta ship nearby?" "Indeed, their signal has remained stationary here," came the response from the transponder snail. "Understood." In such a short time, they could not have changed vessels and set sail again. The captain nodded, disconnecting the call. He then commanded his fellow pirates, "This is the captain's order. We must capture the blue-haired princess alive. The fates of the others are inconsequential, but we must not allow them to relay any information back to Alabasta. Is that clear?" "Yes," the pirates affirmed, preparing their gear. When suddenly they were startled by an unusual sound. Whoosh! It seemed to emanate from the sky, akin to the sound of a cannonball slicing through the air. The pirates looked up to see what appeared to be a dark speck, rapidly enlarging as it descended. "Hey, someone's coming our way. Is that flying? It feels more like they were thrown. Are you joking? Regardless, it's about to collide with our ship. Watch out. Brace for impact." A figure plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, crashing onto the deck of one of the pirate ships. Boom. The impact was akin to a cannonball, indeed surpassing its destructive force. The ship that bore the brunt of the collision was severely damaged, with more than half of its deck and hull shattered. Even the mast splintered, in all directions, revealing a gaping hole in the side of the vessel, exposing its interior. That single blow had almost obliterated the pirate ship. What on earth had transpired? Do not concern yourselves with the ship. Exercise caution. The individual confined within the cabin is about to escape. Pray, that person must be deceased. It is inconceivable that he could still be alive. Attention, there is movement. The pirate captain has sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a silhouette emerged from the debris, rising slowly, clutching the very flag of their pirate crew. Before the pirates could react, the man's laughter echoed through the air. "Ha ha ha, to manipulate the earth, so it is him." This revelation comes as no surprise. Lynn gazed intently at the pirate flag in his hand, reflecting upon the fact that he had now resolved at least one mystery: the identity of the pirate currently in Alabasta. The flag displayed a skull, adorned with disheveled golden hair, and behind this mane loomed a colossal ship's wheel. This pirate flag signified the identity of that notorious band, the Flying Sky Pirates. Their captain was none other than the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, who had once contended with both Roger and Whitebeard upon the same treacherous seas, and who also holds the distinction of being the first to escape from Impel Down, wielding the powers of the float fruit. Lynn was about to express another lamentation when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly rolled forward to evade. In that fleeting moment, a sharp claw grazed the spot where Lynn had just been. Alas, the cage that confined the monstrous creature had been shattered. The surrounding pirates immediately erupted in exclamations of alarm. At this moment, Lynn recalled that after the Golden Lion's escape from prison, he seemed to have been meticulously plotting to employ artificial beasts to annihilate the East Sea. Raising his gaze to the immense shadow before him, Lynn couldn't help but flex his wrist and excitedly inquired of the pirates, "Is this merely your finished product?" One of the legends of the vast sea is the notorious Captain Shiki, also known as the Golden Lion, once a member of the Rocks Pirates. He later established his own aerial pirate crew following the disbandment of his previous affiliation. Many years ago, in a bid to dominate the world, Shiki sought to ally with Joel D. Roger, only to be fiercely rebuffed, which incited a fierce conflict between their crews, famously known as the Battle of Ed War. In the midst of a sudden tempest, Shiki's crew suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Roger, and a severed ship's rudder became lodged in Shiki's head. Due to the perilous nature of removing it, the rudder remains embedded in his skull to this day. This encounter dealt a catastrophic blow to his crew. Yet Shiki regarded Roger as a worthy rival. Subsequently, Roger surrendered, but the Navy falsely claimed that he had been captured. Unable to accept this narrative, Shiki stormed the Navy's headquarters at Marineford, where he clashed with Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Their battle ravaged nearly half of Marineford before a victor emerged. Shiki was defeated and imprisoned in the deepest depths of Impel Down, known as the Infinite Hell. 2 years later, in a desperate bid for freedom, Shiki severed his feet, which had been shackled by sea prism stone, and replaced them with his 2 renowned swords, Sakura and Moku. Later, he arrived at an island named Vermal, where he discovered a plant known as IQ. This extraordinary flora had the ability to induce evolution in the animals that consumed it, granting them formidable combat prowess. Harnessing his abilities, Shiki elevated the entire island of Vermal into the sky, collaborating with his first mate and ship doctor, Dr. Indigo, to research IQ. With this foundation, he devised a grand scheme for his resurgence, intending to unleash these evolved, ferocious creatures upon the East Blue, demonstrating his vengeance to the world government. Thus, 20 years passed. On a fateful day, Shiki encountered the Straw Hat Pirates and noticed Nami's exceptional navigational talents. In an effort to eliminate his sole weakness, storms, Shiki abducted Nami to his floating island. However, he ultimately fell to Luffy, who defeated him using the very thunderstorm he dreaded, plunging him back into the sea where the Navy recaptured him and imprisoned him once more. His ambitions, meticulously crafted over 2 decades, dissipated into nothingness. Now, returning to the present moment, it is approximately 13 years before the Straw Hat Pirates meet Shiki. At this point, he has dedicated 7 years to the study of IQ. While his research is not yet as advanced as it will be in 13 years, he has produced several successful specimens, including an exceptionally evolved tiger. Unlike the majority of his bizarre creations, this tiger's evolution has focused solely on fundamental aspects such as size, skeletal structure, musculature, and brain function, making it potentially the strongest among the recent batch of specimens in terms of combat prowess. Due to the enhancement of my mind, I have come to comprehend this truth. Unlike other experimental subjects, I harbor no fear towards either the white-coated figure scuttling about or the golden-haired one soaring in the skies. To me, all living beings are merely prey. Yet, I find myself still lacking in strength, thus I must exploit these humans, compelling them to continue administering that serum, allowing my body to evolve further. When the opportune moment arrives, I shall ascend to become the sovereign of that floating island. Speaking of which, today they confined me within a cage and subsequently transported it into the dark confines of the ship's hold. Are they intending to relocate me for further experimentation? Humph. Let them do as they will. The sounds from the deck suggest they have been summoned for an urgent task, perhaps to pursue some human target. The ship has come to a halt. There is commotion outside. A sudden crash. Cough. The hold has been breached with a gaping hole. Has the cage been opened? The light is blinding. What on earth is transpiring? I am filled with rage. There stands a human with his back turned to me. It has been far too long since I last dined on human flesh. I shall crush him and devour him. What? He evaded my claws. It must have been mere coincidence. Yet, why does he gaze at me with a smile, unperturbed by fear? Hey, tiny human, I could consume you in a single bite. You ought to be frightened of me. Why do you smile? Why do you not flee, and instead approach me? My anger swells. I shall slay you. Devour you. Suddenly, my vision ascends, shifting from the ground to the sky, and then to my own back. Is that my tail and spine? Pain radiates through my back. Why? This is the extent of my final consciousness. What follows can be recounted by the members of the airborne pirate crew present at the scene, for they bore witness to that astonishing spectacle with their own eyes. The tiger-like experimental subject was the strongest among its cohort, standing 5 meters tall and exceeding 10 meters in length, capable of effortlessly tearing through steel plates. Not even cannon fire could pierce its hide, and its intellect was alarmingly high. Faced with such a ferocious and cunning beast, Even they had to remain vigilant, fearing it might escape its confines. However, the man who descended from the heavens reacted with exuberant laughter upon encountering the creature. Is this truly your finished product? Regardless of how that man discerned that the creature before him was a mere experiment, one must consider his actions. In the face of such a monstrosity, a typical individual would likely respond with a flight instinct or, at the very least, retreat a few paces. Yet, after evading the initial assault, this man boldly approached the beast as a tempest of black and white chaos swirled around him. Then, with a sudden leap, he pressed a single hand against the creature's jaw. What followed was a scene that would be forever etched in the memories of the pirates present. The creature's robust form began to contort. The tiger, initially crouched, was forced to rear back, culminating in a grotesque twist where its head and upper body were folded in half. The man had effectively bent the feline monstrosity at the waist, shattering its resilient cervical vertebrae, causing its head and tail to collide with one another, as though it were a mere paper fold. Such an outrageous spectacle rendered the pirates wide-eyed in disbelief. What on earth had that man accomplished? Subsequently, he stood beside the now folded tiger carcass, turning towards the pirates with a grin and inquired, "Do any of you wish to challenge me?" The pirates, momentarily stunned, fervently shook their heads. They might fight for the Flying Sky Pirates, but combat did not equate to courting death. In that moment, the ground began to tremble as giants Dolly and Brokey, accompanied by Vivi and Ikaram, approached. Upon seeing the tiger's body, now twisted by Lynn, Brokey erupted into boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Well, what a sizable little kitty. It would surely make for a delicious hot pot. Let us indulge in a feast together sometime." Lynn cracked his neck with a satisfying sound. However, at that moment Lynn gazed at the multitude from Alabasta and laughed heartily. Let us embark and meet that legend of Alabasta. The current members of the Flying Sky Pirate crew were all exceptional talents gathered from across the globe after the Golden Lion's escape from imprisonment, many of whom were formidable warriors. For them, formidable foes were not insurmountable, yet the adversaries they now faced transcended the mere definition of a strong enemy. The overwhelming presence of the three giants bore down upon them like an oncoming tsunami. Not only they, but even the experimental beasts aboard the other two ships were huddled in corners, trembling in fear. 3 giants? Indeed, 3. In addition to the 2 genuine members of the giant race. The man who had descended from the heavens and wrecked half of their ship exuded an aura of terror rivaling that of the giants. After brutally severing the experimental subjects in twain, that monstrous man stood atop the wreckage of the ship, laughing as he proclaimed, "Let us set forth to Alabasta and meet that legend." It was evident to them that the legend spoken of by that man must be their captain, the Golden Lion. However, they found themselves powerless to intervene, merely watching as the other 2 giants carved gaping holes into their remaining ships. Lynn grasped the collar of the pirate captain, inquiring with a smile, "Pray tell, what business does the Golden Lion have in Alabasta?" The captain shook his head repeatedly, stating, "Our previous responsibility at the base was the transport of experimental beasts. We are only aware that the captain intends to conduct a transaction with the king of Alabasta, but the specifics remain unclear." Lynn furrowed her brows, conveying a sentiment akin to that of Belle. Brokey gazed at the pirates and remarked with a smile, "Speaking of which, what shall we do about them? There is no need for total annihilation." Ikelam responded, "As of now, the internal situation in Alabasta remains unclear. Hastily escalating the conflict between both parties would not be a prudent course of action." Lynn nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under the looming threat posed by Lynn, Dongli, and Brokey, the pirates had their weapons and transponder snails confiscated by the royal guards of Alabasta, leaving them with only a few small boats and a modest supply of provisions. Consequently, even if the pirates were disregarded, they could not possibly reach Alabasta before Lynn and his companions. Following this, under the command of Ikelam, the guards took a brief respite, gathered their supplies, and boarded their ships. Lynn accompanied Vivi onto the deck. The 2 giant warriors, Brokey and Dongli, stood by the shore, bidding farewell to everyone. "Ha ha ha. Safe travels, Lynn." Dongli bellowed with laughter. "Let us get together for hot pot sometime." Brokey waved and chuckled. Lynn waved his hands in farewell to the 2 giant warriors. After heading to Alabasta, he had no intention of returning to the little garden, but rather planned to continue his journey. The 2 giant warriors, however, would persist in their battles on this island, just as they had for the past century. Thus, if Lynn wished to see them again, it would likely be after he had circumnavigated the Grand Line. Farewell, my friends. The ship slowly departed from the little garden. After watching Lynn and his companions leave, the two giant warriors returned to the island, side by side. Dory looked at the somewhat dejected Bragi and laughed. Ha ha. You could always join them. Bragi responded with a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Don't be ridiculous. What I truly desire is to knock you down. I believe it will be I who brings you to the ground. Dory exclaimed, picking up the great sword he had set aside. Meanwhile, Bragi lifted his battle axe. At that moment, a volcano erupted. The duel between the two warriors commenced once more. Dory caught Bragi's axe and reminisced, speaking of which, that fellow named Lynn is truly remarkable. Bragi nodded in agreement. Indeed, after all, his first meal on this island was a fish hot pot. They both recalled a month prior, when the man named Lynn stepped onto a small boat and hurled a gigantic goldfish, capable of swallowing a small island. Onto the shore. Could I borrow a flame? I wish to eat fish, were Lynn's first words to the two giant warriors upon arriving at the little garden. Vivi and her companions had fled to the little garden from Alabasta, taking a lengthy detour that took them 2 full weeks. However, the return route was now determined. And with the guidance of a permanent pointer, combined with the excellent performance of the Alabasta ship, Icolum estimated that the journey time could be reduced by at least half. Lynn, with his affable demeanor, successfully integrated himself with the guards of Alabastan. Initially, Icolum harbored concerns that Lynn might harbor some animosity towards the royal family due to his former status as a slave. However, upon observing the harmonious rapport between Lynn and Vivi, he finally felt reassured. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if Lynn could maintain a semblance of distance from the princess. His constant pinching of her cheeks, patting her head, and occasional exclamations of joy at finally encountering a living person felt exceedingly peculiar. Time swiftly passed, and a week elapsed. During this period, Lynn had perused the newspapers, which indeed reported on the suspected disappearance of Alabastan. It is crucial to note that it was merely a suspicion. Icolum elaborated. The world government is an immensely vast and unwieldy organization, governed by its own operational protocols, with each nation functioning relatively independently. Unless the royal family directly solicits assistance from the world government, they are unlikely to intervene voluntarily. One early morning, a lookout suddenly reported, "Land is now in sight." As Lynn enjoyed his breakfast, he followed the others onto the deck. In the distance, a large dark spot gradually became discernible on the horizon. As it approached, it became increasingly clear to the naked eye. That was Alabasta, the nation of which we take immense pride. Ikaram turned to Lynn and slightly bowed, saying, "On behalf of the Alabasta royal family, I once again extend my gratitude for your assistance, Mr. Lynn." "What are you saying? I should be the one thanking you, Ikaram," Lynn exclaimed, gazing towards the distant Alabasta, unable to suppress his laughter. How many people in this world have the opportunity to engage with yet another legend? Upon hearing this, Ikaram furrowed his brow. "Another? Ah, indeed," Lynn nodded, offering no further explanation. About an hour later, seizing the last remnants of twilight, the ship gently approached the coastline of Alabasta. At that moment, Lynn finally beheld the magnificent wall that separated Alabasta from the outside world. It was a towering brownish-yellow wall, standing at the edge of the coastline, with waves crashing against it, creating a distinct boundary between the wall's earth and the sand and stones of the shore. Indeed, it was just as expected. Lynn nodded slightly, further convinced that this was indeed the work of the Golden Lion. The walls and the coastline were not composed of the same material. Thus, the towering walls that encircled Alabasta did not rise from the ground, but were instead manipulated by someone, directly descending upon the shores of Alabasta. What a grand spectacle it is! Lynn could not help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Ikarim was collaborating with his guards to devise a plan of action. Currently, there is no route to enter the territory of Alabastan. We must find a solution. Presently, we are positioned at the corner of the wall, utilizing their blind spots to scale it. With dawn upon us, it would be too perilous to act now. It is wiser to wait until tonight. What do you think? That makes sense. Let us settle on that. After their discussion, Ikarim sought to hear Lynn's thoughts, but to his surprise, upon turning his gaze, he found Lynn stretching his arms as if warming up. "What are you planning to do?" Ikarim inquired, astonished. Lynn blinked and replied, "Just walk in." Upon hearing this, Icolum was even more perplexed. "A road? Where's the road?" "Well, this is certainly." Lynn's fists collided with each other as he faced the towering wall, a broad grin spreading across his face. "Let it commence." At the base of the wall, along the edge of Alabastan's coastline, Icolum was orchestrating the royal guards. He instructed them to maneuver the ships so that they aligned snugly against the wall. subsequently casting the anchors into the depths of the sea and securing the vessels to the wall with steel cables. They were tasked with creating a relatively sturdy platform. A request made by Lynn. The wall was almost entirely pressed against the shoreline, leaving less than half a meter for anyone to stand upon. Thus, to undertake any actions against the wall, a more spacious foothold was essential. After much contemplation, Icolum resolved to utilize Alabasta's ships to achieve this objective. Once the anchors and cables were firmly in place, he directed the guards to submerge, adding several iron chains between the hull and the seabed. With all preparations completed, the ships appeared almost fused to the wall. Icolum commanded the guards to conduct a final inspection, his gaze frequently darting towards the man seated cross-legged on the deck. Lynn, seated cross-legged on the deck, embraced his chest with his hands, his breathing calm and steady. Icolum could instantly discern that this was no ordinary moment of meditation. Lynn was meticulously adjusting every muscle in his body, engaging in a pre-battle warm-up. His opponent lay directly before him, the wall. Just half an hour earlier, Icolum had rubbed his temples in disbelief at Lynn's words, struggling to accept that this man truly intended to breach a wall of unknown thickness. In response, Lynn offered a reason that left everyone astounded. Alabasta is your home. Of course, one must enter through the front door. Icolum initially assumed Lynn was jesting, but the seriousness etched on his face made it unmistakably clear that he was not. Gradually, Lynn's body warmed, a fine sheen of perspiration forming on his forehead, signaling that he was now prepared. Simultaneously, the last steel cable was secured, and the guards ascended from the sea onto the deck. Captain of the guards, all is ready. Indeed, Icolum nodded, turning to Lynn. Mr. Lynn, we are prepared. At this, Lynn clapped his hands against the deck and, utilizing the momentum, leaped into the air, executing a backflip before landing gracefully on the deck, his palms facing downward and his toes poised. Exhaling a warm breath, he stared intently at the wall before him and addressed those around him. I hope your ship is sturdy enough. Everyone, stand back. The guards hastily retreated, and Icolum shielded Vivi behind him. Gazing at the towering wall erected by legendary pirates, Lynn clenched his fists, a broad grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, Gold Lion, I have come to knock at your door. Without hesitation, Lynn strode forward and struck the wall with his right fist. Boom. The sound that erupted was surely beyond the capacity of a mere punch. As the guards of Alabasta contemplated in astonishment, Lynn's fist collided with the wall, the sound erupting like the detonation of a cannon. The guards were taken aback by the sheer force of Lynn's blow, yet at that moment, a solemn expression overtook his countenance. For the hardness of that wall exceeded his expectations. It was not mere earth or stone, but possessed a rigidity that could rival steel. Yet, even steel would not emerge unscathed from the impact of Lynn's strike. As his fist connected with the surface, numerous cracks radiated outward from the point of contact. And when Lynn withdrew his hand, a distinct imprint remained. Nevertheless, this was far from sufficient to create a hole in the wall. Indeed, it was remarkably solid. A slight abrasion had appeared on Lynn's fist. Observing this, Icolum furrowed his brows, exclaiming in disappointment, Is the effect so minimal? Vivi felt a pang of despondency. How could this be? That was Mr. Lynn's full-powered punch. Yet, Lynn's voice unexpectedly resonated. Huh? Full-powered punch? What are you all talking about? Lynn turned to face the crowd behind him, a broad grin spreading across his face as he exclaimed, That was merely a casual punch to test the waters. Before his words could fully fade, Lynn's aura surged dramatically, a tempest of black and white winds swirling violently around him. Heroic skill, frostbound domain, armed color form. An explosive force coalesced within Lynn, and a glimmer of dark golden light flickered in his eyes, while white frost seeped from between his clenched teeth. In that moment, Icolum suddenly felt that in comparison to the man before him, even the most fearsome beast of the Alabasta desert seemed insignificant. Within the body of Lynn resides a beast, or perhaps he himself is the monster. Steady yourself, cover your ears. The sound of the knocking may be rather thunderous. Lynn extended his arms, fists clenched tightly, and aimed once more at the spot where his punch had previously left its mark. This time, however, it was no mere strike. Countless fists fell upon the wall like a torrential downpour, and in that instant, a significant portion of the wall caved in dramatically. Boom, 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 boom. Each punch unleashed a force far exceeding that of the initial blow, the monstrous pressure rendering the surrounding guards breathless as they bore witness to the spectacle. Such power was not of human origin. If you don't open the door, then boom. I shall come in forcefully. Boom. Fist after fist struck the wall, the indentations deepening and the cracks stretching farther afield. Simultaneously, due to the recoil from his punches, the ship floating upon the sea began to sway violently. The anchors and steel cables that had once secured the vessel were now under immense strain. Suddenly, with a sharp snap, a steel cable broke. Crack, crack, soon followed by another, then a third. Observing this, Icolum quickly commanded, "The wall is about to give way. Be cautious of the snapping cables and report the ship's status at all times." Understood. The guards responded in unison. Meanwhile, Lynn remained planted on the deck, continuing his relentless assault. He could distinctly feel the ship's tremors beneath his feet, aware that the platform secured by the cables could not endure much longer. Thus, he quickened his pace, determined to breach the wall before the cables snapped entirely. However, just as Lynn prepared to unleash a final, deliberate blow, he suddenly heard Icolum's alarmed voice. "Be careful. The wall is repairing." What? Lynn was taken aback, and at that very moment, the steel cables securing the vessel finally could no longer bear the strain and snapped utterly. Crack, 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 crack. Dozens of steel cables broke one after another, until only the anchor barely held the ship in place, preventing it from being swept away by the tumultuous waves. As the cables snapped, Lynn lost his footing, and after a few futile punches, he staggered slightly. Yet, he distinctly heard Ikaralam's preceding words and quickly lifted his gaze. To his astonishment, the wall, which had been marred by numerous fist imprints, was now inexplicably undergoing a process of self-repair, beginning at the edges of the fissures and swiftly returning to its pristine state. In mere moments, the marks left by Lynn's strikes had vanished without a trace. Lynn exclaimed with a laugh, "Golden Lion, just how determined are you to keep people from entering this land?" Observing the situation, Icolum could only shake his head and respond, "This wall possesses the ability to self-repair, rendering it impassable. Now that the cables have snapped, the ship can no longer serve as a point of leverage. It seems we must devise an alternate strategy." To Icolum's astonishment, Lynn's momentum not only remained unabated but intensified, exuding an even greater sense of pressure. Impassable? A change of plans? Lynn turned to Icolum, grinning broadly as he exclaimed, "Icolum, do you realize this is a declaration of war?" What? The crowd was taken aback. "If we cannot even breach a single wall, perhaps we should reconsider our journey to Alabasta." Lynn clenched his fist and, with a determined smile, declared, "If we cannot break through, we shall continue to strike until we do." He turned back into the cabin and emerged with two hefty harpoons designed for hunting small sea kings. After removing the ropes attached to them, Lynn seized one and hurled it forcefully at the wall. Whoosh! Boom! The harpoon embedded itself in the wall, creating a temporary anchor point. Subsequently, Lynn hoisted the other harpoon onto his shoulder and leaped onto the first harpoon. He swiftly drove the second harpoon into the wall, alternating between the two as if they were climbing axes, using the harpoons to ascend the wall. "You all stay here," Lynn instructed as he climbed, while the others, perplexed by his intentions, watched as he scaled the towering wall, reaching a height of over 50 meters. Soon, his figure vanished over the top of the wall. Ikaralam gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, exclaiming, "Did he really jump over?" Approximately 5 minutes later, a series of dull thuds resonated from the other side of the wall. On the heights of Alabasta's formidable wall, members of the Flying Sky Pirates commenced their daily patrol. This wall, encircling Alabasta, had been erected by their captain using the powers of the float fruit, possessing a hardness comparable to steel and even featuring a self-repairing capability. The wall stood around 50 meters tall and 20 meters thick, with artillery emplacements positioned at intervals, leveraging the unobstructed terrain to form a comprehensive fire network enveloping the skies above Alabasta. "Hey, tall guy, it's time to switch shifts," called out a bearded pirate to his comrade. The tall pirate nodded, relinquishing his post, stretching lazily as he remarked, "Pulling an overnight shift has utterly exhausted me. I'm heading down with the brothers for breakfast, and then a nap." The bearded pirate chuckled in response. "You look so drained. You weren't slacking off, were you?" "The captain does not permit anyone to pass through this wall." "Of course not." The tall pirate raised an eyebrow, laughing as he added, "Besides, who would dare attempt to scale this wall, especially after that incident?" "Are you referring to that birdman?" The bearded pirate nodded, recalling. He seemed to be a guard from the Alabasta royal family, a Zoan-type devil fruit user with that rare ability to fly. "Ha ha. But he pales in comparison to our captain." The tall pirate cracked his neck, recalling how the birdman had attempted to break through. only to be thwarted by their formidable artillery network. If it weren't for the captain's orders forbidding us from attacking Alabastans unless provoked, we could have brought that birdman down that day. Bombarding a birdman? Intriguing. Yet, wasn't there also an Alabasta warship spotted outside the wall that day? The captain has already dispatched someone to pursue, so we should receive news shortly. The two engaged in casual conversation while handing over their patrol duties. Suddenly, they felt a tremor beneath their feet. Was it an earthquake? The tall pirate paused, recalling that he had not heard of Alabastan being prone to seismic activity. The bearded pirate steadied himself and cautioned, "Be careful. If something goes awry, the captain will not spare us." The vibrations of the wall persisted for a moment before ultimately subsiding. "I told you it was nothing," the tall pirate shrugged. Just as they began to relax, the tremors returned, this time more pronounced, as though they were drawing closer. The bearded pirate seized the communication snail and inquired of the other patrol teams nearby, "Hello. Have you experienced any peculiar earthquakes?" A perplexed voice responded from the snail, "Earthquake? What earthquake?" The bearded pirate and the tall one felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. The bearded pirate cursed, "Damn it. We have a situation here. Alert everyone to be on guard." What on earth was happening? The tall pirate approached the inner edge of the wall near the land, peering through his binoculars, but found nothing unusual, leaving him utterly baffled. Nevertheless, the wall continued to tremble, its intensity increasing. The bearded pirate's mind raced. He pointed towards the sea and exclaimed, "It's not the wall near the land. The problem lies with the wall facing the sea." As they sounded the alarm and armed themselves, they rushed towards the outer side of the wall. However, before they could reach the edge, a shadow leaped up from the direction of the wall's exterior. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a burly man wielding two heavy harpoons, who effortlessly ascended the wall and stood before them. "Who are you?" the tall pirate began, but before he could finish, the man swung the harpoons, sending both pirates flying and crashing into a nearby cannon. Lynn surveyed his surroundings, assessing the precise thickness of the walls. Ignoring the guards amassing above, he leapt toward the inner land. Since the commotion had already escalated and concealment was futile, he deemed the petty soldiers unworthy of his concern. Breaching the wall took precedence. Approximately a minute prior, beneath the towering wall, a pair of parents from a nearby town clutched their ailing daughter, pleading desperately with the patrol captain of a flying pirate crew. These parents, resolute, were prepared to face death for the sake of their child. "Sir, we beseech you, allow us to set sail just once," the mother implored. The father joined in the plea, "Our daughter's medication has run out. Without it, her condition will worsen." The patrol captain furrowed his brow, retorting coldly, "Is there no doctor in Alabasta? Must you go to sea?" The father replied, "Only Drum Island possesses the special medicine that can cure my daughter's illness. Its shelf life is brief, necessitating our trips every fortnight. However, the blockade of Alabasta has persisted for 3 weeks, leaving us utterly helpless." How troublesome. The patrol captain rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of irritation. Holding a respectable position within the flying pirate crew, he understood that Captain Don Quixote was indeed in Alabasta for trade. Preparing the goods required time. Thus the captain erected the towering wall and deployed interference devices, completely isolating Alabasta from the outside world. Furthermore, during this period before the trade's completion, he forbade anyone from leaving Alabasta. This strategy served two purposes: to ensure the smooth facilitation of the trade without interference from the troublesome navy, and to intimidate the royal family of Alabasta into compliance. As a third consideration, Captain Don Quixote had no intention of severing ties with a nation that was part of the world government. Waging war against Alabasta would inevitably lead to a plethora of complications. Consequently, he issued a command declaring that unless faced with active aggression, no harm should come to the people of Alabasta. Within the flying pirate crew, Captain Don Quixote's authority was formidable. Those who defied his orders faced severe punishment. Thus, confronted with the desperate pleas of the family before him, the patrol captain, though inwardly displeased, could only muster the resolve to refuse them patiently. "If I let you go, my head will be on the line." Regardless of the parents' desperate entreaties, he remained resolute in his refusal. Eventually, exasperated by their persistence, he turned aside and said to the couple, "I might allow you to leave, but you must scale this wall and descend on your own to reach the sea. Otherwise, return and wait." After a moment's thought, the patrol captain added with a laugh, "Or better yet, why not dig a hole through the wall yourselves? Let me preface this by stating that this wall possesses the remarkable ability to self-repair. Upon hearing this, my mother's expression sank, while my father, gazing at his wife and daughter, suddenly adopted a grave demeanor and rushed forward, attempting to excavate the wall with his bare hands. Even as his hands became bloodied, he refused to relent. Not only that, but my mother also stepped forward, embracing her daughter with one arm while using the other to assist her husband in the futile endeavor. Witnessing this, the patrol captain's face contorted in disbelief. Are you under the impression that I jest? Even a siege cannon cannot breach this wall. Your efforts are in vain. You promised that if we breached this wall, we would be allowed to set sail. My father grit his teeth in response. I did indeed say that, the patrol captain thought, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, pondering whether these Alabastans were merely a bunch of imbeciles incapable of understanding reason. We ought to separate them, otherwise, if a life is lost and chaos ensues, Captain Golden Lion will not spare me. The patrol captain contemplated this, preparing to have the family pulled apart for the time being. However, at that moment, an alarm blared suddenly. The captain was momentarily taken aback before seizing a nearby telephone bug to inquire, "Hello? What is happening?" A disbelieving voice came through the line. Someone jumped down. What? A man has leaped off. The voice on the other end shouted, "This is the upper-level patrol team. Someone has climbed the wall from the outside and jumped down. Stop him quickly." What are you talking about? The captain remained bewildered and was just about to seek clarity on the situation when, all of a sudden, something plummeted from the sky, crashing near him and creating a large crater that sent dust swirling into the air. After a few seconds, Lynn emerged from the pit, wielding 2 heavy harpoons, and turned to face the patrol captain with a broad grin. "Excellent. You keep your word. I was just thinking of making a hole in this wall." The Alabastan heavy harpoon measures 4 meters in length, with a cross-sectional diameter of approximately half a meter, forged entirely from alloy. It is typically employed for hunting small sea monarchs, and seasoned fishermen can even use it to slay medium-sized sea creatures. This harpoon must be utilized in conjunction with a specific crossbow platform. It is beyond the capability of a single individual to wield, let alone lift, which is common knowledge among the Alabastans, at least until the arrival of the man known as Lynn. Within the towering wall, under the gaze of many, a figure descended from above. With a mere flick of his fingers, he grasped a heavy harpoon and swept it around him in a wide arc, the swirling dust causing those nearby to squint. Simultaneously, the patrol captain's communication bug blared with an alert. An intruder has climbed the wall from the outside and has now entered Alabastan territory. The identity of the intruder is unknown. All units remain on high alert. Alert revised. The intruder is the wanted criminal with a bounty of 200 million berries, Boss Lynn. The intruder possesses remarkable solo combat capabilities. All teams, swiftly assemble. I repeat, all teams, swiftly assemble. While the situation at the phone bug spiraled into chaos, the patrol captain dared not utter a word, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the man before him. After several deep breaths, the patrol captain finally regained his composure and ventured, "Lynn, what brings you to Alabastan?" Before the captain could finish his inquiry, Lynn suddenly straightened his posture, gripping the heavy harpoon tightly in his right hand. He bent backward, gathering strength, and launched the harpoon toward the patrol captain with fierce intensity. Whoosh! The harpoon soared through the air with a velocity so swift it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, heading straight for the patrol captain. In that instant, the captain's mind raced through the vivid memories of his life. Boom! The harpoon struck the ground, and to the patrol captain's astonishment, it landed squarely before him, nearly grazing his face as it embedded itself into the earth. Hiss! The patrol captain instinctively inhaled sharply. Subsequently, Lynn transferred the harpoon from his left hand to his right, raising it once more toward the patrol captain and the few team members who had just arrived behind him. "Considering your restraint earlier, let this serve as a mere warning." Lynn grinned and declared, "Regardless of how many of you intend to come, anyone who crosses that boundary marked by the harpoon shall bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, the captain of the patrol team and his subordinates could only grit their teeth and remain where they stood. For the monster with a bounty of 200 million berries was not something they could contend with alone. Reluctantly, the captain ordered his team to report the situation to the Golden Lion while keeping a watchful eye on Lynn, waiting to see how events would unfold. After threatening the group of patrolling pirates, Lynn stepped forward, guiding a family eager to venture out to a relatively safer location. "Leave the demolition to me." Lynn playfully teased the girl nestled in his mother's arms before turning to face the nearby wall. At this moment, Lynn stood approximately 20 meters away from the imposing structure. He raised his gaze to the magnificent high wall, constructed from the abilities of the floating fruit, and felt a surge of admiration within him. Truly, the Golden Lion is a legendary pirate of the Rocks and Roger era, displaying such grandiosity. The front wall is not only as hard as steel, but also possesses an automatic self-repairing function. If the legendary giant warriors, Dory and Broggy, were present, their formidable strength could undoubtedly pierce through the entire wall with a single powerful strike. However, standing here is Lynn, who lacks the strength to breach this wall, which is approximately 20 meters thick, with one blow. Thus, he contemplated an alternative approach. If only he could strike with sufficient speed, preventing the wall from repairing itself in time. Lynn let out a thunderous roar as the armament hockey of the frozen domain was activated. Grasping the hefty harpoon, he hurled it against the wall with all his might. The massive harpoon plunged into the wall, nearly disappearing to a depth of 4 meters. However, at that moment, the wall's self-repair mechanism was triggered, automatically expelling the foreign object that had penetrated its surface, and the harpoon was gradually being forced out. Yet, before the harpoon could be fully ejected, Lynn suddenly bent forward and charged, his fists clenched tightly as he aimed for the flat end of the harpoon. He unleashed a barrage of powerful punches. Thud, 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 thud. His fists rained down upon the base of the harpoon, driving it deeper into the wall as if it were a nail. The entire wall now bore numerous cracks of varying sizes, radiating from the harpoon that had been driven in. As the rear of the harpoon became completely embedded, Lynn did not cease his onslaught. Instead, he quickened the pace of his strikes, using the harpoon as a focal point to thoroughly disrupt the internal equilibrium of the wall. Unlike his previous encounter aboard the ship, this time Lynn did not need to concern himself with the stability of his footing. Instead, the very ground beneath him served as his most steadfast ally. Lynn concentrated all her strength at the soles of her feet, anchoring herself to the earth. This force coursed through her body and ultimately converged in her fists, aimed directly at the harpoon as she stepped forward and delivered powerful punches. With each step and punch, she struck with relentless force, driving the harpoon deeper into its target. The fractures within the wall multiplied, and the resistance from the harpoon visibly diminished. Meanwhile, Lynn's internal energy level stood at 200,2400. Lynn was grateful that he had not chosen to stagnate in silent cultivation. For him, the finest form of training was to forge ahead. During the past month since his return to the Grand Line, Lynn's physical prowess had ascended to a new level. Particularly during his month of rigorous sparring with 2 warriors from the giant clan, which significantly enhanced his strength. This enhancement pertained not merely to brute force or speed, but rather to the invaluable experience and tactical acumen gained in battle. Knowing when to strike, when to defend, the angles to adopt, and the force to exert, these insights could not be acquired through ordinary, stable training. The walls continued their self-repair, yet it was evident that they could not keep pace with Lynn's destructive capabilities. The once sturdy walls crumbled into countless fragments beneath the onslaught of his fists, while the heavy harpoon twisted the very structure of the walls into chaos. Finally, Lynn drew his right arm back, arching his entire body, and stepped forward to deliver his final and most powerful punch aimed at the harpoon. Heroic skill, intentional smash. Break for me. Boom. His fist struck the harpoon with such force that a fist-shaped dent was imprinted into the hard steel alloy, pushing the harpoon further into the wall, ultimately overcoming all obstacles. With a resounding crash, a beam of light burst forth from the fissure, which then widened, sending the entire harpoon flying out. At that moment, Lynn ceased his assault. A passage wide enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side appeared in the wall. On one side stood the eager family from Alabasta, anxious to set sail, along with members of the Flying Sky pirate crew, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. On the other side were the astonished Vivi and the royal guards of Alabasta, their expressions filled with shock. Lynn took a few breaths, gesturing with his thumb behind him, and smiled at Vivi, saying, "My little princess, allow your people to assist for a moment, and then I shall escort you home." With a deafening roar, the seemingly indestructible wall was forcefully breached, creating a passage. However, Lynn had not entirely demolished the wall, so it began to slowly mend itself. Vivi and Ikolem had no time to marvel at Lynn's prowess, as they quickly led the guards through the newly created opening. Upon learning that the couple inside the wall needed to take their daughter to Magnetic Drum Island for medical attention, Vivi promptly instructed several guards to escort them aboard the Alabasta royal vessel. One of the accompanying guards hesitated, expressing concern. "Is this appropriate, Your Highness? That is a ship reserved for the royal family. It is of no consequence. My father will not mind," Vivi responded with a smile. "After all, he has always said that the nation is its people." "Well said, Your Highness," Ikolem remarked with a smile. "You embody the spirit of His Majesty. He would be pleased to hear it." Yet, Vivi's mood was somewhat somber as she asked, "Ikolem, what has truly transpired in Alabasta?" "That is a question best directed at them," he replied. Lynn pointed at the members of the Sky Pirate crew, who were still reeling from the recent shock. Leaning casually against the harpoon he had just driven into the ground, he smiled at the group and said, "Well, speak your mind if you have something to share." The patrol captain pondered for a moment in response and retorted, "If we choose to remain silent, will you resort to killing us?" Lynn shook his head. "Given that you did not act against the civilians just now, you shall not face repercussions this time. However, you will take to the skies. Then we choose to fly." The patrol captain replied without hesitation, and the members of his pirate crew nodded in agreement. "If you were to send us flying, we might only find ourselves bettered for a few months, but should the captain learn that we have leaked information, we would undoubtedly face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Lynn gazed at the patrol captain for a moment, noting the seriousness of his demeanor, and could only shrug helplessly. "I have no interest in fighting those who do not wish to engage." Hearing Lynn's words, the patrol captain could not help but breathe a sigh of relief and continued, "In truth, you need not inquire with us. Simply seek out any town in Alabasta, and the locals should be well informed." Lynn was taken aback. Was that transaction of a nationwide nature? Yet, the patrol leader remained resolutely silent. Meanwhile, Vivi and her companions had arranged for that family. Simultaneously, the wall gradually began to mend, narrowing the passageway. Observing this, Vivi hastily addressed Lynn. "Mr. Lynn, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. We have successfully entered Alabastan, and you may accompany the ship to Drum Island. Alabastan may be perilously dangerous at this moment." Lynn shook her head, interrupting Vivi's words, and with a broad smile remarked, "Little princess, to reach magnetic Drum Island, we must retrace our steps, but I have never been one to walk the path backwards." As she spoke, the passageway on the wall vanished entirely, reverting to its original state. Lynn smiled broadly, realizing that there was no turning back now. He must forge ahead. Akarlam could only silently lament in his heart, "Lynn Barrick is indeed a madman. He possesses the ability to scale high walls unaided." Yet he consciously chose to remain and confront the legendary pirate. Moreover, on Lynn's face, Akarlam discerned not a trace of fear or worry. The sole emotion radiating from him was exhilaration. However, he was not a villain. Akarlam mused, confident in his ability to read people, which is why he dared to allow the bounty of 200 million berries on Lynn to accompany Vivi. Producing a map, Akarlam assessed their location, pointing to a spot on the map as he spoke. "We are currently in this vicinity, closest to the oasis city of Aluma. We must first replenish our supplies there before proceeding to the capital of Albana to meet with the king. If that pirate spoke the truth, we should also be able to gather some intelligence in Aluma." Upon hearing the name Aluma, Vivi added, "I recall that a squadron of Karu ducks is stationed there. With their assistance, we could reach Albana in less than a day." The Karu duck squadron, composed of land ducks, is the fastest moving cavalry in Alabasta. And one of those ducks has been Vivi's companion since childhood. "Ah, indeed. How astute of you, captain of the Alabasta Guard, to devise such a clear plan." Lynn gently patted Ikolem on the shoulder. He then turned his gaze towards the patrols of the flying pirate crew, noticing that they appeared to have relaxed, engaged in reporting something to the transponder snail. The walls surrounding Alabasta were under the dominion of the Golden Lion's powers, and it seemed that his intentions were not directed against the nation of Alabasta itself. Thus, Lynn had no intention of concealing their whereabouts from the very beginning. However, what truly concerned Lynn was a different matter. Lynn directed her fist towards the group of patrolling guards and struck the ground with great force. "Hey, you have crossed the boundary." The tremor beneath her feet sent a chill down the spines of the pirates, who suddenly realized that some of them had inadvertently stepped beyond the line marked by the harpoon. Let it not be forgotten, the rule regarding crossing boundaries knows no temporal limitations. Lynn broke into a wide grin, then flicked her wrist and rose to catch up with Vivi and the others who had already set off. Time was of the essence. They aimed to reach the oasis city of Aluma before noon, gather intelligence, and, utilizing the Karaduk forces, swiftly make their way to the capital, Albana. under the cover of night. As for the Golden Lion, since their whereabouts could no longer be concealed, they would merely observe the situation unfold. The group trekked for several hours before finally arriving at the oasis city of Aluma. In the present day, Alabasta had yet to succumb to widespread desertification due to crocodiles' machinations, allowing for the existence of numerous prosperous cities built around oases, Aluma being one of them. This city exuded charm, brimming with the unique cultural essence of Alabasta. However, upon entering the city, an unsettling atmosphere began to permeate the air. As noon approached, a time that should have been bustling with activity, Aluma's streets lay eerily deserted. Where could everyone have gone? Vivi surveyed her surroundings. Yet she couldn't spot a single soul. Lynn ascended to the rooftop and ultimately discovered a commotion in a corner of the town. As the crowd gathered, they found a portly man with a beer belly, seemingly engaged in unloading some cargo. Upon seeing him, Vivi hastily waved and called out, "Uncle Dado." Hearing her voice, the man named Dado turned around, his expression one of utter astonishment. "Vivi, I was informed by His Majesty the King that you had embarked on a sea voyage. How is it that you have returned to Alabasta?" Mr. Dado, Icolum stepped forward to greet him, adding, "The situation is quite complex. We need to find a suitable place to discuss it. But first, I must ensure this batch of goods is properly secured. They cannot be mishandled." "Goods?" The group turned their attention to the sacks piled nearby, which seemed to contain something inside. "Uncle Dado, what is that?" Vivi inquired with curiosity. Lynn and Icolum approached a burlap sack, crouching down to inspect it. Uncle Dado, while securing the package, remarked, "You must already be aware that the king intends to trade with a notorious pirate. These are but a small portion of the goods involved." Peering inside, Vivi noticed a pale green powder and inquired, "What is this?" "It is dancing powder," Icolum interjected solemnly before Dado could respond. "A contraband item strictly prohibited by the world government." In the oasis city of Alyabarna, Lynn encountered a familiar figure and a well-recognized substance. The figure was none other than the portly Uncle Dado, who bore a beer belly. In the future, Alabasta would descend into chaos due to crocodiles' machinations. And the leader of the rebellion, Kosa, is revealed to be Dado's son. Dado, one of Alabasta's ministers, had once guided the young Kosa and a group of Alabastan citizens in the establishment of an oasis city known as Yuba. However, due to the catastrophic events instigated by Crocodile, Yuba transformed into a desiccated city devoid of water, prompting most of its inhabitants, fueled by resentment towards King Cobra, to abandon their home. Only Uncle Dado remained steadfast, convinced of the king's innocence. He persisted in his attempts to excavate underground water, transforming from a stout man into a gaunt elder. Even in the face of the massive sandstorms unleashed by Crocodile, Dado resolutely defended the city he had helped to create, proclaiming that Yuba could never be vanquished by the desert. The pivotal item behind this series of events was the familiar substance, the dancing powder, also known as the rain-calling powder, which the world government had explicitly forbidden. Long ago, a parched nation invented this green powder capable of generating misty smoke that mimicked artificial rain. Its name derived from the hope that the people would joyfully celebrate by dancing when it rained. However, once this powder was utilized, neighboring countries downwind would suffer from drought, igniting wars as the affected nations discovered the truth. Consequently, the world government banned the manufacture and possession of this powder. In the future, Crocodile would exploit dancing powder to incite widespread drought, leading the populace to mistakenly believe that King Cobra had robbed them of their rain, thus fueling their animosity towards the king and precipitating the later turmoil in Alabasta. In that tumultuous event years later, dancing powder served as the catalyst for inciting the hatred of the Alabastan people. Yet, at this moment, Uncle Dado insisted that this batch of dancing powder was a shipment of utmost importance. As Lynn pondered in confusion, Dado sealed the last sack containing the dancing powder and beckoned to everyone, saying, "Follow me. My residence in Alyabarna is just upstairs, where we can discuss this in detail." Subsequently, the guards remained vigilant in the vicinity, while Lynn, Vivi, and Akalum ascended the stairs alongside Dado. After recounting their experiences to Dado in a general manner, he extended a hand towards Lynn with a smile. "Mr. Lynn, as the minister of Alabasta, I express my gratitude for your assistance to Princess Vivi and warmly welcome you to Alabasta, albeit your arrival is somewhat untimely." Lynn grasped Uncle Dado's hand and beamed, "No, my arrival is perfectly timed." Dado, intrigued, awaited further clarification. Vivi, having spent time aboard the ship, was well aware of Lynn's temperament. Thus, she did not dwell on his words, but instead inquired about Uncle Dado's insights regarding Alabasta. What kind of dealings was her father engaging in with the pirate known as the Golden Lion? About that matter, Dado said as he drew the curtains of the room and produced a projection snail. Let us observe this. It is a live broadcast from His Majesty to the nation over 20 days ago. A live broadcast. The group was taken aback. Dado nodded and elaborated. Approximately 24 days ago, coinciding with the day Princess Vivi and your party set sail, peculiar walls descended from the heavens, completely sealing off Alabasta's coastline. Concurrently, all communication within the nation was disrupted, rendering us unable to establish contact with the outside world. At that time, I was not at the palace, but it is said that His Majesty immediately prepared the royal army for confrontation. Shortly thereafter, a colossal floating island appeared, and the pirate known as the Golden Lion descended from the skies, hovering in midair, and stated his demands to the king. He sought to engage in a transaction with Alabasta, offering 100 million berries in exchange for 1,000 tons of dance powder. Upon hearing this, Lynn's brow furrowed, and he turned to Icolum, asking, "Dance powder has been classified as contraband by the world government. Does Alabasta possess the formula for its production?" Icolum's expression grew serious as he replied in a hushed tone, "Mr. Lynn, Alabasta's history is far older than you might imagine. Thus, yes, we do indeed know how to produce dance powder." Lynn pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is this transaction equitable?" "I refer to the aspect of cost," Icolum responded. "In terms of monetary cost, 1 ton of dance powder approximately requires around 90,000 berries, making 1,000 tons about 90 million berries. According to the price provided by the Golden Lion, we even have a surplus of 10 million berries. While it may not be substantial, it does not entail a loss." Lynn nodded, realizing, "It's the time cost, isn't it?" "Indeed, and there is also the labor cost," Icolum elaborated. "The most challenging aspect of producing dance powder is not its materials, but the extraordinarily intricate production process, which necessitates a substantial workforce and extensive time for refinement and grinding to yield the final product. On average, 10 individuals take about a month to produce 1 kilogram of dance powder. In other words, producing 1,000 tons would require a collective effort of 1 million people over the course of a month." Upon hearing this, Lynn turned to Icolum, asking, "How many permanent workers are there in Alabasta?" "Excluding the elderly and children, it is approximately that number," Icolum replied. At this juncture, Lynn began to grasp the Golden Lion's motive for blockading Alabasta. For some purpose, the Golden Lion required a copious amount of dance powder. However, even if he obtained the formula from Cobra, the lengthy production cycle and complicated process remained unavoidable challenges. Therefore, to amass a significant quantity of dance powder in a short time, he needed to enlist a vast workforce, setting his sights on the mighty nation of Alabasta. Did he intend for Alabasta to mobilize its entire might to produce dance powder for him? Indeed, Uncle Dodo nodded in affirmation, confirming Lynn's suspicion. The pirate's formidable power was so overwhelming that it could obliterate all of Alabasta, and any rash attempt to engage him would undoubtedly result in countless casualties for the nation. Yet, the pirate's only intent was to procure a large quantity of dance powder, harboring no hostility toward the Alabasta kingdom itself. Thus, after considerable deliberation, the king consented to negotiate with the pirate, provided that the discussions be conducted under the watchful eyes of all the citizens of the Alabasta kingdom. This was the live recording of that momentous negotiation. Uncle Dado activated the projection snail, unveiling the circumstances of a historic negotiation between a king and a pirate. On one side stood the legendary Golden Lion Shiki, a formidable pirate who had rivaled Roger and crafted countless tales of adventure. On the other, the descendant of the Nefertari family, one of the 20 royal lineages that established the world government 8 centuries ago, King Nefertari Cobra of the superpower Alabasta. The two parties were evenly matched, and the details of their transaction unfolded gradually through their exchanges. The Golden Lion required the Alabasta kingdom to produce an extensive quantity of dance powder within a short time frame, while he would address the necessary materials and funding. Conversely, Cobra demanded that Shiki and his flying pirate crew refrain from harming any citizens of Alabasta. Should they breach this condition, the agreement would be nullified, and Alabasta would declare war on the flying pirate crew. Given that Alabasta was a member of the world government, the Golden Lion was keen to avoid drawing attention from them before executing his plans. Consequently, the details of the transaction were swiftly settled. The blockade imposed by the flying pirate crew on Alabasta lasted for 26 days. Following this period, in the capital city of Albania. Alabasta delivered 1,000 tons of dance powder to the flying pirate crew, who in turn compensated them with 150 million berries. After deducting the costs of 90 million berries, the remaining 60 million, along with resources from the treasury, would be allocated to soothe the affected citizens of Alabasta. During the transaction, Alabasta temporarily severed communication with the outside world, and unless faced with a direct attack, the members of the flying pirate crew were prohibited from harming any ordinary citizen within Alabasta's territory. This encapsulated the essence of the negotiation. As the projection concluded, Uncle Dotto stored the projection snail and reassured Vivi, saying, "There is no need for undue worry, Your Highness. The king knows his limits." Vivi nodded, yet her expression remained clouded with concern. However, Lynn was intrigued, pondering how the entire populace of Alabasta was compelled to participate in this transaction. Was there truly no dissent among them? As Akaram had pointed out, to manufacture 1,000 tons of dance powder within 26 days, including transportation and unloading, the entire Alabasta populace must be involved. Was there not a single individual willing to resist, perhaps even strike? Dotto merely smiled and replied, "Mr. Lynn, it is understandable that you, not being from Alabasta, may not be aware. The king often states, a nation is a collective of its people. Alabasta is a nation forged by its inhabitants, and every individual is a vital part of the whole. Each citizen of Alabasta holds a deep love for the land they tread and for our beloved country." Uncle Dotto smiled broadly. "Therefore, when we seek to take action to save our beloved nation, we come together, and we shall be unstoppable." Upon hearing this, Lynn momentarily paused, then inquired, "What if the Golden Lion unilaterally disrupts the agreement? Do you truly have such faith in him?" "Mr. Lynn, you still do not grasp the essence of my words." Dotto replied with a smile. "For the sake of our cherished homeland, we unite, and together we are invincible. War entails casualties, including our sovereign. And every citizen of Alabasta yearns for peace. We may choose to endure and compromise to protect our homeland from the ravages of conflict. But this does not equate to a fear of war. Although the notorious pirate stance is indeed formidable, this remains a relatively equitable arrangement. Should he choose to breach the contract unilaterally?" Dotto smiled once more and reiterated for the third time, "For the sake of our cherished homeland, we unite, and together we are invincible." Lynn discerned a profound strength in Uncle Dotto's words. As he expressed, Alabastan is indeed a resilient and indomitable nation, and the spirit of King Cobra undeniably influences every citizen of Alabastan. When the populace unites, converging to form a singular entity, they become capable of achieving anything. Lynn could not help but marvel at the fact that, in the future, Crocodile would invest such an extensive amount of time and effort into orchestrating his schemes. He first established the Baroque works, diligently nurturing it for several years, and subsequently utilized various devil fruit abilities, complemented by a multitude of fortuitous circumstances, to successfully incite the internal strife in Alabasta. All of this was aimed at uncovering the secret buried deep within Alabasta, the ancient weapon, Pluton. Returning to the present, Lynn initially speculated whether the Golden Lion had come to Alabasta in search of information regarding the ancient weapon. However, based on the content of that negotiation, Lynn realized that the Golden Lion genuinely seemed to be after the 1,000 tons of dance powder. What could he possibly want with such an enormous quantity of it? Lynn could not help but lower his head in contemplation. After all, it was merely a powder capable of inducing artificial rainfall. Wait, rainfall? At this thought, Lynn's pupils suddenly constricted. The Golden Lion's float fruit harbored a significant weakness, and it was precisely this flaw that led to his defeat by Roger in the Battle of Ite Wall, stormy weather. The properties of the dance powder allowed it to siphon away rainwater from downwind, meaning that the dance powder could not only facilitate artificial rainfall, but also inhibit precipitation from the downwind. With the collaboration of seasoned navigators and scientists, the manipulation of surrounding weather and precipitation using dance powder could be effortlessly achieved. Upon realizing this, Lynn's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the Golden Lion intended to exploit the properties of dance powder to transcend the shortcomings of his fruit? Meanwhile, as Lynn and his companions encountered Uncle Dodo, high above the skies of Alabasta, thousands of meters from the ground, several massive floating islands hovered among the clouds, the largest of which was comparable to 2/3 of the entire land area of Alabasta. The air echoed with the roars of ferocious beasts, evolved into more savage creatures due to IQ's experiments. At the heart of the largest floating island stood a lavish and grand palace. adorned with the flag of the flying pirate crew. Within the palace, the faint sounds of clashing metal could be discerned. Clang, 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 clang. Two renowned swords, Sakura Ten and Makuro, rested upon the staircase, wielded by a man who had lost both his legs, using these illustrious blades as his legs and feet. Dramatically descending the stairs, he held a cigar between his lips, donned a long robe of vibrant orange and yellow, and his golden hair cascaded down to the ground, with his sideburns and beard mirroring the same hue. Most strikingly, a ship's wheel was vertically embedded in his head, a symbol of his lifelong humiliation and the proof of his defeat in the Battle of Wall. He was none other than the legendary pirate, known in history as the first to escape from Impel Down, a figure who once stood alongside Joel D. Roger and Edward Newgate, the Golden Lion Shiki. His laughter echoed throughout the palace, a cacophony of joy as he snapped his fingers, hummed an unknown tune, and danced his way to his seat. Standing beside him was the ship's doctor and combatant of the flying pirate crew, Dr. Indigo, whose blue afro contrasted with his ill-fitting loose white coat, exaggerated clown makeup adorning his face, and the sound of his clown shoes squeaking with every step. Indigo continually performed exaggerated pantomimes for the Golden Lion, who, upon noticing, raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "What? What did you say?" "Oh, I was inquiring about the status of our transaction with Alabasta, Captain," Indigo responded, "so you can talk." The Golden Lion's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain his exclamation. This scene merely depicted the daily interactions between the captain of the flying pirate crew and the ship's doctor. To return to the main topic, the Golden Lion rubbed his temples and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Things are progressing smoothly. After all, that king named Cobra is renowned for his benevolence towards his people. Once I demonstrate my power, he would have no choice but to engage in trade with me. Indigo inquired further, "Captain, do you truly intend to pay Alabasta 150 million berries? That is no trifling sum." The Golden Lion waved his hand dismissively. "Who do you think I am? I would never stoop to defaulting on a debt. Besides, Alabasta is a member state of the world government. If it weren't for the remarkable properties of the dance powder, I wouldn't wish to reveal myself before commencing my revenge plan. This green powder is indeed fascinating. With proper manipulation, one can control the rainfall. Had I possessed it back in the day, I would never have lost to Roger." Subsequently, the Golden Lion calculated the time and remarked, "Moreover, the day for the transaction is fast approaching. How tedious. I will make my appearance. You handle the arrangements. Let us hasten the trade and depart with the dance powder." "Understood, Captain," Indigo nodded, turning to present two reports to the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion glanced at them briefly, suddenly intrigued. "Oh, these must pertain to the breaches in the wall." "Indeed," Indigo affirmed, continuing, "we have now blockaded Alabasta for 24 days, and there have been 3 incidents of wall breaches." "Aha, another one." The Golden Lion was rarely this animated, rising to his feet and striding forward. "How interesting. Do tell, Indigo." "Yes," Indigo slightly bowed. Picking up a nearby report, the first breach occurred on the 2nd day of the blockade, from within the wall to the outside. The instigator was a Zoan-type user of the bird fruit, falcon form, named Bell. He attempted to soar over the high wall, but was ultimately repelled by our cannon fire, resulting in failure. "He is worthless. No need to dwell on him." The Golden Lion laughed heartily. "I've already heard about the 2nd breach. Just get to the latest one." "Certainly." Indigo flipped through the report in his hands and continued. "The 3rd breach occurred this morning, and the perpetrator is a bounty of 200 million berries, nicknamed Boss. Lynn. The Golden Lion pondered for a moment before clapping his hands. "Oh, I remember. He's that little brat from the newspaper recently who declared war on those worthless celestial dragons at Sabaody Archipelago." Indigo nodded. "Yes. It has been confirmed that it is indeed him." With a raised eyebrow, the Golden Lion pondered how he had managed to breach my formidable wall. According to the report, he had first used 2 harpoons to scale the barrier, and upon entering, he employed 1 harpoon as a makeshift spike, forcefully creating an opening with his fist. Accompanying him into Alabasta was none other than the previously missing princess of the kingdom. Indigo, having read the report, instinctively widened his mouth in disbelief. Breaching the wall constructed by the captain? Surely the patrol's jest. "Ha ha ha ha. Not necessarily," the Golden Lion chuckled. "After all, there are plenty of monsters traversing these seas." He inquired, "Is that little rascal named Lynn connected to the 2nd breach incident?" Indigo shook his head. The 2nd incident occurred 10 nights prior, another breach from outside to within. The patrol's report confirmed that someone had indeed penetrated the wall that night. But their swift movements left the patrol unable to discern their face. We still remain unaware of their true identity. Furthermore, the investigation revealed that unlike the brute force employed by Lynn in the third incident, the method used in the second breach was peculiar. As if a large hole had been corroded into the wall. Ha 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 ha. So now there are two outsiders capable of breaching the wall within Alabasta? The Golden Lion spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. It seems life in this country may not be so dull after all. Indigo, somewhat exasperated, shook his head. Captain, did you not just say that this operation was rather tiresome and that you wished to conclude it swiftly? Yet the Golden Lion snapped his fingers, twirled his sword point on the ground, and replied with a grin. Ah, Indigo, you are mistaken. I am merely bored by the weak in these seas. Only true power can invigorate me. The more strong individuals there are, the less tedious these waters become. Would you not agree? His laughter echoed. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 cough. Cough. Choked cough cough. The Golden Lion burst into laughter, only to be seized by a fit of coughing, seemingly due to the exaggerated nature of his mirth. Observing this, Indigo began gesticulating wildly towards the other members within the palace. Ft, ft, ft. His shoes made comical sounds, yet the members of the flying pirate crew remained perplexed. Suddenly, Indigo shouted, "Did you not see that the captain wishes to rest? Hurry and make your exit, so you can speak, after all." The members of the Flying Sky Pirates gasped in astonishment. Subsequently, the pirates departed from the palace, each attending to their respective duties. Once the grand doors of the palace were closed, Indigo surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one remained, before addressing the Golden Lion. Captain, it appears we are alone. Coughing slightly, the Golden Lion nodded, but suddenly staggered, grasping the armrest of a chair to prevent himself from falling. He clasped his head, a somber tone emanating from his throat. My head, it aches terribly. In the meantime, Indigo hastily concealed himself in a corner, using his helmet and shield to shield his body. Bang! Boom! Instantly, every movable object within the palace began to levitate, subsequently hurtling through the air at an astonishing speed, creating chaos throughout the interior. Indigo gazed at the scene unfolding before him, unable to suppress a reflection. The power of the float fruit has spiraled out of control. It seems the captain's old affliction has resurfaced. The Golden Lion Shiki, a former member of the Rocks Pirates and one of the few survivors from the era of Roger, once commanded a fleet that clashed with the Roger Pirates in a legendary battle known as the Battle of Ed War. He faced defeat in that encounter, resulting in a ship's helm accidentally embedding itself in his skull. This marked the first serious injury of the Golden Lion's storied life. Upon hearing the news of Roger's capture by the Navy, Shiki, believing that a powerhouse like Roger should not meet such a dismal fate, became consumed by rage and wreaked havoc in Marineford alone. Consequently, the formidable duo of Garp and Sengoku confronted him, leading to a titanic clash that devastated a significant portion of Marineford. Ultimately, Shiki was defeated and captured, imprisoned in the underwater prison, Impelled Down. This was his second grievous injury. Within Impelled Down, as a prisoner, Shiki endured unimaginable torment before reaching the 6th level, known as the Infinite Hell. After suffering brutal torture in the first 5 tiers, although this legendary pirate silently endured the tortures, even yawning along the way, it is undeniable that the marks of such cruelty were indelibly etched upon his body. This constituted his 3rd severe injury. 2 years later, in a bid to escape Impelled Down, Shiki severed his legs, which had been shackled by sea stone, and subsequently fashioned prosthetics from his famed sword, Yuru, and a wooden leg. This signified his 4th significant injury. The legendary pirate, renowned as the Flying Admiral of the Seas, waged countless battles across the oceans, crossing paths with numerous legendary figures, ultimately becoming a legend himself. He is none other than the Golden Lion Shiki. Countless battles have inflicted numerous minor injuries and 4 severe ones upon this legendary figure, rendering his body utterly overwhelmed. As the ship's doctor, Indigo is acutely aware of this. The Golden Lion has aged. Since his escape from Impelled Down, he has suffered from a severe headache, the root cause of which lies in the ship's helm embedded deep within his skull. Removing it would jeopardize his life, leaving him with no choice but to rest. Yet the Golden Lion is a man who cannot remain idle. The fierce conflict with Garp and Sengoku has exacerbated his head injury. During his imprisonment in Impelled Down, the harsh environment deprived him of adequate medical care, forcing him to helplessly witness the deterioration of his condition. The self-inflicted amputation of his legs during his escape only compounded his suffering. After enduring multiple grievous injuries, his body is now riddled with wounds. The most evident manifestation of his plight is the intermittent bouts of intense headaches. During these episodes, the pain in his head is excruciating, causing temporary and localized loss of control over his float fruit powers. However, these challenges are not the most troubling aspect. Upon examination, Indigo discovered a terrifying complication of the headaches, which he termed the degradation of Haki. The Golden Lion had long been a master of Haki since the days of the Rocks Pirates, yet with the onset of his headaches, his ability to harness armament Haki has diminished significantly, and the coverage of observation Haki has shrunk considerably. Indigo even speculated that one day, the Golden Lion might completely lose the ability to utilize Haki. Such a fate would be a source of profound dread for any formidable individual on these seas. However, the Golden Lion himself does not share this sentiment. After a brief episode of loss of control, he regained mastery over his float fruit abilities. Manipulating the items within the palace to return to their rightful places, he clutched his head and commanded Indigo, medicine. Indigo hastily retrieved a syringe and pills from the medical kit. After the Golden Lion swallowed the pills, Indigo administered a pain-relieving injection. Moments later, the Golden Lion exhaled deeply, feeling considerably better. Your medical skills are quite impressive, Indigo, he remarked. Indigo, momentarily abandoning his silent performance, furrowed his brow and advised, Captain, you ought to rest as I suggested. Refrain from extensively using your float fruit powers. What nonsense, Indigo, the Golden Lion replied, raising an eyebrow and grinning. Haven't the occurrences of my headaches diminished significantly? I believe I am nearly recovered. Yet Indigo gritted his teeth and retorted loudly. You should be more aware of your own body than I am, Captain. Ha ha ha. Do not be upset. Indigo, the Golden Lion chuckled, suddenly exclaiming in surprise. You can actually speak. However, this time, Indigo did not engage further but quietly urged, please utilize your armament Haki, Captain. Upon hearing these words, the Golden Lion fell silent for a moment. He then attempted to envelop the bindings around his legs, the Sakura, Tin, and Muku, with his armed Haki. The inky blackness of the Haki slowly climbed along the blades, but ultimately only covered half of each renowned sword, leaving the other halves unprotected. Was he to resign himself to wielding mere half-black blades? Captain Indigo furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone. Perhaps in a few years, your ailments will render you incapable of utilizing Haki altogether. In the best-case scenario, you might only be able to summon it in limited amounts. At this point, Indigo hesitated, unwilling to continue. He understood all too well what losing the ability to wield Haki would signify in these treacherous waters. Suddenly, the Golden Lion slammed his fist onto the chair, roaring like a lion. Enough of this drivel. He clutched his head, and a raspy voice emerged from his throat. Do you think mere injuries can bring me down? Who do you take me for? The Golden Lion's gaze turned towards the center of the palace, where the dizziness from his headache conjured illusions before his eyes. A man appeared to stand in the heart of his palace. It was that man, the one who had spurned his invitation and defeated him amidst the tempest, Joel D. Roger. The Golden Lion descended step by step from his seat, approaching the phantom of Roger, and then grinned. Hey, Roger, long time no see. I heard some rather intriguing rumors while I was in Impel Down. They say that by the time you were imprisoned there, you were already gravely ill, on the brink of death. A look of disdain suddenly crossed his face, and his eyes widened with fury as he bellowed. Defeated by mere illness? Is this how pathetic you truly are? You, the man who rejected my invitation and bested me. How could you succumb to some trivial affliction? The age of pirates? What a laugh. What a dull concept. He continued. Had I known, why did you not join forces with me to reign over this world, to make it less mundane? He beckoned. Hey, stop laughing and answer me. The Golden Lion lunged forward, only to find himself grasping at emptiness, falling to the ground. Indigo reached out to assist him, but was forcefully rebuffed. He stood upon his two swords, yet the apparition of Roger had vanished without a trace, leaving a look of disappointment etched upon his face. How tiresome. The Golden Lion slowly rose, gazing at the desolate center of the palace, and growled, I am not like you, Roger. Mere illness cannot conquer me. I am the Golden Lion. I refuse to yield. In Alabasta, the oasis city of Aluma, Uncle Dado recounted the recent events that transpired in Alabasta to Vivi and her companions. It was then that Vivi grasped the reason for the absence of people on the streets of Aluma. Had they all gone to produce dance powder? Uncle Dado affirmed. explaining that the production of dance powder generates copious amounts of dust, rendering it impossible to carry out in the city, thus prompting the residents to temporarily relocate to the nearby outskirts, residing in tents under the arrangement of the king's army. As they calculated the time, Lynn suddenly remarked that the delivery deadline set by the Golden Lion was in 26 days, which meant that the day of the transaction was fast approaching. Indeed, Uncle Dotto nodded, clarifying that the precise deadline was the following afternoon. Time was of the essence, Lynn observed. Uncle Dotto, acknowledging the urgency, stood and addressed the group. Your Highness, you are to meet with His Majesty in the capital of Albana, are you not? I too am preparing to transport the last batch of dance powder to Albana, so let us embark together. Vivi nodded in agreement. She was genuinely concerned for her father. However, according to the information provided by Uncle Dotto, the pirate known as the Golden Lion did not seem to harbor any intentions of harming Alabasta, which eased her worries somewhat. Yet, Lynn's thoughts diverged. What manner of man was the Golden Lion? A formidable force, undoubtedly, for he was a former member of the Rocks Pirates. A legend alongside Roger and Whitebeard. A hero? Perhaps, given that he had once attracted numerous notable figures to join his flying pirate crew, forming a vast fleet. A tyrant? Certainly. Let us not forget that the Golden Lion had bided his time for 2 decades, merely to express his wrath and disdain towards the world government. However, if one were to encapsulate the essence of the Golden Lion in a single term, Lynn would describe him as an ambitious man. He possessed clear objectives and would stop at nothing to achieve them, utilizing every available resource. Simultaneously, he admired strength, was not petty, and held steadfast beliefs and principles. Impervious to external influence. Such a man, if the transaction proceeded smoothly, would be manageable. Yet, should any discrepancies arise leading to failure, no one could predict his subsequent actions. Subsequently, the group departed from Uncle Dotto's abode, assisting him in loading the final batch of dance powder onto the transport. Beside the vehicle stood the already prepared Karoo Duck Brigade. This land-dwelling duck was among the swiftest creatures in Alabasta, tasked with escorting this batch of dance powder. Vivi adeptly leaped onto the back of one of the ducks, affectionately rubbed its head, and cheerfully exclaimed, I also have a land-dwelling duck companion, though he is still young and unable to carry cargo. He should be at the palace now. Uncle Dotto chuckled and nodded, recalling, I remember that little fellow has quite the appetite. Subsequently, Dotto directed the guards to connect the cargo trucks to the land ducks and arranged for Lynn and Icolum to mount the remaining 2 ducks. The total number of Karoo ducks in Alruma was merely 6, with 2 assigned to transport the dance powder, while the other 4 were designated for Lynn, Vivi, Icolum, and Dotto himself. As for the accompanying royal guards, due to the lack of transportation, Icolum decided to temporarily leave them in Alruma to assist the citizens who had just produced the dance powder. After all, they were already within the borders of Alabasta, and with Icolum and Lynn present, the guards harbored no concerns for Vivi's safety. Time was of the essence, and the quartet made no prolonged stops, directly riding the land ducks to escort the 2 trucks laden with dance powder on their journey to the capital of Alabasta, Alyabarna. The journey was invariably long and tedious. Fortunately, Uncle Dotto had prepared a plethora of exquisite Alabasta delicacies for his guest, Lynn. Lynn rode forward on the chocobo, savoring a piece of cheese as she journeyed. Upon finishing the cheese, she indulged in some jerky. After the jerky, she relished a crisp biscuit. Once the biscuit was consumed, her provisions were depleted. All of Uncle Mott's supplies had been exhausted. Fortunately, with the assistance of the chocobo, the group would reach Alabasta by evening. Otherwise, Uncle Mott would have already begun rallying everyone for survival in the desert. Lynn consumed the last piece of the crisp biscuit and, feeling a pang of thirst, inquired, Uncle Dotto, do you have anything to drink? Uncle Dotto nodded and handed his water flask to Lynn. Lynn lifted the lid and took a whiff, sensing something amiss. He inquired, is this alcohol? Uncle Dodo shook his head, reassuring him, it is merely ordinary yogurt. With that, Lynn felt a wave of relief wash over him. He tilted his head back and gulped down the yogurt from the flask. However, once he finished, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. At that moment, Uncle Dodo added, by the way, this flask was previously used to store wine. It might retain a hint of its flavor, but that should not be of great concern, right? Hearing Uncle Dodo's words, Lynn calmly nodded before suddenly flipping over and leaping off the duck-like creature. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. And just as they were about to halt and check on Lynn, his voice echoed from behind them. Don't wait for me. I'll take a few steps to loosen up and catch up with you shortly. That afternoon, Vivi, Dodo, and Icolum, 3 native inhabitants of Alabasta, witnessed a human capable of matching the speed of a duck-like creature solely through sheer physical prowess. They marveled internally at the monstrous nature of his physical abilities. Meanwhile, as Lynn sprinted to metabolize the alcohol in his system, he quietly mused, "My tolerance for alcohol must truly be quite poor." After a brief interlude, the group continued their journey for several more hours. At last, before the sun completely dipped below the horizon, they caught sight of the grand city in the distance, the capital of Alabasta, Alabasta. This city radiated prosperity, which was evident from its exterior and became even more apparent upon entering. The affluence was not solely material, it also encompassed the quality of life of its residents. Even though the entirety of Alabasta was under the looming threat of the Golden Lion, the inhabitants maintained their daily routines while diligently crafting dance powder. The only notable difference was the numerous royal soldiers dispatched by the king, stationed in various locations, monitoring the sky pirates and striving to ensure the safety of the populace. After escorting the trio to Alabasta, Dodo proceeded to the warehouse to deliver the dance powder. Lynn, under the guidance of Vivi and Icolum, made his way directly into the royal palace of Alabasta, in stark contrast to the extravagantly lavish structures of the Sabaody archipelago. The Alabasta palace exuded a profound sense of historical weight. The architecture was not opulent. Indeed, it could be described as somewhat worn. Yet this did not diminish the significance of its existence in the least. Before the palace, Lynn gently caressed one of the pillars. Just after reporting to the king, Icolum approached and remarked, "Mr. Lynn, that represents the history of Alabasta. An extraordinary history indeed." With a slight bow, Icolum gestured for Lynn to follow, saying, "Please accompany me. I shall take you to meet His Majesty the King. He has heard of your assistance to Princess Vivi and wishes to express his gratitude personally." Lynn responded with a smile, "The king is too kind. By the way, does he indulge in late-night snacks?" Icolum paused, taken aback. "Surely you jest. You have already consumed 3 days' worth of rations on the journey. Do you still seek a midnight meal?" Nevertheless, considering that Lynn was the esteemed benefactor who had escorted Princess Vivi home, such a request was not unreasonable. Thus, Icolum nodded and said, "I shall arrange it forthwith." "Thank you." Lynn nodded slightly and then stepped into the magnificent palace before him. This palace exuded an air of grandeur and formality. As Lynn's gaze followed the crimson carpet, his eyes were immediately drawn to Vivi, who stood beside a seat. Seated next to her was her father, King Nefertali Cobra of Alabasta, the 12th of his lineage. Clad in a simple, deep green robe and adorned with a purple cloak, he sported a neatly trimmed patch of beard. At this moment, Cobra was not yet the elder he would become in years to come. He was in the prime of his life, robust and vigorous, with a voice that resonated powerfully. Rising to his feet, he addressed Lynn, "Mr. Lynn Barek. On behalf of Vivi, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance." Lynn gazed at the stern monarch before him, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Had this man, in a future yet unwritten, ever endeavored to sneak a glimpse of the neighboring women's bathhouse alongside Luffy and his crew? However, Cobra's subsequent words interrupted Lynn's musings. "Mr. Lynn, I beg your pardon for my abruptness, but time is of the essence, so I shall be concise," Cobra stated. "During tomorrow afternoon's negotiations, I hope you will serve as a guardian for the Alabasta side at the negotiation table. I assure you, I will endeavor to provide a reward that meets your satisfaction afterward." Upon hearing this, Lynn felt a twinge of confusion but nodded in agreement, prompting Cobra to continue. "The Golden Lion Shiki is undoubtedly a perilous pirate. We cannot place our full trust in his adherence to the terms of the agreement. However, we must at least ensure he perceives our strength as comparable to his own. Therefore, at the negotiation site tomorrow afternoon, I will personally bring a contingent to meet with the Golden Lion, and those individuals must possess sufficient strength to guarantee that Shiki does not act recklessly." Lynn nodded once more and inquired, "Who are the strong ones you speak of?" "Aside from yourself, there are 3 others," Cobra replied. 2 of them are the deputy commander of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, Bell, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, and Jackal. As for the 3rd, he, like you, breached the walls into Alabasta after its blockade from the outside world just 10 days ago. At that moment, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows of the palace. Cloaked in a black fur coat, a cigar dangled from his lips, while a golden hook adorned his left hand. Cobra continued his introduction. He is a pirate, albeit one unlike the typical brigands. He is recognized by the world government as a legitimate pirate, and thus we can trust him to a certain extent. He will join us at the meeting tomorrow afternoon. Lynn gazed intently at the man who had suddenly appeared before her, her pupils involuntarily contracting. Kabira spoke slowly, revealing that the identity recognized by the world government belonged to one known as the Seven Warlords of the Sea. A man emerged gradually from the shadows of the palace. Draped in a black fur coat, he sported a slick-back hairstyle, a long scar crossing his face, an earring adorning his right ear, and a cigar clenched between his lips. Lynn was undoubtedly aware of the identity of the man before him, one of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, Crocodile, also known as Sir Crocodile. The term Seven Warlords of the Sea refers to 7 formidable pirates recognized by the world government, each possessing catastrophic destructive capabilities and terrifying combat prowess that rivals that of entire nations. The 7 warlords stand alongside the 4 emperors and the marine headquarters as one of the 3 dominant forces in the Grand Line, a system with a long-standing history. And many renowned figures of the future have also been members of this elite group. However, Lynn was unaware of the specific timeline regarding when these illustrious individuals had joined the warlords, relying solely on the information at hand for speculation. For instance, Jinbei, who should still be allied with Tiger, had not yet entered the Grand Line, nor had Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had yet to be liberated from Mary Geoise by Tiger. Boa Hancock, who had recently been freed, was also among those future luminaries who had not yet joined the 7 warlords. As for Crocodile, based on Cobra's words, it seemed he had already been a warlord for some time. In the future, it would be precisely due to his position as a warlord that Crocodile would seize the opportunity to incite turmoil in Alabasta using his dance powder, later presenting himself as a hero to rescue the nation, all with the ultimate goal of gaining control over one of the ancient weapons, Pluton. Throughout this intricate scheme, Crocodile emerged as a cunning and ambitious strategist, orchestrating events so that the opposing sides were reduced to mere pawns in his game, with his plans intricately interwoven, leaving his adversaries utterly powerless. Faced with such a man, Lynn could not help but feel a sense of wariness rising within him. Crocodile raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lynn with keen interest, then took a puff of his cigar and, with a low chuckle, remarked to Cobra, Your Majesty, this transaction is of great significance for Alabasta. Are you truly at ease allowing an unverified third-rate individual to partake in it? Upon hearing this, Cobra was about to offer an explanation for Lynn, but Lynn interjected with a smile. Speaking of being unverified, aren't you in the same boat? Crocodile replied with a grin. The 7 warlords are recognized pirates by the world government. Thus, our existence is legal, unlike pirates of your ilk. Lynn shook his head and said, Allow me to clarify. I am a wanted criminal, yet not a pirate. Crocodile raised an eyebrow. Is there truly a distinction? Indeed, there is, Lynn replied with conviction. If I must label myself, I would consider myself a hero. A hero, you say? Upon hearing this, Crocodile erupted into laughter. How fortuitous. As one of the warlords of the sea acknowledged by the world government, who aids the common folk in mitigating the threats posed by pirates, I suppose I too could be deemed a hero. Is that so? How remarkably coincidental. Lynn grinned widely, bursting into laughter. Ha! Hee. Their mirth echoed throughout the palace, while Vivi, beside the throne, gazed in bewilderment at the scene before her. However, Kabla, standing nearby, had already comprehended the entirety of the unfolding spectacle with clarity. The tension between Lynn and Crocodile is palpable. Is this truly their first encounter? One has tirelessly safeguarded Vivi's return to Alabasta, while the other has repeatedly aided Alabasta in mitigating the threats posed by surrounding pirates. It seems improbable that a conflict should arise between them. However, in order to ensure his daughter's safety, Cobra had no choice but to gesture for Vivi to leave the palace, remaining behind to witness their meeting. The laughter shared between the two lingered for quite some time, until Crocodile ultimately broke the impasse. He extended his unscathed right hand and grinned, saying, A pleasure to meet you. What shall I call you? Boss Lynn Barrack. Lynn extended his right hand, clasping it with Crocodile's, while smilingly emphasizing, The bounty stands at 200 million berries. He chuckled. Ah, I see. I had heard your name not long ago. Crocodile did not release Lynn's hand, but continued. The madman who declared war on the celestial dragons. Do you truly believe that a hefty bounty grants you the freedom to act recklessly upon these seas? Lynn interjected. Hold on. You mustn't speak carelessly. I do not look down upon those with lower bounties. Lynn did not release his right hand, but instead stared intently at Crocodile, laughing as he remarked, The truth is, your bounty of 80 million berries is indeed significantly less than mine. Oh, is that so? Crocodile's forehead immediately bulged with veins, yet he maintained a smiling facade. As he chuckled, he said, "It seems you are quite aware of my bounty, indicating your keen interest in current affairs. However, are you aware of another fact? Once one joins the 7 warlords, their bounty ceases to rise. In other words, the 80 million berries is merely my bounty prior to joining the 7 warlords." Their handshake continued, both wearing amicable and warm smiles. However, Kobura, observing from the side, sensed something unusual between the two. A thin layer of fine sand began to materialize near Crocodile's right hand, while Lynn's right hand was enveloped in a swirling mixture of black and white energy. Could it be that they were engaging in a silent battle? Kobura swallowed hard. Having collaborated for some time, he was somewhat aware of Crocodile's formidable abilities. Crocodile, the sand crocodile, possessed the powers of the sand fruit, a natural-type devil fruit. Like others of his kind, he could transform any part of his body into sand. Furthermore, his right hand wielded the terrifying ability of desiccation, capable of draining moisture from any living being or object it touched, rendering rocks and soil into mere grains of sand or creating quicksand by depleting underground water in the desert. If this ability were to be used on a human, it would leave them as nothing more than a desiccated corpse. Kobura had witnessed this horrifying power firsthand when Crocodile had used it against a pirate, who had perished almost instantaneously. Rubbing his eyes, Kobura confirmed his observations. Crocodile was not wearing gloves. This implied that he was fully capable of unleashing his desiccation ability. However, Lynn's right hand remained intact, suggesting that Crocodile had yet to activate his power, or so Kobura thought. Relieved by this notion, he felt reassured. Yet, if Crocodile could hear Kobura's thoughts, he would surely roar, "I have already activated my abilities." Crocodile gripped Lynn's hand, his desiccation ability in full effect as he sought to drain Lynn's right arm, aiming to teach the arrogant man a lesson by incapacitating him. However, the ability that could turn an ordinary person into a lifeless husk in an instant appeared utterly ineffective against the man known as Lynn Balek. No matter how hard Crocodile tried to siphon away the moisture, Lynn's right arm showed no response whatsoever. What a joke. Why do I feel as though I am trying to exert my power against an immovable mountain? As Crocodile was enveloped in astonishment, Lynn's voice suddenly resonated. He broke into a wide grin and exclaimed, well, what an astonishing ability." Lynn's statement is sincere, as he is currently harnessing the energy within him to counteract the moisture absorbed by Crocodile. In just a few fleeting minutes, Lynn has astonishingly expended as much as 500 points of energy. To preserve my right arm, I have depleted an equivalent of 50 portions of energy. Lynn was genuinely expressing his sentiments, yet to Crocodile's ears, it sounded like mockery. TSK, Lynn Barrack, I shall remember this. After all, the two were situated within the palace of Alabasta, and Crocodile, needing to maintain his identity as a warlord of the sea, found it imprudent to engage in open conflict here. Thus, he threateningly retracted his right hand. However, upon attempting to withdraw, he discovered that his hand remained firmly in place. Crocodile's gaze shifted towards Lynn, his voice icy as he commanded, "Let go." Yet, the response he received was the sound of Lynn's hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, Sand Crocodile. We hit it off right away. Let us not be so distant." The manifestation of the armament hockey in the ice domain commenced. Lynn exerted a sudden force with her right hand, drawing Crocodile closer to herself, and softly murmured, "By the way, did I ever ask you to let go?" Lynn had been a gladiator for an extensive period, even earning the distinction of being the strongest among them, thereby retaining numerous habits typical of a fighter. One such habit was the necessity to respond to any provocation with a counter-provocation. Thus, when Crocodile disparaged Lynn as a lowly and obscure individual, Lynn retorted by reiterating the bounty placed on both their heads. When Crocodile seized the opportunity during their handshake to attempt to drain Lynn's arm of its strength using his powers, Lynn had already devised his countermeasure. Since Crocodile sought to assert dominance through their handshake, it was only fitting that Lynn reciprocate with a firm grip in accordance with the code of conduct. However, as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, Lynn possessed no peculiar abilities. Therefore, his method of retaliation was rather straightforward: sheer force. The handshake continued, and as Crocodile attempted to withdraw his right hand, he found Lynn's grip akin to a vice, firmly immobilizing his hand in place. Concurrently, the pressure emanating from Lynn's grip steadily intensified. "Lynn Barrack, are you attempting to provoke me?" Crocodile growled, leaning closer to Lynn's face. "You haven't even been at sea for a year. Don't be too arrogant." Lynn raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? 8001. You. At these words, Crocodile was instantly consumed by fury. What do you mean by 8001? Is it not merely a reference to his bounty of 800 million berries? Ordinarily, he would not concern himself with such trivial matters, as surely no one would genuinely regard the Navy's bounty as a benchmark for their own status. However, with Lynn's grip firmly holding his right hand, rendering him unable to escape, and coupled with Lynn's remark, an inexplicable rage surged from the depths of his heart. Lynn Barrick, you scoundrel! Veins bulging on his forehead, Crocodile gritted his teeth and demanded, do you wish to engage in battle with me here? Lynn offered no response. Instead, he exerted greater force with his right hand, ultimately applying a grip strong enough to inflict pain upon Crocodile. Ugh, Crocodile growled, his right wrist exhibiting prominent veins due to the intensity of the strain. Lynn gazed at Crocodile, a grin spreading across his face. 8001. Do you dare to compete with me in my domain? In terms of overall combat prowess, Crocodile could never match Lynn, especially when it came to sheer physical capabilities. The handshake contest, aside from being a psychological duel, hinged fundamentally on the most primal and brutal element, raw strength. Crocodile gritted his teeth as the pain in his right hand steadily intensified, ultimately escalating to an unbearable agony. He could even sense the bones in his hand creaking ominously. Why? Why did desiccation prove ineffective against him? Crocodile's eyes were fixed unwaveringly on Lynn, and in his fervor, he even bit through his cigar. At last, just as he was on the verge of losing his balance, Crocodile resolved to lift his left hook and strike at Lynn. With a swift motion, Lynn released Crocodile's hand and stepped back, evading the incoming hook. Careful, Lynn exclaimed, feigning surprise. In the fleeting moment before the hook was to miss him, Crocodile's left arm transformed, extending his reach. It was precisely this marginal increase in distance that allowed Lynn, who had initially evaded the hook, to unwittingly re-enter Crocodile's striking range. However, it must be noted that the concept of attack range is reciprocal. Just as the hook was about to connect with Lynn, he suddenly raised his right hand, attempting once more to seize Crocodile's arm. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, Crocodile was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Lynn's monstrous physical strength left an indelible impression on him. If he were to be captured again this time, escaping would not be as effortless as a handshake. He could not allow him to close the distance again. Contemplating this, Crocodile immediately transformed his entire body into sand, retreating several steps in a swirling sandstorm, before reconstituting into human form a short distance away. Surveying his surroundings, Crocodile could not help but furrow his brow. The internal structure of the palace was excessively intricate, with limited space to maneuver, making it all too easy for Lynn to approach. Moreover, Crocodile was reluctant to become embroiled in enmity with Alabasta by destroying the palace. Thus, engaging in battle here was far from a prudent decision. Concealing his trembling right hand behind his robe, Crocodile sneered at Lynn, saying, after all, this is the royal palace. Fighting here would only create unnecessary trouble, wouldn't it? Are you truly here to assist? Of course. Lynn nodded, retracting the combative stance he had just assumed. After all, he had recently arrived in Alabasta. It would indeed be rather inappropriate to dismantle Vivi's home upon their first encounter. How amusing, thought Crocodile, chuckling softly before addressing Kabura. I shall retire now. Do remember to summon me when we set off for the trade tomorrow. However, just as Crocodile was about to exit the palace, Lynn interjected, Hey, 8001, do remember to apply a cold compress to your right hand. Otherwise, it will surely swell by morning. Crocodile, without a word, turned and departed. Meanwhile, under Kabura's hospitality, Lynn savored a royal midnight feast of Alabasta. During the meal, Kabura contemplated inquiring whether Lynn had any past grievances with Crocodile, but Lynn's mouth was so full that his words were utterly inaudible to Kabura. An hour later, amidst the astonished gazes of Kabura and Icolum, Lynn, having eaten to a modest satisfaction, returned to the chamber that Icolum had prepared for him. Inside, he discovered a note inviting him to venture into the desert on the outskirts of Alabasta. Lynn could not help but break into a smile, thinking to himself that Crocodile truly was an ambitious individual adept at reading the hearts of others. How could he possibly resist such an intriguing affair? Without hesitation, Lynn leaped through the window and descended from the palace. After inquiring with the residents of Albana for directions, he spent half an hour reaching the desert mentioned in the note. Meanwhile, the author of the note, Crocodile, had been waiting patiently for some time. Lynn Barrick. I knew you would come. Crocodile remarked with a soft chuckle. You are a man of immense confidence, verging on arrogance. Dealing with someone like you requires no elaborate schemes. A mere note is sufficient to ensure your presence here. Lynn raised an eyebrow. So, you are suggesting this is your scheme? Incorrect, Crocodile corrected him. This is a grand design. Ha. Upon hearing this, Lynn could not help but burst into laughter. Then, pray tell, what is your purpose in inviting me here? 8001. Quite simple. Crocodile extended his right hand, which had just undergone a cold compress, still slightly swollen. In the previous round, I admit, I was defeated. As he let his hand fall, it transformed into a sharp, curved blade of gravel. Now, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Let us commence the second round. To the esteemed readers who have persevered through over 70 chapters, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. After a month of arduous effort, I am delighted to announce that I have finally published my work. At the stroke of midnight on January 1st, I coincided with the milestone of the 1000th chapter of One Piece. What a fortuitous omen. Adhering to my customary brevity, I shall be succinct. Firstly, I wish to express my appreciation to my editor, the esteemed Pulai. Writing a book is no small feat, therefore, I humbly request your subscriptions and support for the original work, as your encouragement fuels my passion to continue writing. The battle in Alabasta has been meticulously conceived and promises to be a spectacular and thrilling clash of titans. Moreover, I wish to share a thought I have long contemplated. For me, crafting a narrative is akin to telling a joke. A joke that requires explanation is inherently flawed, as is a story that necessitates elucidation to be comprehensible. Consequently, I do not intend to address many queries in a must-read preface. I encourage you to simply enjoy the tale as it unfolds. Allow me to outline some unwavering principles that will remain constant throughout the book. First and foremost, the narrative arc will certainly see Lynn ascend triumphantly. The plot will be entirely original, grounded in the established characters, ensuring a refreshing experience. I shall strive to imbue each battle with a distinct style, ensuring they are visually captivating rather than relying solely on overpowering abilities. After all, I am also a devoted fan of various series, including Blade of the Immortal, Baki, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Aesthetically pleasing battles are of paramount importance. Secondly, the conclusion has been firmly established, thus there shall be no abrupt cessation of the narrative. After all, even in brevity, sustenance is essential. Additionally, I must confess that I am not particularly adept at engaging with others. I apologize to those who have taken the time to interact in the comment section. My unfamiliarity with this realm has rendered my responses somewhat sparse. As for the release, it will occur tonight at midnight. I initially intended to assertively promise additional updates, but I find myself constrained by time. With year-end responsibilities at work extending my days until 9 o'clock, I return home to write until the early hours, only to rise again at 6 to catch the bus. Thus, I shall maintain my schedule of updating at noon and again at 6 in the evening, with 2 chapters guaranteed each day. Even if it means toiling through the night, I will endeavor to provide additional content whenever possible. Each morning, the first thing I do is revel in the comments from my dear readers, which brings me immense joy. A reader group is in the process of formation and should be established by New Year's Day. You are warmly invited to join. The year 2020 has been surreal, and I hope for a brighter new year filled with good fortune. On a lighter note, perhaps I have been too solemn. Let's rally together, brothers. I humbly request a surge of initial subscriptions. Let's take flight. In the vast desert, amidst the golden sands, the wind whispers softly. In the distance, the capital, Alabasta, glimmers with vibrant lights. The luminous moon hangs high in the sky. On the desert's surface, the interplay of light and moonlight outlines the figures of 2 men. One is draped in a black fur coat, a cigar clenched between his teeth. His left hand wields a golden hook, while his right transforms into a sharp, curved blade of sand. A fine layer of dust swirls around him. The other stands barehanded, chin slightly raised, his fists colliding against one another as he flexes his wrists, producing a series of crisp cracks. It is boss Lynn Barrack facing off against the sand crocodile. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, takes a deep breath, releasing a cloud of smoke as he chuckles softly. He, Lynn Barrack, the madman who declared war on the celestial dragons. What brings you to Alabasta? Lynn candidly replied. Come lend a hand. No, that is not what I meant. Crocodile shook his head. What I wish to inquire about is the reason for your presence in Alabasta. Lynn pondered for a moment before replying. It is the Golden Lion. Indeed. Yet we all recognize that this is merely your superficial pretext. Crocodile shook his head in resignation. It is utterly implausible that anyone would willingly provoke such a formidable pirate out of mere curiosity. What, pray tell, brings you to this place? Lynn was taken aback. Wasn't it you who summoned me? Well, Lynn Barrick, we are both intelligent individuals. Let us dispense with the jesting. Crocodile's brow furrowed as he spoke coldly. After I departed from the palace, you must have shared a meal with Cobra. Pray tell, what compelled you to dine with the king of Alabasta? Lynn replied earnestly. I am hungry. All right. It seems the issue lies within the manner of my inquiry. Crocodile took several deep breaths, compelling himself to regain composure. I should have asked, what is it about Alabasta that entices a madman like you to venture here? In that moment, Lynn appeared to have a sudden epiphany, clapping his hands vigorously. Oh, so this is what you meant. He chuckled, finally, no longer playing the fool. Crocodile wore a sardonic smile, realizing that Lynn's purpose for coming to Alabasta was indeed far from trivial. He had played his part well, almost deceiving Crocodile into believing he was merely a meddlesome glutton. How could that possibly be? After all, he was the mastermind behind the chaos at the Colosseum of Sabaody, a lunatic who dared to declare war on the celestial dragons while managing to extricate himself unscathed. Surely, he must have acquired information akin to his own, arriving in Alabasta for that very artifact, the ancient weapon, Pluton. He must be intent on acquiring this ancient weapon to exact vengeance upon the celestial dragons. Admit it. Reveal your intentions, and then consider collaborating with me. Once I have utilized your capabilities, I shall seek an opportunity to dispose of you. Crocodile mused to himself. Lynn gazed at Crocodile and unabashedly remarked, to speak candidly, the charcoal-grilled sandworm legs of Alabasta are truly delectable, paired with the specially crafted grilled cheese. I could indulge in 100 servings and still crave more. Crocodile, after a brief silence, could no longer contain his laughter. Ha ha ha. Remarkable, truly remarkable. You are indeed the mastermind behind the Sabaody archipelago incident, possessing profound depth. After all that you've said, you have revealed not a single flaw. It seems you genuinely hold the capital to stand against the celestial dragons. Yet, he was unwilling to reveal his true intentions. With a somber expression, Crocodile coldly stated, I had contemplated that if our objectives aligned, we might collaborate. However, it appears that will no longer be necessary. With that, Crocodile slowly raised his gravelly scimitar, coldly declaring, Lynn Barrick, you shall perish in this desert. In a swift motion, before Crocodile could strike, Lynn took the initiative. As Crocodile lifted his scimitar, preparing to launch his attack, Lynn propelled himself forward, his foot pounding against the ground. In an instant, as he neared Crocodile, Lynn abruptly adjusted the angle of his ankle and leapt to the side of Crocodile. Subsequently, he activated his ice domain hockey, enveloping himself in a swirling tempest of black and white. With his right arm slightly bent and his fist clenched, he aimed a powerful blow at Crocodile's head. Realizing the impending danger, Crocodile quickly raised his scimitar to defend himself, but Lynn's fist struck forcefully against the blade. A muffled thud resonated as they held their ground. Sensing the overwhelming strength emanating from the blade, Crocodile furrowed his brow and growled. It was merely a strike. It's futile. Unfazed, Lynn maintained his expressionless demeanor and once more raised his right arm, targeting the blade again for another strike. One blow seemed insufficient, so let us increase the frequency. Thud, 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 thud. Lynn's fist resembled a mighty hammer, relentlessly striking the blade of the sand-formed scimitar time and again. The pressure in his right arm intensified, while Crocodile's expression grew increasingly ferocious, fissures appearing on the once formidable blade. After all, the scimitar was merely a manifestation of the devil fruit's power, its resilience far inferior to that of the renowned swords wielded by master swordsmen. Ultimately, with a decisive blow, Lynn shattered the scimitar, reducing it to mere grains of sand that merged back into Crocodile's form. Deprived of the blade's protection, Crocodile's body lay entirely vulnerable within the range of Lynn's assault. With a fist imbued with the might of hockey, he struck once more. Crocodile bellowed, transforming his right hand into a shield, positioning it to guard against the blow. The sand shield. Boom. Lynn's fist crashed heavily against the shield, the force reverberating through Crocodile's body, nearly rendering him numb. What unnerved him most was the realization that Lynn seemed to grow increasingly vigorous, his strength showing no signs of waning. This power, to Crocodile, was not a singular event, but rather a constant state. His eyes widened in disbelief. Just as he marveled at this, Lynn unleashed a flurry of punches, using sheer brute force to drive Crocodile to his knees. 8001. Lynn gazed at Crocodile, who was brandishing his shield, and exhaled a breath of frost, slowly articulating. Do you know how to drive a nail? Alarmed, Crocodile felt a jolt of trepidation as Lynn simultaneously raised his fists, his arms slightly bent, and brought them down forcefully upon his shield. A thunderous crash resounded as Lynn struck the desert before him, creating a vast crater. Yet, his expression remained unchanged. For the pit bore no trace of Crocodile. The battle was far from over. Had he utilized elemental transformation to meld into the desert before the impact? Shortly thereafter, Crocodile's voice echoed from a distance. What a pity, Lynn. Do not forget, this is the desert. A gust of yellow sand swept past, gradually coalescing from the ground upwards into Crocodile's form. He regarded Lynn with a disdainful smile, declaring, according to your own words, this is my domain. No sooner had he spoken than a spear crafted from yellow sand erupted from the ground behind Lynn, aimed directly at his throat. Just as Crocodile believed the strike was inevitable, Lynn astonishingly extended his right hand with remarkable speed, seizing the spear. You are mistaken, Crocodile. Lynn raised the corners of her mouth and erupted into a hearty laughter, her joyous sound reverberating throughout the vast desert, no matter where it is. It should be my stage. Lynn grasped the long spear crafted from golden sand, and with a sudden exertion of strength in his forearm, he forcefully snapped the spear in two, discarding the remnants carelessly upon the ground. The fragmented spear transformed into fine grains of sand, returning to Crocodile and morphing into his right hand. He scrutinized Lynn once more, unable to suppress a frown as he murmured, what a nuisance. He resembles that person of the same ilk. Lynn raised an eyebrow, inquiring, who is that? Douglas Barrett, replied Crocodile. His name bears a slight resemblance to yours. He was once a member of the Roger Pirates, a madman solely devoted to fighting, who later seemed to have been captured by the Navy and confined within Impel Down. Lynn was undoubtedly familiar with that name. Douglas Barrett, a man who once confronted the Demon Slayer with sheer physical prowess and audacity. In the future, this individual would emerge from prison following the Blackbeard's assault on Advance City, subsequently convening a grand pirate assembly with the assistance of Festa, aiming to instigate a cataclysmic war that would engulf the entire world. Each footfall heralded a supernova, referring to Kazuru, while each punch signified Barrett. To be likened to one of the former crewmates of the Pirate King is indeed a tremendous honor. Lynn positioned his fists, one forward and the other back. Ready for action. Come on, continue. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's expression darkened. Lynn, do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Lynn broke into a broad smile and exclaimed, if there is any, then come and give it a try. With that, she charged forward. Energy level, 2200 to 2400. Heroic skill, diminishing opponent's might. Bang, bang. Two powerful hooks struck the very spot where Crocodile had just been standing. However, the sensation that traveled through Lynn's fist caused her brow to furrow. Did I miss? Lynn focused intently, and indeed, Crocodile had chosen to elementalize, swiftly relocating to a nearby spot utilizing the surrounding desert terrain. Just like Barrett, you brutes who rely solely on your own strength to rampage. Crocodile remarked with a low chuckle, even in battle, strategy holds paramount importance. Before his words could fully dissipate, Lynn charged forward once more, delivering another punch aimed at Crocodile. Boom. His fist struck the ground, creating a substantial crater, yet Crocodile vanished once again, evading into the sands. What a formidable power indeed. Crocodile re-emerged a short distance away, elegantly savoring his cigar. That terrifying power in its special form, you surely cannot sustain it for long, can you? Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression darkened. Crocodile truly deserved his reputation as a young man who had joined the Seven Warlords. Even amidst combat, he maintained a clear and astute mind. The mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, known as the hero fruit, grants its user the ability to maximize their internal energy, transforming it into enhanced skills and techniques for release. In essence, the hero fruit embodies a profound control over one's internal energy. Through relentless battles and introspection, Lynn has gained a precise understanding of the energy within his body, which he has manifested as the so-called energy value. Simultaneously, the amount of energy one can store in their body is intrinsically linked to their physical constitution. Along this arduous journey, Lynn has elevated his energy value to an astonishing 2,400 points, equivalent to the combined total of 240 individuals. By the standard measures of an individual's internal energy, Lynn now possesses the energy capacity of 240 people. This is not merely an aggregation of ordinary strength. If one were to draw a comparison, Lynn feels his situation resembles that of Luffy's nightmare form. At that time, Luffy consumed 100 shadows created by Gecko Moria, significantly amplifying his own strength within 10 minutes. Years of rigorous training, combined with the powers of the Gomu Gomu no Mi, have rendered Luffy's physical capabilities formidable. Yet he could only sustain the absorption of 100 shadows for a mere 10 minutes. Although one must also consider the inherent repulsion of other shadows. This sufficiently illustrates the unimaginable magnitude of energy residing within Lynn. Hence, he requires copious amounts of food and intense training to maintain his physical condition. Consequently, as Lynn's strength increases, the energy within him multiplies, making it increasingly challenging to finally control that energy. Much like a warrior wielding a 10-pound iron sword with finesse, should he be tasked with wielding a 100-kilogram greatsword, he might resort to clumsy, heavy strikes. As his training progresses, Lynn finds himself encountering a similar predicament. He can no longer manipulate his internal energy with the precision he once exhibited in the arena. Instead, he watches helplessly as his energy is recklessly unleashed during combat, leading to a rapid depletion of his energy value. This is not a flaw, but rather a characteristic. When facing third-rate opponents like Kuro and Click, this unfettered release of energy becomes advantageous, allowing Lynn to overpower them with sheer force. In confrontations with formidable warriors such as Zefa, Tiger, or Garp, this trait ensures that Lynn consistently unleashes his most formidable fighting prowess. However, when facing cunning adversaries like Crocodile, who employ strategy during battle, this characteristic becomes a disadvantage. Crocodile, through meticulous observation, has discerned this weakness and seeks to exploit it in an attempt to wear Lynn down. Lynn unleashed a flurry of punches, yet each was deftly evaded by Crocodile at the final moment, his fists crashing onto the ground and creating a series of deep craters in the desert. Boom, boom, boom. When your strength is utterly depleted, be prepared to meet your demise in this desolate expanse, Crocodile remarked ominously. Observing the situation, Lynn finally ceased his pursuit, standing still in contemplative silence. Should he seek to manage and minimize his energy expenditure? As Lynn contemplated this, he couldn't help but shake his head. The expenditure of energy resembled a flowing river, with the energy within his body akin to the water within it. When the flow of water increases, the river naturally widens. Conversely, attempting to narrow the river once it has expanded becomes nearly an impossible feat. Lost in thought, Lynn's surroundings, once ravaged by a tempest of black and white, gradually began to stabilize, ceasing its relentless assault. Have you finally grown weary, you monster? Crocodile gasped heavily, clearly struggling after evading Lynn's punches. A single strike would determine the outcome of their battle in an instant. His right hand coalesced once more into a curved blade of sand, as he advanced step by deliberate step towards Lynn. Upon sighting the sandy scimitar, a flash of inspiration ignited within Lynn's mind. A blade? Simultaneously, the terrifying aura that Lynn had been unleashing dissipated entirely. Furthermore, it appeared that even Lynn's own presence had diminished to a barely perceptible whisper due to the drain of energy. Lynn stood motionless, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, resembling a statue. Crocodile approached Lynn, raising the gritty scimitar in his hand, when suddenly an unsettling feeling washed over him. Instinctively, he took half a step back. It was this very half step that drew him away from a future steeped in grievous injury and near death. Lynn, whose breath had been barely audible, suddenly unleashed a more terrifying force from within. A black and white spiral erupted like a tempest into the sky, and his right fist shot forth, aimed directly at Crocodile's head. Despite his instinctive retreat, Crocodile failed to react in time, but managed to tilt his body slightly, narrowly avoiding the fist that brushed perilously close to his nose. Bang! Although the punch did not strike anything, a muffled sound reverberated from above. Crocodile's gaze was fixed on the terrifying fist that hovered less than an inch from him, and a sense of dread prickled at the back of his mind. Immediately, he elementalized, distancing himself from Lynn. After catching his breath, Crocodile stared intently at Lynn, bewildered, and asked, "What exactly did you do?" "I attempted to instill a gate within myself," Lynn responded. "When I close the gate, the energy within me ceases to be consumed, and my breath is diminished to its lowest ebb. However, when I open the gate, the energy that has been long suppressed will surge forth in an instant, unleashing a power far beyond what I have previously demonstrated." As the storm subsides, Lynn's aura once again becomes tranquil, akin to a swift blade sheathed, its edge concealed, awaiting the moment of revelation to deliver a fatal strike to the adversary. I refer to this state as Iato. Lynn increasingly felt fortunate for having taken the first step towards the vast ocean. This world is indeed immense. Perfection is unattainable for humanity. Thus, one should never remain stagnant. Only through relentless progress can one uncover their flaws, confront them, and continue onward. During the rigorous training under the iron fist of love in Karp's hellish regimen, Lynn developed new heroic abilities, attaining powers that rivaled the prowess of armament hockey and observation hockey. In the confrontation with Virgo, Lynn overcame the scars of 4 years of destruction, employing a variant of armament hockey that completely forsook defense, merging it with his fruit abilities to create the icebound domain armament hockey form. Today, in the battle against the sand crocodile, Lynn once again found himself compelled to directly confront his shortcomings. Throughout his journey, Lynn's combat style has relentlessly pursued unparalleled swiftness and ferocity, striving to unleash the most formidable power in the briefest span, aiming to overthrow his opponents in a single strike. However, this approach harbors a fatal flaw, characterized by explosive bursts of power, yet lacking in sustainability, especially when facing an opponent like Crocodile, who adeptly utilized his fruit abilities and the advantages of the battlefield. Lynn found himself drawn into a war of attrition. Every move Lynn executes demands a considerable expenditure of energy from within. Once his internal energy is depleted, he can only rely on his sheer physical prowess to continue the battle. Thus, is there a method to regulate the outflow of his internal energy? It is indeed a formidable challenge. Like a river, when the flow intensifies, the banks naturally widen. However, should one wish to control the volume of the water, a dam must be erected along the riverbed. At present, Lynn's capabilities do not allow for such meticulous control. Consequently, Lynn devised a strategy. If the objective is to manage the release of energy while simultaneously enhancing his endurance in combat without constricting the riverbed, why not install a gate above to halt the flow? This is, of course, not a mere matter of opening and closing. Even amidst battle, prior to engaging the enemy, the gate remains firmly shut, resulting in Lynn conserving the majority of his energy, placing him in a state of relaxation. The instant he confronts his adversary, the gate swings open, unleashing a surge of pent-up energy. Should a master swordsman be present, he would undoubtedly discern the essence of Lynn's technique. Sheathing his sword to minimize unnecessary expenditure, then drawing it at the moment of confrontation to deliver a decisive blow, this is known as Iato. Crocodile instinctively retreated, narrowly evading the force of Lynn's Iato strike. Touching the tip of his nose, he felt a sharp sting. That was close. Had he delayed his retreat by merely half a second, Lynn's formidable blow would have struck his head directly. Ha 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 ha. It seems the bounty of 200 million berries is not merely an exaggeration by the celestial dragons. Crocodile raised an eyebrow, sneering. You concealed such a terrifying technique and chose not to reveal it initially, thinking so little of me? Truly an arrogant man. Hey, what are you talking about? Oh, 8001. Lynn blinked in confusion, taking deliberate steps toward Crocodile. You are underestimating yourself. How could I possibly hold back against an opponent like you? Lynn's aura gradually subsided, and he once again entered a state of calmness, grinning with excitement as he declared, of course. I have been giving my all from the very beginning. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Crocodile clearly expressed skepticism, raising an eyebrow in disdain and scoffing. You can't possibly be suggesting that move was something you just learned. However, Crocodile's expression shifted abruptly, for the exhilarated smile on Lynn's face conveyed the undeniable truth. Indeed, that move was freshly acquired. At this moment, Lynn had completely exhausted himself, fully embracing the tranquil state, and his presence became utterly subdued. The swirling black and white currents of energy that had encircled him began to dissipate slowly. Ultimately, Lynn approached Crocodile like an ordinary passerby, lifting his right fist. This punch was unlike any he had thrown before. It bore no sense of power, was not even clenched, and the speed was exceedingly slow. It resembled the playful gesture of a person encountering a good friend on the street, raising a fist in jest. Crocodile's eyes were fixed on Lynn's fist, and at the instant it was about to make contact with him, an inexplicable sense of trepidation surged within his heart. It was an instinct honed from years of traversing the vast seas. Without a moment's hesitation, Crocodile swiftly sidestepped, bending his body and moving diagonally downward. Adopting the safest posture to evade what appeared to be a light-hearted punch, subsequently retreating several steps. Hey, what's wrong? Are you afraid of a punch thrown without any force? Lynn smiled broadly, his arms hanging naturally at his sides, swaying gently with the breeze as he pondered aloud. Perhaps I can delve deeper into this state of relaxation. Yes, indeed, this sensation is significantly better than before. Upon hearing this, Crocodile, who was not far away, felt a chill run down his spine. From his observations, Lynn was not one to engage in empty bravado. Thus, his recent musings must have been grounded in truth. No way, he thought. That punch that just grazed the tip of my nose was not the finished product? It feels better than before. Could it be that the power of his technique has surpassed what it was moments ago? After a brief moment of contemplation, Crocodile made a resolute decision. He absolutely could not allow himself to be struck. Meanwhile, Lynn continued his leisurely approach toward Crocodile, raising his right fist once more. With a languid motion, he unleashed a swinging punch. Crocodile crouched to evade the blow, but suddenly felt his fur coat being grasped. At the same time, hearing Lynn's voice resonate from above him. Got you. Then, the right fist descended. Crocodile's eyes widened as he wriggled free from his fur coat, hastily transforming his body into sand and sinking into the ground. Almost simultaneously, Lynn's right fist struck down, impacting the earth. It soon became evident that Crocodile's instincts had been correct. At the moment of contact between fist and ground, the energy that had been suppressed within Lynn erupted explosively, unleashing a whirlwind of black and white currents that engulfed the surroundings. Boom! The fist struck the ground, producing a deafening roar as the entire sandy terrain instantaneously caved in, forming a massive crater with a radius of approximately 10 meters. Lynn found himself ensnared in that vast pit, resembling a wild beast, an overwhelming aura emanating from him that rendered others breathless. This formidable presence lasted but half a second. Following that brief moment, Lynn's intensity once again subsided, reverting to the guise of an ordinary man. Observing the terror-stricken face of Crocodile, Lynn gently brushed the sand off his fist. Alas, the disguise was compromised. When Crocodile first encountered the name Lynn Barek in the newspapers, he deemed him a madman, a lunatic daring to challenge the celestial dragons single-handedly. Yet now, after facing Lynn Barek in true combat, Crocodile had revised his assessment to that of a monster, a creature that evolved continuously in the throes of battle. For an average individual, the outcome of a confrontation is merely a matter of victory or defeat. To win signifies superior skill, to lose implies inadequacy, with no third possibility. However, the man named Lynn Barek seemed to blur the lines of this dichotomy. After their initial clash, Crocodile discerned Lynn's weakness in sustained combat and sought to exploit this chink in his armor to wear him down. Typically, one would either fight desperately or retreat in such a scenario. Yet Lynn presented a third, unconventional solution: to press on, devising a way to reverse the tide during the conflict. Opponents of this nature are often the most formidable, as one can never anticipate their next audacious move nor gauge their true potential, particularly with a combat enthusiast like Lynn, who is oblivious to the concept of retreat and seemingly grows stronger with each confrontation. How absurd! Gazing at the enormous sand pit created by Lynn's recent punch, Crocodile could not help but furrow his brow. This is truly troublesome. Why, indeed, did he venture to Alabasta? Not long ago, Crocodile, who had long pursued ancient weaponry, finally unearthed a few elusive clues. Within the formidable nation of Alabasta, there existed traces of one of the ancient weapons known as Pluton. Upon receiving this information, Crocodile promptly set forth to Alabasta and, under the guise of a warlord of the sea, met with King Cobra in the capital of Alabasta. Despite his title recognized by the world government, Cobra remained somewhat distrustful of Crocodile, a fact that was anticipated by the cunning pirate. In the ensuing days, Crocodile established his presence in Alabasta, embarking on the seas in his capacity as a warlord, and resolutely dealt with the pirates that roamed near the kingdom, safeguarding the citizens. Gradually, Crocodile garnered a reputation among the populace. They were aware of a formidable figure known as the Sand Crocodile, who was protecting them. This, however, was part of Crocodile's intricate scheme. He intended to gradually build his prestige in Alabasta, systematically undermining the royal family, and ultimately seize control of the entire nation to uncover the deepest secrets of Alabasta, the ancient weapon, Pluton. 10 days prior, Crocodile ventured out once more to eradicate pirates but suddenly lost contact with Alabasta. Upon returning to the coastline, he encountered the wall that isolated Alabasta from the outside world. It seemed that something intriguing had transpired. The current occurrences in Alabasta were anomalous, and anomalies often coincide with opportunity. With this thought in mind, Crocodile concealed his ship nearby and, under the cover of night, initiated his operation. He removed the glove from his right hand and, utilizing his desiccation powers, eroded a substantial hole in the self-repairing wall, thereby gaining entry into Alabasta. Before the patrols of the flying pirates could detect him, Crocodile swiftly vacated the scene. Being a cautious individual, he refrained from acting recklessly until he grasped the entirety of the situation, thus opting to conceal himself. Even if the internal circumstances of Alabasta proved perilous, he would ensure his own escape. Upon returning to Alabasta, Crocodile learned from Cobra about a proposed transaction involving the gold lion and a substance known as dance powder. Crocodile astutely recognized this as an opportune moment to secure Cobra's trust. Once he earned Cobra's confidence, his subsequent maneuvers within Alabasta would be considerably more advantageous. Consequently, Crocodile agreed to serve as one of Cobra's guards at the meeting with the gold lion. Everything was unfolding according to Crocodile's meticulously crafted plan, until the sudden appearance of a certain man disrupted the course of events. Lynn, the madman who once wreaked havoc in the Shambodi archipelago, has now resurfaced in Alabasta. Whether he acknowledges it or not, his intentions can only revolve around the underworld. And now, that man approaches me slowly, a smile playing on his lips. Lynn raised her fist once more. With a resounding thud, she struck, but Crocodile immediately evaded by transforming into sand. Her fist collided with the ground, creating a substantial pit in an instant. Lynn exhaled a puff of white mist, yet regrettably, he failed to land a hit. Enough. Crocodile furrowed his brow and growled. Though I cannot bring you down, you likewise cannot strike me. Continuing in this manner will yield no results. Let us cease our hostilities. You seem mistaken, Lynn retorted, raising an eyebrow and grinning. I am the one on the offensive now. Whether to proceed or to halt, that decision rests solely with me. With another decisive step forward, he assumed a stance and unleashed a punch once more. Boom. The ground yielded a third massive crater, even larger than the preceding two. This fellow was gradually mastering the technique. Crocodile felt a chill run down his spine. Another strike went astray, yet Lynn remained unperturbed. After all, opponents of Crocodile's caliber were rare. It would be a pity not to practice a few more moves. He laughed heartily. 8100, how long can you evade? Crocodile took several deep breaths to calm his tumultuous emotions. He could not afford to continue. Doing so would only lead to his own detriment. Thus, he pointed to the heavens and coldly declared, the transaction is set for tomorrow. Do you wish to allow that old coot up there to reap the benefits? The old coot he referred to was, of course, the golden lion. Upon hearing this, Lynn pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity in Crocodile's words. At this juncture, both he and Crocodile understood that neither could claim victory in the short term. Presenting themselves before the golden lion in a state of post-battle fatigue would be far from wise. Then let us agree to a temporary truce, Lynn said, shaking his hand and grinning. See, the decision to cease hostilities rests with me. Crocodile was seething with displeasure, yet for the sake of tomorrow's transaction, he had no choice but to endure. However, curiosity compelled him to inquire. Hey, you seem quite displeased with me. That would be accurate, Lynn replied. Why is that? Because you have been quite vexatious. Lynn stretched his arm and recalled the words spoken by Uncle Dotto. For the country we cherish dearly, we come together. And together we shall be invincible. Lynn could not help but smile broadly, saying, I must remind you, this nation is far more resilient than you might imagine. Oh, is that so? Crocodile replied with a similar smile. So this is how you perceive it. Is there something amiss? Ha ha, you are indeed quite naive, Lynn. Crocodile adjusted his fur coat and lit a cigar, chuckling softly. There are certain matters in this world that cannot be resolved by mere fists. Is that so? Indeed. Then so be it. Lynn shrugged and after taking only a few steps, turned back to remind, by the way, I won the first round, and in the second round, I allowed you a point, so it's a tie. Thus, overall, I am still the victor. Upon hearing this, Crocodile not only did not get angry but instead burst into hearty laughter, his mirth echoing across the vast desert. The following day, the agreed-upon time for the transaction was set for the afternoon. However, just after breakfast, Lynn was summoned to the palace by Icolum, who mentioned that there was an urgent matter to discuss. Upon arriving at the palace, Lynn discovered that, besides Cobra, Belle of the Falcon, Jackal of the Wolves, and even Crocodile had been called here. In other words, Everyone who would participate in the afternoon's transaction meeting was present. What is the matter that requires our presence? Your Majesty? Bell inquired. At this moment, Cobra's face was grim, his brow furrowed as he said, "There has been a problem with the goods." What? The group gasped in surprise. Icolum added from the side, 100 tons of dance powder were damaged during transport, and it is too late to reproduce it. Lynn cast a sidelong glance at Crocodile, furrowing her brow and inquiring, "Is it due to natural disasters such as sandstorms?" "Nay," Cobra replied with a stoic expression, shaking his head. "It is a mere rumor." Upon hearing this, Lynn swiftly turned her gaze toward Crocodile, realizing he was also looking back at her. Simultaneously, Crocodile formed several shapes with his lips, indicating the third round has commenced. In Alabasta, the capital city of Alyabarna, it was precisely 7 o'clock in the morning. Only 6 hours remained until the transaction with the Golden Lion. Within the royal palace, at the conference table, all extraneous individuals had been dismissed, leaving the 5 participants of the impending transaction to gather closely, with Ikaram standing resolutely beside them. King Cobral's countenance was grim as he shook his head, reiterating, "It is not a natural disaster, it is due to a rumor." At this, Lynn suddenly recalled Crocodile's words from the previous night in the desert. There are certain matters in this world that cannot be resolved with mere fists. Lynn abruptly shifted his gaze towards Crocodile, only to find the latter also looking back at him. Crocodile, cigar in mouth, reclined comfortably in his chair, one elbow resting casually on the table, as he turned to face Lynn with a relaxed demeanor. He then formed a few shapes with his lips, signaling that the third round had commenced. Witnessing this scene, a surge of fury ignited within Lynn. He strode forward, seized Crocodile by the collar, and yanked him from the table, roaring, "What have you done?" Crocodile, raising an eyebrow in surprise, retorted with a cold smirk, "Lynn Barrick, have you lost your senses? I am on the same side as you. Are you doubting me?" However, to Crocodile's astonishment, Lynn nodded in affirmation. "I am not merely doubting you. I intend to strike you." With that, Lynn lifted his right fist, poised to deliver a blow to Crocodile's face. The latter felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that they were in plain view of everyone, and as a member of the 7 warlords. He questioned whether this madman would act so recklessly without regard for the consequences. Kabira quickly intervened, urging, "Gentlemen, please, let us remain composed." Lynn finally ceased his clenched fist and turned to Cobra, saying, "He is responsible for that rumor." Taken aback, Cobra replied, "I haven't even disclosed what the rumor is yet." Crocodile let out a cold laugh, adding, "Do you possess any evidence? Do you intend to act against me without proof?" Lynn contemplated for a moment and conceded that Crocodile had a point. Thus, he revised his statement. "Very well, I merely wish to strike you. May I proceed?" Crocodile retorted, "Madman, Lynn Barrick is nothing but a lunatic." Ultimately, it was Kabira who intervened, mediating the situation. "Mr. Lynn, without concrete evidence, one cannot hastily draw conclusions. I implore you to remain calm." Lynn pondered for a moment before finally relinquishing her grip on Crocodile's collar. Crocodile adjusted his attire and chuckled softly, saying, "That's more like it. With only a few hours left until the deal with the Golden Lion, attacking me now would only weaken our own combat strength." However, as he spoke, Crocodile noticed Lynn squinting at him, murmuring to herself, and couldn't help but frown and ask, "What are you doing?" "Counting," Lynn replied. "Count how many words I can tolerate you saying without resorting to violence." Crocodile interjected, "Enough. Let us take a moment to pause." Bell took a deep breath, unwilling to witness further chaos at the conference table, and steered the conversation back to order. "Your Majesty, may I inquire about the nature of this rumor? Is it concerning Vivi? More precisely, it pertains to the ship that she has set sail on." Cobra responded, "The rumor asserts that the vessel Vivi embarked upon is laden with treasures belonging to the Alabasta royal family. Her voyage is but a facade. The royal family is surreptitiously relocating their wealth." He continued, "There are even more nefarious rumors suggesting that the Golden Lion is in league with our royal family, both colluding to exploit the common folk of Alabasta to produce the dance powder. This, however, is merely a fraction of the rumors. Countless so-called whispers abound." Cobra unfurled a map of Alabasta, pointing to a small oasis, saying, "This is an oasis station. According to the original plan, the shipment of 100 tons of dance powder was to pass through here at dawn and arrive in Albana by morning. However, when the shipment reached the oasis station, those rumors had already spread, leading to a degree of unrest among the commoners responsible for transporting the dance powder." Lynn was momentarily taken aback by the revelation. "Are you saying they have ruined the dancing powder?" No, Ikelim interjected, shaking his head. They merely experienced a brief bout of unrest, striking for a short while. However, after some contemplation, they ultimately chose to place their trust in our king. Yet, amidst their turmoil, an unfortunate incident occurred. A camel, frightened by the commotion surrounding the strike, inadvertently caused 10 trucks, each laden with 100 tons of dancing powder, to overturn. Most of the bags containing the powder tumbled into a nearby lake, their contents dissolving into the water, while the remainder, due to ruptured bags, spilled out and mingled with the surrounding sand. In short, that 100 tons of dancing powder is irretrievable. With only 6 hours remaining until the scheduled transaction, recreating 100 tons of dancing powder is utterly impossible. Upon concluding his remarks, Kabura nodded in agreement, exhaling a sigh. In other words, we currently possess only 900 tons of dancing powder for trade, whereas our initial negotiations with the Golden Lion stipulated a requirement of 1,000 tons. Are we then short by 100 tons? Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, inquired. So, Your Majesty, you have summoned us here to devise a means of compensating for that 100 tons of dancing powder? If any of you possess the capability to achieve that, I would be most eager, he replied, but regrettably, there are no shortcuts in the production of dancing powder. Thus, it is impossible to make up for that 100-ton deficit in a short span. Kabura, with a grave demeanor, slowly articulated, therefore, prior to the afternoon trade, we can already ascertain that we will not be able to present an adequate quantity of goods for exchange. Ha 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 ha. So it appears we are the ones to default first? Crocodile chuckled, though his expression turned unusually serious. In facing the Golden Lion, we have inadvertently placed ourselves in a position of weakness. What the Golden Lion might do next is utterly unpredictable. Precisely, Kabura rose, placing his hands upon the conference table as he spoke in a low voice. Thus, I have gathered you all here to ensure you are adequately prepared. At this, the expressions of the 4 individuals at the table diverged into 2 distinct reactions. Lynn and Crocodile remained composed, seemingly having anticipated Cobra's forthcoming words. However, Belle and Jocko were momentarily taken aback, questioning what preparations were being referred to. Cobra took a deep breath and slowly articulated, preparations for war. After the meeting concluded, everyone returned to their chambers to rest, awaiting the midday meal before embarking on their transaction with the infamous Golden Lion. At this moment, an unexpected visitor arrived at Crocodile's quarters. Despite Crocodile having locked the door, Lynn effortlessly twisted the doorknob, stepping inside. Upon witnessing this intrusion, Crocodile furrowed his brows and coldly remarked, "Hey, you lunatic, you don't truly intend to initiate a conflict with me before the transaction, do you?" To his surprise, Lynn's demeanor was remarkably calm. Of course not, for we are about to confront the legendary pirate. Having an additional combatant is always advantageous. Lynn shook his head thoughtfully and chose a spot to sit. "I merely wish to pose a question to you." Crocodile raised an eyebrow. "What if I refuse to answer?" "Then we shall commence battle. Speak your question. Did you instigate that 100 tons of dancing powder?" Lynn inquired. "No, that was indeed an accident." Crocodile replied with a shake of his head. "So, were those rumors disseminated by you?" Lynn pressed further. Upon hearing this, Crocodile suddenly broke into a grin. "Yes, but not entirely." Lynn furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. Lynn Barek, last night you remarked that Alabasta is a resilient nation, so I decided to put it to the test. However, the outcome was beyond even my own expectations. Crocodile laughed heartily. "Last night, I visited a bar in Albana and shared the same rumor with just 3 individuals. To my astonishment, after a few hours of fermentation, it had morphed into such an array of variations. Isn't that amusing? What exactly did you say?" Lynn pressed for clarification. Crocodile replied, "I merely stated that before the country was blockaded, the Alabasta vessel that set sail was laden with treasures." Lynn was taken aback. "Is that all?" "Just that." Crocodile's response left Lynn in a state of confusion. Could a mere piece of false information provoke such an array of outrageous rumors? Indeed, it could. Crocodile nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Lynn, have you ever heard a saying?" "What is it?" 1,000-mile dike collapses due to an ant's nest." Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, spoke slowly. "I concede that Alabasta is a vast and cohesive nation, yet even the mightiest dam may crumble under the weight of a minuscule ant hole." Observing Lynn lost in thought, Crocodile added with a chuckle, "Your fist cannot crush an ant." "I see. You are absolutely correct." After listening to Crocodile's words, Lynn nodded and rose, preparing to depart. Witnessing this, Crocodile laughed heartily. "So, Does that mean I have triumphed in the third round? At this, Lynn also erupted into laughter. Shaking his head, ha me, lose. Don't be ridiculous. However, you are right. My fist indeed cannot squash an ant. Lynn waved his hand casually. Yet just when Crocodile thought this was merely Lynn's stubbornness, wishing to mock him further, Lynn suddenly turned, his demeanor transforming into one of fierce aggression. In that instant, Crocodile felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Lynn parted his lips, a smile gracing his face as he slowly remarked, Indeed. My fist may not be able to crush an ant, but it can certainly fell a lion. After his meeting with Crocodile, Lynn returned to his quarters. He seated himself upon the bed, inhaling deeply as he sought to relax his body and recalibrate his state of mind. Just as Cobra had previously indicated, the deficit of 100 tons of dancing powder could not be rectified in time. They were left with no choice but to negotiate with the Golden Lion using the insufficient quantity of 900 tons. Therefore, no one could predict how the Golden Lion might respond. The most favorable outcome would be if the Golden Lion were indifferent to the missing 100 tons, perhaps opting to deduct a portion of the payment as a penalty for breach of contract. Conversely, the direst scenario, as Cobra had plainly stated, would entail the commencement of hostilities. Confronted with the absence of 100 tons, the legendary pirate, who once single-handedly wreaked havoc in Marineford, would unleash his wrath upon all present. At that juncture, every individual in Alabasta, be it Cobra, Lynn, Crocodile, or any other citizen, would inevitably face the repercussions of the Golden Lion's vengeance. One can only hope that the situation does not escalate to such a catastrophic point. Lynn let out a gentle sigh. The Golden Lion Shiki, a wielder of the float fruit, possessed abilities that were both straightforward and profound. Not only could he soar through the skies, but he could also manipulate all inanimate objects he had touched. With this power, the Golden Lion could command his ship to navigate the heavens, conjure floating islands, and reshape the earth into walls that enveloped Alabasta. It could be said that if he so desired, utterly annihilating Alabasta would pose little challenge for him. However, pondering this was futile. Lynn decided to close his eyes and rest. Approximately half an hour later, a series of knocks roused him from his reverie. Upon opening the door, Lynn beheld a Karam accompanied by a retinue of attendants, alongside Princess Vivi. My apologies for the intrusion, Mr. Lynn, a Karam bowed respectfully, in accordance with the king's orders. We have come to assist you with a change of attire. Lynn was taken aback, pondering, what is this? Ikelam elucidated, given that this afternoon's transaction involves the royal family. Your Excellency's role in the dealings is that of an entourage guardian for the King of Alabastan. Thus, a formal attire is indeed essential. In any negotiation, it is imperative that both parties hold equal standing. First impressions carry significant weight, and thus, an appropriate outfit will facilitate a smooth transaction. After a moment's reflection, Ikelam added, Of course, considering the current circumstances, it would be best if everything proceeds without a hitch. Lynn cast his gaze downward to his attire, which was a gift from Marquino during his time in Windmill Village, purchased from a shop in town. Despite his regular washing, the garments had become somewhat worn after such an extensive period at sea. Attending the transaction in this outfit would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage in terms of first impressions compared to the Golden Lion. However, given that it was Cobra's intent, Lynn contemplated and nodded in agreement. Very well, my size is rather large. Do you have anything suitable for me? Rest assured on that front, Ikelam replied. Turning to introduce the attendants behind him, all of whom were master tailors from the palace, capable of crafting a bespoke outfit tailored to your physique. Ready before the afternoon transaction. If you have any specific requirements regarding the attire, feel free to communicate them. That would be much appreciated, Lynn smiled broadly. It is my duty, Ikelam nodded, leaving 5 tailors behind before leading the others away. Judging by their direction, they were likely headed to Crocodile's quarters, as the sand alligator would surely require a respectable outfit as well. Once Ikelam departed, the group of tailors entered the room, requesting Lynn to stand and extend his arms, promptly beginning their work with their various tools, measuring him from all angles. Could we use a more flexible fabric for the clothing? Lynn inquired. Of course, the lead tailor, an elderly woman, replied with a smile. Having crafted garments for decades, I possess the discernment to ensure the fabric is both aesthetically pleasing and possesses the necessary elasticity and durability, allowing for ease of movement. Subsequently, Lynn shared his envisioned design with the elderly seamstress, who provided some insightful suggestions for improvement. Meanwhile, he noticed Vivi had not followed Ikelam, but instead stood quietly to the side, lost in thought. What troubles you? Lynn asked. Mr. Lynn. Vivi pondered for a moment before speaking. Will Alabasta truly be embroiled in war? Who can say? Lynn responded. All we can do is prepare for conflict. As your father advised. Yes, I am aware of my father's words, yet it is precisely those words that concern me, Vivi murmured. He has taught me since childhood that war is a brutal affair, claiming innocent lives. We cannot allow Alabasta to descend into the flames of battle. Upon hearing Vivi's sentiments, Lynn gestured for the tailors to pause their work and knelt beside her, gently ruffling her hair. Listen, dear princess. Lynn spoke slowly. The ability to mobilize the entire nation to produce 1,000 tons of dancing powder is testament to the greatness of Alabasta, a nation blessed with remarkable people. Your father, too, is a magnificent king. Vivi was momentarily taken aback, yet he continued, at such a tender age, you have grasped the preciousness of life, and that is truly commendable. Lynn crouched down, pressing her forehead against Vivi's. However, dear princess of Alabasta, future monarch, remember this. A great nation must cherish peace, yet remain unafraid of war. When friends arrive, we shall offer fine wine. When enemies approach, we must unsheathe our swords. Such is the spirit of those who refuse to yield. And the nation they forge together, one that shall never succumb. Now, behold the future of this land. After uttering these words, Lynn rose and resumed directing the tailors and taking measurements. Meanwhile, Vivi pondered for a moment before bowing to Lynn. Thank you, Mr. Lynn. With that, she hurriedly exited the room. The elderly seamstress smiled and remarked, Mr. Lynn, it is truly fortuitous for Her Highness to encounter you upon the sea. Yet, Lynn shook his head, replying, Madam, you are mistaken. I am not a good teacher. The seamstress was taken aback. Why not? Because I was once a slave to the celestial dragons. Lynn spoke slowly. My struggle stems from my anger, and as the future queen of this nation, Vivi must not be swayed by my fury. She must witness the world with her own eyes and tread the path of her own choosing. Having concluded her remarks, Lynn observed that the tailors had also finished their work. The elderly seamstress stepped aside and offered a slight bow to Lynn, saying, Well then, Mr. Lynn, I take back my earlier words. She smiled and continued, I must express that you are truly an exceptional person. Before lunch, the garments tailored specifically for Lynn were delivered to his room. After Lynn donned the attire, she moved about slightly, unable to suppress her admiration for the exquisite craftsmanship of the Alabastan tailors. Designed for ease in combat, the upper garment was fashioned as a simple sleeveless shirt, adorned with a few trinkets inspired by the desert and embellishments of feathers. The lower half consisted of trousers, crafted from high-quality materials that would withstand vigorous kicks and swift movements without tearing. Furthermore, the tailors had specially crafted a robe for Lynn, which could be worn to shield her from the desert's biting winds and scorching sun. The entire ensemble, while elegant and appropriate, also ensured agility during combat. Once she had changed, the attendants, following Cobra's instructions, delivered a meal sufficient for 10 to Lynn's chamber. After lunch, Lynn received word and made her way to the grand entrance of the palace. King Cobra, along with the 2 deputy commanders of the royal guard, Bell and Gaka, awaited her arrival. They too were clad in rather formal attire, the blades at their waists attesting to their readiness for any eventuality. After some time, a gust of wind and sand swept through, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. The sand crocodile, had arrived. As a user of the Logia-type powers, he did not need to concern himself with mobility in battle, hence he still wore his black fur coat, though underneath, he had exchanged his attire for a more formal black suit. Ah, everyone is here, Crocodile remarked, a cigar clenched between his teeth, as he addressed Cobra. So, Your Majesty, where shall we conduct the transaction? Cobra replied, according to the results of our negotiations with the Golden Lion. The trading location will be near the tomb of the former kings of Alabasta, adjacent to Albana, easily reachable on foot, where the warehouse for the dance powder is also located. Crocodile nodded, flicking the ash from his cigar, and remarked with a soft chuckle, that terrain is quite open, indeed suitable for the Golden Lion's battlefield. Yes, but the risks are greater in an ordinary indoor setting. The Golden Lion could effortlessly utilize his powers to demolish the structure. Burying us alive, Cobra stated, pressing his hand against the hilt of his sword. He continued slowly, so, everyone, as I mentioned earlier, I ask for your assistance. Lynn glanced around, a hint of confusion in her eyes, and inquired, are we the only 5 individuals involved in this transaction? Cobra shook his head, explaining that a contingent of the royal army, numbering approximately 5,000, was stationed near the warehouse, tasked with overseeing the dancing powder. Our role is to engage in negotiations, while they will be responsible for maintaining the integrity of the transaction site and facilitating the transportation of the dancing powder. Crocodile interjected with a smirk. Or perhaps you would prefer to take on the role of the laborer all by yourself. Lynn grinned, remarking, "Your attire is misplaced. You should have donned a green garment." Crocodile paused, perplexed. "What do you mean? When I bury you in the ground, you will resemble a tree even more." Witnessing the impending confrontation between the two, Cobra could only shake his head in resignation and interject, "The time is nearly upon us. We must depart." Behind him, Belle and Jaka exchanged glances, cautioning Lynn and Crocodile. "Gentlemen, regardless of your grievances, I implore you to refrain from causing a scene at the trading venue, for it concerns the very fate of Alabasta." Upon hearing this, both Lynn and Crocodile were momentarily taken aback, before erupting into hearty laughter. "Hee, you still do not comprehend with whom you are to negotiate, do you?" Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke. "Gold Lion Shiki. He is a relic from a bygone era." Lynn gazed up at the sky. The vast expanse of Alabasta illuminated by a brilliant sun, devoid of any hint of rain. The storm may be the sole vulnerability of the Golden Lion. And without this frailty, one could scarcely fathom the terrifying combat prowess that the Golden Lion would unleash. "Ha ha ha. It seems this afternoon will be quite eventful," Lynn exclaimed with mirth. Upon hearing their exchange, Belle and Gaka were left in a state of perplexity. Nearby, Kabira patted the shoulders of his two old companions, reassuring them. "Fear not, for they are not the type to falter in their endeavors. As for you two, it would be wise to brace yourselves mentally." Belle and Gaka remained bewildered. Yet when they turned to Kabira, they noticed a shared aura emanating from him, Lynn, and Crocodile. This prompted them to recall Kabira's earlier words from the morning. Moments later, the two deputy commanders of Alabasta's royal guard, known for their prowess as Zoan-type devil fruit users, finally recognized the commonality among the trio. Both Belle and Gaka harbored a glimmer of hope that the Golden Lion might accept this unfavorable transaction and depart Alabasta quietly. However, for Kabira, Lynn, and Crocodile, their destinies were never tied to the Golden Lion's mercy. Their focus remained solely on what they could achieve. And what they could achieve was preparation for war. In the face of such a formidable adversary as the Golden Lion, both Lynn and Crocodile were determined to remain vigilant and would never squander their energies in vain pursuits. "Icolum, the defense of Alyabarna is entrusted to you. Additionally, instruct the royal armies across Alabasta to prepare for battle," Kabira instructed the captain of the royal guard. Then turned his gaze to Vivi. "Do not worry. You will remain in Alyabarna, and I shall return swiftly. Father, and everyone, please take care." Vivi waved her hand at the 5 men. As they bid farewell at the palace entrance, the group of 5 made their way towards the tomb of the former king. Located near Alyabarna, the journey was brief, taking approximately half an hour. The royal tomb was situated in a vast and tranquil area, far removed from the hustle and bustle. With no buildings in sight, 5,000 royal soldiers stood in a disciplined formation, each armed and poised for action. Behind them lay the 900 tons of dancing powder intended for trade. Crocodile knelt to grasp a handful of sand from the ground, chuckling softly. What a splendid location, quite befitting for my purposes." When selecting the trading venue, this aspect was certainly considered, Kabira remarked. "By choosing this site, even in the event of conflict, we would not endanger the civilians. Furthermore, I have ensured that the royal armies are on high alert, forming an extensive network. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they will rush to the scene with utmost speed." He chuckled. "Truly worthy of being the king of Alabasta," Crocodile mused, puffing on his cigar. Cobra sighed softly, gently caressing the hilt of his sword. "In my youth, I too commanded a fleet that vanquished numerous pirates. Yet alas, time spares no one." Lynn surveyed the surroundings, appreciating the clarity of the view. After calculating the time, he realized that the trading hour was nearly upon them. Yet there was still no sign of any presence. "How will the Golden Lion arrive?" Lynn inquired. Cobra shook his head, indicating his uncertainty. At that moment, both Lynn and Crocodile's ears perked up, as if they had detected some sound. Above, they exclaimed in unison, lifting their gazes skyward. A small black dot emerged in the pristine blue expanse, gradually enlarging until it revealed itself to be a massive stone, approximately several dozen meters in diameter. Belle widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it a meteorite?" "No, it's merely an ordinary rock." Lynn's gaze was resolute, poised to spring forth and shatter the colossal boulder. Yet, Crocodile abruptly intervened, pushing Lynn aside with a frown, exclaiming, "If that stone were to be shattered, the resulting fragments would be exceedingly difficult to manage. Stand clear." Following this, Crocodile knelt, his hands pressed firmly against the ground, unleashing the powers of the sand fruit. Erosion rebirth. The arid force permeated the point of impact, transforming the surrounding earth into a vast expanse of sinking quicksand. Consequently, even as the boulder descended, its force would be significantly mitigated by the cushion of quicksand, thereby preventing extensive destruction. In less than half a second after the quicksand pit had formed, the boulder struck the ground. However, to everyone's astonishment, the impact produced no sound, nor was there any tremor. Only a cloud of dust was stirred up by the pressure of its fall. Lynn raised an eyebrow and glanced at Crocodile beside her. "Was it you? I would indeed like to." Crocodile replied, his brow furrowed as he growled, "What an exaggerated old fool." Lynn gazed once more, unable to suppress the constriction of her pupils. Before her lay a colossal stone, measuring several dozen meters in diameter, which astonishingly revealed itself to be a small island. Subsequently, the soil that formed the island slowly morphed, ultimately transforming into a staircase. Against the light, at the staircase's pinnacle, there sat an opulent and exquisitely crafted throne, upon which a figure was seated. As the swirling dust gradually settled, accompanied by a clattering of metal, the figure rose, descending the staircase step by step. Echoing simultaneously was the man's exaggerated laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. What a splendid sight indeed. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Choked again. Cough cough." A small island suddenly descended from the heavens. Just before it struck the ground, it halted mid-air, and a boisterous laugh emanated from above. "Ha ha ha ha." A silhouette arose from the throne atop the island. Arms outstretched, the laughter piercing through the swirling dust, resonating in the ears of all present. "Ha ha ha, cough cough. Choked again, cough cough. Hey, Indigo, think of something. I'm choking to death here. Wait a moment. Did you remain on the island and not come down? Oh right, I can handle this myself." Following a series of nonsensical mutterings, the figure waved his hand, causing the piles of leaves on the island to converge, resembling a fan, which he gently waved towards the surroundings. Whoosh! A fierce wind erupted, raising clouds of sand from the ground. Instantly, the area was engulfed in a sandstorm, visibility plummeting, with even a slight opening of the mouth resulting in a mouthful of sand. Cough 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 cough. My eyes are blinded. By the way, why choose such a place for the transaction? It's driving me mad. The figure repeatedly gestured, maneuvering the entire island several meters to the left. Finally escaping the sandy tempest, a somewhat disheveled man came into view, his head adorned with half a ship's helm, clad in an orange and yellow robe, with golden hair cascading wildly. Most strikingly, he possessed no legs. Instead, he wielded two gleaming swords. Should a great swordsman or a blade enthusiast be present, they would instantly recognize the legendary blades, Sakuraten and Muku Kage. Thus, although the man appeared as though he could shake off half a pound of sand, none dared to mock him, for he was one of the legends of these seas, a living myth, the Golden Lion, Shiki. Yet, the manner of his legendary entrance left the onlookers at a loss for words. Upon reflection, perhaps this was merely the peculiar whim of the strong. The Golden Lion shook his garments and wielded his powers to manipulate the island, conjuring a staircase that descended from his throne to the ground. The twin swords, which he used as prosthetics, clanged rhythmically against the steps as he descended. With a graceful gait, he snapped his fingers, making his way down to face the crowd. First, he turned his gaze to Cobra, spreading his arms wide and erupting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Cobra. It's been nearly a month, hasn't it? How have you fared?" Cobra chuckled helplessly and replied, "I've been working tirelessly with the people of the nation to produce dance powder overnight. I'm a bit sleep-deprived." "Ha ha, you've truly worked hard." The Golden Lion clasped his hands over his chest and laughed heartily. "But fret not, I am a man of my word. Once our transaction is complete, I shall reward you generously to ensure you do not suffer any loss." "Thank you." But facing the Golden Lion, Cobra intended to directly inform him of the 100 tons of dance powder deficit. However, the Golden Lion's attention was evidently drawn to others nearby. His gaze shifted to Lynn and Crocodile beside Cobra, grinning. "If I am not mistaken, the wall I created was indeed shattered by you two rascals, correct?" Upon hearing this, both Lynn and Crocodile stepped forward and nodded. "Ha ha ha, splendid." The Golden Lion turned to his left, laughing. "The one smoking a cigar, you must be Crocodile, the little rascal who joined the 7 warlords." What are your intentions with the powers bestowed upon you by the world government? Just be careful not to let them put a leash on you. Then he glanced to the right, and you must be Lynn, who managed to escape unscathed after attacking the celestial dragons. How fortunate you are. I do not despise men who embrace madness. You truly pique my interest. By the way, did you also attack my subordinates? At this, Lynn's brow furrowed, his fist slowly clenching beneath his cloak. Yet the golden lion continued to laugh. Fear not. Even if you have assaulted my subordinates, I shall not seek retribution. After all, the most intriguing aspect of these seas is the strong. I am quite lenient when it comes to true power. However, just as Lynn and Crocodile began to relax, the golden lion's tone shifted as he grinned widely. But are you truly strong, or merely posturing? I'd best verify that for myself. With that, the golden lion suddenly pressed his palms together and struck them forcefully. In that instant, the floating island behind him split in two. Consider this a welcoming gift for your presumptuous bravado. He bellowed, arms outstretched and hands clenched tightly. The land of the two halves of the island twisted and contorted, transforming into two lion heads, which then opened their mouths to unleash colossal, 2-meter-long earthen spears. Ha ha ha. The golden lion laughed heartily, his hands thrusting forward with great force. Whoosh, whoosh. Two colossal spears shot forth instantaneously, hurtling towards Lynn and Crocodile. The golden lion's demeanor shifted rapidly, yet the speed of his attack was notably sluggish, evidently allowing Lynn and Crocodile ample time to react. Crocodile furrowed his brow. His cigar clenched between his teeth, as he coldly remarked, "TSK, that ancient monster." Lynn collided his fists, producing a resounding thud, and laughed heartily. Come on. Almost simultaneously, two colossal spears struck their targets. Boom, boom. The thunderous explosions echoed, intertwined with the raucous laughter of the golden lion, who, harnessing his powers, propelled the two gigantic spears with increased velocity. Ha ha, let me see your true abilities. As the golden lion's words rang out, Crocodile furrowed his brow, extending his right hand to seize the tip of one spear. The force generated by the float fruit was immense, causing Crocodile to slide back several steps, despite his feet remaining firmly planted. Meanwhile, the sand fruit's powers activated. Erosion cycle. The desiccating force swiftly spread along the spear, absorbing the moisture until it became utterly desiccated, causing it to disintegrate inch by inch. Subsequently, Crocodile swung his right hand with vigor, conjuring a small sandstorm. The mini tempest of sand dispersed the loose earth, intertwining Crocodile's sands with the debris, liberating them from the golden lion's control. Panting heavily, Crocodile noted that the golden lion was evidently not exerting his full strength, yet the impact was still fearsome. Truly an unadulterated monster. Crocodile marveled, then patiently awaited Lynn's next move. After all, how could such a master of mockery refrain from capitalizing on the moment? However, after several seconds of silence, Crocodile realized that Lynn had not spoken. When he looked up, he found that everyone, including the golden lion and cobra, wore expressions of bewilderment, gazing in the direction of Lynn. Crocodile's brow furrowed deeper as he turned to look as well, and in the next moment, he too was engulfed in confusion. Lynn made no attempt to dodge or retaliate. Instead, he crossed his arms over his chest, allowing the colossal spear to strike him squarely on the head. It landed directly on a vital point. Blood trickled down the spear and Lynn's face, and every onlooker, including the golden lion, was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Wait. He asked the one who broke through my defenses with brute force. How could he not withstand that spear? Is he a fraud? Just as the golden lion contemplated retracting the spear to verify, he felt an unexpected resistance as it moved. What? The golden lion's eyes widened in disbelief as he observed Lynn raising his arms, firmly bracing the spear with both hands. Ha ha ha. Truly a fitting greeting from a legend. This is impressive. Lynn grinned, his tongue flicking over the blood that trickled down, and he growled softly, "Now, it is my turn." The onlookers watched in astonishment as Lynn made no attempt at defense, instead taking the brunt of the golden lion's strike head-on. Even the golden lion himself, after a brief moment of surprise, could not help but burst into laughter. Huh, what a madman, he exclaimed. Subsequently, Lynn maneuvered the spear, crafted from earth and stone. With a deft motion of his arms, adjusting its trajectory, the spear's striking range was immense, leaving Lynn with varying degrees of bloodshed from his forehead and nose. Lynn steadfastly braced himself with one hand against the lengthy spear, while the other hand pressed against one nostril. With a gentle exhalation, he expelled the congealed blood from his nose. "Hey, are you out of your mind?" Crocodile remarked with a composed expression, speaking in hushed tones. "You possess the capability to easily deflect such an attack. Was it truly necessary to endure it head-on?" Lynn gazed at Crocodile and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What a splendid gift from the legends. It would be a pity not to accept it." In response, Crocodile dismissed Lynn with a mutter, likely referring to him as a madman, incomprehensible and irrational. Inside the restaurant, however, Lynn firmly grasped the long spear with both hands, positioning himself in a throwing stance with his left foot forward. "Hey, Golden Lion, this is my return gift." Upon hearing Lynn's words, the Golden Lion spread his arms wide, offering no defense, and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, come on, little brat. I'm ready for you." Before his laughter faded, Lynn shouted and leaned back, channeling all his strength into the throw. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with a sound akin to thunder, its speed rivaling that of when the Golden Lion had thrown it. Yet, under the influence of the float fruit, the spear halted just an inch from the Golden Lion's nose, as he merely willed it to remain still. "Ha ha, little brat, your return gift lacks power." However, as the Golden Lion looked back at Lynn, he found the latter soaring high, racing towards the spear's end, delivering a flying kick to its tail. At the moment Lynn's foot struck the spear's rear, a previously inaudible force erupted explosively. In a state of readiness, he unleashed his heroic skill, Fierce Dragon's Tail. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as the spear was propelled forward by Lynn's kick, with the spear barely an inch from the Golden Lion. Even the float fruit's powers struggled to negate Lynn's prodigious strength at such a short distance. Thus, akin to when Lynn had caught the spear with his head, the spear's tip collided forcefully with the Golden Lion's face. The Golden Lion's body jolted, yet he did not retreat an inch, his fist clenched, a grin spreading across his face as blood trickled down from his forehead and nose. Seeing this, Lynn's pupils constricted, and he stepped back, regaining his balance. Simultaneously, the Golden Lion, arms outstretched, deconstructed the spear that had struck his face, reverting it to mere earth. "You madman!" Crocodile shouted. "You've launched an attack before negotiations have even begun. Do you wish to declare war on the Golden Lion?" Beside him, Cobra rested his hand on the hilt of his sword. Although he had anticipated that the day's negotiations would not conclude peacefully, he had not expected the Golden Lion to strike before verifying the contents. Nor could he have imagined that Lynn would retaliate. What astonished Cobra and the others present even more was that the bleeding Golden Lion did not exhibit anger. Instead, he opened his arms wide and erupted into laughter. "Ha ha. It has been a long time since I felt such joy. Lynn Barrick, I graciously accept your token of appreciation." The Golden Lion casually wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, lifting his chin to gaze at the apprehensive Cobra, which only heightened his merriment. "What's this? Do you think I would be angered? I possess a generous heart towards the formidable. Nonetheless, Lynn Barrick, let us indulge in a few drinks together." Upon hearing this, Lynn pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall endeavor to drink aboard your vessel." "It is settled." The Golden Lion's spirits soared as he leaped onto two renowned swords, soaring through the air to a site where dancing powder was piled. With a dagger, he sliced a small opening in the bag and meticulously examined a handful of the powder. After a brief moment, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent. The quality of the goods is indeed high. Alabasta is truly a nation that honors its commitments. Furthermore, there is no need for your assistance in moving the cargo. I shall handle it myself." He placed his palm upon the goods, activating the powers of the float fruit, causing the bags of dancing powder to ascend into the sky. The Golden Lion glided over cart after cart of goods, enveloping the bags within his control. However, when he levitated the final cart of goods, the smile that had adorned his face abruptly froze. "Hey, what's going on?" The Golden Lion flew to Cobra's side, his brow furrowed. "Am I not supposed to check the weight of the cargo? How could we be missing 100 tons of dancing powder?" Upon hearing this, Cobra reluctantly relayed the unfortunate news regarding the loss of the last 100 tons of dancing powder due to an accident. The Golden Lion remained unfazed, responding slowly, "Listen, this transaction is equitable, so within the agreed time frame, I expect every ounce of the goods without exception. Do you understand?" Cobra sighed. "Then please grant us a few more days within the agreed time frame," the Golden Lion emphasized. In response, Cobra furrowed his brow. "We can forego compensation and even offer some restitution." "Restitution?" The golden lion raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin contemplatively. He recalled Indigo's grievances about the scarcity of natural terrain suitable for beast evolution experiments on the floating island, particularly the lack of deserts. Artificial deserts were inadequate, the data would be inaccurate, and natural deserts were essential. With this thought, the golden lion grinned broadly. In that case, restitution is not out of the question. Delighted. Cobra smiled. Then the Nefertari family is willing to provide additional compensation. Yet before Cobra could complete his thought, the golden lion abruptly shook his head. Who needs money? Do I lack for coin? He pointed towards the ground. What I desire is this. Cobra gazed at the golden lion's gesture, perplexed. The golden lion clarified. My floating island requires some naturally formed desert terrain. Therefore, if you wish to compensate me, grant me a portion of Alabasta's territory, complete with natural desert. Not too much, roughly 1/10 to 1/20 will suffice. Cobra inquired further. Is there no alternative solution? There is none, it is settled. With a hearty laugh, the golden lion responded. Upon hearing his words, Cobra's smile gradually faded. Are you coveting the territory of Alabasta? Indeed, the golden lion nodded. Feeling quite jovial and not wishing to trouble the king before him. Having received a definitive answer, Cobra took a deep breath and slowly declared, very well. Let us go to war. Excellent. How refreshing. The golden lion paused, frowning slightly. What did you just say? Cobra unsheathed his twin swords. Facing the golden lion with unwavering resolve, he proclaimed, This is Alabasta. Every inch of land is soaked with the blood of its people. You wish to wrest a part of it from us. I'm afraid that is utterly impossible. He raised his sword, aiming it at the golden lion suspended in the air. The king growled, Not an inch shall be yielded. If war is to come, then let it be. Cobra's roar echoed in the ears of everyone present. Hearing this, the golden lion raised an eyebrow, retrieved a cigar from his pocket, silently lit it, and took a deep drag, then slowly remarked, Tell me, king, have you drunk too much wine at lunch? No, Cobra shook his head. The golden lion exhaled a cloud of smoke and then flicked the cigar into the air, followed by a swift clench of his right hand. With a sudden crack, the still-glowing cigar was twisted and torn apart, scattering tobacco that fell past the golden lion's grim visage. Since you are not intoxicated, then do not utter nonsense to amuse me. The golden lion snarled through gritted teeth. Let us not forget that you were the first to breach trust, shorting us by a full 1/10 of the dance powder. I have been more than lenient. The furious lion emanated an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Yet, Cobra remained unperturbed. Of course, we were at fault. He nodded in acknowledgement, regardless of the reasons. We indeed cannot provide sufficient goods. Therefore, we are willing to forego our compensation and offer you a form of reparation. Reparation? How splendid! The golden lion roared. I do not desire gold, nor do I want berries. I merely seek a small portion of your territory, even if it is a barren desert of little worth. Is that too much to ask? It is, Cobra replied slowly, his tone resolute and devoid of hesitation. Mr. Shiki, understand this. There are certain things in this world that cannot be measured with money. In response, the golden lion nonchalantly rubbed his fingers together, feigning indifference. Even if it costs you your lives? Cobra nodded, precisely. Upon hearing this, the golden lion erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. What a jest. He then glanced at the surrounding royal army, exclaiming, Hey, your king is lost in his midday slumber, and he dares to declare war on me over a mere patch of land. Are you all willing to accompany him to his doom? The response from the royal army was a profound silence. Not a single soldier dared to voice dissent. They merely stood there in unison. Gradually, the collective aura of the 5,000 soldiers converged at the tip of Cobra's sword. They were the royal army of Alabasta, and Cobra was their acknowledged sovereign. Thus, wherever the blade of their king pointed, that was their direction. Observing this scene, the golden lion raised an eyebrow in disappointment. He soared back to the ground, positioning himself about 100 meters in front of Cobra. Truly, he admired courageous warriors. Yet, the golden lion let out a soft sigh. An oppressive aura is suddenly enveloping the space around him, distorting the very air. Do not overstep your bounds. He bellowed furiously, arms outstretched. At that very moment, dozens of massive crossbow bolts, long prepared in the distance, were unleashed at his command, hurtling towards the golden lion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden lion sensed the impending danger, bent low, and forcefully struck the ground, extending the power of the float fruit beneath his feet. Instantly, shields of sand rose to intercept the incoming bolts. Ha ha ha. Do you think you can defeat me with a sneak attack? You underestimate me. Just as he finished his proclamation, a peculiar scent wafted into his nostrils, accompanied by a rustling sound. What? The golden lion was taken aback, looking up to discover that the tips of the bolts were affixed with explosives, and the fuses had already been ignited. Boom! As the fuses burned down, the next instant erupted in a deafening explosion. The sound reverberated painfully in the ears of everyone present, and the ensuing smoke obscured the scene at the epicenter of the blast. Has it worked? The royal army fixated their gaze on the center of the smoke, not daring to relax for a moment. Meanwhile, another group was observing the battlefield before the tomb of the former king of Alabasta, thousands of meters away, on the floating island of the Golden Lion. Members of the flying pirate crew were intently watching the smoke billowing from the explosion through the lenses of their telescopes. One crew member hastily grabbed his sword, preparing to venture out. The ship's doctor, Indigo, noticed and made a series of gestures. When the crew member failed to comprehend, he finally spoke up. "What are you doing?" "Oh, so you can talk." The crew member waved his hand dismissively, pointing at the screen. "The captain is under attack. Shouldn't we help?" "Help? Does the captain need assistance?" Indigo retorted. "I recognize the captain's formidable strength, but his opponent is, after all, a nation." Upon hearing this, Indigo shook his head in resignation. "Hey, you must be new here." The crew member nodded. "I suspected as much." Indigo sighed and advised, "As a newcomer, you ought to remember one thing." "What?" The new crew member was taken aback. Indigo patted his shoulder and said slowly, "Never forget whose ship you are aboard." Boom! A second explosion resonated. But this time it did not stem from explosives. Rather, it emanated from within the epicenter. The ground surged upward, and the figure of the Golden Lion emerged from the smoke, standing atop the upheaval. He spread his arms wide and then clenched his fists. Dozens of earthen spears erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the massive crossbow platforms, shattering them one by one. "Ha ha ha! I am the Golden Lion." One spear after another pierced the ranks of the royal army, and despite their ample preparations, their formation was disrupted by that inhuman force. "Ha ha ha! You wish to wage war against me? Come on, reform the ranks." Cobra commanded, and the royal army swiftly reorganized their lines. Witnessing this, the Golden Lion couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable nation." No sooner had he spoken than he charged towards Cobra with astonishing speed, his legs functioning like two famed swords at that moment. "Ha ha ha! Cobra, let me take one of your arms." He then unleashed a powerful strike. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed, and the Golden Lion gazed in surprise at the scene before him. Cobra had managed to raise his long sword just in time to block the strike. This was indeed unexpected. That sword was not merely ornamental. The king of Alabasta possessed remarkable swordsmanship. The Golden Lion couldn't help but admire him, being one of the sword masters of these seas. Though he had not employed his full strength, even ordinary swordsmen would have struggled to withstand such a blow. Nevertheless, while Cobra managed to block it, he did so with considerable effort. His palm was cracked from the impact, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Do not underestimate people. I have trained in the court swordsmanship of Alabasta for many years." At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared on either side of the Golden Lion. Whoosh, whoosh, one to the left, one to the right. Crocodile gathered sand into a blade. Lynn tightened his right fist. The blade and fist aimed directly at the Golden Lion's head. In that instant, the Golden Lion displayed an exhilarated smile, roaring, "Come on." If one were to liken the entire battle to an exquisite Western full-course meal, then the descending island would serve as the appetizer. The initial skirmish between the Golden Lion, Lynn, and Crocodile would be the soup course. Cobra's declaration of war against the Golden Lion would represent the fish dish, and the Golden Lion's solitary stand against the armies of Alabasta would embody the meat course. Now, the time has come for the main course. The Golden Lion leaped forward, aiming to sever Cobra's arm with a swift strike, only to have it parried by Cobra's longsword. In that fleeting moment, Lynn and Crocodile appeared at his flanks. Crocodile transformed his right hand into a curved blade of sand, while Lynn clenched his right fist, relaxing his entire body as he entered a state of readiness. At the same instant, both targeted their assault at the Golden Lion's head. However, upon witnessing this, the Golden Lion displayed a gleeful grin and bellowed, "Come on." Immediately, he manipulated his body with his powers, executing a graceful spin in midair, with his legs, Sakura and Mokoroku, tracing two elegant arcs in the sky. Whoosh! Two renowned swords gleamed with a sharp glint, slicing towards Lynn and Crocodile. The former dramatically leaned back to evade the strike, while the latter, Leveraging the abilities of the sand fruit, preemptively transformed his neck into sand, allowing the blow to pass harmlessly through. Ha ha ha, not bad at all, exclaimed the golden lion, expertly landing back on the ground. He then extended his hand towards Lynn and Crocodile, laughing heartily. As I previously stated, I hold no disdain for the strong. If you two are willing to join my pirate crew, then all past debts will be forgiven. What say you? Not a chance, Lynn replied, twisting his neck and casting a smile at Crocodile beside him. Hey, 8001, are you going to accept his offer? Crocodile, whose disembodied head transformed back into sand before reattaching itself, raised an eyebrow and sneered. I might consider it if I were to be the captain. Ha ha ha, no problem. Speak your mind. I don't dislike the strong, the golden lion chuckled, but his laughter quickly ceased, a sinister expression replacing his mirth. However, I also mentioned not to push your luck. Without a moment's hesitation, the golden lion spread his arms wide and slammed his hands down towards the ground. Bang! A subtle yet palpable tremor rippled outward. Gradually, a disturbance could be felt beneath everyone's feet, akin to an earthquake. Rumbling grew louder, and some began to lose their footing. Crocodile crouched to steady himself, his brow furrowed with concern. What on earth has that old monster done? Lynn's eyes were equally fixed on the ground, ever vigilant of the golden lion's movements. Suddenly, Lynn noticed something and leaped backward with great urgency, distancing himself from his previous position. In that very instant, a massive wave of earth, soaring over 10 meters high, erupted like a column of water. Crocodile, too, swiftly employed his elemental transformation to retreat, and at the same time, a second wave of earth exploded from the spot he had just vacated. This was followed by a third, a fourth, and a fifth. Dozens of earthen waves erupted like fountains, as if the very ground itself had been upheaved by the golden lion. Lynn and Crocodile found themselves amidst the tumult, and through the gaps of the swirling earth, they beheld the golden lion, arms outstretched, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha! Behold the might of the old man. His terrifying power unleashed a nearly indiscriminate assault, affecting even the distant cobras and the king's army, who, despite their desire to assist, were forced to retreat under the overwhelming force of the earth's upheaval. Noticing this, the golden lion sought to ridicule them further, but suddenly, a sharp, electric pain shot through his head. Ugh! The golden lion's eyes widened as he instinctively clutched his head, muttering, Tiske, why now? The medicine is still with Indigo, how troublesome. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Lynn and Crocodile, who were closest to him. Although they could not hear the golden lion's mutterings, they clearly observed the agony etched across his face. The golden lion, aware of their gaze, gritted his teeth against the pain and sneered, You little brats. Do you truly believe you have found a way to defeat me? I am the golden lion. With a furious roar, he clenched his fists once more, and the surging earth transformed into a multitude of lion-shaped mounds, launching towards Lynn and Crocodile. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of lion heads, each 5 to 6 meters in diameter, crashed down upon the duo. After shattering several of these lion heads, they soon discovered that the heads could regenerate, converging upon them at an accelerated pace. Gradually, their ability to destroy the lion heads could not keep up with the rate at which they reformed. An ever-increasing number of mounds surrounded them, ultimately engulfing them entirely. Lioness might, earthbound cage. When the golden lion finally clenched his fists, the tumultuous earth ceased its rolling, and the figures of Lynn and Crocodile had vanished, replaced by 2 massive lion-headed mounds. Have I dealt with them? He pondered, rubbing his aching head, longing to return to his floating island for medicine. He suddenly sensed a disturbance deep within one of the mounds. In an instant, that mound was drained of moisture, cracking at a visible rate, and ultimately crumbling into a disordered heap of sand. Crocodile's form gradually emerged from the grains. Surveying the chaotic surroundings, he stroked his golden hook with a furrowed brow, lamenting, What an exaggerated old monster. Would it not have been better to die quietly and impel down and become a legend? Ha ha ha. I go where I please. The golden lion laughed, gazing at another mound. It seems I've buried another one alive. However, Crocodile shook his head, sighing. Though I too wish he were simply disposed of by you, I find it hard to imagine a cage capable of containing him. Boom. As the final word settled, a muffled sound unexpectedly emanated from within the earthen mound that buried Lynn. One sound followed another, 2, 3, 4, bang, 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 bang. The muffled noises resonated from within, growing closer and more pronounced. Ultimately, With a resounding thud, a fist broke through the mound, followed by another fist, 2 feet, and then the entire mound erupted. With Lynn emerging from the soil, brushing off the clumps of dirt adhering to him, Lynn exhaled deeply, marveling. What an impressively oppressive move. Look, Crocodile shrugged, lighting a fresh cigar, and sneered at the golden lion. Heh. I must say, what I just witnessed was astonishingly remarkable. TSK, how dull. The golden lion, eager to strike, found his movements hindered by a throbbing pain in his head, causing a slight delay. It was precisely this fraction of a moment that allowed Crocodile to act first, slamming his right hand onto the ground, activating the power of the Sansan fruit. Desertification. This unique large-scale attack of the natural-type Sansan fruit caused the earth to crack upon contact, draining the moisture from any living beings or objects it touched and gradually spreading outward, transforming everything into a barren desert. In their previous encounter, Crocodile had already caused Lynn considerable trouble with this technique. This time, however, Crocodile poured all his strength into it, expanding its range to even encompass the distant King's army. Lynn, witnessing the situation, interjected, 8001, you have dragged your own people into this. They are merely an inconvenience. Crocodile's gaze was fixed intently on the distant golden lion, as he growled at Lynn. At this moment, what concern do we have for others? You have seen it yourself. That old monster seems to have suffered a relapse. At that moment, Crocodile harbored a singular thought, to take advantage of his ailment and seize his life. Upon learning of the existence of ancient weapon Pluton in Alabasta, Crocodile devised a scheme. He intended to utilize his identity as a warlord to establish a presence within Alabasta, aiding the nation in eradicating surrounding pirate forces to ensure the safety of the nearby seas. In doing so, his standing among the Alabastans would gradually ascend, ultimately rendering him a hero in the eyes of the people. Simultaneously, he would clandestinely assemble his own faction, and once his renown reached a certain pinnacle, he would incite discord between the populace and the king, instigating conflict between the two. Subsequently, he would eliminate the king under the guise of a hero, seamlessly taking control of the nation along with its most profound secrets, to avoid drawing the attention of the world government to his maneuvers. Crocodile knew he must advance his plan with deliberate slowness, allowing events to unfold naturally, a task he possessed ample patience to see through. Before the arrival of the Golden Lion in Alabasta, the sole challenge of the entire plan lay in Crocodile's need for an individual capable of deciphering historical texts, to fully comprehend the ancient weapon. However, with the emergence of the Golden Lion, a new, more formidable challenge arose. It was not the Golden Lion himself, for his intentions were directed towards the dance powder, rather than this nation or Pluton. The true second challenge lay with that man, Lynn. Any opponent with a clear objective, Crocodile possesses the confidence to manipulate them with his cunning intellect. Take, for instance, the Golden Lion's insatiable demand for dancing powder, or Cobra's desire to protect the nation of Alabasta. Yet, the man named Lynn remains an enigma to Crocodile. This uncertainty breeds a sense of frustration regarding the potential unraveling of his plans. Now, this frustration has ultimately manifested into a tangible predicament. The Golden Lion and Cobra. The Flying Sky Pirates and Alabasta. War has been declared. How troublesome. It's merely a patch of land. Why not simply relinquish it? Crocodile furrowed his brow, muttering under his breath. If I retreat now, Cobra will never trust me again, rendering all prior preparations futile. There is no choice but to press on. As Crocodile evaded the Golden Lion's attacks, he silently pondered the direction of the battle. The Alabasta royal army was as useless as the dregs of society, offering no assistance whatsoever. As for Cobra, he would be fortunate to withstand even a casual strike from the Golden Lion. What more could be expected of him? The remaining 2 Zoan-type Devil Fruit users? They were of some slight utility, yet more often than not, they merely served as punching bags. After much calculation, Crocodile arrived at the most vexing conclusion. Among the thousands present, the only one capable of standing against the Golden Lion alongside him was Lynn. However, after a brief skirmish, Crocodile realized that even with Lynn's aid, they would struggle to gain any advantage over that legendary figure. Until just moments ago, Crocodile witnessed the Golden Lion suffering from a migraine, the powers of the float fruit momentarily spiraling out of control, even his own hockey showing signs of retreat. In that instant, Crocodile understood that his opportunity had arrived. Strike while the iron is hot. Eliminate the Golden Lion, and he would emerge as a hero of Alabasta, earning accolades even from the Navy. This would propel his plan to seize the Pluto forward with greater momentum. Realizing this, Crocodile's right hand struck the ground, maximizing the capabilities of the sand fruit. Erosion rebirth. The desiccating power spread across the land, transforming everything into quicksand, even affecting the distant royal soldiers, with some becoming partially ensnared in the sandy depths. Observing this, Lynn cautioned, "You've ensnared your own men, 8001. They are merely an obstruction." Crocodile bellowed, "Forget about them. You saw it just now. This is our only chance. If we do not eliminate the Golden Lion, we shall perish." Gazing at the royal soldiers gradually being swallowed by the quicksand, Lynn turned his neck with a grim expression and stated, "If you do not cease, I shall be compelled to take action." Hearing this, Crocodile was filled with rage. "Instead of confronting the Golden Lion, you turn your attention to me?" Lynn shook his head, declaring, "No, I must confront both you and the Golden Lion." Crocodile, a lunatic. He silently lamented once more. Subsequently, Crocodile harnessed his abilities, expelling those from the king's army who had been engulfed by the quicksand. He possessed the capability to do so. It merely required additional exertion and focus. Thus, from Crocodile's perspective, there was no need to concern himself with those inept individuals who could offer no assistance. Regrettably, Lynn clearly held a different opinion. "Are you satisfied now?" Crocodile furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the Golden Lion. At that moment, the Golden Lion was still clutching his head, desperately battling the excruciating pain within his mind. Crocodile let out a cold laugh. Yellow sand swirled around his right hand, coalescing into a small spiral of air, which he launched towards the Golden Lion with great force. Sandstorm. Once released, the air current expanded, ultimately transforming into a formidable tempest, hurtling towards the Golden Lion. Witnessing this, the Golden Lion, gritting his teeth against the pain, manipulated the earth to form a heavy shield that successfully thwarted Crocodile's assault. Meanwhile, Lynn lunged forward, positioning himself behind the Golden Lion, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at his back. The Golden Lion sidestepped the blow, countering by commanding a torrent of earth to strike Lynn from the side. Lynn pivoted, delivering a punch that dispersed the earthen deluge before him. Simultaneously, the Golden Lion clenched his right hand tightly. Nothing seemed to happen, at least from the perspectives of Lynn and Crocodile. However, far above in the clouds, the massive floating island stirred to life, accompanied by a resounding roar as it began to descend gradually. Was the captain intending to bring the floating island back to the ground? Observing this, the members of the flying pirate crew hastily began preparations. The floating island rarely descended on its own, and each landing necessitated careful consideration of the structures and experimental creatures aboard, requiring much attention. Yet, the ship's doctor, Indigo, who should have been directing operations, was fixated on the screen before him. Through specialized, top-tier telescopic equipment, those on the floating island could clearly observe every detail below. Indigo witnessed the captain clutching his head and immediately grasped the situation. The captain's old injury had flared up again. Damn it, he had just taken his medication, which should last at least 3 days. This shouldn't be happening. Indigo felt a chill run down his spine, ultimately contemplating two possible causes. One was that the captain's opponent was too formidable, triggering the resurgence of his old injury. The other possibility was that the captain's old injury had worsened once more. The amalgamation of these two factors had culminated in the failure of the medication, causing the Golden Lion's old injury to manifest prematurely. They must hasten to administer the medicine to the captain. Indigo had long since retrieved the medical kit and prepared the necessary potions. Yet he found himself in a state of anxious anticipation, for the colossal floating island was akin to the territory of a small nation, making its movement exceedingly sluggish. It was evident that summoning the pirate ship alone would have been far swifter. Why then did the captain choose to conjure the enormous floating island as well? As Indigo gazed at the screen, he suddenly noticed a sinister smile curling upon the lips of the Golden Lion. Having followed the Golden Lion for many years, Indigo was seized by a shiver. The madman's maniacal grin sent chills down his spine. What on earth is the captain planning? The island in the sky, also known as the Sky Island, is not merely a legend but a tangible reality. Adventurers, pirates, naval officers, merchants, and countless others have borne witness to the island perched atop the clouds. Though it is not a genuine island, but rather a unique formation of clouds, it is enough to leave those who have seen it in awe. The Golden Lion's floating island, however, is an entirely terrestrial formation, composed of solid earth. One can only imagine the spectacle of a vast and genuine island plummeting from the heavens. An island of Earth, weighing hundreds of millions of tons, hurtling towards the ground. This is a premise that even the most audacious of science fiction writers would hesitate to embrace. At this very moment, a colossal floating island, measuring half the size of Alabasta, was bursting through the clouds, emitting a deafening roar as it descended from an altitude of 10,000 meters directly above the kingdom of Alabasta. The thunderous sound, diminished by the expanse of space, would only retain a faint echo by the time it reached the ground. In front of the tomb of the former king of Alabasta, only 3 individuals could discern this faint noise amidst the chaos of battle: the Golden Lion, Lynn, and Crocodile. As the instigator, the Golden Lion was unsurprised, for it was he who directed the floating island's descent upon Alabasta. Upon perceiving this sound, both Lynn and Crocodile instinctively looked skyward, only to turn their gaze back to the Golden Lion. "What on earth are you planning, you old monster?" Crocodile growled. "Ha ha ha ha." The Golden Lion spread his arms wide, laughing heartily. "Desert brat, why not take a guess?" On the other side, even Lynn could not help but widen his eyes in surprise, as he vaguely surmised the source of the sound, an ominous noise heralding the fall of a massive object. It was high, it was large, it was heavy, it was outrageous. Surely, that madman, the Golden Lion, would not truly intend to drop his floating island upon Alabasta. Such a scenario had never even crossed Lynn's mind. It is worth noting that the Golden Lion's floating island harbored the mutated beasts he had dedicated years of research to. Once the floating island collides with Alabasta, both landmasses will inevitably meet their demise, rendering the years of research by the Golden Lion utterly futile. He has no justification for such an act. Yet, Lynn pondered, as a remnant of the Rock's era, the Golden Lion embodies madness and ambition. Who can truly fathom his intentions? "Hey, stop dawdling." Crocodile, beside him, lit another cigar, likely having deduced the source of the sound echoing in the air. After taking a drag, Crocodile spoke in a grave tone. "I have conceived a plan, and you must cooperate with me." "What a coincidence." Lynn twisted his wrist, producing a sharp crack. "I too have devised a plan, but it requires your collaboration. At this juncture, do you still wish to argue with me?" Crocodile growled. Lynn smiled broadly, suggesting that they should share their strategies and see whose was superior. Subsequently, both spoke simultaneously, though their words slightly diverged. Just before the floating island descended, prior to its catastrophic impact upon us, they uttered 3 identical words: "Eliminate him." With a swift motion, Crocodile transformed his entire being into an elemental form, while Lynn grounded himself, leaning forward as they both charged toward the Golden Lion. There exists a distinction between a crash and a fall. When the floating island is under the control of the float fruit, the Golden Lion can wield it like a meteor hammer, unleashing a level of devastation far beyond that of an ordinary island's descent. Therefore, if they could eliminate the Golden Lion before he commanded the island to strike Alabasta, the destructive force of the island's descent would be significantly mitigated, ensuring that Alabasta would not be utterly obliterated. Should circumstances improve, there might even be a chance for salvation. The sole prerequisite for all of this is to vanquish the Golden Lion. Crocodile's storm vortex coalesced once more, aimed fiercely at the Golden Lion. Sandstorm, the floating island, being of immense size, required the Golden Lion to devote constant focus to maneuver it swiftly downward, leaving him with only a fraction of his attention to confront his foes. Yet, even with this limitation, he remained the formidable Golden Lion. A wall of earth rose to shield him from Crocodile's sandstorm. However, unbeknownst to the Golden Lion, within that raging sandstorm lurked an unexpected presence. Lynn emerged from the ravaging sandstorm, entering a state of readiness. In an instant, he found himself once again engulfed in a state of utter vulnerability. The moment he made contact with the earthen wall, the pent-up energy surged forth, culminating in a powerful strike. Bang! Lynn's figure burst through the earthen wall, standing before the Golden Lion. The pain in the Golden Lion's head intensified, and upon realizing his predicament, he attempted to retreat, only to find his escape obstructed by a wall of sand. Nearby, Crocodile sneered, "Old monster. Don't think you are the only one capable of constructing walls." A sense of dread washed over the Golden Lion as he widened his eyes in alarm, yearning to ascend into the sky with the power of his fruit. Yet, the excruciating pain in his head hindered his movements. In a contest of skill, even the slightest margin could determine the victor. As soon as the Golden Lion lifted his gaze, Lynn's hand had already seized his face. The astonishing strength rendered the golden lion utterly incapable of breaking free from his grasp. Boom! Lynn grasped the golden lion tightly, propelling both himself and the creature through the sand wall crafted by Crocodile, as the black and white tempest once again surged around them. The frozen realm. In the form of armed color, Lynn grasped the golden lion, stepping deliberately upon the sandy terrain, each footprint sinking deeper than the last, as his demeanor grew increasingly menacing. Golden Lion, prepare to face my prowess, he declared, parting his lips as frost seeped through the gaps of his teeth. Energy consumption. Heroic skill. Awe-inspiring. Lynn dragged the bewildered golden lion, taking several steps forward to build momentum before leaping high into the air, aiming directly at the ground for a powerful strike. With a resounding crash, the sand was instantly displaced, creating a large crater. At the center of the pit, the golden lion clutched his head and coughed up a significant amount of blood, the cause uncertain, whether due to old wounds or Lynn's assault. Nonetheless, it was evident that the golden lion had sustained severe injuries. Witnessing this scene, apart from Lynn and Crocodile, were the members of the flying pirate crew in the sky. At that moment, the floating island hovered above the clouds, though it was less than 3,000 meters from the ground. Indigo, observing the battlefield through the screen, swiftly prepared the golden lion's special medicine with utmost urgency. Upon witnessing the golden lion topple to the ground, Indigo's expression shifted dramatically. There was no time to lose. Grabbing the freshly prepared medicine, he dashed toward the palace exit, his shoes making comical sounds with each hurried step. The palace was situated right at the edge of the floating island, with the battlefield located below at the ancient royal tomb of Alabasta. The members of the flying pirate crew inquired, "Lord Indigo, where are you going?" "To deliver medicine to the captain, of course," Indigo replied, assessing the direction below. "The floating island is descending too slowly. The captain needs the medicine immediately. As the ship's doctor, it is my duty. If I perish before delivering the medicine, remember there is a medicine cabinet by the table, containing the formulas and several spare potions. Ensure they reach the captain." No sooner had he spoken than, without waiting for the crew to stop him, Indigo leaped off the edge. He positioned his body like a dart, minimizing air resistance as he plummeted at great speed. In no time, he could clearly discern the battlefield below. Moments later, he was less than 200 meters from the ground. With no intention of slowing down and lacking a parachute, he shouted towards the fallen golden lion, "Captain, the medicine." At that very moment, a figure enveloped in yellow sand leapt into the air, reaching Indigo's side. It was Crocodile, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield. Cautious as ever, he would not allow the golden lion a glimmer of hope for a comeback. "Hey, where did this comical fool come from?" Crocodile scoffed, sensing the impending danger. Indigo abruptly twisted his body, attempting to roll away from Crocodile, but being in freefall made it challenging to control his movements. In an instant, Crocodile's right hand transformed into a scythe of sand.